Oh, hello. Good morning.
We'll be back. I'm gonna make food.
Fuck you, Mootin. Fuck you. Fuck.
Fucking.
Fuck me? No. Fuck you.
No, fuck you.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you.
Click what I just sent you now.
Fuck me? No. Fuck you. What's that movie from?
Oh.
Or what movie is that from? Fuck. What am I thinking of? Fuck. I think it's that Glengarry Ross movie. Fuck me. No, fuck you. Is what I'm thinking of, not Austin Powers.
Can you rate that tweet on a libel scale, where 1 is no worry at all and 10 is you got to pay some money?
Let's see. Guy who wrote how-to articles about sex tourism in Asia, fantasizing about mechanics in the Rust Belt like they're savages who'd hate Medicare for all, free college, and holding Israel accountable. One of these things is not like the other. A while back, okay, as far as I can tell, what happened here is as follows. A while back, some of the stupidest leftoids on this site started claiming Swan Marcus 89 was a sex tourist because he'd spent time in Thailand making a documentary about Burmese missionaries and observed sex trafficking. Hassan has heard this bullshit, but then got Swan mixed up with Matt Forney, an alt-right creep who famously wrote a book about how to have sex with women in the Philippines. If nothing else, it tells you about the pervasive reach of ludicrous smears that arise over political arguments on here. Nice.
It's funny because Hassan is a sex tourist.
True.
Yeah? By
Definitionally, yes. Holy shit.
I usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start off with, candy bars, that little candy jar, he'll call it, office. He'll pepper, Bobby and I usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start off with, candy bars, that little candy jar, he'll call it. He'll hit the red button.
Yeah.
And then comes the diet soda pops, which is, your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore it must kill cancer cells inside the body. So he'll try to, please. I'm not even going to argue this right now. We were on Air Force One the other day, and I walk in there because he wants to talk about something, and he's got an orange soft drink on his desk.
Fanta. He drinks Fanta.
That's what I didn't want to say the brand name on the podcast. He's got a Fanta on the desk, and I say, "Are you kidding me?" So he starts to sheepishly grin. He goes, "This stuff's good for me. It kills cancer cells." And then he tells me it's fresh squeezed. So how bad could it be for you?
Okay. But then maybe he's onto something, because I will say this. I know a lot of guys pushing 80.
Office. He'll pepper. Bobby and I usually.
Okay. LOL. Do you see the Vitaly thing? Okay. Fuck all you guys.
Right, ready? Steady.
Oh my god.
My shoulder's fucked. That was not worth it. That was not worth it.
You wanna rape a 16-year-old?
Wait. She never told me she was 16.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Somebody got in trouble.
Oh, she did. Where's the Bluetooth speaker, honey?
Wait.
Where's the Bluetooth speaker, honey?
Wait, no.
Honey bun.
Me on Snapchat.
Honey.
Wasn't there another streamer on Kick who said that one time they're bound to fuck this up and it's gonna be real bad? Anybody remember that guy?
Honey bun.
You added me on
Honey bun. Bluetooth speaker. Honey bun.
You got the messages right here.
Wait, where did she? I swear to God, she never told me she
Wait,
was
really?
16. I swear.
Oh shit! My bad, bro. You're good.
No, I swear to God.
Sorry, bro. Wrong person.
Maybe it's a misunderstanding.
Wait, no, dude, listen. 18. I swear to God, I don't move like
Wait.
that.
So you trolling too?
No, we got the messages.
No, she said maybe it's a misunderstanding.
Probably deleted it on his.
Oh.
No, wait, I swear to God.
Of course I'm trolling.
Wait, I swear to God.
Okay, she's gonna pull up right now.
Yeah, wait, please pull it up.
But why do you talk to girls about raping them? You crazy?
Yeah, you.
Okay, wait, it's a CNC kink. It's a public kink. Like, I even said, wait, I have the text. Right here. I told her, consensual, non-consensual. I told her up here, look.
Wait, what does 18 have to do with CNC kinks?
What does it say?
No, so I told her
What
that.
does it say, Vitaly?
Listen, Neon.
Wait.
Let me read this real quick.
Wait.
What? Hold on. Let me read. Yo, one at a time. One at a time.
Oh, that's why I wanted to rape her.
Okay, so you guys know that, I'm not playing or anything like that.
Yo, can you read the whole evidence?
Cool.
He said, LOL, you can tell me. Fuck, okay, I want to be totally honest before everything. I lied on there. I'm 16, but shit.
Wait, no.
Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird, please.
Wait, I'm calling the cops right now.
You said,
I'm calling the cops.
wow. You said, oh. You said, look.
Wait.
Wow, let me get it.
Wait.
Don't touch me, motherfucker.
Wait, no, that's B. That's not me.
Look, why are you shaking?
I'm Akash AXS 1286. That's not my account.
Hey, buddy.
Someone baited the Snapchat of the decoy, and they went all in on the guy. What does that mean?
You pulled up. You fucking
pulled up, buddy. You just thought we didn't have to do it on Snapchat, buddy.
Guess what?
No, wait, no.
We read the right evidence.
Guess what? Hello.
Guess what?
Can you guys come to my location?
Yeah.
Can you guys come to my location right now? I am at
He has a 2 Snapchats or what?
You must have 2 Snapchats, bro. No.
Yeah.
Wait,
you swear now.
No.
You have 2 Snapchats. We're not fucking
Please read the text. Please, someone, please. Someone, please read the text.
The police will come and read it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one of those. You're one of those tech Indians, smart ones, huh? 2 Snapchats.
No.
Motherfucker. I know you.
Blast your company to everybody that you're a pedophile that own a company. What's the name of his company?
Wait.
What's the name of his company so we can let everybody know that the pedophile
Joanne,
wait.
Josh, so what do you think? What's your take on it? What do you think happened? He deleted the Snapchat. Like what happened?
Yeah, no. He
so she broke
deleted the snaps, or he fucking has a burner snap that he used. didn't know We're
that.
not stupid. We do this every day. You know how many weirdos like
But if
we catch a day?
she's talking to him on one snap, why would she go to another snap?
You have a second phone? No, that's the same snap she uses every day.
He's
only talked to you on one snap. He's trying to cover it up. But yeah, he was talking
so
to
you
her.
think he hacked the
He's
system?
fucking up himself. You were talking to her on Snapchat, but yeah, we only have one snap that connects to you.
No, guys, listen.
Guys.
I did not talk to her on Snapchat. I sent her this. Look, okay, wait. What time is it? At 7:29. At 7:29.
Where is my toy?
Yes.
The same shit that you were saying on the way here.
That's dirty
It's the
talk.
same fucking person. It's dirty talk. No, it's fucking pedophile talk when you're talking to a 16-year-old. Don't look at me in my eye, bitch. I'll fucking fuck you up, bro.
I'm not trying to fight. Listen, I'm not a violent person. I'm not.
We're not trying to fight you too.
You're not a violent person with men, but you want to rape a little girl.
No, that's right.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, oh my.
You're gonna get real violent and fuck her throat in an alley, right?
No.
You walk her like a dog
Jesus.
by her neck. How about I walk you like a dog down this fucking park?
Are you okay, bro?
Damn, dog.
How about I walk you by your neck like you just did to her, right?
Homie, damn.
Should I do it?
Damn.
Should I walk you like a dog to your car?
Why
And
did I
let you
just get
leave?
blocked then?
Why did you just block her while you're on your phone? You just blocked her while you're on your phone. He just blocked her. He just blocked her.
Wait, I did not block her. Where did I block her? How did you even know? Dude, you just,
He has two
Oh,
birds.
no.
Look at my block right now talking to you.
Wait, blocked 2 seconds ago now.
Your
Bitmoji
looks exactly the same, bro.
This is a circus, holy.
Same on that account,
Bro,
it looks exactly like
it's you, bro.
Wait, I'm
It's
on
you, bro.
camera.
You know the fans know what's
I'm
up,
not
right?
even on my phone.
You know the
How
fans
did I
know what's
block
up,
you?
right?
You probably blocked it.
This is a
because of
zoo.
it.
Zoo.
I'm
Saw
everything. I'm screenshotting everything.
He watched you. You've been tapping shit and deleting shit, bro.
It's some type of prank.
It's not some type of prank. We caught you trying to fuck a little girl.
Wait.
Is it a prank that you were trying to fuck a little girl?
Whoa.
Is that a prank? Is it a prank that you were walking her like a dog through the park?
that's-
Oh, look at you. We seen your dick.
Guys, let's all, shh. Yo, guys, everybody just cut it. Yo, hold on. Let's start from the beginning. Hey, what do you mean? So she got the... Guys, stop. What do you mean by wrong text messages?
Okay,
just explain.
Okay, look.
Well, yeah, let me hear your side of the story. Everybody gets to speak.
Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah. So, okay.
But, Gabe, I asked you, bro. Please.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna just show you everything one by one. Okay.
But you are Indian, so you are smart, so you probably cheated the system.
No, but for Indian,
bro, again in the middle of me talking, bro. I asked you guys. Holy shit! I was just perfectly I was getting a perfect fucking farm clip, and then somebody had to. Okay, hello. How are you? Okay, let's go.
Yeah. So, okay.
Actually, go tell him about that, Johanna.
Hello, ma'am. Are you still here?
911.
Yeah.
Yes, we are on the way.
Thank you.
911 is thinking like, what the fuck is going on?
Does anybody have any weapons?
Jesus.
Does anyone have any what?
Weapons.
My
No.
cock.
To my knowledge, no one has any weapons
no.
here.
Yeah, we're not sure if the
car-
say hi to Vitaly.
You were being skeptical about
For
it.
Indian, you're retarded.
Here, explain it to the cops.
Yes. Where's the cops?
Right here, the suspect.
Here we go.
Sorry.
Yeah, see, he's not that scared.
We got a crazy guy here. The mustache is
Crazy guy.
Hello. What's up?
I didn't know that you guys did stuff to say now.
Yeah. This guy's crazy.
This one's actually
The evidence is
in the
insane.
alley and stick stuff in your throat and toys. And...
Bluetooth in the anus. It's crazy.
He deleted. Not him. He has a. Hold on.
Quiet. I understand you guys are making videos, but
Wait, what the fuck? Is this a real cop? Why does this look like a cop cosplaying a cop? What is the haircut? What is the facial hair? What the fuck?
which one of you?
Nice to meet you.
Was okay. Perfect. Can we talk to you alone over here?
Let me get his in, bro. That one.
That's a handshake. Yeah.
Apparently, his shit got fucked. He wrote a whole ass thing on Twitter about it. Oh, I feel like he's lawyered up, actually. Because this thing on Twitter is talking about how much damage he suffered as a result of this, which makes me think... Which makes me think he's trying to say that he's been damaged and shit. Good luck.
We wrongfully identified and accused Akash Singhania as a child predator. We were completely wrong, and we made a terrible mistake. We believe here in only telling the truth, nothing but the truth. And our team and I messed up. We're deeply sorry to Akash. I'm so sorry, and I made a full statement on one of my social media posts on X and Instagram. You can guys go check it out. And Akash Singhania, I'm very sorry. This mistake will never happen again. We messed up. And guys, whoever has those videos, the clippers that are watching this, please delete it, okay? Immediately. I need you guys to delete it. I feel horrible, yeah, this was very, yeah. This is never gonna happen. The Snapchat messages got messed up. It was a wrong time, wrong place, and yeah, it was not good. We wrongfully identified and accused Akash Singhania.
Rip.
This guy a citizen?
What do you mean, Moot? Why wouldn't he be?
Hello?
Wait, what does the source mean for this? Because I keep seeing all the pictures of everything.
Oh, you didn't see the source?
No, what actually happened?
Oh, someone link it. It's worth a watch. It's a gem. Share your screen too, please. Share your screen. Share your screen. Popcorn time. Well, that cat got an ass for a face.
It's an item, you would understand. Jesus.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There's something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this f***ing door. Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro, if you don't
leave the door. Open this door, I'm breaking it down. You understand me?
leave my house, you don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
Those are strong eyebrows.
Can you leave my house, please?
Mm-hmm. You open the door, please.
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
Do you know his fucking name?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong in this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Look at that fucking sick fit, dude.
I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Oh, shit.
No. Or I will fucking end you.
Oh,
you
shit.
Understand me?
Okay, so you've never had a mental health day before? Wait, where's part 2?
B44 link.
Wait, him inside the house? The subreddit post? Wait.
Mm-hmm. It was a Feared Buck post that I linked, but... yeah, it works.
How did it get inside? Did he just break the door down?
No clue.
Okay.
Victor, you around? Huh? You like
It's his neighborhood. True. You're right. It is. My bad.
You try me, I swear to God, I'll fucking kill you. Do you understand me?
Would you shoot here?
You might.
I feel like you would be justified in that.
You think you can fucking stop me, motherfucker? I will save that little girl, you bitch. There's no fucking. You fucking liar. I can hear her. I can fucking hear. I can hear you, bitch. You son of a bitch. I'll fucking kill you. Man, hurry the fuck up, because I'm gonna drag his ass out. I'm telling you. Who are you talking to, bitch? Who are you talking to, bro? Get the fuck, stand on the fucking ground. Who the fuck do you think you are? My name is Harry Dresden. Get the fuck out of my house. Why are you screaming? There's no one up there. Get the fuck out of my third room, bro. Walk the fuck out. What's the third room? Walk the fuck out. I'm telling you, I'm giving you a chance right now, man. What's the third room? I'm giving you a fucking chance. Get the fuck out of my house.
Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you, get the fuck out of my house. Please. Just answer the question. Get the fuck out of my house. Answer the question, please. There's no one in there. There's 3 rooms, man. I don't know who you are. You better get the street at 1797 Co-op Drive. I don't know who you're talking about, man. Why do I hear screaming? Are you military? Yes. Okay. Can you help me out? Okay. Yes. I understand what you're going through right now. Yes. Can you step outside? Yes, sir. Thank you. Will. Thank you for asking. There's something going on this street, bro. Bro, everything's fine. Please step outside.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck is it? This guy broke into the fucking dude's house, is screaming, acting like he's gonna fucking murder somebody, and the homeowner in here somehow has better de-escalation skills than the average cop slop. What's going on here? Wait, what the fuck?
He might be military. I don't know.
This guy? Maybe, I don't know.
Because he asked
he
the other
did
guy if
ask
he's
him,
military.
true, maybe, yeah, I guess. Jesus. The cops would have killed that dude like 20 times over.
Yeah.
They would have, this dude's ancestors would have gotten shot. Jesus.
I don't know who you are. You better get the street at 1797 Co-op Drive. I don't know who you're talking about, man. Why do I hear screaming? Are you military? Yes. Okay. Can you help me out? Okay. Yes. I understand what you're going through right now. Yes.
This makes me feel like he has friends with like, I don't know if it's schizophrenia or
PTSD.
Well, the guy's saying he's hearing like the voices of like the girl in the apartment. It sounds like he's having like some kind of thing, but like, yeah, I don't know. Jeez.
Can you step outside?
Some kind of psychotic break.
Thank you for asking. There's something going on this street, bro. Bro, everything's fine. Please step outside. Okay. Well, sit there. Sit on the ground, please. Sir. Okay. How you doing today, sir? Okay. Yeah, help him out, bro. How you doing? There's a little girl trapped in this house. Can you go check her, please? Okay. You got gloves?
Fairfield Police, is anybody inside? Let's just clear it.
Fairfield Police Department.
The ring cameras all look like AI.
True, actually. Oh, interesting you'd say that. Wait. Oh, shit, wait. That just got really dark. Never mind. Or...
Oh.
Wait, does anybody know where my brain just went on that? Oh, no. The reason why all the AI looks like fucking ring cameras is because the ring cameras all of their data has been harvested and fed into the AIs for training.
Jesus Christ.
But I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know if that's true.
They said they were not inside. Fairfield Police Department. Copy.
Well. What do you got to say about that one, Mooten?
I would have shot him.
Hello?
What?
Hi there. Can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Just figured I'd check on something.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door! Where's your daughter, man? Where's your
What if
daughter,
that guy was a
man?
Nick Shirley viewer?
What are you talking about?
True.
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro, if you don't leave...
Open this fucking door. Open this door or I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
Everyone's okay. What do you want?
Sorry.
Oh, do you want...
Okay, we got it.
Come on, come on! Up, 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 up! Up, up, up! Up, up, up! Up! Come on! 9! 9! 8 below the Polish guy! 8 below the Polish guy! 3 Come on, come on! Up, 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 up! Up!
Jesus.
Yeah, main.
Idea, man. Shrove Tuesday? Is it Wednesday? Shrove Tuesday? Feast of the Ass! Yeah! I didn't know he was
I have a hot
freaky
take.
like that. Idea, man.
Oh, I already know it. And I can't believe you're about to say it. You really want to risk your whole reputation right now, Mooten.
I never find Northern Lion funny.
Oh, wait, what?
I've tried. I don't get it. Maybe I need to watch a stream. But the clips I've seen, I haven't found funny.
What? What's wrong with you? Okay. I mean, that's a take. It's just a bad one. Yeah, you just don't have the IQ to enjoy it.
My IQ got filtered too high.
Have you watched the new Avatar movie?
No, but I saw it got leaked.
The whole fucking thing. How the fuck does that happen?
That seems insane to me. That's got to lose them, like, millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's probably a pretty big deal,
That
I would
coach.
imagine. Probably not good.
Someone got fired.
Oh, yeah, at least. If not...
Yeah, the entire movie got leaked on Twitter.
Murdered. They could be dead right now, Mooten.
Dead.
Huh. What?
Dead.
What do you mean by that?
You know.
I don't, but okay. Well, what'd you guys go over today, Mooten?
Hold on, I'm eating fucking popcorn, man.
God! What am I talking about today on this panel? I don't even know why I'm doing this. I hate politics.
Yeah, it's so
Get
fucking
me to the
boring.
midterms, please.
I read 2 articles about the straight.
Yeah, is it straight?
It's definitely something.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Jesus. They gerrymandered all the electoral districts
Yeah.
to the point that it was close to impossible for anyone else to win. And the only reason, like the only way you could beat him was literally by getting a supermajority. which meant the country had to get so fed up with him that they had to elect a supermajority, and that just happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Finally.
And there's a reason, gang. There's a reason why Trump sent JD Vance.
Fuck! I'm throwing up.
Are you okay?
Is that me, moron?
Oh, whoa.
No, I'm talking about Kraut.
Fuck! I'm throwing up.
Oh, whoa. Yo, bro.
Oh, no.
Crazy in Budapest.
Damn.
What
Okay.
happened? Oh, damn. So Kraut's going fucking hard. Just foreign policy posting and then vomits.
I didn't expect. Okay. What other thoughts on Hungary before?
I'm pretty beige.
Oh, we've got Parker memes. Hold on.
4% in Florida, dude.
Well,
He is
I don't
4%
even-
in Florida, dude.
I'm sure he's gonna win. I'm sure he's gonna win this.
I'm sure he's gonna. You want to bet?
I'm gonna come back in this live.
Wait.
Fishback is gonna be the governor of
Wait.
Florida.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah, sure. We can bet.
How much?
We can bet on this. $1,000.
You'll bet
$1,000.
$1,000. I bet you $1,000 he won't win. I will totally take that bet.
Okay, and like, all right. So you'll give me $1,000 if he wins.
And you'll give me $1,000 if he loses.
Sure.
Okay.
Gentleman's agreement. Shake on it through the screen.
You owe me $1,000. You owe me $1,000.
Dude,
He's totally gonna
I'm
lose.
about to come back here in a few months. He's gonna win, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I should have seen." You know, all this media attention he's getting. No one is advocating for Byron Donalds. Like, so obviously he's gonna win. It's the Groyper
Easiest
uprising.
grand in my life, bro.
Dude, this is the first step of the Groyper uprising. Then there's gonna be the Groyper civil
The
war.
Groyper uprising. Wait, are you a Groyper?
Groyper's the rule.
Are you a Groyper?
Yeah, I like Nick Fuentes. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. How do you feel about his position on Epstein? He says that Epstein's not a.
Oh well, I mean, by the technical definition.
So wait. Do you think that a 65-year-old assaulting a 17-year-old is a?
Sorry, they have to censor it for some stupid reason. As a pedophile, he said, I think.
A 17-year-old is a.
Well, by the definition, right? Like an undeveloped like kid.
Can you
right?
answer the question? Do you think they're a?
Wait, I just gotta ask you before that. Do you
Yeah, if a
think
65-year-old assaults a 17-year-old, are they?
No, he's an ebophile. By definition, he's an ebophile.
But not.
You gotta search it up. You gotta search it up.
So
Yeah.
not a.
He'd still be a predator, but it's like a
So
different.
you would explicitly say that they're not.
By the textbook definition, they'd still be a predator, and they should be locked
Can
up.
you
and they're-
define?
they're by
So
the
can you
textbook
define?
It's like a prepubescent child. It would be like being attracted to a prepubescent child.
I don't
And
just
a
say
17-year-old is
I don't know
not
why you say prepubescent. This is a really weird thing. I think anyone who's a kid.
Well, I wouldn't say a 17-year-old's a kid.
They are.
I was 17 3 years ago. I wasn't a kid. I was a
Yeah,
grown
you
ass
were.
man.
Yeah.
Dude, the virtue signaling is off the charts. A 17-year-old and a 4-year-old are the same thing, by the way.
You were.
I'm a grown-ass man right now.
Oh, true! So wait, can an 18-year-old fuck a 17-year-old, or is that...
I was a grown-ass man 3 years ago, bro. Like,
You were not a grown-ass man 3 years ago.
Since I was like
Oh my God.
15, I don't know. Yeah.
You were not a grown-ass man 3 years ago.
So what do you think is like the difference that happens on your 18th birthday? Like, do you think overnight you just like something like a switch flips and like you just become a completely different person or what?
Well, I don't think you're a grown-ass man now.
Oh, nice dodge.
Okay, and I don't think you're a grown-ass man.
Okay.
Like, who
That's
cares?
a fair.
Like, you-
That's a fair point.
What's your definition of an adult? Is it like 18 or what? Like,
Well, I think adulthood is established throughout your 20s, right? And it's a little bit more nuanced than just a specific age, right? But it is more nuanced like that. So that's at least my view. But in terms
So
of like a
what's-
genuine point, the legal age is 18 for an adult, right? If you're saying below that point, it's definitely a right. I think even I think there's even arguments outside of that context to go up even higher in terms of age. That's my position in general. But the point that I want to say in general is that Donald Trump, right, or not Donald Trump, is that this is obviously Nick Fuentes justifying. Yeah. Okay. This is him quite literally defending that, acting like it's not an issue, because they're not prepubescent. That's what he's trying to argue. Secondly,
well, Parker,
are
let
you
me
going to
ask you-
vote for Democrats in the midterms?
no, I'm not going that far
Why,
yet.
not,
Like,
why
I know
aren't you
he
listening
started-
to your emperor?
because honestly, I don't fully see him out on that. Like, it's just gonna make
You
things
don't
worse.
like what? So you're not listening to your emperor? Wow.
Even though the Republican Party is failing us so badly, like, it's just gonna make things worse. if we
Bad
go for
looks,
Democrats.
Maxer.
The thing that.
Let
but
me guess.
anyway,
Are you obsessed with clavicular as well?
Not really. But
No?
anyway, let me go back to the age of consent. Let's get to the substances.
Really? I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised there. Did
this
he
is
try to
boring.
run over too many people, or?
All right. Well, is there a difference between a 6-year-old man, an 8-year-old child, or a 17-year-old?
There's a
Like,
difference, but
what's-
they're both. There's a difference, but they're both. The difference is their age, but that's still.
Okay, but what's worse, the 8-year-old or the
I think they're
17-year-old?
both just as bad.
364 day and whatever.
What?
He's just saying like rape's bad, so.
Okay.
Or no, consensually, but it's like, statutory.
There's not possible consent.
I know, statutorily. It's
So
not
why
like
did you
I'm
say
gonna-
consent, dumbass? Statutory means that they can't consent.
Statutory consent.
Statutory means that they cannot consent.
Okay, well, obviously, it's
Could you imagine if like delete the VOD? Can you imagine if like for my fucking court case the Rose girl gets doxxed and people are like, wait, she's not 18, 19? And I'm like, no, trust me, she said she was 18. Trust me, okay, guys. She said, what am I supposed to do? Check an ID? We're gonna say there's no difference between an 8-year-old and a 17-year-old, bro. Holy shit. Okay, delete the VOD.
there's a difference between like, come here, I'll you, and like, it's just a girl that's
I'm
on
sorry,
the
you're just disgusting. Statutory is.
Okay,
weirdo.
alright, yeah, it is.
Don't
Okay,
even
sure,
try to
it's-
do that, you weirdo.
Alright, sure, it's but
Jones running
anyway,
to
is
You
there-
said
picture that you just had on
statutory
screen.
consent. You absolute idiot. I should kick you just
I'm
for saying
trying to
that.
make the
That is
distinction. I'm
so
just-
unbelievably stupid.
Okay. Statutory, an 8-year-old versus 17-year-old, what's worse?
They're both
And
bad.
it's like a 25-year-old man and a 17-year-old.
They're both bad.
Is that
Yes.
17 years old,
Did
364.
you just try to bring that up as like an own or something? Yeah, a 25-year-old
Okay.
that assaults a 17-year-old is a.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, she was 17 years old, 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes, you evil.
Still,
Like,
yeah, you disgusting piece of. Do you see what he just tried to do? He just tried to justify a 25-year-old a 17-year-old because they weren't 18 yet. By the way, it's still wrong for 25-year-olds to try to go after 18-year-olds. Okay?
How close can we get the gap? How close can we make this pedophilia? Please tell me. Holy shit. King.
I wouldn't talk to someone who's 18 years old, and I'm 23, turning 24 in a few days.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
Okay? That's ridiculous to me. And I'm 23.
Okay. TikTok was a mistake. Stop. Don't. Delete that. But
It's
also
true,
true.
though.
Yeah, true.
Oh wait, I linked you something. I don't know if you care about. It's a good video.
Is it though?
Yeah.
I'm getting increasingly concerned that mainstream journalism and traditional publishing are punking me, and not.
Okay. I don't know where this trend came from where people just discovered the Rode clip-on mics. I don't know if all the Rode mics are like this, but I know at the very least the professional ones are. There are attachments that you can get for an actual lav clip-on, so you don't have these giant boxes hanging off of your collars. Get the lav attachment or whatever, the 3.5 millimeter cables. Okay, holy shit! I'm seeing these things, these massive black boxes clipped on everybody's fucking collar. We don't need to see the giant box.
In a cute, funny way, like spaghetti trees on April Fool's Day, in a mean way. I have recently read several interviews with Woody Brown, who is a non-verbal autistic man who has published the book Upward Bound. And I read those interviews thinking, it is near April Fool's Day. How sure am I that this isn't just some elaborate, cruel joke against a disabled man perpetrated by these news outlets? I don't think it's an elaborate and cruel joke perpetrated against a disabled man by news outlets, because the news outlets in question were the New York Times, The Guardian, and the Daily Mail. And I don't know if you're familiar with British newspapers, but The Guardian and the Daily Mail are always on opposite sides of any ideological debate, so it seems unlikely that they'd both be in on it. But it's genuinely unsettling to feel like I'm in some kind of weird social experiment where they're trying to see if we'll believe journalists or the evidence of our lying eyes. Although I did have to work a little bit harder to get the evidence for my lying eyes. So Woody Brown is a 28-year-old man who was diagnosed with severe autism as a toddler. To quote from the New York Times article, whenever Woody spoke, it sounded like shrieks and gibberish, and doctors concluded he couldn't process language and said it was pointless to explain things to him or talk to him in complex sentences. I assume that the understanding of autism has come somewhat further in the 20 years since Woody Brown was diagnosed, because I don't know a large number of non-verbal autistic people, but many of them are perfectly capable of understanding language, even if they don't speak. And it does seem, in fact, that Woody can process language to some degree. To what degree is the question in play here. Because he can speak, at least a little bit, but mostly when he speaks, it's quotes from TV shows, which I believe is called scripting, but I am not autistic and I'm not particularly familiar with the term, so if I'm wrong...
Why don't I just look it up? You're making a YouTube video, no?
Do let me know. To go back to the New York Times article, Mary came to realize that her son understood more than he appeared to. He would become hysterical if they deviated from their daily routine, but if she explained why they had to stop at Target before getting lunch at McDonald's, he would calmly follow her into the store. Which does seem to back up Mary Brown's claim that even though Woody can't speak, even though he's non-verbal, at least at this stage, he can understand language. So here's our last New York Times quote for a bit, and this is where it starts to get
wacky.
Interesting. At 5, Woody learned to communicate by pointing at letters to spell out words using a laminated card. He began responding to Mary's questions, first with single-word answers and later with short sentences. That's how Mom figured out that I was listening to everything, Woody told me when we met on a recent morning at his parents' home in Monrovia, California, where he lives. To express this, Woody tapped letters on a board with his right index finger, while Mary, who was seated next to him on the couch, followed his finger taps and repeated the words aloud. Let us...
Wait. Hold on, wait. I'm paying attention. Hold on, wait. He can't speak? Because he can't process language, but he can spell individually every single... Hold on, wait, what? This doesn't sound like autism. This sounds like some other severe or some, like, brain injury.
While Mary, who was seated next to him on the couch, followed his finger taps and repeated the words aloud. Let us put to one side for now the spelling and reading abilities of 5-year-olds, because spoken language is something that humans are wired for, but reading and writing are not. They are skills that you have to learn, and they can be quite challenging. Anyway, the articles followed the same general pattern. Woody was diagnosed with autism, he couldn't speak or communicate, and so everyone assumed that he couldn't understand either, but his mother believed in him, and they found a way that he could communicate, and it turns out that he's a great communicator and a great writer. Woody has in fact achieved 2 degrees, an English degree from UCLA and a Master's in Creative Writing from Columbia University. He has also, as I mentioned at the beginning, written a novel called Upward Bound, and all of these were with the help of his mother, Mary. And this is the part where things start to get very uncomfortable, because any form of communication where a facilitator has to interpret the results of said communication is subject to wishful thinking and also to bias. And specifically in the case of someone typing on a board, if a facilitator has to hold the board, then the facilitator is almost certainly going to be subject to what's called the ideomotor or ideomotor effect. The ideomotor effect is unconscious, involuntary muscle movements which are triggered without you knowing about them or thinking that you're doing them. The most obvious example of the ideomotor effect is Ouija boards or dowsing rods. The person makes a very tiny, involuntary, unconscious muscular contraction, and because there is a lever, because you're holding a long stick, it goes much more significantly in one direction or the other. But you don't realize that you have made this tiny unconscious movement, and so you think that an external force is guiding you. So for this reason, neither rapid prompting method, which is holding up the board and the person types on it, or spelling to communicate, which is a similar thing. They're not recommended by ASHA, which is the American Speech Language Hearing Association, or by the National Council on Severe Autism, or by various other bodies, actually. They consider the rapid prompting method and spelling to communicate new methods of facilitated communication, which they don't believe has any scientific validity. When studies were done on facilitated communication in the 90s, they basically concluded that with facilitated communication, you might be able to get communication, but it's almost certainly not what the disabled person might actually be trying to say. It's important to mention at this point that there are lots and lots of forms of augmentative and assisted communication, AAC, which do have an evidence base behind them and which can be used to help non-verbal people communicate. This is just not one of them. This paragraph touches on some of the potential harms of the method, but we're going to come back to that later, because just because something doesn't have an evidence base behind it right now doesn't mean it's entirely without validity. And we're going to bend over backwards to be fair here. So I found some clips of Woody and his mother using the method, which I've just described, and you can watch them and judge for yourself. This clip is from CBS 3 years ago, and you can see the letters that he's typing right here. Z, A or S, C or V, N. I'm not sure what word that would make, but you know what? This is such a short clip and there are no words associated, we can't really say what's going on with it. Let's try a different one. Here we cannot see the keys, but Woody's mother spells out the word intelligence.
To presume, INTELLIGENCE.
Okay, hold on. First of all, thank you for the gift of tier 2 subbers, Rob. Can't they just like give him like a fucking keyboard to type on? Hello? Like,
well,
to presume intelligence, in people like me.
Yes. First, the number of taps don't correspond to the number of letters that she's saying, and second, he's down on the bottom of the board for most of this. I and T are both up at the top. His fingers shouldn't be down there if he's typing the word intelligence. But you know what? This was 3 years ago, and we can't actually see the letters he's typing while she is telling us what he says. So let's go to this clip from the Ron Charles Substack, which has him answering a question in...
Why does he look like he's fucking DJing? What the fuck is... What is this? Oh.
This clip from the Ron...
This woman's like, I'm gonna fucking troll the fuck out of the New York Times. I'm gonna get my son to pretend he's got cerebral palsy, and we're gonna fucking go ham on it.
Charles Substack, which has him answering a question in real time while we can see the keyboard. Again, the idea is that he taps out words on this board and his mother reads them aloud. And in the comments section of the CBS video from 3 years ago, there is someone who is claiming to be Mary Brown, and she says in that comment that she writes or types exactly what he points to when she is writing for him. So I feel it's reasonably safe to assume that she should then say exactly what he's pointing to, or at least roughly what he's pointing to, given that if you're doing something quickly, there's more likely to be typos. Because there are more likely to be typos, I have given you my best estimates of the keys pressed, but when it's right in the middle of 1 or 2 or 3, I have given you all of the possible options. Here are the notes that I took of this 1 minute and 17-second clip from when he starts tapping on the board to when the board is taken away. And while the original clip is framed like this, I am going to zoom in on the board and his typing so that we can see more clearly what he's actually pointing at. The short version is that the keys he taps bear almost no resemblance to what his mother says that he is saying. But again, you should judge for yourself. So here again are my best estimates, just in case this gets copyright dinged and I have to take down the sections where I'm using someone else's footage. And here is the question.
Ron asks, how did you decide to let your characters be funny, even ridiculous, without turning them into objects of pity?
Woody taps the board 8 times in the following locations, and his mother says, May. He taps the board twice in what could be the space and I positions, and she says I. Say, for these, I guess that works. 3 taps, one of which could be I, and for the rest of the clip I'm just going to put the letters tapped on the screen and the word at the bottom. 10 taps for don't, 8 taps for have, 5 taps for pity, 7 taps for for, 10 taps for disabled, 18 taps for people, 11 taps for including, 9 taps for myself, twice for I, 12 taps for respect, 8 taps for them, 7 taps for and, 6 taps for they, 7 taps for happen, 5 taps for to, 5 taps for be, 9 taps for funny, and at the end you can also see that he keeps trying to press the board even though she is taking it away. Also, if you watch the clip in its entirety, you can see that the board moves around quite a lot. She's not holding it still, which, considering that quite a lot of the time he's also not looking at the board, would make it very difficult to find one's letter of choice. I hope that the quality of the clip is good enough that you can see the letters that he's pointing at here, and I don't know if you are seeing what I am seeing, but reading the communication method described in the newspaper articles made me a little bit uneasy, and then I went and watched some clips of it in action, and now I'm very uneasy, to put it mildly. The evidence of my eyes does not lead me to the conclusion that Woody Brown is communicating via a letterboard. It leads me to the conclusion that he is randomly tapping the board and that his mother is extemporizing, whether consciously or not. I further conclude that if people see this and think to themselves, wow, maybe this could be a method that I could use to communicate with my non-verbal child, they are going to waste their time and their money and their energy and their hope on something which does not seem to actually produce results. I am not convinced that this is Woody Brown's authentic communication. And I don't think that's a good thing. There's not a great deal of skepticism shown in any of the 3 articles. There's a little bit, but the most is probably shown in the New York Times article, and I have some quotes from there. Mary says she isn't surprised some people question Woody's abilities. It took her years to recognize what he was capable of, but she bristles at critics who say the way they communicate is harmful or manipulative. How on earth am I harming him? She said. I had to pause for a long time after I read that when I was writing this video, because I wasn't sure that I could make a non-emotional argument as to the harms involved. Bluntly, I did not think I could express my creeping horror at the situation in a way that would actually be helpful. I have therefore decided to give that part of the argument a swerve. You can feel free to make one in the comments if you would like to. I will merely state that truth is good and falsehood is not good, even if that falsehood is unconscious.
Wait! Does she sound a little bit like Hank? Like her cadence?
Hank who?
You either know or you don't know. The guy from the Vlogbrothers or whatever. Especially how she speaks here.
I did not think I could express my creeping horror at the situation in a way that would actually be helpful. I have therefore decided to give that part of the argument a swerve. You can feel free to make one in the comments if you would like to. I will merely state that truth is good and falsehood is not good, even if that falsehood is unconsciously done. Luckily, I do not have to make the argument for the objective harms of facilitated communication or rapid prompting or spelling to communicate, because several other people have done it before me. Before I read you the quote though, here we must note again that spelling to communicate and the rapid prompting method are both considered to be basically just reskinned versions of facilitated communication. And having watched the clips of Woody and his mother engaging in the rapid prompting method, I hope you can understand why. Studies dating back to the 1990s have repeatedly demonstrated that the products of facilitated communication reflect the often non-conscious control of the facilitator and do not represent authentic communication by the disabled person. Since the entire point of these methods is to hear the voice of the disabled person, to allow them to communicate their thoughts and feelings and wants and needs and desires, that should be sufficient. But there's more. At times, false statements generated by facilitated communication practitioners have resulted in devastating outcomes, including false accusations of abuse against parents and others. Let us create for ourselves a hypothetical situation which is not this one, but does involve a mother and her son who are using facilitated communication or rapid prompting or spelling to communicate or one of these similar methods. We will stipulate for the purposes of this hypothetical that the mother in the situation truly deeply believes that her son is communicating via tapping on the keyboard. In this hypothetical, if both parents are caring for the child and a disagreement arises about some aspect of his care, do you think they will use that method to ask the child what he thinks? Do you think that the child's wishes will reflect those of the mother or those of the father, or a third and different option? Would the wishes expressed really be the child's wishes at all? What if the facilitator parent develops a dislike of one of the child's other carers? What if, via the letterboard, the child accuses that carer of abuse. I don't
Okay, what are the chances that a story like this, though, that this would actually happen, right? All of these things sequentially, right in a row.
necessarily think that Woody Brown is taking any direct physical harm from his mother using this method. But if the point of the method is to allow him to communicate with the world, I do not believe that that's actually what is happening. If he has thoughts which he could or would communicate given an actual method of augmentative or assistive communication that actually works, you are robbing him of that chance. And given that what seems to happen is that he taps on the letterboard pretty much at random while not really looking at it, and you tell us what you think that he's saying, it feels more like you are just talking to your own unconscious echo, rather than telling us what he thinks. And I believe that truth is preferable to untruth, even if untruth gets you a book deal and coverage by CBS and the New York Times and The Guardian and the Daily Mail. And this is why I feel like I'm being punked by news outlets, because were we supposed not to notice that Woody isn't looking at the keyboard? Were we supposed not to notice that he taps the board far more than his mother spells words, and not in the locations where the letters are for the words which are supposedly being spelled? Are we supposed not to notice that he would have continued tapping the board even after the sentence was supposedly finished and his mother was taking it away? This is one of those circumstances where you don't want to be right. I would love to be wrong. Being wrong would be great in this situation, because being wrong in this situation means that Woody Brown really is a brilliant novelist who can, in fact, type unassisted on a keyboard by himself with no input from anyone else. And the fact that he only communicates via his mother and a letterboard where the words spoken bear no resemblance or little to no resemblance to the things actually being pointed at is just because I don't understand how it works. But on the balance of probabilities, I do not think that is the most likely explanation for the facts in front of us. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. And I'm amazed and confused and concerned that none of these journalistic outlets seem to be as skeptical as I am, and apparently neither is traditional publishing. Though, all things considered, I suppose I shouldn't be so surprised about the latter. I don't really know how to end this video. This is not even slightly like what we normally do on this channel, but if you've got this far, thank you for watching.
So, the New York Times posted a whole fucking article on this.
Problem? Troll face? Problem?
Yeah, I think it is a fucking problem.
Really?
Yeah, it seems
Let's see what
pretty
Jen's-
retarded. Oh, this is funny-ish.
Okay. Fuck. He said I could stream this, right?
New York Times also let Ezra write a Hassan Puff piece. Well, that's an opinion paper. This was reporting.
Oh, really now? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I have a practical math question for you. I just joined the stream and I'm 1 hour behind. If I play the stream at 2x, how long will it take me to get to live? Trick question. It is infinity is the answer.
Link the article here. I haven't read it yet. I still gotta read it.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm going great. Did you say, am I allowed to stream this or does this have to be off stream?
No, you can stream it.
Oh my god. Okay. We're in business. Is my
Yeah.
Is this shirt adequate for you? Is this an okay shirt?
I mean, not what I was hoping for, but I honestly was expecting. I don't know. How do I say this not offensively? You don't give dressed up very often vibes.
I don't get dressed up very often, and I'm glad. I try to stay down to earth. I try to be a man of the people. Okay.
For just regular videos and content, I do as well. But I feel like for the panels, I want them to. I mean, I'm trying to get them picked up by like Mediaite and other places, and I feel like the old media still doesn't get that things can be casual and still significant.
Don't worry, they're getting there. One more Hassan Piker interview, and they've got it. You know.
Dude, people are mad at me.
Oh wait, also real quick, I am streaming, just so don't say anything crazy.
Okay, well, okay, I was just about to say a bunch of slurs. Now I won't.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just
I don't
kidding.
know. I was talking to my contact at this place, and we hate this mother. I just want to, don't want to blow your spot.
People get mad at me for criticizing Hassan Piker, and I'm like, listen, if Hassan Piker has no haters, I must have been in a terrible accident.
Then I am dead. Yeah.
CJ should be joining us momentarily. How do I see what your shot looks like? Oh no, it's good. And then your audio.
Man, I want to know what it's like in those conservative signal groups or back rooms when Trump makes some crazy tweet where they all have to brainstorm, like, how are we covering for this
What are we going to do with this one? Well, it was funny to see, like, I almost got annoyed because it's like, this is what bothered y'all? Like, some of them finally, like, Michael Knowles put out, like, the most milquetoast criticism of Trump ever about the post. And it's like, this is it for you, huh? This was your red line, the Jesus AI. Of course, I don't think you should post that. And I think it's, like, horrible. But it's like they don't care about anything else. And then suddenly they're like, well, we need to speak up about this. I don't know.
I saw people on my subreddit posting that. It was really frustrating. They were like, I've known people who are ride or die mag on every issue, but it was the Jesus picture that was over the line.
Like, they're more bothered by him posting himself as Jesus than saying he's going to terminate an entire civilization.
Yeah.
Which is like, I don't think a president should be posting things that like antagonize people's religion or are sacrilegious or blasphemous or whatever. But like, what are we doing here, folks? Where are the priorities at?
Yeah.
Let's see. I made the mistake of reading a little bit of your chat last time you streamed one of our panels. They do not like me.
You're a conservative.
That's okay.
You should be used to it, though. You got to be hated by everybody on the Never Trumper side, right?
Yeah, kind of.
For the topics that we have lined up here, do I know this guy, CJ?
CJ Pearson?
Do I? Have I debated him before? I suck with names.
I don't know.
Is he on the opposite side of these?
I mean, you don't have to be on the 100% opposite side.
Okay.
I mean,
I was just curious if somebody's going to be on the on the opposite side of any of these issues. It's really hard to find like MAGA people. Like most of like the quote unquote centristy people that were, saying like we have to elect Trump or it'll be the end of civilization. Most of those guys say are like, listen, I'm not going to debate Trump. We can argue over whatever, but I'm not debating Trump. So.
Well, it's interesting because I've been doing this panel series and I've had a really hard time finding like pro-Trump people to do the panel. When they, throughout the Biden years, all wanted to collaborate and constantly, I had all these relationships with them. And what's interesting is that during the Biden years, many of my liberal friends who are now jumping at the opportunity to talk about what's going on in the world didn't want to do debates or panels or defend Biden or talk about Biden outside of controlled environments. It's just funny how people switch it up like that. All right, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to call.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, should be momentarily.
Do you do daily postings on your channel for new stuff?
Sometimes I do a daily podcast, but it's not straight news. It's like media criticism, kind of.
I find it really hard to I'm hating politics for like the last year. Like it just feels everything feels so unserious. Like people, like I remember a few days ago, it was like the ceasefire got called and people were like, cover the 10-point plan, and I'm like, I read through like 3 or 4 of these points. I'm like, this is not real. There's just no world where any of this is happening. I don't know what I'm supposed to even say about any of this.
Didn't last long. All the people were like, see, Trump, I told you Trump would negotiate, and I was like, we'll see.
And it's like it's insane to me how quickly the switch up will be. You've got like these like Will Chamberlain, like these guys who will go from like defending every single part of this plan, you know, like every single part of it, like they're ready to ride or die for this, and then the next day Trump flips on it, like it's actually really amazing that we didn't agree to this. It was horrible, and it's just like, everything is just so unserious.
I find it tiring. I've also like, I don't know, I feel like the audience that I built is not happy with what's going on, a lot of it, but they are right leaning, so they're just checking out of politics. So yeah, that's part of why I'm doing the panels, is mix it up a little bit, different type of content, because I mean, I'm still doing fine, but my numbers for serious content are way down, and then anything that's not political or just like absurd still gets decent numbers.
Sure.
All right. Did you ever have any? Well, maybe you don't want to talk about it on stream. You ever have any luck with YouTube?
I do my appeal at the end of the month, and I'll see what happens. We ended up deleting a whole bunch of my VODs basically, and I'm hoping that showing some change in the channel or whatever will do something. But yeah, the issue is just that it's just like, you've been demonetized for not following YouTube monetization guidelines, which doesn't like tell me anything. Yeah.
But they don't show you like this video violates.
No video, no specific thing, just like the broadest possible statement, which I don't know what to do.
And it was the thing about Republicans need to be scared.
That's my guess, but I don't actually know, because it was that was like the mega viral thing. Yeah.
I just don't get it, because like literally the number of people that I know that are monetized that say the craziest shit all the time. It's.
Do you know what Twitch is?
Yeah, of course I know Twitch.
So there was a joke for the longest time on Twitch that whether or not you got banned was determined by whether or not there was a subreddit called Livestream Fail. It was whether or not a thread blew up on LSF. If it got really big on Livestream Fail, then those people would usually get banned. And the joke was the moderators watching LSF to see what goes big, and then they ban that.
Instead of actually moderating.
Basically,
they're just
yeah.
watching Reddit.
I'm pretty sure there's probably some level of similarity to that to the everything else. So like, because my stuff got, there were so many people that were tweeting about it when it was on Fox News, when Elon and Eric Trump and everybody was tweeting about it. It probably just picked up so much attention that YouTube was like, oh, we got to do something, I guess. Yeah, that's my guess.
Did you learn your lesson about rage baiting?
Well, I mean, the thing is that like it's hard sometimes to tell, because like if you listen to what I'm saying, it's like my message is very obvious. Firstly, I'm out here doing these events, okay? So if anybody's going to get killed, I feel like I'm kind of the canary in the coal mine, because I'm probably the most provocative person on the left that's out doing events. But the thing that I was saying was that, like, conservatives need to be more afraid when they're talking about this stuff, because it seems like they're horny at the idea of, like, a civil war happening. And everybody should know that, like, if we get into, like, actual civil war times, these are not fun or good things. Like there should be like a healthy sense of fear of like political assassinations and like everybody going out and like setting things on fire or whatever. I just think that's crazy that people should be so excited for it. But obviously if you cut it off right after the conservatives need to be afraid, the sound is that like, oh, he wants us to go out and kill conservatives, which is, yeah. But
I just think though that you should probably know by now that what you say is going to be clipped, and then adjust the way that you speak about it so that it can't sound so extreme out of context.
Yeah, I guess. It's hard when I do, because if you're streaming for 8 hours a day, it's hard to,
but that's
for
the
any
excuse
individual
they make
thing.
for Hassan, though. They
Yeah,
say,
but
well,
the difference
if you
is...
streamed 8 hours a day.
Are you trying to trigger the fuck out of me? I can be triggered right now. If I want to, okay? The difference is I just gave you the context of my quote, okay? Context for me is like a prequel. It changes the way you see the protagonist, okay?
Context for Hassan makes it worse.
Yes! The problem is Hassan will say... So, like... When you say Destiny said conservatives should be afraid, okay? The sound that you can get from that is that, oh, he's saying people should be murdered. If you watch the whole clip, though, the context is I'm saying that, like, everybody in the United States should be afraid of civil war. When Democrats and everybody talk about it, they're always fucking afraid of everything, right? But conservatives, you've seen Tim Pool's Twitter. I'm sure you've seen Matt Walsh's Twitter lately. Every time something happens, like, we gotta get ready and gear up. It's not time to... And it's like, bro, you guys need to chill the fuck out. This shit is crazy. But for Hassan, it's always like, what did you mean when you said America deserved 9/11? That's out of context. What I meant is that America did a whole bunch of shit, and that's why, you know, that's why they deserve 9/11. It's like, yeah, okay.
So yeah, I've heard you say that before, and it's true that like Hassan's statements are not out of context in any meaningful sense, where in context they mean something different.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so stupid. And you can flesh them out more and have arguments for it. And I hate this too, because like I feel like the America deserved 9/11 comment is, I think, a comment. I think that is a concept that America needs to reconcile with way more, because this is what I don't like about... Here's what I hate. This is my number one thing I hate about America, okay? Is that because we're separated by ocean so much, we have no concept of foreign policy, really. We kind of do when it affects the economy or whatever else. But our foreign policy decisions have insane effects on the rest of the world. And the idea that we can run around and do all these crazy things in other countries and never expect any of it to come back to the United States is insane to me. Now, whether or not that I would boil that down into like America deserved 9/11, you know, does anybody deserve a civilian terrorist attack? Probably not. You know, I don't know if I would ground it out necessarily that hardcore, but that's like a statement that deserves reckoning, I think.
Well,
and that like you can critically deal with it, yeah. But then again, Hassan will defend every single Hamas terrorist attack, Hezbollah terrorist attack, everything else. I was like, oh, hold on.
Right. The concept of blowback isn't a hot take, but it doesn't mean you deserve it. That's the thing. It doesn't mean innocents deserve it.
Sure. Yeah,
Hey,
no, I
CJ.
mean, I think I would largely agree, yeah.
Hey guys, how are y'all? Sorry for the delay. I'm a little bit of a boomer when it comes to Riverside. So I had to dig
Okay, no worries. So you're on, seeing you're on the iPhone. Oh, you're on the laptop. Okay, but why is it saying it's on your iPhone microphone though?
I think. How does that work?
That's better.
Sound better?
That's significant. But I think. Can you just refresh the call though?
Yep. One sec.
You don't have a hard out, do you?
9 p.m. We got 6 hours and 45 minutes.
CJ, do you have a hard out since we're starting a little late here? By the way,
yep, I'm fine. Fine. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, you are currently being live streamed on Destiny's stream, so he's like streaming as we record, so you are just know that you are on camera right now, because sometimes you know you just speak in a slightly off the cuff way. I wouldn't want you to be caught off guard. So basically, what we're gonna do is I'll get us going here. I'm gonna play the video of the monologue introducing the segment. You guys will be off screen during that, and then I'll bring you in. Each time I introduce the topic, I'm going to come to each of you to just kind of speak up, give your take about it for like 90 seconds or so. Definitely don't interrupt each other during that time. After that, obviously I want you guys to challenge each other and hopefully do so in a way that's like respectful, but direct is the point, to have very different perspectives. If though you guys try to go back and forth rather than talking over each other, and then if I try to reclaim the floor, you guys do need to yield to me, because otherwise it will just descend into chaos. And we are trying to avoid that. So with that, I'm good to go if you guys are.
Ready?
Yeah, ready to go.
All right, so I'm going to roll the first monologue, and then we will get right into our Me Too discussion. Rip Eric Swalwell. Eric Swalwell's tears are absolutely delicious. The California congressman and leading Democratic gubernatorial candidate, again in California, was just forced to withdraw from the race and resign after multiple women came forward to accuse him of sexual misconduct, which ranged from inappropriate advances to outright sexual assault. Swalwell still maintains that these accusations are false, but he also released a pretty bizarre statement apologizing to his wife for his past lapses in judgment without clarifying which of these false but also bad judgment things he's apologizing for. And what makes this all so richly hypocritical is that Swalwell himself was very much one of these Democrats who championed the Believe Women and Believe Survivors cause, casting aside basic notions of fairness and due process during the Me Too era and joining in on the crusade against then Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh, trying to derail his nomination after a professor named Christine Blasey Ford made an unsubstantiated accusation of sexual assault against him. During that whole controversy, Swalwell said over and over again how important it is to believe women and believe survivors, and how unlikely it is that they would lie about such a thing in this kind of context. Like other Democrats who participated in, frankly, what I would call a witch hunt against Brett Kavanaugh, Swalwell insisted that this accusation alone from Blasey Ford was disqualifying, even though Blasey Ford couldn't remember when or where this assault supposedly happened, and even the witnesses she put forward suggesting they'd be able to corroborate her story were unable to do so during an FBI investigation. It's funny how, for all of his talk about believing women back then, Swalwell is suddenly singing a different tune now that he's facing accusations, which some of them actually do have significant corroboration. To their credit, many elected Democrats, even his former friends and allies, have turned against Swalwell and insisted that he both drop out of the race and resign. But you're gonna have to count me as a little bit skeptical that they're really just suddenly learning about all of this for the first time. While the full extent of it all was probably not known, there have been rumors and suggestions swirling around Swalwell for a very long time that they ignored until it became too politically unpalatable to do so. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, they appear to have finally gotten their act together and forced Representative Tony Gonzalez to resign after he admitted to an affair with a staffer, which is against House rules, and that staffer later committed suicide. But there's still kind of a Trump-shaped elephant in the room regarding this whole thing. President Trump, as Axios reports, has been accused by 27 women of various forms of sexual misconduct that range from forced kissing to groping and, in some cases, outright sexual assault. In 2023, a jury even found him civilly liable for sexually abusing the writer E. Jean Carroll. But many of the same Republicans jumping all over the Swalwell story decided a long time ago that these accusations didn't matter when it came to President Trump, even with a civil court finding him responsible. Again, funny how that works. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't believe that we should blindly believe women or believe people who say they're survivors, especially in fraught political contexts. And I certainly don't think that totally unproven accusations alone should be enough to destroy or derail someone's career. Yet I also don't think that men facing serious, corroborated accusations of sexual misconduct should be in positions of power. Too bad there's really no major political party that's sticking consistently to both of those beliefs. But that's just my take, and the debate here is only just beginning. Joining me to get into it all, we've got the liberal streamer, Stephen Bennell, aka Destiny, and the conservative political commentator, CJ Pearson. Let's get into it. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having us.
All right, CJ, I'll come to you first. I've seen you on Twitter kind of dancing on the grave of the political career of Eric Swalwell a little bit, and I definitely understand he's been antagonistic to Republicans over the years. What's your big picture take on this story and the way that it's playing out among the Democrats?
You know, I think you were absolutely spot on in your monologue. This is someone who, led his entire career saying, believe all women except the women that accused him of misconduct, except the women that accused him of wrongdoing. Those women are voices that we should dismiss, voices that we should question, and voices that we should not believe. But what's interesting to me, and you hit on it at the tail end of your monologue as well, is all these Democrats basically saying, oh, well, we didn't know that side of him. We didn't know that part of him. Nancy Pelosi even saying, who was one of his strongest allies during his time in the House, that she had no idea. call me skeptical, but I spent enough time in Washington and in politics to know that someone that's as politically ruthless as Nancy Pelosi is going to know where all the bodies are buried. She's going to have a file on someone like Eric Swalwell. And you think she didn't know what he was doing with his interns or his staffers? She absolutely knew, but he was controllable then. And, I'm not sure why that changed or why he, was, fed to the wolves, but it's long overdue. And it's the consistency that for a long time has eluded the left when it comes to this particular issue.
Okay, Steven, we'll come to you here for your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not sure what reality we're in when we say this has eluded the left, when we're literally talking about a dude who stepped down almost instantly after all of these accusations have come out. We had Al Franken step down from the Senate. Anytime it seems like a Democrat ever gets any accusations like this, you have a ton of people that pour a ton of credibility into them. The person has to step down almost immediately. We almost saw Biden's entire presidential campaign get sunk by the insane article that was, I think, initially pushed by Ryan Grimm about Tara Reid, an accuser of him sexually assaulting her decades ago, a woman who now I'm pretty sure lives and has citizenship in the country of Russia. So the idea that Democrats don't take these seriously. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, you've got, like figures like Matt Gaetz that took a ton of pressure in order to get them to step down. You've got obviously Donald Trump himself. You've had, how long have the Gonzalez accusations been out there? How long did it take him to step down? The two sides are absolutely not the same on this. And to imply that Nancy Pelosi is a ruthless political figure who knew about these accusations for so long, but left him out there when that would just be a massive political liability, also makes absolutely no sense. So I just don't see any similarity whatsoever between both sides on these issues.
I think that it's unlikely she knew about like the sexual assault allegations and everything, but there were whispers about him, hitting on people that work for him and having affairs and that kind of thing, and him just being far from an upstanding citizen as a guy that was probably known. I think the hard, serious sexual assault allegations against him are probably news to most of these people. But CJ, well, I agree with some of the points that you made. I feel like you didn't touch on the elephant in the room, which is like Republicans are calling on Eric Swalwell and all these people to resign, and Democrats are as well. In this case, it doesn't cost them much because they can rally electorally around Tom Steyer. But what about Republicans? Like, why should Eric Swalwell actually have to resign as a congressman if you can have people accuse you and even have a civil court finding against you, finding liability for sexual abuse and be president? Why can't you be a congressman?
I think it's important to note that President Trump has never found criminally liable or culpable for any of these allegations that were brought against him. Of course, the burden of proof in a civil court is a lot lower than it is in a criminal court, which is probably why that never actually happened. When you look at what's happening here to Eric Swalwell, again, this is the party of believe all women. This is the party that says, at the end of the day, like that is the beginning and the end of the argument. The Republican Party has always been the party of due process. President Trump has been afforded that, and there is a reason that he's the president of the United States right now, not president of the Inmate Association of some correctional facility. It's because the process worked in the way that it did. And the American people were aware of these allegations. The American people evaluated them. They looked at them, and they said, we want this man to be president. We don't believe these allegations. We don't see that to be his character. And they sent him back to the White House. If Eric Swalwell had stayed in this race, he would have lost it because the people of California would have said, actually, you do strike me as the type of guy that would tell a staffer in your vehicle to perform fellatio on me. And you seem like the type of guy, based on that weird yearbook picture, that probably just does this regularly. And so I think that, again, this was a different constituency, different group of people. President Trump made the case, debunked these allegations to the American people, and the American people believed him. They didn't believe Eric Swalwell. Not even his colleagues believed Eric Swalwell. There's a lot about him.
Do you think that President Trump doesn't seem like the type of guy to do any of the things he's been accused of doing? I feel like the Access Hollywood tape would beg to differ a little bit there.
I think President Trump on that tape was having a little bit of locker room talk with a bunch of guys. And I think what's also, too, is interesting to me about that Access Hollywood tape is the kind of revisionist history that a lot of people analyze it with. They make it seem as if he was saying that he would just randomly go and grab a woman, by her genitals. He never said that actually in that audio. He said that when you're rich and you're famous, women may be interested in allowing you to do that, or maybe, and by interested, I mean consensually. And so I think that, again, that's not what he said in that particular tape. But again, like I said, he made the case to the American people that these allegations were untrue. The American people believed him, and they made him president, not once, but twice.
Do you agree, though, that there's been, because we talked about due process, and I'm a big believer in that as well. That's part of why I've been so critical of like the Me Too excessive movement. But there's certainly been more due process showing responsibility that President Trump engaged in sexual abuse through a civil court, which you're right is a lower burden of proof than a criminal court, but it's still pretty significant finding. It's a jury considering the evidence and finding this person is more likely than not to have be responsible for this offense. Surely you would acknowledge that's more proof than there is against Eric Swalwell.
No, I wouldn't acknowledge that. I would say a jury in deep blue New York City would absolutely give Donald Trump a life sentence for jaywalking if they could. And so, no, I don't think that that's the same thing as what we're seeing from Eric Swalwell's accusers, the amount of proof that we're seeing, the condemnations that are coming on both sides of the aisle from folks who say, again, honestly, I don't have too hard of a time believing that. So I think these are apples to oranges comparisons. I think the civil trial is one of which that a lot of those on the left have really tried to, use as a dagger, to President Trump's political career. But again, it didn't work for the American people because they saw through the BS. This was not a jury of President Trump's peers. Definitely not one that was unbiased against him. And so I think that's exactly why the American people saw it for what it was, which is a politically motivated attack.
Okay, I'll bring Steven in here.
Well, I don't know how to respond. It's just I heard a whole bunch of appeals to due process, and then I heard Trump won the vote, so it's okay. And then I heard that Eric Swalwell should step down, even though there's been literally no due process. I don't.
Do you think he shouldn't?
Do you think that Gonzalez shouldn't have waited for Swalwell to step down before he did? I'm just saying there's been due process on Trump.
I've long opposed him, supported his primary opponent, Brandon Herrera, who will be a great congressman.
Nobody. I didn't ask what your personal opinion was on it. I'm asking, would it have been the right thing for him to step down?
You asked me if I believe he should have resigned. I said yes.
So, do you condemn the Republican Party for not calling for his resignation?
I think many people did.
I'm sorry. Do you condemn the Republican Party for not calling for Tony Gonzalez to resign?
I think many people in the Republican Party called for Tony Gonzalez to resign. They supported his
opponent. Did Mike Johnson?
He was defeated.
Did Johnson?
Defeated.
He wasn't defeated.
Primary
almost means he lost. Almost means he won. The other guy lost. Yeah.
Defeated. He was forced into a runoff as an incumbent. There was obviously a lot of questions swirling around due to his affair with this particular staffer. He was held to account, and now he's out of office. So I think we did what we needed to do.
He wasn't held to account. It took multiple articles coming out, this woman killing herself, in order for him to finally resign. And the only reason he resigned was because he waited for Swalwell to do it first. So this
idea
like
they might expel him. There was momentum towards him being expelled.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, his resignation came the day after Swalwell's, right? So I don't know. The Republicans just have zero standards when it comes to behavior or decency or anything. I mean, we saw that with Gates. We saw that with Gonzalez, and there's a reason why. We were talking earlier about how important due process was, but then as soon as it's a jury in a state that we don't like, well, now the due process doesn't matter. Or as soon as it's civil court instead of criminal court, now due process doesn't matter. And as long as somebody wins an election, due process doesn't matter either. So I don't know how to seriously engage with that type of mental gymnastics.
All right, let's give CJ a chance to respond then.
Well, I think it's pretty clear here. Again, Tony Gonzalez was almost forced out of office in 2024. It was forced into a runoff. He is now no longer a member of Congress. We've held our members to account. The Democrats did not do the same when it came to Joe Biden. You brought up the Tara Reade allegation. He was still elected president of the United States. We didn't hear much from her after that. Y'all vilified her. Y'all called her a Russian asset, all of these things. But when it came to holding her own side to account with that, it didn't matter. Bill Clinton, the same thing. You want to talk about, Epstein files ad nauseum. Where's the accountability for him? Why is he still being, walked out on the campaign trail for prominent Democrat candidates all across the country? Why is he being invited to Democrat fundraisers to fundraise for the DNC? We're not just talking about the Epstein
quick question on that.
Okay.
So Bill,
Peter Broderick. We're talking about Paula. We're talking about many people that he victimized.
Wait, I missed that.
For some reason, he's still the heir to the throne, apparently.
Yeah, I missed that part. I'm sorry. Bill Clinton agreed to testify openly in front of the American people, in front of Congress. How many times has Donald Trump testified related to the Epstein stuff?
Bill Clinton agreed to testify because, again...
How many times has Trump testified with relation to the Epstein stuff? I didn't hear an answer to that, sorry.
Again, he hasn't been called to testify before Congress, and he's not been...
Nobody is requested... Didn't Pam Bondi herself say that she wouldn't testify?
Subpoenaed?
Pam Bondi has been, yes.
Has President Trump been, your question was about President Trump. Has President Trump been subpoenaed to testify in relation to the Epstein files?
I'm pretty sure they've requested that he speak. I don't know if he's been subpoenaed yet for it. I don't know if they can subpoena him for it. I don't know if you can subpoena the president for something. I'm pretty sure, can't you just claim executive privilege?
You can't subpoena the president. Okay, but Bill Clinton was subpoenaed. Hillary Clinton was subpoenaed. So these, again, apples to oranges comparisons, seeking
apples
to make
to apples.
something.
They claim that they would have no problem doing the statements in front of the American people. Donald Trump will never testify to anything. It's like you have to drag him kicking and screaming at everything.
They were under subpoena, Destiny.
So without distracting totally into kind of a separate Epstein files conversation, I do wonder, CJ, because you just mentioned there are several serious accusations against Bill Clinton, and obviously those are legitimate. But so there are 27 women that have accused President Trump of various forms of sexual misconduct, CJ. Do you think all 27 of them are lying?
I don't know those women, and I don't know all their stories and all their allegations. But at the end of the day, what I do know is who President Trump is. And President Trump, I think, is a man of character. And I think the American people see him as that, which is why they sent him back to the White House. But what I do find interesting is the timing of these allegations. This was someone that, lived in the limelight, was a very successful person before he even ran for president. But it wasn't until he ran against the establishment, ran on holding them to account, draining the swamp, that all of these people came out of the woodworks to accuse him of these things. The same thing happened to Brett Kavanaugh.
So yes, then you think 27 are lying.
The man of character is the one who cheated on all of his ex-wives.
Again, I don't know these women,
Man
and
of
honestly,
character?
Cheating is something you probably shouldn't be weighing on, Destiny. But when it
I'm
comes
not the president
to
of the United States. Do you want to say that we're morally equivalent, me and Donald Trump?
I'm glad that you can hold other people to different standards than you hold yourself.
Yeah, I would
But
hold
what
the president of the United States to a different standard
say-
than a YouTuber. I just want to be clear. You're
What
saying
I
that a
will
man who
say-
cheated on both of his ex-wives is a man of character in your eyes, right? Are you a Christian?
That's what you're saying.
No,
But
you
what
said
I
that
am
Donald
saying
Trump was a man of character, and that's why Republicans put him back in the White House. And I'm saying that he cheated on all of his ex-wives. Are you saying that's a man of character? Why can't you answer the question?
You don't have any proof of that beyond of some tabloid maybe.
He literally brought his mistress with him on vacation with his wife before they broke up and divorced. You don't think it's just a well-accepted fact? Why was he paying off Stormy Daniels? Do you think he was having sex with Stormy Daniels before they were?
Conspiracy theories here.
You think Do you think he had sex with Stormy Daniels?
The same.
Do you think he had sex with Stormy Daniels?
How much did she have to pay to President Trump for her lies?
Who, Stormy Daniels?
Yes.
She's the one who got paid for having sex with him and signing an NDA for it.
And then she was forced to pay legal fees and damages to the president as her case fell apart. And where is her lawyer now, by the way? Michael Avenatti, where is he?
Her lawyer is not related to her story. Hold on. I just want to be clear. First of all, I don't know what you're talking about. Did Donald Trump have sex with Stormy Daniels? Wait, I just want to hear this. Did Donald Trump have sex? We're not talking about Avenatti right now. We've pivoted off of a pivot.
Do you wait? So
the
CJ,
MAGA stuff. Well, no. I want to know. Does he think that Donald Trump had sex with Stormy Daniels? Does he deny that Donald Trump cheated on all of his ex-wives?
Let's answer this. CJ, yes or no, do you believe Donald Trump ever had a sexual relationship with Stormy Daniels?
I can't speak to that.
Oh, my God.
I don't believe so. The president's denied it.
Well,
why was he paying her so much money then?
The president's denied it.
Wait, why was he paying off Stormy Daniels then? Was he buying a personal porn video?
Again, the question was whether or not President Trump engaged in sexual relations with Stormy Daniels. The president has denied that consistently throughout the years. I trust him.
Never lie about anything.
Why did he pay her money? What was the payment for?
I don't work for the Trump organization. I can't.
It was a criminal court case. He had 34 felony counts that he was convicted for, and that's in criminal court, the one you like, not civil court.
A criminal court in New York with Attorney General Letitia James, who ran on saying, "I'm going to get that MF."
She got him.
That's not politically motivated.
I think a jury convicted him.
And where is she? No, they said that's
she doesn't control the judge. She doesn't control the jury.
They said, no. Go back to being
delusion.
Attorney General. The entire case fell apart.
This
and where is he now?
Delusional.
The White House.
That's true. It's a popularity contest, just like why the only reason Trump's ever been successful as a businessman is because he worked in entertainment. It's nothing to do with real estate. It has to do with The Apprentice.
Well, we don't need to relitigate Donald Trump's business successes or The Apprentice, which I don't think I've ever actually seen. I want to bring your attention to something else interesting, which maybe we could all agree this is a bad idea. Kamala Harris is considering running in 2028. She wants a second bite at the apple to potentially make her case. as to why she should be president of the United States. Because with Trump, of course, running again in 2028 with the 2028 hats, we could just run it all back. Now, obviously, that's probably not a real thing. Here is Kamala Harris speaking at a recent event where she suggested she may run for president again in 2028. Let's listen.
So are you going to run again in 28?
So, okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right at it.
That's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it.
All right, Stephen, I'll start with you, but does anyone really want this? I mean,
this is such a if she wants to run, let her run. We have a primary. If she doesn't make it through the primary, then we just won't vote for her. If she does, then she's the candidate. I don't understand why this is a big deal.
I've already seen some people pointing to polling that shows she's got a significant constituency, and I just wonder, like, what is the appeal or the strategic thinking going into somebody who simultaneously has baggage that will alienate the progressive flank because of the Biden administration's positions on Gaza and other things, and baggage that will alienate moderates or independents because she has such a long track record, and then she just doesn't really have much political talent in any sense of some kind of generational talent. She's no Obama. She's not even a Gavin Newsom in terms of filling a room. Surely there's got to be much, much, much better options than Kamala 2028, Stephen.
I mean, there are other options. This is why you have a primary, right?
Right.
So if she wants to run in a primary, let her run in a primary. If she's as unpopular
But is that not delusional, though, for her to even think that she should?
I mean, I would have said it was delusional for Trump to run for a third time after falsely claiming that 2020 was stolen from him and trying to insurrect the Capitol. But here we are in the midst of a second Trump presidency, and a second war in Iran. So I listen, people should dream big, I guess.
I guess you're actually you make a good point that in our current political climate, you really can never say never. And I do think that the Democrats are going to have wins at their back in 2028, whoever the nominee is, just because of the pendulum swinging and people, especially souring on the Trump administration and Republicans and him being term limited out. And yeah, I don't know. All right, CJ, your take on Kamala 2028. You seem excited.
I hope she runs. I'm super excited about it. I really hope she does run. And I think that, whether it's J.D. Vance at the helm of the ticket or Marco Rubio, I think either of them would wipe the floor with her. I don't think we've ever really seen, Kamala have to run through a spirited primary. And when we did that, she ran the first 2020 and not even that far down calendar. It's like getting beat by Sleepy Joe, I think, is embarrassing enough, but to get beat by President Trump, which was, an incredible feat, a historical feat, not only losing the Electoral College, but also losing the popular vote. He was the first Republican to win that in many, many elections. I think speaks to just how terrible of a candidate she was. To remind you guys, this is the same Kamala Harris who had to use Barack Obama to browbeat black men into voting for her. And not because of her policies, not because that she actually was saying something that resonated with that community of people, with my community of people, but because out of obligation, we're supposed to support our sister Kamala, who spent her days as a DA locking up black men for smoking weed while she would go in the Breakfast Club to brag about how she used to smoke weed. So I don't really think that people are too fond of her, will be too fond of her, because every time she opens her mouth, she again, I think loses support. And I think that it's going to be a very spirited primary on that side. You've got Andy Bashir, you've got Wes Moore, who I think is very charismatic. You've got Gavin Newsom, who is just obviously not going to let this one go, is definitely going to run. But if I'm Gavin Newsom, I'm probably a little worried after this week's of this week's news cycle with what's happening with Eric Swalwell. I think that Gavin Newsom obviously has cheated on his partner at the time with his campaign manager's wife. And so I wonder what other stories may be out there about him. And I'm sure we'll see and what we'll
To be clear, though, there's no sexual harassment or assault allegations against Gavin.
That we know of, yeah.
I love that he believes every single rumor and thing related to a Democrat, but for Donald Trump, who was literally paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to bang Stormy Daniels while his wife was at home with her newborn child, he's like, oh, I don't know if that actually happened. That's very funny to me.
I don't believe every rumor, but again, I'm not a member of the party that believes all women before the process of or the act of due process is able to take place.
There was due process on the Trump stuff, but you don't believe in the due. I don't know why you use the word due process. Why are you using the term due process? You don't believe in due process.
You do belong to that party, Dusty. And Gavin Newsom, if he is faced with these allegations or these, accusations of wrongdoing,
hypothesizing allegations that don't exist.
He's going to have to defend that to Democrat primary voters who are not very gracious when it comes to this sort of thing. So.
Nice. So I don't know why you're saying due process when you don't believe in due process, but yeah, God.
Well,
I do believe in due process. So, and
but
I think
you're very skeptical of both civil and criminal jury findings.
Yeah.
But not you being skeptical of due process is you being skeptical of the differences and burdens of proof that are required for a criminal court and a civil court. That's just a matter of fact.
Yeah, but Trump was found criminally liable for 34 felonies, but you don't like that criminal finding because it was in New York.
Yeah, by a DA and an attorney general who made it very clear that those prosecutions were politically motivated.
Attorney general's not the one who convicts. Attorney general's not the judge.
Or the
grand jury, well, the judge doesn't convict either, but the attorney...
The judge runs the court, decides what evidence is allowed in and it isn't allowed in. The jury is the one that decides whether or not to convict.
For anything, but in terms of the judge, who also had ties, very clear ties to Democrat Party officials and Democrat leadership, his daughter is a longtime Democrat operative.
All the lies, all the talking points.
But that doesn't make a judge.
You don't believe in due process. Just say you don't believe in due process. It's so much easier if you guys just say you don't believe in due process. Accuse every judge of being corrupt. Accuse every single lawyer. It was so funny because even in the bar depositions that came out, where he was saying, all of your court cases were getting thrown out for the 2020 stuff. Like, you think every single judge is corrupt? All of them, even our own appointments.
Those were some Federalist Society judges.
Yeah,
as well,
all of that. Yeah, every single person that gives a bad ruling to Trump is corrupt, is compromised.
You brought it up, Stephen. Let's let CJ respond.
Election integrity cases, almost zero of those cases were dismissed on the merits of the case. They were dismissed on a procedural basis. So I'm not really sure.
Even if you say dismissed on a procedural basis, standing is the easiest thing to have in a court case. So if you don't even have standing, these cases are beyond messed up.
Well, again, the point that I was making is that they were dismissed on a procedural basis, not the merits of the case. And so it's nothing to do with whether it's a Trump judge or not a Trump judge. It was dismissed on the procedural basis.
I know you guys have that talking point, but the fact of the matter is, if you know anything about court or trial, it is. If you can't make standing for a case, you failed on the very first part of whether or not a case should even be heard by a particular court. That just speaks so much to the weakness of the case. Also, it's also not even technically true because for the majority of these cases, the judges actually did go through. The judges actually did lightly address the merits on a lot of these because they knew that these were going to be controversial cases. So even the ones that were tossed on standing, the judges usually wrote something to the effect of how weak the evidence inside of the complaints were.
CJ, do you believe the 2020 election was rigged and stolen?
Of course he does.
We're talking about the future now. We're not talking about 2020.
That's a yes, by the way. That's a yes, by the way.
Wasn't a yes. If I wanted to say yes, then I would have said yes. But what I am focused on is 2026 and these upcoming midterm elections where President Trump is going to have a lot to run on, whether it's the establishment of Trump accounts, securing the southern border, deporting criminal illegal aliens, the worst of the worst. Many people have already tried to write us off and say that, we're destined to lose the House, destined to lose the Senate. I think it's going to be a lot more competitive than people think it is. I think that people underestimate far too often the ability for Democrats to fuck up a good thing. And so I'm super excited to see what's to come.
Well,
do you want to see a quick trick? Wait, a quick trick. Wait, really quick trick. This is really funny to play all the MAGA people. Do you think that Trump lost the 2020 election? Did Biden win it?
Well, I think President Biden was in the White House. Was he?
You see that? There you go. That's very cute. All the cabinet people said the same. They have to carry the party line.
I don't know why you can't just say yes.
No, because he was he was in one of the cases that got tossed. I think he was one of the fake electors for Georgia, actually. So yeah, obviously he's super invested in the idea that the 2020 election was rigged, despite the fact that his own case got thrown out and every other case got thrown out on standing and when the merits were evaluated. There were none of these passed any threshold anywhere. They were all trash.
They were dismissed. So again, that's not true. You're conflating very different things.
Conflating which things? Your last name is Pearson, right? You were the guy in Pearson v. Kemp, where you guys made the same fake Dominion voting systems claims, the same claims that Fox News had to pay an almost $800 million settlement out to, right? Because those were all lies as well.
Stephen, we're gonna let CJ respond to what you just said because you just made a pretty serious accusation against him. I don't know anything about it. I'll give you a chance
Well,
to respond.
at the end of the day, yeah, no, I was committed to getting all the answers about the 2020 election that we could, because I think that is what we do in democratic countries, and I think that's important that people have faith in our elections. And so, no, I have no apologies for participating and working with President Trump's legal team to make sure that the American people had all the answers at their disposal that they needed to have faith in our elections. And so I think that's actually pro-democracy, Destiny, which I thought you would be.
It's interesting because what I heard was another anti-due process comment because you didn't like the fact that all these cases got thrown out for making ridiculous accusations, oftentimes relying on single affidavits, which I think your guys was a single affidavit, right, by Ron Watkins, right? Another Sidney Powell Kraken case that went absolutely nowhere, where the relief that you were praying for the judge was to throw out the entire election in the state of Georgia. It's crazy. And you're like, how could they possibly dismiss the case on standing?
CJ, you can respond to that.
You'll make one point and then you'll dispute that next point the more I let you talk. You acknowledged just a few minutes ago that most of these cases, if not all, were dismissed upon a procedural basis. You then just said seconds ago that these cases were dismissed because of a bunch of crazy allegations. That would mean that the cases were decided upon the merits. They were not.
No, you can address the merits of a case while dismissing it on standing. You can dismiss a case on standing while also talking about the merits of it. You should try reading a court filing sometimes. And I know if you came from Sidney Powell's camp, you might have never seen the inside of a courthouse in your entire life, let alone actually read anything that came from a judge. But you can actually dismiss a case on standing, and the judge will oftentimes take the time to write in the dismissal particular information about the case that he's talking about. I'm pretty sure in yours he addressed the fact that Ron Watkins was the crazy QAnoner that was the one writing the affidavit saying that the Dominion voting system's been rigging the election, a claim that you still have zero evidence for, right? And to say that it was thrown out on standing so it doesn't count is like saying that the guy didn't hire me because I decided to skip my job interview so he didn't give me a fair shot. That doesn't make any sense. Like, yes, standing is an essential part of a case. You have to decide who can hear a case or not. You can't even meet the threshold of standing. Why do you even think the merits of your case deserve to be heard? That's called due process, right? But you don't believe in it when the cases lose on your end, but that's okay. Back to the talking points.
So again, these are not talking points. These are just matters of fact, which I understand you don't really play much with. But at the end of the day, when you look at these cases that were brought, they were brought again in the interest of the American people. People had questions about our elections. They deserved answers. In the same way that when President Trump was first elected in 2016, it was Russia collusion this, Russia collusion that. We spent millions upon millions of dollars investigating some Russia collusion hoax only to find out that it was just that, a hoax. And so y'all are able to ask questions when it comes to elections, but we are not. But let's just actually go back to a little closer in time in 2018 when Stacey Abrams denied the results of the election in Georgia. That's my home state. I know it well. Were you calling her anti-democracy? Were you calling her an insurrectionist? No, you were not. Because then it's okay for Democrats to question elections, right? But the moment Republicans have a few questions, then we are standing against
CJ, I will say, though, it's more than asking questions. When you challenge election results in court, when you have a riot at the Capitol to try to force the vice president to hijack an election, that's not like, obviously you are allowed to question election results and suggest things. But when there's massive defamation cases settled for lies that were broadcast on TV about this, people were doing more than just asking questions about the election results.
At the end of the day, the courts is a means to getting answers to questions. And I think that's our right as American citizens to use that as a vehicle to do so. In terms of comments that were made about Dominion or whatever it may be, I didn't make any of those comments, so I can't speak to that. But what I will say is that it's important that the American people have faith in our elections, because that's what separates us from third world countries, like the very ones that people are trying to flee every single day.
Right, but I would just say, though, that what sowed a lot of disfaith, not that that's a word, but what hurt a lot of the faith that people have in elections are the lies and conspiracy theories that were spread about 2020. Guys, we're going to put a pin in that subject and move it along here to more things that are, of course, going to be not at all contentious. So let's talk about President Trump, potential blasphemy and beef with the Pope. I'm going to roll my monologue here, and then we'll discuss. How does Trump just keep getting away with it? Move over. Racist Obama meme, horrifying celebration of Rob Reiner's death, and all the other unhinged posts from our president that most likely would have been presidency-defining scandals in any other administration. We've got a new competitor in town for President Trump's latest crazy post from our very stable genius, of course. On Sunday, Trump posted this image on Truth Social that quite clearly depicts him as Jesus Christ. Gotta love the humility to share that. This comes, of course, the same week that President Trump insulted the Pope, yes, the Pope, in quite personal terms on social media, calling him weak and liberal in a post that, again, would have been really unthinkable for any president other than Trump to attack the Vatican in this way. As for the Jesus post, it's not just corny, it's sacrilegious and blasphemous, even according to many Trump-supporting Christians. Yeah, much of the same conservative and right-wing media ecosystem that really would have screamed bloody murder if a Democrat like Obama had ever posted this kind of thing, downplayed or ignored the story. So much so that according to Mediaite, Fox and Friends' 3-hour morning broadcast on Monday didn't find time to include a single mention of President Trump's post depicting himself as Jesus Christ. Something tells me that if President Obama or Biden had ever shared such an image, they would have found the time in their broadcast to discuss it. Now, President Trump did delete the image amid all the backlash, but he didn't exactly apologize or take accountability. He instead suggested that he didn't think it depicted him as Jesus at all, but instead as a doctor.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
So he's either blatantly lying or he might actually be brain dead, because no rational human being can look at that picture and not see a direct comparison to Jesus. And the last time I checked, doctors don't usually have glowing magic hands that heal the sick. But at this point, is any of this really surprising or new? And will this just blow over like all the other controversial posts from this president? Joining me now to debate all of this, we've got the liberal streamer Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, and the MAGA commentator CJ Pearson. Let's get into it. All right, guys. CJ, I'll come to you first on this. Surely you don't believe that this was, in fact, meant to depict Trump as a doctor?
You know, the president deleted the post, and I think that's, you know, the end of the discussion there. Really, to be quite frank, it's not something I would have posted. And I think the president, you know, leans on a lot of folks, the evangelical community and Christians all throughout the country and the world for guidance. And I think many of them reached out to him, and the president heard them. He realized that this post was misinterpreted, and from there he deleted the photo because he didn't want.
How was it misinterpreted?
That it just was. It obviously was not his intention to cast himself as Jesus Christ. That's what many people saw it to be. And upon hearing from the feedback of many people, he deleted it.
But how could you look at that image, share it, and think that you weren't depicting yourself as Jesus Christ? You saw it, right? With the flowing robes and the demon behind him and the healing hands. Like, nobody actually thinks that's a doctor. I would actually agree with you that maybe we could move on if he just said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have posted that depicting myself as Jesus. We could just move on. But he kind of lied about it, saying it was a doctor. That's why I'm still hung up on this, CJ.
Yeah, you know, I've never seen an image of Jesus doing that particular thing in that photo. So I think a lot of people online said that he was depicting himself as Jesus, and you know, and again, like, perception is reality in politics more times than not, which is why I think the president deleted the photo.
But I have to be honest with you. I feel like if Biden, Kamala, Obama, anyone had posted something like that,
I think the reaction that we saw towards President Trump would have been absolutely mirrored towards any other political figure. Because
I feel like it would have been times 100, though.
Maybe from certain folks, but I think in terms of the interpretation of that, probably would have been the same that it was towards President Trump, and they would have been either forced to delete it or apologize, and the president decided to delete it.
All right, Stephen, your thoughts?
Of all the things Trump has done, actually, I feel like this was fine. I feel like it's fully consistent with the Republican mindset, because they basically all treat Trump like he's God anyway, so.
I mean, so a point that I would make about this is I don't think the president should ever make statements that offend the religion of Americans, right? So I just think a president should avoid that kind of thing. Of course, I'm not Christian or Catholic or anything.
Yeah, but you can't, you know, we're getting older and we're just in a new era now. And sometimes the president has to tweet out, 780 word schizo posts or tweet about how he's going to end a civilization. But we're all supposed to understand that he's not serious, but it's also serious enough that people will, I guess, use it for negotiations or, sorry, you find it funny that
he does this. Like, some people were more mad about this than the stuff that he's posted that's objectively way worse. Like, obviously it's an offensive thing to post to religious communities, but I've seen some religious conservatives who made excuses for him posting an image depicting Obama and Michelle as monkeys, or threatening to destroy an entire civilization. They're suddenly but you can't post that Jesus AI SLOP. That's too far, Mr. President. I don't know. That seems strange to me.
Well, it's revealing. I mean, the Republicans revel in the cruelty of a lot of what Trump says and does, but the obviously bashing Catholics or Christians is too far because that's the thing that actually upsets them. So
yeah, what were your thoughts on that kind of dichotomy there, CJ?
I think when the monkey post was made, I was critical of that. Obviously we came to know that it wasn't the president who posted that, but also too, we also saw that it was like an auto play clip that was posted as well. So looks like it was posted in error. In terms of, this photo, again, I think the president was right to delete the post, as he was right to delete the monkey post. Neither of those, I think, should be on his feed. And I think that they're a distraction to the very important things that he's doing, the very important wins that he's putting on the board for the American people. And so I think the president hears his feedback in real time, which is why we saw most of those posts deleted. Notice that when many of those in the media and on the left absolutely threw a conniption fit when he said that, Iran would cease to exist today. And he did that to bring them back to the table and to save lives. He didn't delete that post. He stood by it because he knew what the end goal for that was. And so it's, again, I think that a lot of people probably these posts because at the end of the day, a lot of them end up just working out. Going back to the first term when he called, Kim Jong-un.
Well, can we stay on the threaten to civilization with Iran? Is it, even if it's a negotiation tactic that led to some good outcome, is it really morally acceptable for a president to threaten to exterminate an entire civilization, including women and children?
Did it work?
No, we don't have a deal yet. So it didn't. There aren't even ends. But there aren't even ends to justify the means. We didn't really get a deal for Gaza.
Steven.
We didn't get a deal for Hamas. We don't have a deal for any of our trade stuff. 100 deals in 100 days. We don't have any of that. We have nothing.
So Stephen, we can come to that in a moment.
No deal for Ukraine, Russia.
Yeah. Stephen, I think it's an interesting question. Would the end, because what you're saying is just the ends justify the means. I didn't think that was a Christian or conservative belief, CJ.
I think that this is exactly who Trump is and who he has always been, and that's exactly who the American people voted to make their commander-in-chief. Again, going back to the first term, when he told Kim Jong-un, it is a great answer because it's the Democratic answer.
It's not a great answer because he asked you if it was a morally acceptable thing, and you said he won the vote, therefore it's okay.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm saying the American people knew what they were getting in this president. Going back to the first term.
That's not an answer. The American people knew they were getting an immoral president?
Again, going back to the first term when he told Kim Jong-un that if you threaten America again, my nuclear weapon is bigger, stronger, and it actually works. Many people said, oh no, this madman's going to get us into another world war, all of these things. What did he actually do?
What did he do? He got no new deals. He pissed off our allies in the region because North Korea expanded the creation of their intercontinental ballistic missiles. It pissed off Japan. It pissed off South Korea. And Tillerson himself came back and was recorded talking to Pence saying that the president was a fucking moron. So, I mean...
They don't.
They don't what?
But we left...
Sorry, I missed that. CJ, say that point again?
Yeah. What does North Korea, face us with today? They don't. And what happened?
Sorry, stop for a second. CJ, we lost your signal, so do you want to just restate that point? And you were cutting in and out. Now? Yeah, I can hear you now, but we lost you for a second.
What was the last thing?
It was me asking you to restate the point, and then we lost you after that.
Okay, yeah. So when it comes to the threat that North Korea, poses upon the United States today, it's non-existent because of the president's unique negotiation tactics, and also too looking at the fact that looking at the dichotomy between him and Joe Biden, it's night and day, and it's because the world wasn't scared of him. Our enemies didn't fear us because they knew that Joe Biden didn't even know his name. And so, yes, I got to say, I'm going to bet on this president because his track record is one worth betting on. The folks said that he wouldn't be able to
what
free
is
America.
The track record?
Freeing hostages from Gaza. He did that.
8 months. Biden freed. Wait, you acknowledge Biden freed more hostages than Trump, right? Nothing. Yes, he freed more hostages than Donald Trump. Donald Trump said he was going to have a deal on day one. It was like 100 days, or I'm sorry, it was like months and months into office before the Gaza-Israel ceasefire even happened. What, like 8 months? Sorry, so that's not true. No deals with North Korea. No trade deals yet. They haven't happened. We undermined the renegotiation of NAFTA that he did, the U.S. Mexico-Canada trade agreement.
I don't want you to just talk over each other.
There's no deals. We have nothing. This guy sucks.
Let's give CJ 30 seconds to wrap up his point, and then we'll come back to you, Steven, and you can explain at length.
He freed the American hostages. We have a ceasefire in Israel between them and Hamas. He brought Azerbaijan and Armenia to the table. He brought Pakistan and India to the table. This is the peacemaker in chief. And sometimes you have to speak in a way that may feel uncomfortable to the proclivities of certain sensitive folks. But at the end of the day, I guarantee you the people that are safer in the region and safer here at home because of his leadership are
Okay, Stephen, your response to that.
The peacemaker in chief was the guy who kidnapped the leader from Venezuela, has the entire world pissed off at us, hasn't done anything to stop the war in Ukraine.
CJ, let Stephen make his point.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't understand. We've got more wars. Like, people are more on edge today. Trump has bombed more countries, I think, than any president in all of U.S. history at a single term. It's like 8 or 9 different countries he's bombed so far. We are double blockading the Strait of Hormuz now outside of Iran's own blockade. Nothing with Russia, Ukraine. I mean, Israel is bombing Lebanon. I don't know where the peace is, man. I hope we find it somewhere, wherever it is. I don't know how many more times we can get peace in the Middle East before it sticks, but yeah, Jesus.
People can decide for themselves whether they think Trump is living up to the moniker of the peace president. I want to touch on
Wait, what does that mean? People can decide for that. We renamed the DOD to the Department of War, and we're threatening to invade our allies.
Stephen, I was being a little tongue-in-cheek.
I know, I'm being tongue out of my cheek.
I don't
okay,
think that
that
he
statement
is, but
triggers the fuck out of
CJ
me.
and other
Sorry.
people do, and that's their opinion.
It's not a valid opinion.
It's
an emotional appeal to try to defend a man that it is
well,
indefensible.
that's the point of this debate, is that people can hear both of the perspectives, and then they can make up their
what
mind.
I will say about Venezuela, because you made that point, I don't think we've suffered any consequences for doing that, so I'm really confused as to how, because that was the same president in Maduro who was poisoning our citizens, right? And who was helping
poisoning them with what?
The flow of fentanyl into this country.
I don't think very much fentanyl comes from Venezuela.
I think they use it as a vehicle to traffic it through the boats and everything that we've been using, that we've been bombing actively, again, to protect, number one, our sovereignty, but the health of our own country. So at the end of the day, this president is being proactive, and he's actually showing that America can just do things. If we want to stop drug boats from invading our country, we can just do things. We can bomb them into oblivion.
Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to execute people without a due process at all, who they suspect of being drug dealers based on whatever intelligence.
Those people don't give a damn about you. They don't give a damn about me. And frankly, I don't care if we bomb them today, tomorrow, every other day. I would rather them die than American citizens.
They're thousands
and that's
of
the
miles
MAGA
away from the
ethos
borders of
in
America,
a nutshell. I think everybody
and
should.
We could apprehend them without murdering them. We have an advanced Navy. Then if they're drug dealers or drug traffickers, they could be charged with that. And back to our earlier conversation, given due process and not just, I mean, some of these people have turned out to be horrific drug traffickers, and obviously I think that's terrible, but some may not be, and I'm not comfortable with any president just blowing up random boats that they say are drug traffickers. We don't know if they are or not. There was no finding of guilt against them. That's somebody
to defend Americans, not random Venezuelans or Colombians or
But
whoever.
do they still have human rights, though? Aren't they humans made in the image of God who have a right to due process before
Well, I think it's so interesting when people who are not religious try to use religion to make an argument that you yourself don't even subscribe to. But
I'm trying to ask you about your beliefs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
because you talked about due process earlier and being Christian.
Because I see people on the left more often, now these days, using the Bible as a reason to justify whatever they're saying, when they also will, in the next breath, defend the mutilation of children's genitals. So
I think it's really funny. It's so interesting to me that at the beginning of this conversation, we were so happy to attack Swalwell for what we perceive to be his democratic values, but we can't Republicans for Republican values. Isn't that kind of weird?
CJ, let's let CJ finish his point. Then I'll come to you, Stephen.
But I think the point that you were making is a fair one. But I think at the end of the day, the president makes an oath to protect Americans, and so. You're saying, oh, we could just arrest them, apprehend them. But the moment that we did that, we actually boarded those boats, engaged the boats, led to a firefight. We lose a sailor. Why would we do that when we have the technology where we don't have to do something like that and stop them before they even reach our shores? I think that, again, anyone who's lost a loved one to fentanyl or drug use definitely doesn't have any problem with what the president's doing over there.
All right, Stephen, your response.
Yeah, I think it's funny that we can the beginning of this conversation started off with us holding Democrats to the Democrat standards, but then when it comes to holding Republicans to Christian standards, especially we're talking about Donald Trump, a man that CJ said was a man of high upstanding moral character, refuses to acknowledge any of the really well-documented documented and well-known immoral behaviors of Donald Trump, not to mention his civil, liabilities, not to mention his criminal convictions, not to mention that when he was asked for a favorite verse in the Bible, he said all of them, and he obviously is not a religious man whatsoever. I just think it's very funny. I think it's also funny that when Republicans are talking about how both parties act, Democrats are always held to the highest moral standard that they should act on, and Republicans are always held to just whatever is like legally permissible at the time. Earlier we were talking about how important due process was, and then we were talking about due process and how important that was, and Swalwell dropping out. However, that was a thing that the Democrats had to do, but the due process for Trump, that where I was actually found guilty, that didn't matter and that didn't count. So like none of this makes sense. It's all like goofy.
What you just said a moment ago. Can you say it again?
He's saying that Democrats are being held to the highest moral standard. There's a woman in the Florida congressional delegation who stole $3 million in FEMA funds, and she is still a member of Congress.
Who's
that? Stephanie Cherfus Powell or something like that. Black woman.
She personally stole $3 million in FEMA funds?
Yes.
Was she convicted of that?
She's under investigation right now. She was indicted by the DOJ. The House Ethics Committee investigated it, found bipartisanly, found that she was culpable for the actions that she's accused of.
She should be held accountable then.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's an example of a Democrat not being held to the highest moral standard. She's still a member of Congress, still serving.
I'm sorry, wait, if she was so she was convicted of this and she's still serving and she didn't get
she's been indicted by the DOJ, so her trial has not yet happened, but there was a separate House Ethics Committee investigation and trial that they did themselves.
Yeah, but who's the House Ethics Committee? I'm sorry, but you guys have no credibility there anymore. Who headed by what? Jim Jordan or Comer again or whatever?
No, it's led by Chairman Michael Guest, who's a member of Mississippi, and actually it's the one committee in the House, Destiny, it's civics, that equal number of Democrats and equal number of Republicans.
Oh, okay. Well, if she's found accountable, then she should be held accountable. Hopefully the Democrats don't make the same statements about her that Mike Johnson, the leader in the House for the Republicans, was making about Gonzalez, saying that he shouldn't step down.
So I want to move the conversation, back to where we started a little bit. Though I think, honestly, obviously we got a little off track, but I think those are interesting things to flesh out, so I don't mind that we did. On the Pope question, I mean, do you have I'm sorry, just to clarify, CJ, are you Catholic or another denomination of Christianity?
No, I'm not Catholic. I'm Protestant. So it's kind of one of those things where obviously not being Catholic, I can't speak to obviously the role that, the Pope plays in their particular.
Yeah, you don't have to. But I guess what I just find it, to me, it's a surreal moment, having covered politics for about 10 years now, because it just is an example where, like you said, I'm not Catholic, so I'm not going to tell Catholics is this a good pope, a bad pope, like anything like that. Like, I'll leave the papacy and the Vatican to them. Any other president, though, that made any sort of criticism on the Pope, calling them weak or calling the Pope too conservative, if it was Obama or something.
What did he say? He said he was weak on crime? Jesus.
He did say he was weak on crime. I feel like, is this not an example of how, like, Trump is just treated totally differently and graded on a totally different scale? Because I feel like that would have been an apoplectic level 5-alarm fire moment in any other presidency, and we just kind of shrugged, and they're like, oh, Trump's insulting the Pope now. Like, that doesn't feel fair or right to me.
I think this president's always been a counterpuncher, but I don't think, criticisms of the Pope is unprecedented.
Counterpunching the Pope.
It's a reality, though. There is no man if he feels as if he is being attacked, he will punch back. And we can have a back and forth about whether or not he should be above that or not above it. Frankly, I don't care. My entire thing is go get results for the American people. But the entire idea that this is unprecedented, that like we as conservatives or as a movement have never criticized the Pope, is absolutely, completely untrue. I remember so many times when Pope Francis would get absolutely raked over the polls every time he made some pronouncement about climate change or whatever it may be online. And so I don't think that this is unprecedented.
But can you think of an instance where a president criticized a Pope?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's probably the unprecedented part. It's not maybe you have President Trump now engaging in it, but I think that oftentimes there have been people on the right who've had criticisms about Pope Francis. I think the last conservative Pope, if you were to label as that, which a lot of my Catholic friends say that you should never look at the Pope as conservative or liberal, like they're just speaking to their interpretation, or I guess that's the word to use, of the faith. So I don't know. Again, like, I'm Protestant, so the Pope to me is just who he is. And so I respect obviously the office that he holds and the importance that he has to other people's faith, but that's kind of
Stephen, your thoughts on perhaps a double standard here?
Yeah, it's just a deeply unserious treatment of the subject. Obviously, if any Democratic president were tweeting or saying anything about the Pope like this, everybody in the United States would absolutely lose their mind. But again, because it's Trump, it's epic and funny. If somebody came to you and they showed you a Truth Social account or a Twitter account, and it was somebody tweeting the things that Donald Trump tweets on a near daily basis, and you told them that, like, this is my dad or this is my uncle, like, you would tell that kid, like, yeah, you need to get him help or something. Like, he has to get off social media. This isn't healthy. He's having either some psychotic break from reality, or he just has a very unhealthy engagement with social media. But because Trump is doing it, it's like epic and hilarious and based. And it's deeply disgusting to me that Trump is making our entire country the laughing stock of the world, but you have delusional people like this guy who's getting paid from who knows where to try to convince Americans that Trump is respected everywhere and that this is normal, while Iran is posting Lego memes roasting our country and holding one of the most important passages of oil hostage against the entire world because supposedly Trump has great leverage over him. Like, the whole world sees us as a laughingstock right now. It's going to take us decades to rebuild the relationships that Trump and the rest of the Republican Party have memed into disarray at the end of this presidency, assuming we survive the 4 years. All of it is just deeply, deeply concerning to me. There's so many people in this country that are willing to put party above country or the rest of the world.
I do think we will survive, but CJ, your response to that?
I just think it's funny, like Dusty's sitting here talking about memes and ignoring the fact that the entire Iranian Navy no longer exists. So they can post all the memes that they want to post about us. We have destroyed their military. We have destroyed their ability to shoot long-range missiles. We have decimated their nuclear-making abilities. So I don't give a damn about their memes, Destiny. They are upset. Ho's mad. Let them be
I'm
mad.
sorry. Is the Strait open or not right now? Just checking. I didn't check the news today.
Again, I didn't say anything about the Strait, so you're arguing.
Is the Strait? What was the threat that the Iranian Navy posed to us? What was the threat that the Iranian Navy posed to us before the war?
Moving along.
Was there a
nuclear
threat?
Iran was a threat to all of our interests in the region.
But they didn't have nukes. So what you said the Navy got destroyed. What threat did the Navy pose to us? And is the Strait open right now?
Are they not a vehicle that the Iranian military can use to threaten our interests in the Middle East?
I don't know. Apparently they don't need one because they're still closing the Strait, aren't they?
So again, like the point that I was making is that
there was no
the
point.
Iranian Navy
They're
is
talking
gone.
points.
You're saying that we're losing because they're posting memes trolling us. Those two
What
things
trouble
are
was the
divorced from right now.
Iranian Navy causing us before we blew it up? How many times did you read a story? Iranian Navy today poses massive threat to U.S. interests.
Destiny, I don't understand if you're being like intentionally simplistic here. We destroyed the Navy because we are at war with them. We are engaged in conflict with them. We are seeking to decimate their ability to respond and continue to be a continued threat to our interest in the region.
But they're
So it doesn't
obviously
matter
still a
if their
threat to
Navy
our
was a threat
interests.
to us. Their Navy was a threat
Strait
to
is
our
closed.
interests.
But the Strait is still closed, so it seems like they still are a threat.
They're not a threat. They are definitely impeding some economic interest at this point.
What do you think
and
a
I think
threat
that the
is? What does a threat do? Does things like impedes economic interest, right? Isn't that what the point of a threat is to be able to impede things?
I think we lost CJ's feed for a second. CJ, brother, we got to work on the Wi-Fi.
I think the problem is his computer is overheating because he's got to run like 8 graphics cards in order to generate new excuses for each of these topics. So.
All right, Steven.
You see how unserious this is, right? Like, no, Brad.
We can't roast the man while he's not here to respond.
How many times did you hear how threatening the Iranian Navy was to us? Come on. This is all. Sorry. Okay, you're right. I'm just
It's
kidding.
a new one for me.
I mean, like, Jesus Christ. Also, how many times was Trump saying the Air Force is destroyed and then another plane gets shot? Sorry, we're back.
Is
My
CJ
bad.
here? Oh, he's gonna refresh, I guess.
Yeah.
But listen, that's the point of the debates. People can. Also, you act like you don't like the debate. Like,
No, I don't. My country's being destroyed. We're being destroyed right now. My portfolio is down. My stock market shit is getting destroyed. Okay, I don't know if we're going to be trading with any country on the planet. Trump is running around trying to seize voter rolls. He's launched an executive order saying that he's going to decide who gets a mail-in ballot or not, and then sending Tulsi Gabbard to monitor. Sorry, I'm here.
Sorry, so we lost your feed, CJ.
We're good.
And we're coming up on our hour here. How about I just conclude your thought about Iran? Destiny, I'll give you a brief answer to respond, but try not to open anything or throw any lobs that require a response, and then we'll wrap.
Well, I'll go
up
first.
here,
Brad
okay?
convinced me. I'm glad that we blew up the Iranian Navy because of the massive threat that it posed to the United States and interests in the region. I'm glad that's gone now. Thank God for Donald Trump, who is a god, I guess. Yes.
So after our brief technical interruption there, CJ, your response.
You know, again, I trust this president. It's a president who has done what many people said he could never do on the world stage. He continues to deliver. You know, I'm not eager for any type of, international adventurism as much as anyone else. But at the same time, I know this president is, if there's anyone that can get us in and get us out in record time, it will be Donald Trump. And so I'm excited about it and looking forward to this coming to a swift and resolute end very soon.
Okay, Stephen, final word to you.
Yeah, in and out in record time. I don't know what we're going to get. It seems like the Iranian position is going to be strengthened after this. Russia's position has been strengthened now. Iran stands to make more money and have sanction relief on them that is going to give them, so much money. We talked about Obama flying a plane of cash to them. Trump is going to be shipping tankers full of cash to Iran after the sanction relief and the money they're going to make tolling the Strait of Hormuz. The one thing I would point out, I guess, for people to know, who's anybody that even pays attention to this, is Trump really likes bullying smaller players, but Trump is a coward when it comes to larger players. That's why Putin has played him over and over and over again. It's why he can't seem to get a grasp on Iran. He thought he could bully them the same way that he did Venezuela and Maduro, and he's failing miserably, and the entire world sees it. He doesn't realize that, for all of the idiots back here in the United States who are willing to make excuses for his behavior on social media, like CJ, about how memes and epic and trolling and everything it is, Trump suffered real consequences when he went to NATO and asked them for help with Iran, and NATO said, no, sorry, you're deranged and unhinged. This president is just unbelievable to me.
Well, sounds like you're a big fan of him. Guys, we will leave it there. Thank you both very much for joining me and having the conversation.
Good to see you all.
So now just sit tight for a second. So the way, I don't know if you've used Riverside before. So we've got CJ's upload complete. Steven, yours is still loading. By the way, so the way this works is the first half of this will come out tonight, and then the second half, from the second monologue to the end of the conversation, will come out Thursday night.
Cool. Sounds good.
And I'll follow up with you both. Steven, you're still uploading, but CJ, you are good to go.
All right, perfect. Talk to y'all soon.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Yeah, I see it. It's at 78%.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Why is it taking so long? They just want you to hang out with me more.
It's like so unserious. Like who fears Trump? Like, do you notice this guy sends the same?
I kind of fear him, though.
Yeah, I do too. But like, we're not the ones that should be afraid, right? It's like having a fearsome pilot, but you're actually talking about like a commercial airliner pilot who's getting drunk every time. And it's like, Jesus.
You're a passenger.
Like, yeah, one of the most fearsome pilots in the United States, and it's like a guy flying American Airlines. It's like, I don't want to be on that plane, Chief. But like, you notice that he sends the same three fucking stooges to negotiate everywhere too. Like Witkoff and Kushner, I guess, speak every language and are fluent in politics in every single country, region across the world. Like,
he's just got to send Laura Loomer.
Yeah, true. You saw the man, dude. It's bad. It's really bad. Like, it's crazy.
But you just have to give up.
Yeah, but like,
and then go along for the ride.
I guess, but I mean, the rest of the world is being pulled along with us right now into who knows what. Like, we're not even looking at...
Some of the ramifications will be really long term, right? Like tourism, like foreign students, like America. Some of the damage to America of the Trump presidency will take decades to fully materialize. Unfortunately, it's like very easy to quickly blow things up, but it takes a long time to build relationships and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I can't really explain it at this point. I get accused regularly of having Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Don't worry, I get accused of having Hassan derangement syndrome, so, two sides of the same coin.
I have one progressive YouTuber, like, professional friend who is a Hassan apologist and fan, and he gets so mad when I post things bashing Hassan, and he tries to defend them. And I'm like...
Yo, set me up with a debate with that guy next, man. I'll gladly. I'm Hassan's number one hater, okay?
what is the news? What is the news value of just two streamers arguing, moderated by a third podcaster, about another podcaster?
I think it's great. Listen, half the people in the White House today are podcast. RFK is starting a fucking podcast now, so hey, why
Also,
not?
I'm so sorry. He has the worst possible voice to be starting a fucking podcast.
RFK Jr.?
Yes.
Oh, listen. Yeah.
That's very ableist, I know.
It is. Not good.
It is interesting that for whatever reason, these topics, like talking about Hassan Piker or whatever, people are still very like, I don't know if this is true for your views, but like if I make a video about him, it'll get way more views than something like exponentially more important.
I mean, Americans, yeah, like I said, Americans don't care about foreign policy. Americans don't understand a lot of stuff about like finance or whatever, but social issues.
I don't get it though, because
stuff,
some of these other channels, like Breaking Points or the Young Turks, or I see their content about and Piers Morgan, their content about foreign affairs gets massive numbers.
I understand what you're saying, but it's as weird as this is, like Israel-Palestine is not a foreign policy issue to the United States. It's a way to plug in any belief you want because it's the perfect region. It's a way for people to plug in their anti-imperialism views and their anti-America views, and Israel-Palestine is just the vehicle for that. You can test this by literally asking them anything at all about Israel-Palestine, and none of these people have any fucking idea about literally any of it because they don't really care about it. It's just a vehicle for them for the people on the far left, it's their vehicle for shitting on Democrats nonstop, constantly. So it seems to be the case that like, oh, Israel-Palestine, we're doing foreign policy today, but not really. It's about like who's APAC funded
well, it's
now.
Also, the issue is also intertwined with domestic issues.
Yeah, well, depending on how zoggy you want to get. Yeah, 100%, of course. Yeah.
I'm not saying Israel controls our government.
Sure. No, I'm not saying you're saying that, but I'm saying that like
obviously some people say that. Yeah.
Yeah, hardcore. Yeah.
I'm actually skeptical, and I wonder if it's slower because you're streaming. Is that using up your bandwidth? Or something.
Maybe.
I'm the least technologically
actually,
savvy person.
Or it could be because I have a VPN for my browser. That might be. But wait, where's the upload status? How much is it at?
It says 84%.
Okay.
You could also just leave this tab open and get back to your business. How many hours do you stream a day?
8 hours, but it's normally me just sitting here saying nothing and being a boring piece of shit right now, so.
Well, sometimes I watch clips of it, but I guess usually they're clips. I don't just click into the stream, really.
Mm-hmm.
What game is that you always have on in the background?
Depends on when you're watching me. Right now, it's some roguelike called mewgenics, so.
Okay. I'm not like a gamer, but I recently got addicted to Crusader Kings.
Is that a mobile?
No, I'm not. I don't play fucking mobile games.
Oh, my bad.
That's like the most offensive thing you could. I would much rather have you call me a slur than suggest that I play iPhone games. Crusader Kings 3.
Oh.
Have you never heard of this?
I
feel like it's big. I like strategy games, like that kind of thing.
Okay.
Like I was big into Civilization and all that kind.
Well, I used to be a professional StarCraft 2 player, so it's kind of similar-ish.
I never played that.
Civ and all them, these are
right?
Yeah, these are like 4X games, right? But StarCraft is like a real-time strategy, so it's like an overhead view of things, but it's more real-time rather than like turn-based or whatever. But yeah, I played Stellaris for a little bit.
Okay, I've never tried that one, but that's kind of up the alley for sure.
Man, it's going.
Are you one of these liberals who's very against prediction markets?
I mean, I haven't really thought about it much. I don't know like what the party line is on it though. The two reasons I would be against it though are, one is I think gambling in general is kind of bad, and I don't like how reduced the friction is on a lot of gambling related things that don't look like gambling. So things like Robinhood or like CSGO skins on video games, or the prediction markets maybe. And then two, I feel like sometimes it could be a way for bad actors, especially in this administration, to do massive cash outs. But I don't think I'm like principally opposed to them.
I'm against insider trading, and I think those laws should be enforced, applied to prediction markets. But I guess the one thing I like about them is, or one of the things I like about them is that it's not like gambling against a casino app on your phone where the house always wins and you're like gonna lose money. You are going peer to peer, and then they're making money from fees. So it's not like destined for you to lose in the same way. But I don't know. It is here to stay, I think. And I don't know if you saw CNN and Fox signed contracts both to integrate Kalshi into their coverage as sponsored content. So anyway, I am a big fan. I'm a fan of it. And I guess this is streaming, but so I guess your people will know this. But this is just kind of behind the scenes, I may be doing a partnership with them, and I wonder if some of the progressive commentators are not going to want to come on if the panel's sponsored.
When you say Kalshi or whatever, is that Polymarket or what? Is it a different one? Or
Kalshi and Polymarket are two competitors. They're the two big ones.
Okay. Wait, so what is what is like my party's position, or what is the progressive position on Polymarket?
They're like they want Lena Khan to be back in charge and to squash it with her boot and
yeah, but
like,
why? What is their main issue with it?
You know, I think probably some sort of like consumer protectionism based philosophy, or that I can't honestly, probably I can't articulate it and do it justice. I just see them rage posting about it a lot.
Huh.
Oh, but you know what's on a different topic? You know what's going to turn me into a supervillain? Anti-Waymo progressives, the More Perfect Union people. I don't know if you've seen this.
Oh no, but are these the same people who just hate all forms of corporations attacking taxi driver jobs or something, or?
So they are currently railing against the implementation of Waymo and trying to block it to protect drivers' jobs. I'm like, you Luddite fucks are going to kill tens of thousands of people. There's basically nothing humans do that is as normalized and as dangerous as driving and as prone to human error. And having Uber or like Uber-like services, having those jobs eliminated and replaced with much safer autonomous vehicles is like massive progress for humankind. And those are obviously I have sympathy for people who do it and lose their work, but like that is technological progress. You might as well say like ban buses so we can have more drivers, or like, oh, we can't implement the automobile. What about all the buggy drivers who will lose their work? It's like you can't just block. And in this case, they are literally weaponizing like labor concerns to thwart progress that will save millions of lives over decades.
I think you know who the Al Shaid or whatever guy is, right? Who's running in
the Michigan Senate guy, yeah.
I feel like everything I hate about politics right now is perfectly summarized by him. So he accurately calls out, in my opinion, that MAGA will blame illegal immigration for why your jobs are threatened, why places aren't affordable, and why it was some third thing or whatever. And he's like, but the conservatives are lying when they say that. The actual reason
it's really the billionaires
are because billionaires and corporations want you to starve and want you to, and it's like, Jesus Christ.
Hassan said that on Pod Save America. He talked about greedflation.
Yeah. Well, but even Kamala played into that. When she was like, we're gonna put price caps because the only reason things are expensive is because everybody's price gouging.
But it was funny how mad MAGA got about that, and I agree with them completely because I'm a fiscal hawk and a libertarian.
But Trump recently,
Trump did some, and they were like, never mind, we like that.
So crazy to me. Yeah, people have a really hard time with like grappling with like, this is where the world is. What are we gonna do to adapt and move forward? Everybody always wants to like go back and go back and go back, and it's like, yeah.
And you can't actually preserve, right? It's ultimately going to be a futile attempt, so you're just going to delay the implementation, and a lot of people will just die in the meantime. Like if autonomous vehicles ultimately do become prevalent and replace most of these ride apps everywhere else, it will eventually spread everywhere. The momentum will be so strong, you're just going to like grind up the gears for a while to block it. Like they're blocking it in DC, the implementation, and they've created like a Waymo counter. But it's interesting you say that sometimes, and I like to talk about some culture war issues, and I think some of them are significant, but sometimes when you bring them up to like a progressive political YouTuber or whatever, they'll be like, your problems aren't caused by a trans person, they're caused by a billionaire.
Sure.
I'm like, they're really not though, actually. They're really, I mean, obviously there are some billionaires that do certain malicious things that we could object to, but just the problems facing Americans don't exist because billionaires exist.
Yeah,
like
but the same arguments still come up over and over again. Stupid arguments relating to insulin and nobody understanding how insulin works. The same arguments coming up with housing and how institutional investors are buying up all the homes, and like it's just not true.
Well, the thing that's maddening for me though is that's kind of what I expect from Bernie Sanders progressives.
Yeah.
My whole political career, they have fallen for that kind of nonsense. But now, like, MAGA posts about institutional investors buying up all the homes.
Because it's all populist brain rot, yeah.
But why populism really can just erode people's, like, facts. I saw this clip. I think it was Benny Johnson on Fox News claiming, let's see, I'll pull it up so I don't misquote it. He says illegal immigrants. So Benny Johnson on Fox News says that there were 13,000 homicides from illegal aliens as of 2024.
Yeah, I only ever hear Lake and Riley's name over and over again. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, obviously there are people who are killed by illegal immigrants, but like that's not a real number. And then it was shared by a Club for Growth person, and he took it as illegal immigrants killed 13,000 Americans in 2024, which is not what Benny Johnson said. What he said was, as of all the decades measured up to 2024, it was 13,000. And that's actually counting all immigrants, not illegal immigrants. And it's counting people who are in jail right now. It's not like they got away with it, as that number is presented. And it's still like a pretty... Anyway, though, just like the layers of detachment from factual reality, and everyone just jumps on it because it like feels
like it
true.
reinforces a narrative, yeah. And then there are some numbers
but that
where
is so crazy.
It is, it's bad.
When you came up in the conservative media environment where it was like facts don't care about your feelings, and we were like, suck it, SJWs. And now all of a sudden, they're actually like, wait, our feelings don't care about like facts.
The most annoying thing about it is that you never actually make, like, I feel like we've been in a rut in a lot of these issues for a long time because somebody will present a problem that might not even be real, and then they'll come up as a leader and then they claim they fixed it, but that's because the problem wasn't, like, for instance, like the illegal immigration problem related to open borders and Biden. Like, for too many people coming in under the asylum process and everything, that was definitely true. It wasn't 30 million fucking people, though. Jesus Christ. And Trump, because his initial claim was 15 million, and then he got it up to 30 million.
Well, they just say different numbers every time.
Yeah, I know, but the issue is
and
that, like,
I think it was bad. I think it was really
the asylum
bad.
The abuses for that definitely were bad, but like we didn't actually do anything to solve it. Like nothing got changed fundamentally about, like, Trump EO'd the border closed, but like a lot less people were coming anyway because now we're through the COVID shit and America sucks right now.
But also it's also about vibes though, that like Trump versus Biden, a lot of it is not actually a policy shift. It's that like people stop coming because they think he'll be tougher on them.
Yeah, that is a historical trend that's happened, but it prevents us from making like actual progress in this country. And then sometimes we make reverse progress in this country. Like attacking, like there are just some things that, in my opinion, everybody should view them as off limits. Like I've said this so many times, like why do we attack our prestigious institutions like our colleges? Everybody around the world sees like Harvard, Yale, Columbia. These are prestigious institutions. Why would you...
Depends what you mean by attack them. There's plenty to criticize with those institutions.
You can criticize them, but defunding them or trying to sue them into oblivion because you can't control their curriculum, that's crazy. And then getting rid of like all of our foreign students and stuff. I understand you can criticize them, but like all these people were from Yale. Bush, all these guys were from Yale. They went to these prestigious schools, and now everybody wants to like deport people who are protesting for Palestine and defund these schools and get rid of all the scientific grants and everything. It's like, Jesus, these are like things that everybody around the world like worships America for.
Some of the, I think, well, I'm just point blank against affirmative action, and then I think a lot of the DEI stuff should have been reined in, and I'm not against using federal funds to do so, but that's with the goal of having these institutions be colorblind meritocracies like they're supposed to be under the law, not with the goal of destroying these institutions.
Yeah, I wish that they would work. There's so many better ways that you can work on it. Like affirmative action went away in California, funnily enough, a lot before the Supreme Court struck it down, because I think their findings with regards to school, their findings were, I think it was called the mismatch theory, that you could 2 or 3 or 4x the amount of minority people that would get into certain schools, but then the dropout rate would become that much higher. And I think they found that affirmative action just wasn't very effective for the UC schools, and they basically dropped that policy when it came to enrolling students, and they found that out like as a school. Like you can do these things. Like one of the most brain rotting things about populism is that it doesn't let you give credit for anything. It's all or nothing. So on the MAGA side, like it's this crazy attack against like H-1B holders and basically all forms of immigration. Or on the left, it'll be attacks against all corporations or billionaires or whatever. And it's like let's just like bump our tax rates up, figure out how to make sure things don't get as crazy, and like let's make some actual.
Tax rate up. I pay enough.
Oh my God. You live in Florida. I'm sorry, not doxing you. Or do you say you live in Florida?
Oh, it's not doxing. Yeah, I live in my.
You don't even have state taxes. You're fine.
Well, that's true.
You'll be okay.
I'm in Michigan, so I guess because I just moved to Florida like less than a year ago, my most recent year of taxes is still from Michigan. And the other thing is I get a lot of 1099 income, and then you have to do the whole like
self-employment
payments thing. So I do end up paying a significant amount in taxes. I mean, I would definitely favor lower taxes, but
I feel like the thing I don't like about we could fight some other time on this. Wait, what am I at? Oh, 99%, almost done. Is like, when it comes to arguing tax policy, you get into these ludicrous claims made by all sides. And now the scary thing is that conservatives used to be a little better. Everybody's gone crazy. Like, I'm sorry, but it wasn't Nina Turner. It was Nancy something who was in California running, who's saying that like we should have no tax on anybody making below $100,000. And then you've got Trump's like no tax on tips or overtime.
That's so economically illiterate.
Katie Porter's
I generally agree with like tax foundation tax policies.
What's their tax policy?
You'd probably agree with a fair amount of it, but they're like a center-right think tank that does tax policy stuff. But they, for example, they have criticized like no tax on tips as incoherent tax policy. And like, so if you want lower rates, the best way to do that is to simplify, cut out a lot of these loopholes, these stupid deductions, and have a lower universal rate. Because the problem now is your rate may vary based on like a million things that don't make sense, and some of which are just like naked cronyism. Like state and local tax deduction should not exist. But that's one that Democrats fight for as well. Because
usually we have higher taxes. Yeah. Wait, why do you think salt taxes are bad?
Because you shouldn't get a write-off on your federal taxes because you choose to have higher taxes and higher benefits at the state and local level. Like and it essentially subsidizes the growth of government and then imposes your local tax burden. Like your share of federal taxes should not be lower in effect because your state chooses more progressive state tax and spend policies.
I understand what you're saying there, and I think that's an interesting argument. So I would be in favor of getting rid of that. But I think if you wanted to get rid of that, you'd have to pair that to an equal distribution of federal funds for all projects as well then. Because I think there is an argument to be made that if you have a salt tax deduction, people might feel salty about that. But I think on average, red states, and especially red areas, are huge net receivers of federal tax subsidies in order for them to exist. Whether you're talking about building hospitals because they're so far apart, or just subsidizing in general because they don't generate as much revenue as like the denser, either the blue states or the blue cities. So I could see that going back and forth there, but
then you could try to make the distribution fairer. Sure,
I think people would not like maybe, but yeah, I hear you. I do hear you there. One of the things I don't like about the razor targeting on all the tax stuff is that like on the left they focus on like wealth taxes or some financial transaction taxes or whatever else. I don't even know what they're talking about on the right now, but like I feel like general income tax.
The endowments is a funny one.
There's that, yeah, but like. Just bump the general rates all up 2 points, and we would make like $500 billion more a year in tax revenue. And I personally don't think, even if you're complaining about it, I don't think it's going to seriously harm any large taxpayers in this country. If you're making 7 figures and you're like, oh God, my top bracket went up 2 points, like I'm fucked. Like it's so much money. It's so easy to implement. It's so no bullshit. It's so not targeted. And I don't know. I just feel like it's so much simpler rather than the endless quibbling over all of these hyper specific fucking taxes.
Well, I would just eliminate them and then adjust, move the rates up and down, or based on what you're doing, and stop having it because it shouldn't be a 40% rate for some people and a 15% for other people based on like whether you have this one exemption or deduction, or whether you have this structure of business or this structure of business, or whether like complexity is a subsidy in itself when you have this like behemoth tax code. And it would actually be better to have a much simpler tax code, because then it would be much harder to game, and the people who are able to effectively game it are like elites and ultra wealthy people and corporations.
I don't necessarily disagree with you there. Nobody wants to have that conversation though. Unironically, one of the things that I like that Trump did, as retarded as this guy is I think just saying like fuck it and just like doubling the standard deduction. I think that was a fine change. Like fuck all the trying to itemize when you're making like 65K. Just fucking double standard deduction, move on with it. Yeah.
Oh, so it's funny you say that, because in my original script for the monologue we played, I genuinely considered saying he's either lying or retarded, because
don't use that word.
But I don't use that word.
You're complaining about the shirt that I'm wearing, and you're like, I'm trying to think if I should call Trump a fucking retard or not.
I mean, I don't care. That's fine. I'm okay with a little bit more blunt communication in media, but it's my most woke opinion is that I don't like to say the R word in any sort of insulting context, because normally I like think the victim group or whatever should just get over it. But I just imagine like my cousin with special needs, with Down syndrome, like hearing me say that and being hurt by it and not understanding that it's not meant to insult them. So that's like my one woke opinion, is that obviously I will use the word in the discussion of the word like I just did, but I don't actually say it in commentary or on TV or in podcasts or anything like that, because it's my woke opinion. That's my sensitive snowflake confession.
Do you have a cousin with?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say usually having a personal attachment quickly changes people's opinions on a lot of these types of subjects. So that's not surprising at all. Like how we see how sensitive conservatives are about bullying our kid about his voice. Yeah.
In any other context, I'd like tell my cousin to get over it and like stop being a victim and like, it's not meant like that. But you can't ask that of a person with Down syndrome.
What's more too, and the hardest thing, and I do think there is a special carve out for the word retarded, but the hardest thing is that that even if you could tell your cousin that, the one thing that if you're a human being and you have any level of empathy, the thing that sucks is you don't want to attack somebody on a thing and think that somebody out there who might be a neutral party or even your own fan hears you say it and they feel just like kind of like a little bit shittier because they're like, oh fuck, like that kind of hurts that he said that. And it kind of
so why do you do it then? Why do you use it?
So I think that you can go back and forth on this. The only reason why I don't mind the word retarded as a slur is because now, depending on the woke circles you're in, people get real mad about this, is I think being retarded is actually, that is like a bad thing. Like nobody should want to be retarded. Like when you call somebody, like gay slurs or whatever as an insult.
They're just neurodivergent.
Yeah.
TikTok told me that.
Generally, when you're using slurs, usually you're trying to give some normative like badness to a thing that we probably shouldn't think is bad. So like racial slurs, the idea is that a race is bad, homophobic or transphobic slurs, the idea that these things are bad. But for like retarded, I mean like the word retard is literally like delayed. Like it is a bad thing, or like calling somebody crippled or whatever. Like these are bad things. So I feel like in that sense, it's a little bit different than the other categories of things where it's like, well, we shouldn't see these as bad. But I'm still sympathetic to people that maybe get bothered by it. And I understand that when I employ that kind of language, there are going to be some people that get turned off by it, and I just kind of accept that. But but I think it is a bit different.
Just because you come from gaming culture that you're so desensitized to it?
I've had to resensitize myself to all sorts of slurs coming from gaming culture, but dude, there's all sorts of things that we should say back then.
I started playing 2K with my cousins who are a little younger, so they're 16 and 19. And when we get on there, the people like it feels like it's still 2010 on there. Like you have these children calling you F slur and this and the N word and all this stuff constantly, and they have a prepubescent voice you're hearing through the controller, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
And then they also have their avatars pop up, and they do face scans of Epstein, Charlie Kirk, and Diddy.
It's crazy, dude. The amount of
the
memes that I get sent by, it's insane. The meme culture and that, it's all just, it's insane.
I see
one
some
thing,
of your
funny
Instagram
thing.
likes sometimes.
Don't worry about that, okay? I have to be a man of the people, okay? I will say one thing that is very weird to me, going back to the retarded thing. There's this weird, like, they call it the euphemistic treadmill, where one word is bad, so we switch to another word, and then that word becomes bad, et cetera, et cetera. I will say one thing that's kind of strange to me is the woke people decided that retarded is not good to use as an insult, and they don't even use retarded to describe people. They'll use neurodivergent, but then they'll use neurodivergent as an insult. And I'm like, well, what's the point of?
Will they?
Yeah, it's like this guy is like neurodivergent guys, or this guy, or they used to say like, this guy like plays with trains or whatever.
The same thing as
exactly. So I'm like, well, why are we even? What the fuck was the point then? To call him a fucking retard? Like, what are we doing here? Like, yeah. So what are you gonna do?
All right, cool. Looks like we're all set.
Thanks a lot for the chat.
Message you with follow-up stuff.
Yeah. Have a good one, man.
All right.
Be careful.
Bye.
Bye. That CJ guy. Dude, you can't talk to Trumples. You can't talk to Trumples these days. It's insane. It's impossible. The amount of like, it's just, I don't even know how you get your mind to organically work that way. I can't even. I can't even. I also like that of all the personal attacks this guy could have made on me, for some reason, he decides to go for the cheating personal attack. Unless, I don't know if it was about accusing me of cheating or if he was going to bring up like the Melina cuck thing. I don't even know what the angle he was going for there. I was like, what a weird thing to, of all the personal attacks to dig out, this is what we want to. And it doesn't even make sense either. Like, well, I don't know, man. Yeah, Jesus. Did you look up his J6 involvement live? Oh yeah, somebody mentioned it, and then I started reading down the Wikipedia. And there are things that I'm like tangentially familiar with. When I tweeted out this whole Twitch banned me because of my comments. Hope you find a nice box to live in. Jesus, good one, dude. Also, keep in mind, okay, this guy who is definitely my intellectual superior this talk, y'all treat a grown man named Destiny who plays video games for a living like some sort of intellectual. Y'all are surprised to find out he's a disgusting, unserious human being? Give me a break. Really makes you think, doesn't it? So that dude just gave up, huh? I don't even know that dude. Wait, where's this recent Ashley Sinclair video? Was he actually a fake elector? Yep, for Georgia. I believe so. Wait, Emily CC from Recful Questing Streams? Wait, what? Emily is one of millions of streamers on Twitch, the live video platform that was bought by Amazon in 2014, but Emily's stream is different because it never stops. There's Donnie. The SEC has reportedly eliminated the pattern day trader rule, replacing it with a new intraday margin system. The requirement to maintain a $25,000 balance to engage in day trading is being scrapped. Why? Okay, I don't know. Whatever.
For those who don't know, my name is Ashley Sinclair, and I was involved in MAGA politics. Get
I'll be back 1 sec.
ready with me while I tell you about how the pay-to-play MAGA influence campaigns work. For those who don't know, my name is Ashley Sinclair, and I was involved in MAGA politics and was a MAGA influencer for almost a decade. I know. Now, MAGA, and really MAGA, not so much just GOP messaging, is incredibly coordinated. And I was initiated into this very young, about 19 years old, when I was first brought on to Turning Point. That was when I was invited to my first Turning Point event and was really thrust into this MAGA influencer ecosystem. In 2015-2016, MAGA and their operators realized how important and consequential social media was for politics. This really started during the Obama years when they harnessed the internet and email campaign messaging, and then MAGA took it to the next level with things like Cambridge Analytica and coordinated messaging on sites like Twitter. Their main avenues for this influence are group chats, paid influence campaigns, and parties. Now, for the group chats, they operate with large influencers, particularly on Twitter. That is their primary mode of communication, is Twitter. And they will have these giant group chats that make influencers and individuals feel important because they are in group chats with members of the administration, people on the Trump team, in which they coordinate these messaging tactics. They also have coordinated calls with these campaigns and with these politicians, so you feel that you are important. What I really want to focus on, What I really want to focus on, though, is the paid campaigns, because this is able to fester through many loopholes within our own regulations and laws, because since what they're promoting is messaging or petitions or campaigns and not a service or a product, they do not have to disclose that they are paid for this on social media. So they have these Republican operatives, some of which were former White House, who build out these platforms that these right-wing influencers can log onto and see active campaigns and sign up for and get paid for promoting certain messaging, certain initiatives, certain petitions. And this pay is typically, per click. Sometimes it's a flat rate, but it is everything from, hey, tell your audience to call their members of Congress and vote a particular way on this bill, or, have your followers sign this petition, promote this propaganda, XYZ. And the structure is indistinguishable from ad campaigns that you would do for a traditional company. So if you take, Tarte, for example, or a cosmetic brand or what have you, typically when they get influencers, they will also have a company copy or things that they should say, a script. And so do these right-wing influencers. They are given a script, they are paid, and they post it. And the only difference is that they do not have to disclose that it's an ad because of our current laws and regulations do not require them to do so, since it is not a good or a product. Now, some of these consulting firms that pay for this stuff, they will show up on FEC records because, the campaign or the PAC or the candidate pays them. But once they pay this consulting firm, it's gone. There is no further disclosures required by the consulting firms or anything like that. So this is a good way for them to hide exactly who they're paying for messaging, because it just goes through these firms that do not require any additional reporting to the FEC. And again, they also have these group chats with members of the administration and high-up officials that, especially when a scandal or controversy breaks out, all of this messaging is coordinated. Hey, here's how we respond to the files. Here's how we respond to the war. Here is how we respond to everything. So there's this entire ecosystem of large influencers. All of the largest influencers that you have seen in the right wing, 99% of them are paid or compensated or having their back scratched in one way or another. And then this trickles down because the people under them, these smaller influencers, are not aware of this. So when they're looking to these larger accounts in response to controversies or messaging, what they're seeing is actually very coordinated and very sophisticated influence campaigns from the top. There is no free thinking here whatsoever. They are waiting to get marching orders and a direct deposit. This also works on a smaller scale for influence campaigns because there are private, very wealthy donors that will pay independent journalists to do certain projects or videos, and that never has to get reported to the FEC because it's between two private individuals, even though the messaging and the influence is for political purposes. This happened to me at one point when there were a lot of scandals going on with the airlines and immigration, which I unfortunately had a role in boosting that rhetoric. I had a very wealthy billionaire who reached out to me because he had personal beef with Southwest, so he wanted me to do a sting operation on Southwest to see if they were flying migrants around the country. I did not do that. To obfuscate things even more, this happens between private companies as well. So some of the biggest private companies within the right, particularly the right-wing media, they will be reached out to by people who want particular messaging. I was aware of this several times in regards to Israel, where Republican companies, right-wing companies, private media companies were offered millions of dollars to promote pro-Israel messaging and just sprinkle in things. So they're also doing this very covertly when they're making these asks. They're saying, let's just sprinkle it in here and there for a larger scale, long-term influence campaign. And issues like this with money in politics really began around the 70s, late 70s. And there's a particular case that I've been fascinated by, which is Buckley v. Vallejo, and other subsequent precedents that basically solidify money as speech. And what you do, this happened like right on the heels of the civil rights era, right? And all of these individuals are now able to participate in democracy, at least on paper, in the same way as everyone else. Well, a lot of people, particularly very wealthy corporate men, were not happy about this. So they got right to work saying, well, we need to differentiate ourselves. And they basically complained to the courts and complained that corporations were basically political minorities and that they should be able to participate in politics and that money is speech. And our court affirmed this. The Supreme Court has affirmed many times that money is free speech. So by definition, there are a lot of people in this country
Can you still hear the videos when you walk off? Yeah, I usually turn the speaker on.
who have more free speech than others. And our current system is incredibly archaic in the sense that it does not account for the internet and that these influencers do not have to disclose when they're paid, in the sense that basically money can be hidden in politics through these consulting firms, and I have seen it time and time again. They throw money around for everything. At one point, I was offered a lot of money to promote Rick Grinnell for Secretary of State when the Trump administration admin picks were happening, and I can guarantee you he was not the only one in this pay-to-play scheme. And at the other end of almost all of these payments are also confidentiality agreements, meaning that even if these individuals involved had a change of heart and realized that they are participating...
Do you think girls that do these kinds of videos actually go anywhere after? I don't know. Good question.
Great evil that they cannot speak up about it or they will get sued into oblivion. So not only have the wealthy created a system in which their political influence means far more than yours, but they've also been the architects of a system in which they have these manufactured reputations and narratives, and they manufacture silence through these incredibly asymmetric contracts in which people could lose their livelihoods and reputations for speaking.
I don't know how we would do it, but I really think you need to be, you should be forced to disclose income sources if you're involved in any kind of journalistic practice. I just think it's crazy that you can be getting paid from things and nobody would have to know. I don't know, it's crazy to me. Don't like it, not good. Destiny's second mic. What? Treasury is... Oh, she did. Sorry. Taylor Lorenz was right? No, Taylor Lorenz is too stupid to understand what she's talking about. But I would criticize Taylor Lorenz under the same thing. For instance, being part of the Omidio network. It's all kind of weird that they're like these huge orgs that could be paying people to do stuff that they don't really have to announce like what they're working on or what kind of direction they're getting or what kind of training or whatever. I think all of it is kind of weird. I think it's fine to be critical of Chorus by saying that maybe you're uncomfortable with certain types of orgs existing. The issue is that right now, these are pervasive everywhere. The Chorus was not unique in this. That was the whole point I was making.
Jeden Tag laufe ich hier vorbei bei diesem Gegenrassismus-Spraypainting und denke mir valide aus. I can't George Floyd. I'm resisting arrest.
Treasury is moving aggressively with economic fury, maintaining maximum pressure on Iran. Financial institutions should be on notice that the department is leveraging the full range of available tools and authorities to deploy secondary sanctions against blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Hungary's new leader reveals Viktor Orban was paying CPAC. For how much? What is CPAC is a PAC, right? It is an actual PAC. Don't they have to report all of their payments to them? Oh wait, conference. I'm sorry. Is it just the conference? Is there not like a PAC that's behind them? Sorry. Oh, maybe not then. Completely unsourced speculation. They were talking about the conference they held in Hungary. Maybe. I do know there were people that were getting paid a lot of money to go over there and give speeches and doing things over there, yeah. This clip needs to do the rounds for Hassan. Uh-oh. Wait.
And Biden, when
Biden
you're
in?
ready.
Mr. Chairman and Chancellor-elect Dean, and by the way, I always want to turn around to one guy and say, Barack, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I feel like he should be standing on the right and I should be standing on the left. Hey, you done this look at Barack?
And Biden?
Why is it he's allowed to say that, but whenever I mix up black people... In an old live stream that has resurfaced, Hassan Piker threatens to kill Charlie Kirk. Wait, what?
About murderous cities and their Democratic mayors. I want to fucking kill him, dude. I want to kill.
Wait, who's that? Also, 8-second clip. Jesus, guys. I'm ready for the fucking the great cleansing, dude. The great cleansing. Cleansing.
What cleansing?
When we genocide conservatives in this country. Now, this was 2017? 18?
On the streets with your Glock?
Maybe. I gotta go back to Nebraska and grab it.
What about Democratic mayors? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're
Why was my clip in here? Yo!
talking about socialized medicine, and you fucking turn around and you fucking ask a question about murderous cities and their Democratic mayors. I want to fucking kill him, dude. I want to.
In a video game.
In a video game setting. I want to own him in a video game setting. Oh Jesus! in a video game.
Yeah.
Fuck. In a debate. I want to kill him in a debate in Minecraft.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, there you
wow, and even back then, I was restraining his worst urges. What a good friend I was. Well, hi, what's up?
Hey, well, you wanted to chat about the debate I had last night.
Well, you wanted to.
I did?
Isn't that what you messaged me for?
Well, yeah, comments. What, do you have any specific comments about? I mean, you were clearly very frustrated with Katie and shit. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Do you have any, yeah, I mean, what were your comments?
Yeah, well, let's introduce the topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, so there was, I was working last night, and there was a, because I can't help myself, a goddamn PrimeCayes panel that was going on, where a bunch of people were brought on to discuss Zionism, and
Yeah, well, the conversation shifted because it was originally about this deranged essay called "Yes, All Jews."
Yeah.
Where it was, I don't know if you've read it, but it's fucking
I have.
crazy.
I
Yeah,
wish
so
that I don't know if any of you guys fucking brought this up. God, the beginning. I think I could only watch this for 30 minutes, and I got just so triggered. I had to tap out. I couldn't do it. I don't know if anybody brought this
Sure.
up, but like the first part of your guys' opening conversation was whether or not like it was written for an internal Jewish audience or an external audience or whatever.
Right.
I don't know if any of you
And
guys caught this, but like obviously you guys were talking about, well, it was published on a public platform, knowing that it would escape a Jewish orbit, but like
Right. Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Well, Prime just kept making the argument that, like, specifically when she used all of this violent rhetoric, you have to hear it from a left-wing perspective, and from like a far-left pro-Palestine perspective, actually this violent rhetoric needs to be distilled. And I'm like, bullshit. First off, like you can't. If that is the case, then she's an idiot. But that's not the case because you're publishing this on a public platform. But yeah, that was the main conversation.
Well, also, like, every single time this person referred to October 7th, first of all, I don't know if you're familiar with all the Israel-Palestine dog whistles, but anybody that says Al-Aqsa flood is like a fucking unhinged person.
100%.
Yes.
100%. Well, I mean, I don't know if she was even distilling that she was a unhinged person. But yeah, the conversation got...
But then also, like, every time she referred to it, she didn't even just call it Al-Aqsa flood. She was like the miraculous Al-Aqsa flood.
Yeah, she kept...
heroic...
No, that's something that me and Lactoid kept bringing up is like, dude, we are...
Yeah, so you're telling me this article was written for an internal audience of Jewish people that are super pro-Zionist, but you're being like unhinged. You're like a fucking terrorist worshiper. Like,
right. And I think the thing that really frustrated me that I kept really trying to pivot is that there's all of this implied prescription without a clear prescription, if that makes sense. Like, I'm like, what is a non-Jew supposed to do when they read this?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what I'm seeing is, and I kept comparing this to, like, you know, Muslims in 2004 where, like, you know, they get harassed. I don't know if this is really true, but like, no, I'm sure it's true that, like, they'd essentially get harassed, like, asking how they felt about 9/11 or how they felt about the Iraq war. And if, you know, they didn't give the correct shibboleths, then, like, they'd get, you know, maybe bullied a little bit. And I'm like, is this what we're prescribing? And if not, what is the prescription? Like, what are we supposed to do? And they were like, well, no, Jews should just be, you know, critical of Israel. I'm like, you don't believe that because you think that about every American.
Yeah,
like,
what's the difference? Why Jews explicitly and specifically?
Yeah.
Like, what is it? Yeah, it's really weird. There's also like, I'm sure you're aware, but like none of the pro-Pali people support a two-state solution because they consider that still a Jewish state, and that's like a dog whistle. Yeah,
I don't know if you missed this, but one of the most infuriating parts of the conversation was when Katie said that Norm Finkelstein wasn't
Zionist enough for her. Yeah,
or
he was too much of a Zionist for her. Yeah.
Was an anti-Zionist. And I was, well, it's not just for her. What's really frustrating, and I say that, like, this irritates me in almost all debates or like any just any debates, is when you reframe the category. You don't just say that that's not sufficient enough. Like, because she could have just said that's not anti-Zionist enough for me, but she reframes it to be that is definitionally not anti-Zionist.
Well, now these people that are on the pro-Pali side, they do use like the strict definition of Zionism, just like socialism now, to where when they say Zionist, they just mean, do you think that a Jewish majority state should exist? And most of the major pro-Pali people are going to be anti-Zionist, meaning that there should be no protected Jewish majority Israel state. Like, that is their belief where they're at. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think the thing that frustrates me, whenever you reframe the conversation like that, essentially what you're doing is I mean, it's just an untenable, non-negotiable definition. Where if you have if you define anti-Zionist where Norm Finkelstein doesn't even fit in it, 99.999% of Americans don't fit into it.
Mm-hmm.
You have a completely useless definition. And I like when debates become about definitions and you reframe it in a extremely demarcated definition, I just find that the most aggravating part of the conversation. I don't know. I feel like it's such debate. I don't know. There's not.
I mean,
really
that's one of the reasons why I don't like to use any like titles or categories anymore. I like just talk about the particular things themselves,
No,
like what are the
100%.
positions, because you'll get caught up all day trying to argue who believes what. Yeah.
It's so annoying. And I just, that's just not how definitions fit. Because dude, one of the weirdest things that happened, because I was like, she was like, well, you define Zionism. And I kind of gave like a a weird, like sort of like I'm not really sure. You know, I'll give like sort of a vague definition. She's like, yeah, this vague definition you have, that confusion is instilled by the American Empire. I'm like, or definitions are just really hard to do very often. Like, you know, coming up with any definition that encapsulates everything that you want it to encapsulate and doesn't encapsulate everything you don't want to is just going to be it's going to be impossible. Well, from a linguistic perspective, I think it's impossible. But yeah, I don't know, just like this idea that like any sort of confusion that occurs must necessarily come from the American Empire feels so flat. Like it's such a lazy analysis.
Yeah, but I mean that's where we're at. Yeah, unfortunately.
True.
Not cool, but yeah.
Did you have any? Were you triggered by anything I said, or was it mostly just Katie?
I think it was Katie Doobie. Yeah, all of it was really dumb. None of these guys obviously would have the same standard for Muslims. Like you can call people like if you're critical of Arab states, sometimes they'll call you Islamophobic, even if you haven't even mentioned the religion.
Well, well, Ollie kept bringing up like he's like, well, this is what we did to Muslims in the early 2000s. I'm like, yeah, that was bad. Like the idea that we would just you bring on like a Sunni Muslim to talk about something, and they're like, okay, well, do you condemn Hamas without properly, like, when they're not on there for that topic? I feel like that's bad. I feel like that's racist. But, they take this, like, is-ought approach where they just reframe the conversation and just go, well, it did happen, therefore it must continue to happen.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know. I feel it's so fucking...
Pretty dumb.
Yeah. Anyway. That's about it.
Okay. Well, stay safe, be careful,
right.
and yeah. Have fun. Good luck. Bye.
Good luck. Bye.
Because they decided to.
Did you watch the Ezra Klein video yet? No. What is the Ezra Klein video?
Candy is not just my business.
The fuck is this?
Candy is my obsession.
Hershey
I
movie.
Want to make a perfect product, Mr. Brenneman.
Wait, why are we like in an era of getting movies for all these huge commercial things? Like, didn't we have like a movie about McDonald's a while ago? And
if my employer finds out I gave Milton Hershey more money, we'll both be the laughing stock of this town.
What?
You have 30 days.
You will not regret this, sir.
I already do.
You will not regret this, sir.
I already do.
Oh my God!
Caramels are a fad. Milk chocolate candies.
What?
That's the future.
Be the key nine, Mr.
Hershey. We will make our own milk chocolate if I could just crack the recipe.
You keep chasing perfection when maybe you should be chasing magic. This batch is
perfect.
Oh my God, this is magic. Oh my God. I hope they sell Hershey chocolate at the theater while they're playing the movie.
And here's the thing, Milt. You're a Hershey.
You
when
are.
You follow your dream.
Hershey.
You don't let anyone get in your way.
There's only 4 of them. A small piece is all it takes.
Hershey! Sell to me, or I will run you out of business.
It's the guy!
If you like to work, there's no sweeter way to make a living.
We can't fund this chocolate fantasy forever.
Bro, this is freaking epic.
We could lose everything.
Then I suppose we better make a lot of chocolate.
Wow. Absolutely freaking epic, dude. Holy shit. Sorry, somebody donated $7.50 and asked, are we getting drama slop and talking to a wider variety of streamers if the court case goes well and Trump gets stifled after midterms? Like the same type of drama slop we did before? Probably not. Where my personal life's involved in as much in it? No. But maybe we'll broaden a little. We'll see. Oh boy. 5 hours ago. Hold on, wait. What is this?
You guys can't handle a joke, but you'll take a tongue in the ass. Yeah?
How does I link this? Is this any good?
What if there was a comedy show, actually, comedy experiment,
I see some upset faces in the crowd.
where the whole audience is made up by one specific kind of person?
Not the
And what
Labubu's.
if the comic performing on that show had no idea what that crowd was going to be? Comedians have to figure out what's the right material to go with, and then the audience has to grapple with how they feel about this. Do I like this person? Do I find him offensive? Well, folks, this show is happening. And it's called Human Trials.
All right, guys, make some noise for your next comic, Mark Norman.
Woo! Good to be here. I used to date a girl who lived in this neighborhood. Jewish gal. Any Jews here? Hey, all right. Get them. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking. Good to have you. Thanks for tunneling. Yeah. Ex-girlfriend was Jewish. Met her on that Jewish app, PayPal. Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Ex-girlfriend was Jewish. Met her on that Jewish app, PayPal.
Oh, I got it. I get it. Okay, I felt like this is a lot.
All right.
But okay.
I'll be a little darker than the other guy as well. Not the black. But, you know, all right. Hey, thank you. Just joking. I'm a comedian. Don't worry. Just zingers. Okay. How about that Mom Donnie? Oh, yeah, there you go. He won. I live next to a billionaire, so he was like, I'm praying to God he doesn't win. I was like, well, he won, so you better start praying 5 times a day. Oh, yeah. He was like, oh, he's a Muslim, though. He's going to be mean to women. I'm like, you're thinking of Cuomo. Okay. All right. And then they're like, well, he's anti-Semitic. I'm like, well, he's doing free buses, not trains. Okay. That's for the Jewish gal. All right. We're back.
Wait, I don't. Okay. I feel like if you wanted to be like edgy for a crowd and test whether or not the crowd could find you as being edgy or not, I felt like anti-Semitism is like the worst topic to go to because this is the one thing that on the left I think they kind of think it's okay to laugh at. No, like isn't this like it could have been any other topic? No, I don't know.
Cool. I know race is touchy, especially from my old.
Oh wait, actually, I guess it's just Gen Z. It's not necessarily left Gen Z. It could be left and right, maybe.
Honky faced, but I think we're all. Thank you. Thank you, Queen. Okay.
My bad, I forgot. Young people.
That was the gayest moment of my life. But yeah.
Whoa!
But yeah, everybody's full of shit when it comes. I was talking to one guy at my last day job. I was like, hey man, what's the name of that new girl and the new guy on the 5th floor, the really tall black guy? This guy goes, whoa, I don't see color. I was like, really? Come on. Really? So I looked this guy right in the eye and I was like, hey man, it's cool. I'm black. And he was like, no, you're not. I'm like, aha. Yeah. You may not.
Okay, I feel like this crowd is also either plied as fuck with alcohol or we're told that they had to laugh a lot too, no? Or this is a very soft audience, but okay, that's okay.
Be racist, but you are a liar. All right. Cool. I just got back from Mexico City doing some shows. That's a cool place, although you can't drink the water there, so I got the diarrhea. Yeah. I was at a bar. Bartender handed me a cocktail. I drank it. He goes, uh-oh, the ice cubes. You got to watch out for that ice, too. That'll take you out. He goes, I'm thinking about moving to America. You got any tips for me? I was like, yeah, watch out for ice. So, yeah, we kept in touch. He's in a cage now. But, sweet kid. Just joking. All right. I told that joke in Canada. Some guy goes, hey, I'm Mexican. I was like, whoa, you made it to level 2. Well done, senor.
The ice jokes were kind of like hard to listen to, but that's because I have immigrant family, so that's just like a personal hit home. So like I don't know what that would be or how that would be received by someone who doesn't have immigrant family or friends or stuff like that. I mean, we should all be very upset about what's going on, but you know, when something has like a hit home, then that makes it a little different.
Mexico's old school. We went to a restaurant. The guy gave us the bill. My wife grabbed it. The guy goes, no, this is Mexico. The man must pay. We are traditional. We are old-fashioned. My wife was like, hey, I like that. I was like, whoa, you can't have an opinion? Okay. All right. Just jokes. All right. I'll dial it back. All right, let's do it. Well, let's think about Gen Z. You guys can't handle a joke, but you'll take a tongue in the ass. Yeah?
Jesus. Wait, also.
Joke, but you'll take a tongue in the ass. Yeah?
Wait, they must have said at the beginning or something. Did I miss it? It's supposed to be all women? Or majority women? And by majority, I mean like 99%? It's only one. Okay. Gen Z women. Okay.
All right. Okay. Any gay ladies? Hey, all right. Yeah, my old roommate was gay. Gay guys are the best. Fun, non-violent. You never meet any violent gay guys. There's no gay gangs. That would just be a musical. Yeah. My gay friend, he's obsessed with straight dudes. He's like, he calls it flipping a hetero, you know? He likes to try to flip them. He's like, you know how hard that is? You know how hard it is for me to go out every night, you know? Talk to a guy who, you're trying to have sex with someone who doesn't want to have sex with you? I was like, that's exactly what it's like being a straight guy. And he's like, no, you gotta convince him for hours, take him out. I'm like, yeah, same yeah. Yeah, so we went back and forth arguing about this for hours. Eventually, I woke up at his place. Trying to spice things up with the wife, you know. Somebody told me to watch porn with her. Yeah, so I was like, hey, all right. So I asked her about it. She goes, I like lesbian porn. I was like, I like interracial. So we compromised and watched a WNBA game. Yeah. All right.
What is funny to you? Like, what stood out in the show that you actually liked?
Dark stuff can be really
This guy's out of it, Jesus.
funny. Like, I like dark humor a lot of the time, but I feel like it depends on who the person on stage is, if that makes sense. One joke that they might not have liked and then from another person might have been like kind of fine.
Now, do you think that's because like it's a man and you're like, I don't want to hear this from a man right now? Yeah.
All my wife's friends are on Ozempic. Boy, where'd Ozempic come from, huh? That really changed the game. I could use that as a kid. I was fat as yeah? We didn't have Ozempic when I was a kid. We had something else. It was called Shame. Yeah, and it worked for thousands of years. And then we got body positivity. Yeah, last 10 years, all I heard was big is beautiful, love the skin you're in, body positivity. And somebody went, we got a new drug that makes you thin without working out. Everybody went, put that directly in my ass. What happened to body positive, huh? You've made me call you pretty, you fat And you don't even believe it. You're full of That's like going Black Lives Matter. Well, that black dude's choking over there and he's mouth to mouth. What am I, gay? You said they mattered. Like Lizzo, she was the fat champion. Now she's getting skinny. I liked fat Lizzo. I stood behind her. You just couldn't see me. This lady, MVP. All right, let's keep going. We're not gonna get political. It's too divisive. Everybody's so tribal now. Like Taylor Swift, she endorsed Kamala Harris. People started burning her records. It's like, nobody burned R. Kelly's. Isn't what he did worse? She's just voting for a lady. He's got chicks in a dungeon, you know? And look, I'm a hypocrite. I didn't burn mine either. I peed on mine. Yeah, felt appropriate.
Does anybody in here consider themselves easily offended by jokes? No, that's pretty good. Sometimes they generalize you guys as like a group of people who normally do come out and get offended by jokes.
The thing about Gen Z is like we all joke with each other a lot. Like my friends and I, we tease each other 24/7. But the thing is like we know what is okay to tease each other about and what is not okay, and that line is like very firm. So I think that's like the risk with comedy shows now with Gen Z is like that line is a lot harder to set of what is okay because different people have different lines. But like I don't consider myself someone that gets easily offended.
Elon, he had a fun Make-A-Wish in the White House for about 3 weeks. That was crazy. He had the Heil. That was a bad Heil. Yeah. He made a statement. He was like, hey, I'm not a Nazi. I'm just mentally off. And Kanye was like, I'm not mentally off. I'm a Nazi. Kanye West, huh? Boy, oh boy. Yeah, he's the king. You know, Klan hood, swastika, then he blew his cousin. I'm like, this is white appropriation. Yeah? These are some of our greatest hits. Yeah, you know what I think screwed up Kanye was Pete Davidson banging Kim K. I think that fucked him up, yeah. Because you got to hand it to Pete, because her vagina was a predominantly black neighborhood, and she really gentrified the hell out of it. All right. Okay. We sent some ladies to space this year. That was crazy, huh? The Blue Origin. Yeah. I didn't like how the rocket looked like a dick. It's like, come on, this is a day for women. At least put a string on the bottom. Yeah, something. Yeah. I don't know why we need to send Katy Perry to space. I have no idea. We tried to send Lizzo, but we didn't have the fuel. But all right. Okay. It's the last Lizzo joke. All right. Okay. How about RFK? Huh? The voice of a generation? Yeah. You know what's weird about RFK? He was a lifelong Democrat. Then Trump got shot, and he got on board. I guess he figured, well, now that you've been shot, you feel like family. Always good at a comedy show when you get the, going for the ha-has, but I got, you know. I'll take it. All right, we got to wrap this puppy up with a bow. You guys have been very nice. Big finale. Here we go. This is it. All right, we got this. Okay, you sound like my wife. All right, thanks a lot. We got to laugh. I'm Kevin Hart. Thank you.
Okay. Oh boy.
I've been trying to think about how to begin this episode, which is a very...
How many podcasts does he start like this? I feel like I've heard him say this a lot. I'm trying to think about how to start this topic. I'm not really sure how I should begin to talk about this. I don't really know what I should start with when it comes to this.
Very, very tricky one. And I found myself thinking about a debate I heard a lot in 2023 and 2024. You would hear these chants and see these signs. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. And it flared into this huge controversy.
Free Palestine from the river to the sea means get rid of all the Jews.
No, from the river to the sea means the land in between is free. Everyone in between is free.
No, this is a genocidal chant.
What was always so strange to me, so backwards about this focus on college campus protesters, was that there was this reality people weren't really admitting, that there is one power from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. That power, that sovereign, which if you travel in that area, I have, is just visually undeniable, is Israel.
What?
American politics has not grappled really at all with the level of day-to-day domination that Israel exerts over Palestinian lives, and the complete absence of any horizon at all for that to end. And this was true before October 7th. In early 2023, the political scientist Michael Barnett...
Wait, isn't this kind of what the whole Israel-Palestine thing is about? Or what does he mean by that, I guess?
Brown, Mark Lynch, and Shibli Talhami published an edited volume called The One-State Reality. Their argument, which he also made in a very controversial foreign affairs piece, was that, quote, Palestine is not a state in waiting, and Israel is not a democratic state incidentally occupying Palestinian territory. All the territory west of the Jordan River has long constituted a single state under Israeli rule, where the land and the people are subject to radically different legal regimes, and Palestinians are permanently treated as a lower caste. What they were saying then is that the hope of a two-state solution in the future had become a way many in America particularly avoided reckoning with the one-state reality of the present. That reality was not accidental, it is not intended to be transient. It was being etched into the land in stone and cement, in settlements and checkpoints, in the construction of walls and the demolition of homes. That might have been a controversial claim when they made it. What has happened since October 7th has made it an undeniable reality. Israel now...
How is this a controversial claim? This has been the case since the year 2005 at least. Okay.
Occupies more than half of Gaza. The more than 2 million Gazans have been herded into less than half of the land they formerly occupied. And Gaza, it should be said, was already one of the most overcrowded places on earth. The conditions Gazans now live in, they're hellish. And there is no near term, there's no imagined, there's no envisioned relief. This is and it remains collective punishment. Hamas, not the...
Is it just me or does Ezra pause at random ass times I'm speaking? I feel like there's like a YouTuber cadence that encourages this. It makes... I don't want to accuse him. This is like an asshole critique right now. Sometimes, though, when one is looking for the right words, it seems like you can impart on your viewer more gravity when you pause and think and deliberate about what it is that you want to say next. I'm like, okay. I got it, Chief.
Children of Gaza attacked Israel on October 7th. The conditions the children of Gaza now live in they're not moral. In the West Bank, Israel has choked off money to the Palestinian Authority. It has built settlements, chosen to build settlements, at a record pace. More settlements were approved in the last year alone than in the 2 decades before combined. Israel has protected a terrifying rise in settler violence and military violence towards the Palestinians. There is no doubt, if you go there, who rules the West Bank, and it is not the PA. When Netanyahu signed a recent settlement project, a project the United States had opposed for a long time because it would effectively bisect the West Bank, making a Palestinian state physically unimaginable, Netanyahu made clear that that was exactly why he was signing it. He said, "We are going to fulfill our promise. There will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs to us." In the north, Israel has used the war in Iran as cover to invade Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people. 1 million, and suggesting that up to 600,000 will not be allowed to return to their homes until Israel has established its security zone, whatever that proves to be, and that it is decided that Israelis in the north are safe. To put it bluntly, it is an open question whether any of those 600,000 Lebanese will ever be able to return to their homes, or if they will even have homes to return to. I do not want to underplay what Israel is actually dealing with here. I have immense sympathy for Israel's war against Hezbollah. They are defending themselves in a way any state would, but this again is collective punishment. Those million Lebanese, they are not all Hezbollah. Israel's security challenges—
Really?
Collective punishment. Those million Lebanese.
You're telling me this kid right here couldn't hold a gun?
They are not all Hezbollah. Israel's security challenges are very real. Its horror, its fear, its trauma after October 7th was very real. Its determination to make sure that never happened again is what any state and any people would do. Its right to reprisal against Hamas and Hezbollah were undeniable. I am not someone who wants to see the state of Israel cease to exist, but what Israel is choosing here, a one-state reality that already is and will continue to be understood the world over as apartheid, it endangers that state too. The cost of Israel cannot morally be the permanent subjugation of millions of Palestinians. In February, Gallup found for the first time, more Americans sympathize with Palestinians than the Israelis. Among Democrats, among young Americans, it is not even close. Israel maintains support among older Americans, and it has benefited from the advanced age of the last 2 presidents. Their views of Israel were forged in another time, around another Israel. American politics has not yet fully grappled with what Israel has chosen to become. So what does it mean to grapple with Israel's one-state reality? To see what Israel is now, what the West Bank is now, what Gaza is now, what Lebanon is now, without illusion. Shibli Telhami is the Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, College Park. Mark Lynch is the Director of the Project on Middle East Political Science at George Washington University. Lynch is the author most recently of America's Middle East, The Ruination of a Region, but together they were 2 of the editors on that 2023 book I mentioned, The One State Reality. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Mark Lynch, Shibli Telhami, welcome to the show.
Pleasure.
Thanks. So I want to start, Mark, before October 7th. You and Shibli and a few co-authors published a book of essays and a big foreign affairs article called Israel's One-State Reality. And the argument you make is that the 2-state solution is a fantasy, it's dead. That there is a reality that we are failing to apprehend in Israel, which is that there is one sovereign from the river to the sea. And so I want to ask you what you were seeing that convinced you to make that argument. How did this work in your view, say, in the West Bank?
Sure, and I think it is important to kind of put this into a bit of a trajectory historically. So back in like the mid '90s, during the Oslo years, you actually had a situation where if you're living in Jerusalem, if you're living in Ramallah, if you're living in Nablus or Jenin, you can actually feel a state emerging around you. You can see the Palestinian legislature is actually active. They have ministries. The checkpoints are coming down. You're able to travel. If you have an olive oil business, you can actually load it in the back of a truck and sell it in Bethlehem, right? So it actually was this idea that it's not just that we were negotiating towards a 2-state solution, but people could feel 2 states coming into existence. Fast forward 10 years after the Second Intifada. That's just not true anymore. Right now, you've got a whole range. You've got the big security wall, which is de facto a new border. You've got a whole range of checkpoints that have come into place, making it impossible to really move freely across the West Bank. Palestinian Authority has basically been destroyed and it's being rebuilt from scratch. If you're just an average Palestinian living in the West Bank, you no longer feel like you're on the path towards a state. You might follow the negotiations, but now you feel you're living under occupation. Then fast forward another 10 years, another 15 years, and you're in a situation where nothing has happened in all of that time, which would make you believe that a 2-state solution has become more likely. There's more settlements, more settlers, more settler-only roads, more repression, no elections, nothing which would make you feel like you're moving towards something else. So there is this real sense of stagnation, and we're looking at this and we're trying to understand as political scientists, like, what is this entity? It's clearly not something on a path to 2 independent sovereign states. It's clearly not anything which is familiar to us as just an occupation or just a transitional phase, but it also isn't really formally yet a single Israeli state, right? It hasn't been annexed. It hasn't come fully under Israeli law. It's just this limbo which goes on forever. And so that's what we were trying to capture with the 1-state reality, is that in reality, everybody living between, in mandatory Palestine, everything from the river to the sea, is under the effective power of a single sovereign, which is the Israeli government. But they experience it very, very differently. They have different rights, they have different responsibilities, they have different security concerns. If you're born in one place, you are trapped within Gaza. If you're born in Ramallah, you have one set of rights, but your family, who's just a couple of kilometers away in Jerusalem, they might have a few more rights. And so it was a highly differentiated legal regime, but one in which Israel ultimately held all the cards.
Shibli, one thing that Israeli Jews say to me when I say something like this to them is, no, the Palestinian Authority is the government in the West Bank. What do you think about that?
That's a really good starting point, because think about what Palestinians are facing now in terms of settler attacks. Meaning, these are obviously civilians who are very often in the West Bank illegally, and going into homes of Palestinians or burning them.
Why are most U.S. Ivy League professors retarded on Israel-Palestine? I'm not sure. That guy didn't say anything wrong. They're not saying anything wrong, but I don't know why the way they're talking it. Maybe it's just how they're introducing the topic. They're talking like this like a new thing or something, but like this has been the thing all the time. Or like this has been a huge issue for like since, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's not that bad. It's over. I'll be an asshole.
What Palestinians are facing now in terms of settler attacks. Meaning, these are obviously civilians who are very often in the West Bank illegally, and going into homes of Palestinians or burning them, or going into properties and stealing them, or going into cars and burning them, and in some cases shooting people. And that's on Palestinian territory, in Palestinian land. There is not a single policeman stopping them. Not a single one. Because they don't dare, they're not supposed to, and the Israeli military would shoot them to death, and in some cases shooting people. And that's on Palestinian territory, in Palestinian land. There is not a single policeman stopping them. Not a single one. Because they don't dare, they're not supposed to, and the Israeli military would shoot them to death.
Like, is that, I don't know if this is true. They keep saying Palestinian land. You have Area A, B, and C. I don't believe this has changed. My understanding is Area A is exclusively governed by the PA. If you wind up there as an Israeli or a Jew or a non-Palestinian, you might get killed, and that's just on you. Like, but I'm pretty sure the PA exerts pretty much full control on this. But they're going to work with the IDF to remove people from there that aren't supposed to be there as well. They're not just going to like execute random people. The Palestinian Authority won't. But Area B is going to be the go in between Area A places that the IDF has checkpoints at for whatever fuck reason. And then Area C is going to be mainly near Israel, is where like all of your boring settlements are. Not much happens there. But I'm pretty sure in Area A they will work to remove you. The Palestinian Authority will, if you don't get killed by somebody else, or the IDF will come and kick you out because you're not supposed to be there. This is why they wouldn't let us go into Nablus, because I believe Nablus is an Area A city, right? So you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But.
And at the same time, look at what they're doing. They are working hard around the clock to make sure that there are no attacks on Israelis. One reason why we haven't seen a lot of attacks or even demonstrations during what happened in Gaza on the West Bank. So the Palestinian Authority is a joke if you're thinking about it as a real government. It certainly has no real control. And to think about the asymmetry of power that has defined the past few decades, think again that Israel could put Mahmoud Abbas under arrest, the Palestinian Authority president, in his compound. They did with Yasser Arafat, the founder of the Palestinian movement. He was confined to his compound.
That was during the second Intifada, though. Everybody was kind of fucky then, right? Like,
not able to move until his death. We could describe the awfulness of the life on the West Bank, and a lot of people don't get it, they don't understand, for example, how important the prisoner issue to Palestinians. You've got more than 1 million Palestinians probably who have been arrested by Israeli forces throughout the occupation. It's a very small population, as you know, and who have been arrested. But, for example, how important the prisoner issue to Palestinians. You've got more than 1 million Palestinians probably who have been arrested by Israeli forces throughout the occupation.
That would be the last 70, 80 years. More than 1 million arrests that have been arrested? That's a big number. I'm trying to think if that feels... I don't know. I'm curious what the source would be for that. But maybe since the very beginning of for 70, 60 years, 80 years, depends on when you consider the start of the occupation, I guess. I don't know.
It's a very small population, as you know.
Do you have footage of you getting chased off by settlers? Well, no. It was the first time we tried to sneak into Nablus, the IDF showed up and they took us out, even though we'd already crossed the fence. Did we stream that? And then the second time was we tried to go another way, and then the settlers from Yitzhar kicked us out, and then the IDF came and grabbed us and told us to leave, so.
Probably who have been arrested by Israeli forces throughout the occupation. It's a very small population, as you know. And you've got, there's not a family that's not touched by it. And many of them, thousands of them, are held without charges. And if they're taken to court, they go into military court. And in that military court, the conviction rate is close to 100%. A settler who kills a Palestinian on the West Bank, they probably will not even be charged. And if they are ever charged, they go to civil court. And rarely do they get convicted. So, that is, I think, one of the things that probably drove us to think about this is this kind of like, you have to be even-handed here. Say, well, yeah, Palestinians should reform too. Yeah, right. Well, it probably...
I remember watching the Nablus. They had a taxi guy who couldn't go with. Oh, yeah. We might have streamed that even, yeah. Curious because I never looked into it. Do you think some large percentage of Palestinians are in jails for crimes they did not commit or for too harsh of a time? The issue, I think, is that you're treated as basically like a military war opponent thing. So the standards for putting you in jail are a lot different than if you were treated by ordinary domestic courts. So you can be held for a while there, probably without a formal charge, would be my guess. Not streamed, but filmed, right? Oh, well, that guy just said he saw it, so he must have, yeah. There was a taxi car, I think it came up, and then I think we weren't allowed to go. I don't know if it's because the IDF had already crossed the fence, or I think it was a stream, early clips that Yobel had sent over. There you go.
They should, for sure. Even if it's a municipality, there's corruption that could be repaired. But to think that that's going to matter at the strategic level, it's really a joke. The other thing I want to say about this is that, I think there is a religious narrative, even in the secular Israel, about the entitlement to the land, particularly after 1967, and holding on to the West Bank as part of Israel. And I think the entitlement to at least the occupied territories is tied in back of the mind, is that the legitimacy of Israel derives from a biblical narrative, not from the fact that it's recognized by the United Nations as a legitimate state. And I think that narrative has really grown in a way that subconsciously, even for people who are not religious, in a way that it really dominates the thinking, and in a visible way in the West Bank. And that's why a lot of people look away when they don't agree with the crazies who are killing or doing something, and they want to pretend it doesn't exist, but they're not entirely uncomfortable with the outcome.
Something that I wanted to zoom in on a bit is the American narrative, actually, that you're getting at, which is I think the American narrative thinks a lot about the failure of the peace process. Camp David in 2000, some of you'll hear about the failure of negotiations between Omer and Abbas in 2008. In 2009, Netanyahu comes back into power, and he has been now prime minister with short interruptions since then, which is a long time. I was going to bring this quote in later, but I think it's worth talking about now. This is something Netanyahu said recently, which I think helps shift maybe the understanding of whether or not what we're looking at is the failure of a process or the success of a project. Netanyahu said, "There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River. For years, I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. We have done this with determination and with astute statesmanship. Moreover, we have doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path." Mark, when you listen to that, what do you hear?
I think it's a very honest and direct statement of the reality. I think that, again, I do think that there was a serious effort to negotiate a two-state solution under Oslo. For all of its flaws, it was real, but Netanyahu opposed that at the time and was very happy to bring it grinding to a halt when he first became prime minister in 96. And I think he's been extremely consistent his entire career, and I think that has really, been part of his political success in a way of being able to position himself as the one who is able to advance this particular project. And I don't think that Americans are blind to this. They tend to look at it as Netanyahu is the problem. He's always pushing back. He's always slowing things down. He's always giving us problems. And if we could just get rid of Netanyahu, if we could just find a way to get a more reasonable alternative as Israel's prime minister, then we can get back to the business of a two-state negotiations and the like. And that's always been a very willful misreading of the situation. I think that Netanyahu isn't like a magician who is somehow convincing an Israeli public to accept this. He's reflecting what I think is a real and a steadily growing kind of center position in Israel, which is they really don't see the need for there to be two states. The left wing in Israel back in the 1990s, they were consumed with the idea that Israel had to make a choice between being Jewish or being democratic. And if you annex the West Bank, if you control the West Bank and Gaza, then you get to a demographic situation where Jews are no longer a majority in this territory. And I think that dilemma was resolved a long time ago. They chose to be Jewish, not democratic. And the vehicle for doing that was the perpetuation of this idea that eventually someday there will be a two-state solution, maybe, but we don't need to think about giving any kinds of rights to the Palestinians. And again, I don't think that Americans were blind to this. I think that they were just willing to go along with it because it was convenient to do so.
So we have to talk about the West Bank, we talk about Gaza, but there are many Palestinians living in Israel proper, Israel's traditional borders, however you want to call it. One of the arguments you make in the piece is that the one-state reality is, quote, based on relations of superiority and inferiority between Jews and non-Jews across all the territories under Israel's differentiated but unchallenged control. Israeli Jews, I know, often make the point of telling me that Palestinians in Israel have equal rights, that they are equal citizens in Israel proper, and such that Israel is a democracy. In fact, it is a multi-ethnic democracy. Why don't you agree?
No, we didn't say we didn't agree. Actually, we put it on a scale. From on the one end, you have citizens who do have civil rights and can vote and get elected. They're discriminated against in a very real way, some structurally and in practice for sure. But then on the other hand, you have these Gaza and the West Bank on the other end of the spectrum. So we look at it as a spectrum. So the reality is, if the chief of police is supremacist Ben-Gvir, who thinks a Jewish life is more valuable than Arab life, it's not about citizenship. It's about ethnicity. It's about religion. And there are fears already. You can see the tension. It's hard to also decouple.
I don't like that he was asked about Palestinians that live in Israel proper, and he's making comparisons to the West Bank, and now he's talking broadly about racism. I don't know. I don't like the censor.
Particularly in times of war and crisis. But what happens is that, let's say you're in a factory together, You have an Israeli citizen who's Jewish and Israeli citizen who is an Arab, and they're working together. And they post on social media. And the Palestinian is saying this is genocide. Again, what's happening, what the Israelis are doing. And the Israelis saying, go to the army. And they're sitting next to each other. What do you think is going to happen to them?
So then where on the spectrum prior to
What does he mean by that? What does he think is going to happen to them? I don't know what he means by that, but okay.
October 7th is Gaza for you? Because when I speak to Israeli Jews about this, their view is that they did not have control of Gaza. They had withdrawn from Gaza. And after they withdrew, Gazans chose Hamas, a group dedicated to Israel's destruction. And eventually the result was October 7th. And so to many Jewish Israelis, the lesson of the Gaza withdrawal is not that they had too much control, but that they had too little, that they had offered too much autonomy, and more than 1,000 of their citizens paid a terrible price for that. So when you include Gaza in this period, in the single state reality, how do you explain that?
Well, first of all, with regard to October 7th, obviously it's a horrific attack, and there's nothing justified. I mean, we can analyze it politically. We can analyze an explanation, justification, not one and the same thing. A lot of people kind of conflate the two sometimes when you talk about it. But control doesn't mean you have to be there physically. Certainly, Gaza didn't have sovereignty. Gazans couldn't go in and out without Israeli permission. So when you're controlling the water, when you're controlling the electricity, when you're controlling the trade, when you're controlling the movement of people, when when you're controlling the money even that goes in and out, I think that I know that many Israelis buy that. It's an easy way out. But in reality, this was not the case.
Okay, can I add something here? Because what's very interesting about this is that, if you look at the role that Gaza played in all of this and in Israeli politics, that in effect, this became actually what seemed to be a very sustainable and kind of workable situation for a very long time for Israel by withdrawing from Gaza and establishing this kind of control from the outside and controlling all the points of access and for everything. That gave them the ability to kind of regulate things, turn it on or off. And if Hamas was running it, that's okay. In a sense, Hamas functionally became something like the Palestinian Authority in the sense of providing enough security on behalf of Israel to make sure that things didn't blow up too much. There's this huge scandal in Israel, as you know, about Netanyahu supposedly, working with Qatar and signing off on the transfer of significant funds from Qatar to Hamas. But there's nothing especially scandalous about this if you're in a situation of basically maintaining enough stability so that the problem doesn't have to be dealt with anymore. And I think that's what was happening in Gaza. From the perspective of people in Gaza, this was a horrific life, right? You're living in a situation where you don't have sufficient access to food, to water, to medicine, to leave and go see the outside world, all these other things. You're at the mercy of Israel. They can cut it off at any time. But at the same time, you did have the tunnel system going out into the Sinai, which allowed Hamas to engage in enough smuggling to make sure that the needs would be met, but also to ensure their own power. In other words, it was a very symbiotic relationship where Hamas could stay in power and thrive under the situation of blockade, even if many Gazans suffered. Israel didn't have to worry about trying to deal with a very hostile and difficult environment. And up until October 7th, this seemed like a workable situation. And I think that is part of why it was such a profound shock on October 7th, because up until that moment, it really seemed from an Israeli perspective, from Netanyahu's perspective, that this was working. Maybe it wasn't a long-term solution, but solutions are overrated.
And as I understand it, this is one of the reasons that the intelligence that is signaling something like October 7th is coming is discarded. It's not that Israel had no warning, but that there was such a strong belief that Hamas wanted to maintain its current situation, that they would not dare to upend the equilibrium so violently, causing this kind of Israeli response.
Yeah, and I think also, Gaza doesn't have, for all Israelis, doesn't have the same status as the West Bank. Now, it's true that Ben Gvir and some people like Ben Gvir, who's now the chief of police, who comes out of a very far right party, that he did say he wanted to at some point have essentially ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They should be removed somewhere else. But in general, I think if you look even among the right Likudniks, the Likud party of Benjamin Netanyahu throughout, there were voices that kind of wanted maybe Gaza not be part of the overall Israel. So there's a mixture. I don't think the Israelis were all unified about what would happen with Gaza. At some point, they even preferred it going back to Egypt. The Egyptians didn't want it. So I don't think they all have universal views of what Gaza should be, but now I think they do.
So October 7th does shatter this equilibrium. It shatters Israel's sense of security, sense that any of this was working or could work. It traumatizes Israeli society. There are hostages who have the last of them only came home fairly recently now.
Did Netanyahu actually sign a deal with Qatar to fund Hamas? Isn't that a debunked talking point? I've never heard that talking point be debunked before. I just feel like it's usually presented a little bit disingenuously. Like, money did have to flow through to fund Hamas. Much of it came from Qatar. But I mean, people think that Hamas is just a terrorist group, but Hamas was the governing body of the Gaza Strip. Hamas was the government. They needed money to govern and to pay for services and everything else. So money passed through to Hamas in the Gaza Strip, but Hamas is the government. You have to fund the area or whatever. You couldn't just cut off all funds from Hamas. That would be like cutting off all funds from the U.S. government or cutting off all funds to the Israeli government for Israel. It needs to be funded. It's the government.
I still think it is impossible to overstate how much that has remained a live trauma. But the part of this that I think we have followed in America, to the extent we followed it, is the war in Gaza. Very quickly after October 7th, life begins to change in the West Bank too. So tell me a bit, Mark, about what begins to change.
I think that you really capture well this idea of this being a genuine national trauma and just really kind of shattering a lot of the boundaries and the taboos that had previously kind of shaped Israeli strategy and Israeli political life, and things that previously had been unthinkable became thinkable. And as you said, in Gaza, we saw how that played out. But in the West Bank, what I think you saw was the real unleashing of the extreme right-wing settler movement, who now began working almost in partnership with the Israeli state, with the Israeli government, in ways that in the past there had been some degree of restraint, where you might have had extremist settler groups who were trying to expand, establishing hilltop settlements, trying to take more land and then daring people to stop them from doing so. And after October 7th, that really began to change, where now it was a much more direct and coordinated movement to take more territory, to expel more Palestinians, to seize houses, to destroy olive trees, to destroy agricultural land. Again, it went beyond just toleration and often into active coordination, where you would have IDF troops standing by and watching, making sure that that things would get done. And the idea that this was something which would have to be done secretly, that it would have to be done in the dead of night, and then dare people to pull them back, that changed. Now it's in broad daylight, it's on social media, and it's actually presented in this veil of legitimacy, like this. We're not just taking land, we're asserting a claim that this is legitimately our land in ways that I think would have repelled many people in Israeli society before October 7th. And now I think they're more receptive, at least to the idea.
You probably both saw this event. It became an international incident functionally, where there was a team of CNN reporters in the West Bank. They were reporting on settler violence in the West Bank. And they're stopped and, I would say, threatened and detained by Israeli soldiers. They're showing their passports, they're showing themselves to be journalists. But there's this remarkable conversation they have with some of the soldiers.
Were they threatened?
עם ישראל חי. אין לכם אישור להיות פה, גם בחוק ישראלית. עוד מעט יחוק. גם בחוק ישראלית. זה לא יישוב עכשיו, זה לא יישוב חוקי, כן? זה לא יישוב חוקי. אבל זה יהיה יישוב חוקי. זה יהיה? כן. אוקיי. לאט לאט. איך אתה יודע את זה? לאט לאט. בגלל העזרה שלך, כן? בוודאי. אני עוזר לעם שלי.
And the soldier explicitly describes that what they were doing is revenge because a settler was killed in a car accident, it seemed, as I understood it. And you saw like the level of interplay between the settler violence and the Israeli army, which, one of the things that we were looking at when we were preparing for this episode was the way the composition of the Israeli military, Israeli cabinet officials, but Israeli military leadership has changed. And the Israeli military leadership used to be like highly professionalized, often very centrist. There's been a sort of rolling purge replacement under Netanyahu as he's tried to put people who are more loyal to him into senior positions in order to sustain itself. His coalition has had elements that, in Israel, like Ben Gvir and Shmotridge, had been seen as much more extreme. But you look at what senior people now say, and it's fairly shocking. So the Shin Bet, which is one of Israel's internal security forces, one that at times would, prosecute radical settlers for violence.
Israeli military suspends battalion involved in assaulting, detaining CNN crew in West Bank. Gotcha.
Israel's internal security forces, one that at times would, prosecute radical settlers for violence. Its leader, David Zinni, has now said that the Palestinians are, quote, a divine existential threat, that messianism is not a dirty word. And this one in particular, we will return to Zion and we will have an army, warriors, and wars, and the kingdom will return to Israel. Jesus. Such is the way of redemption in days of yore and in our time. And when that is what the people leading the security force are saying, like, you can imagine how the security force itself is operating. How do you understand that sort of military, paramilitary dimension that has emerged in the West Bank?
Yeah, I think that has always been there, but it's gotten much worse, particularly because of the fact that you have people like Ben Gvir, who has a say, but even on makeup of certain units. And so, yes, CNN captures that in this particular case, but it happens every day. I mean, we've had, I think, over 100 such incidents just over the past month in March. And the military, when people say, oh, it's just the settlers. Yes, of course, they're just the settlers who are actually carrying out the violence, but they're being empowered by the military. Even if the military don't necessarily sympathize with them, even under the best of circumstances, they're going there to protect them. But it's not under the best of circumstances because you have units who actually are very sympathetic with them and therefore see the project that the settlers are pursuing to be perfectly legitimate.
And what role do the settlers play? I mean, there's this concept out there between functional and dysfunctional settler violence. And dysfunctional is when it creates international anger, when they go after a CNN camera crew. Functional is when, and it's a very cold term, but it's when they're being used a little bit as a tool of ambitions that the state actually has. I mean, I've talked to many people in Israeli human rights organizations who say the way to understand what has happened in the West Bank is ethnic cleansing. And it may not look like that to Americans because people are staying in the West Bank largely, although some leave and are pushed out. But that the brutality of living under settler violence and settler threat, and then military violence and military threat and police violence and police threat, to say nothing then of this bureaucratic machinery that says you don't actually have claim to your land because you don't have, papers that never existed in the way, that the land was, passed down through generations. And what it's doing is functionally pushing Palestinians onto a smaller and smaller part of the West Bank, which creates more room for Israeli Jews to settle there. So how should one understand the settlers? I mean, I think they used to be presented in the American conversation as like a splinter religious sect, but that's not what they're doing now?
No, this is a long-term project which they have been, trying to execute and carry out for many decades, and now they have a permissive environment in which they can move much more aggressively and with functional state support. I mean, we used to make these distinctions back in the old days about the bedroom settlements. Basically, you want to get a cheap apartment, you're basically in Jerusalem.
These are your Green Line settlements.
Anyway, and you just go there. You're not ideological. And when they talked about land swaps after the old Oslo negotiations, that's what they were talking about. Israel would annex those like big settlement blocks that were very close to the border, and then meanwhile you had the radical settlers who were the ideological settlers who were out there establishing hilltop settlements and going close to Palestinian population centers, and they were seen as primarily the source of the problem. But as you said, that they were seen as a relatively minor kind of fringe element within this broader settler movement. And I think a lot of that has been reversed now, where I think that this messianic notion of reclaiming the land of Judea and Samaria is now actually at the heart of a large state-supported movement in which the settlers are not just a fringe that are challenging the state. They really are, in many ways, a leading edge of the state project, which is to capture and colonize as much of the West Bank as possible. People talk about the growing lawlessness on the West Bank, and from a Palestinian perspective, it is very much about lawlessness. You have no recourse. You cannot protect yourself. When settlers come and drive you off of your property and uproot your trees and kill your livestock, you have no recourse. But it's not lawlessness in the sense that there's no policemen or there's no military. It's actually the opposite. This really is something which is being supported and enabled by the law, the actual functional law in that area. And so I think that it would be wrong to think about this as simply this kind of random chaotic splinter element. I think that's much more now at the center of what is more or less official state ideology. The Kahanists have taken over, and they are implementing precisely the kind of strategy which they would have done in the past if they had been in the same position in Israeli political society and in the state.
Well, it seems to me there's a braided rationale that emerges, and that I think is quite important, that there's a messianic dimension of this. People, Israeli Jews, who believe Judea and Samaria, as they call it, is guaranteed to the Jews in the Torah. But for more secular Israelis, there is a shifting understanding, it seems to me, in my reporting, in my going there, of what the settlements are, of what these outposts are. And they go from a radical religious project to something like a century.
On what basis is it Green Line settlers? Who decided that Israel? The Green Line is the armistice lines that were drawn after the 1948 War of Independence, where the West Bank was. It was how far Jordan had managed to take up to where Israel was.
System. If the problem in Gaza was that Israel didn't have people there, didn't have boots on the ground, didn't have effective intelligence, all of a sudden the settlements and the outposts and the settlers become a way of being sure that no violence, no horror, nothing like October 7th is going to rise out of the West Bank. And so it seems to me that what you have happen, maybe for the first time, at least at this level, is a merging of the security establishment and security thinking in mainstream Israel and the religious settler movement that wants the land as a kind of fulfillment of biblical prophecy. And together, these become a very potent force.
I think that really preceded October 7th. If you look at the 2015 poll by Pew in Israel, already back in 2015, more than a decade ago, found that half of Israelis supported removing Arabs from Israel itself, from who are citizens, and the poll showed that 79% of Israeli Jews believed that Jews should have privileges over non-Jews in Israel. So I think it crept in. I think now
you'd have to be really careful what that poll was asking, because when I'm not going to say what it was because I'm not sure. 79% though. If I had to guess, that poll was probably about, do you think that Jews should have preferential treatment when it comes to like immigration, which is the entire idea behind obviously the Jewish state of Israel. Not that like they should have tons of extra rights in civil society over Israeli citizens that are Palestinians. That'd be my guess. I don't know if anybody has a link to the poll he's talking about though. Maybe it dealt with other things. But
October 7th is a very good kind of rationalization, justification of a trend that has already taken place.
But I do think that, I don't want to interrupt you, and I agree with what you're saying, but I do want to argue that something changes here. So there's this chart from Peace Now tracking Israeli government approval of new settlements that I find really striking. In 2020, no new settlements are approved. 2021, none. In 2022, none. In 2023, the year of October 7th, 9 new settlements are approved. In 2024, it's 5. In 2025, it is 54.
Yeah.
54 new settlements approved by the Israeli government. So I think that ideologically what you're saying is true, but clearly the shackles came off.
No, I agree. I think that's true. I think there is something in terms of the permissiveness of what is happening on a scale that we have not seen. I agree with that. I mean, I think there's no question October 7th intensified. What I've been pointing out to is that there is an implicit assumption of biblical legitimacy, even among secular Israelis. And it's very hard to think about this biblical legitimacy without entitlement to the West Bank. I mean, Hebron is more biblical than Haifa.
I agree with what you're saying.
Ezra, can I go back to this, your braided notion? Because it's really interesting. I hadn't thought about it in quite that way before. I think there's a third component to it, which is really important that we don't want to miss, which is that I think many Israelis looked at what they see as almost the betrayal of Hamas, kind of playing their role in Gaza, and made an equation from that to the Palestinian Authority, right? That, that basically each of them was supposed to be providing stability and security. If Hamas did this horrible thing to us, Palestinian Authority might do the same thing. And I think that has led to a number of things. So you mentioned the approval of new settlements, but there's also withholding of tax revenues that's supposed to go to the Palestinian Authority. There used to be agreements on where Israeli forces can operate, Zone A and Zone B, not supposed to go into Zone A, and of the old Oslo agreements. And I think all of that basically went away. Is that now the entire West Bank became a permissive zone for the IDF to operate and for Israel to operate. And that leaves the PA in a very...
Just as a heads up, every single motherfucker hates the Palestinian Authority, which I think is the greatest crime of all of the international and domestic retard takes on everything. When I say domestic, I mean domestic Israel. Everybody hates the PA. Israelis view the Palestinian Authority, which was basically the governing body that was created to manage, ideally the entire West Bank, but Area A especially. The Palestinian Authority was created to do the security of the peace, to basically be like the transitional government into a permanent Palestinian state. The Palestinians there will say things like, oh, the PA is literally just a security subcontractor for the state of Israel. All they do is they turn us over to the IDF and they backstab with us and they collaborate with Israel to fuck us over. And then all the Israelis will say the Palestinian Authority, they have the martyr fund. All they do is they just pay Palestinians to murder IDF people or to murder innocent Jewish settlers that haven't done anything wrong, whatever. Everybody shits on the PA. Nobody wants, bro, fuck the nukes. Let them fly, bro. Let them fly!
Difficult place. What is it if it's no longer even a security subcontractor for...
that's the term, the security subcontractor. That's what they use, the term, yeah.
Israel, what is its purpose now?
I agree that loss of faith is a profound part of this. I was doing a bunch of reporting before we had this conversation, and one of the things I found myself talking about with a number of Israelis who I talked to during this was the collapse of faith among Israeli Jews in simply the idea of political deals. That, this was true, I think, with their views, after the peace process, we tried a peace process and we got the second intifada. This was true to some degree in what you're saying about Hamas and Gaza. There was a sense that, they were letting in more money and trying to stabilize. You can argue about their perception of this or their role in this. But in terms of how they see it, political deals, settlements, negotiations failed them. The only thing that is reliable is might and force and dominance and deterrence. That if I were to describe the entirety of the shift, and I mean, one reason I want to have you both on is that, as you say, this is the acceleration of trends that existed before October 7th. You cannot pin everything here on October 7th. But I think the most profound shift in terms of the mainstream of the country's orientation is that the only way to be safe is to dominate, to be there, to have your troops there, to have control of the Syrian airspace, to have a security zone in Lebanon, to have a security zone in Gaza, that there's no more belief in deals, right? Diplomacy, none of it. Like, you dominate and that is how you are safe.
And not even deterrence, because deterrence still requires the other actor to behave in a rational way. And so even that is no longer seen as acceptable. So between Israel and Iran, there was basically a deterrent relationship for years. Between Hezbollah and Israel, there was a deterrent relationship that evolved. And I think Israel's no longer willing to accept that anymore because it's not about their ability to dominate militarily, as you say.
I don't agree, actually, that Israel had worked with deterrence. I think the Israeli strategy from day one has been to have what they call escalation dominance. Escalation dominance is not mutual deterrence. It is one-sided deterrence. It is that whenever there's a fight with any party in the region, Israel can escalate it to the next level until it has the upper hand, and it will always have the upper hand. In my opinion, that is why Israel doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, not because they fear Iran is irrational. I think that if North Korea doesn't use them, and Maoist China doesn't use them, Stalinist Russia doesn't use them, the Ayatollahs Iran is not going to use them. I think the reality of it, though, is that it neutralizes their upper hand, and that increases the chance of attrition for them. And I think the problem, when you have that, in effect, you're saying you have to have strategic dominance over every conceivable party in the Arab world and the Middle East. That's 500 million people, and you're a country of 10 million. In order to have that upper hand, there is no way you can sustain that without depending on the United States.
I want to talk about that broader...
I don't know what any of that is. So I think one policy that Israel had, so after the 48 war and then after the 67 war, you would get these, the name for these people would be called Fedayeen, which are like Palestinian expelled people who were living on the land who had been expelled, who would... I think between 48 and 67, I think Israel sometimes refer to these people as Fedayeen, but sometimes it was just people who they thought they could just like walk home. They were like, should I be able to go back to my house? And you had early IDF people who were just, posting up and shooting and killing these people. They saw them walking back, not good. However, that group of people became more and more kind of violent as time went on, where they were like, I think we have to go in and start fucking shit up. So all of the surrounding countries would kind of host these Fedayeen and kind of like I wouldn't even say tacitly, I would say explicitly like encourage them to go and do attacks. And so what Israel ended up doing, because they were the smaller power in the region, Israel ended up adopting like as a policy that like if somebody tries to fuck us up, like we're going to come back on you guys in a big fucking way. And that would be the state policy basically. If you try to attack us, we're coming back on you in a big way every time to try to discourage that type of attack. I don't know if that has anything to do right now though with Israel-Palestine, and this was their policy way before the US was ever involved with the region. So, but I don't know.
Regional question, and particularly the Lebanon and Hezbollah side is, but I want to talk about Gaza first.
Okay.
People listening to the show understand the scale of devastation and death that the war brought to Gaza. But what has happened since the ceasefire? What is the structure of Gaza now?
First of all, if Israel didn't control physically much of Gaza before directly, now it controls a little over half. So these are areas that were supposed to be buffer according to the ceasefire agreement that was negotiated by Trump to end the conflict, to end the war. Of course, the war has not ended because just yesterday there were 10 people who were killed. So fewer people are dying right now, but there's still a lot of people dying. But Israel has taken control of the so-called buffer zone and clearly intends to keep it. And Netanyahu has been saying so. He actually is taking credit that now we have more than half of Gaza, leveling it, keeping it, shooting anyone who comes near it. Inside Gaza, it's a disaster because you can see that what we've witnessed during the war is still ongoing in terms of still not enough aid is going in. Medical facilities are still in huge trouble. They haven't been repaired. Many of them are still not operational. People are still obviously living in tents or homeless, and the structures are destroyed or damaged. They've come up with this peace board that was supposed to be not only ambitious toward resolving the Gaza situation, but even replacing the UN Security Council.
I can't think of a bigger waste of time than reading anything about Trump foreign policy. That peace board was a fucking joke. Everything about it was just fucking stupid. I don't know.
At some point, it certainly hasn't done anything. And the worst part of it is that now nobody's looking at it.
So the structure of the Trump ceasefire plan was that what would eventually happen is Hamas would disarm and Israel would withdraw. Now, there was never really an obvious way to that. When I had Israelis, Jews on the show right after, they said that's not going to happen. And sure enough, it is not happening. Hamas is in control in the sort of less than 50% that Palestinians are now allowed to live on. And I was very struck by something that the Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir, said in December. He said, quote, "We will not allow Hamas to reestablish itself. We have operational control over extensive parts of the Gaza Strip, and we will remain on those defense lines. The yellow line is a new border line, serving as a forward defensive line for our communities and a line of operational activity." And that new borderline language really caught my eye, because what I hear him saying and what others in Israel said is like, this is ours now. We're going to keep this buffer zone. We're going to keep the security zone, that we've simply redrawn the map.
Borderline is an interesting language because Israel doesn't have borders. That's been one of the issues all along. But whether he called it a borderline or not, this is more of a zone.
I don't know what he means by that. Is he saying for Gaza? I think Israel has formal borders. That was part of Jordan and Egypt's peace with Israel, right? It's a former peace agreement. Now, there are no formal borders with Syria. And I don't believe there are with Lebanon. There might be with Lebanon, I'm not sure. But I'm certainly Egypt and Jordan settled must have as part of their peace agreement would be my guess. But yeah.
Zone of control where they basically want to create this expanded territorial control as a buffer and everything else. I think we're seeing the consolidation of that. I see almost no prospect by which that 50+% of Gaza will ever become part of a Palestinian entity at this point. They're fortifying it and kind of they're there to stay.
Life like for the Gazans now? Gaza was already one of the most crowded places in the world. You now have that 2+ million people in less than half the space they were in before.
It's absolutely horrible because all of the conditions that sustain human life have been destroyed, especially when you've just recently had the storms coming through and the horrible weather, and just like the quality of life is almost staggering. I think probably the Israeli hope will be that as the border crossings.
I think there's a border with Lebanon. Otherwise, it would be difficult to define the buffer zone. So there are the borders that people were traditionally talking about were the armistice lines in 48 that were drawn. After the fighting stopped, they drew the armistice lines, and then those were like the borders. So there was a quote-unquote border between Syria and Israel. They were just the armistice lines, although those got expanded in 67 to include the Golan Heights, right? But but usually when people say border, they mean like a dual formally recognized border between both states. Which Syria, unless something new has changed recently, and I don't think Lebanon have formally recognized borders with Israel. I'm not sure about Lebanon.
Are allowed to open in one direction, more and more people will just leave and not be allowed to come back in, kind of steadily emptying it out. I think that
people are saying with Lebanon, there's a maritime border since 2022, but no land borders. Okay.
Long history of control of the border crossings in that one direction, encouraging people to
towards
go.
Egypt, you mean?
Also towards Jordan, encouraging people to leave the West Bank over the Allenby Bridge into Jordan, just as a way of like thinning out the numbers. And so I think that over the long term, I imagine they just they'll figure it out. Right now, though, it really does feel like it's in this highly destructive, miserable limbo where Israel's attention is elsewhere, and the main focus in Gaza Gaza is just, keeping it as it is, consolidating control over everything on their side, and just, neglect.
And what's the condition of Hamas there?
Well, they're obviously still consolidating control. The remarkable thing about this, and particularly when we're thinking about, in Iran, war, a country of 93 million and huge geographically, how Israel had such a small, tiny place that it had been controlling, really dominating for decades, with only a few thousand fighters underground, and couldn't really, despite the fact of leveling the place, that they still even in existence is really should send a message. And they obviously dramatically weaken, and they're weakened economically. They can control internally, and they're asserting themselves internally because there's no alternative right now to them internally. But their capacity to wage war across borders is obviously very, very limited. I do think that the mindset, though, of now we have them and we now can prevent them, is just so flawed, because it's not Hamas. Of course, we know what it is, and yes, the Israelis want it controlled. But you look at the history of this conflict or any conflict. If it's not Hamas, it's going to be something else. You've created so many tens of thousands of orphans. You created so much devastation and ruin. And so what's happening to the next generation? Where they're going to go if you're not going to solve it politically and give them freedom? And if it's not Hamas, it's going to be something else. And we forget that how was Hamas born originally? I mean, Israel thought the PLO was the problem. It was secular, but it was the biggest, Palestinian movement. They started helping the Muslim Brotherhood in the West Bank. But how was Hamas born originally? I mean, Israel thought the PLO was the problem. It was secular, but it was the biggest, Palestinian movement. They started helping the Muslim Brotherhood in the West Bank and allowing it to compete with the PLO. And the Muslim Brotherhood gave birth to Hamas, during the first Intifada in 1987. So we see this book everywhere, right? So, we get the jihadis to help in Afghanistan, and then they become the biggest anti-American, force in the Middle East. The part about Hamas that I find even more troubling is this framing of the conflict. Because if you turn this conflict into a religious conflict, it's irreconcilable between Israel and Palestinians. The issue is just irreconcilable. It's a zero-sum game. And now you add to it the American religious layer. We're talking about sort of the erosion of the appeal to international law or human rights or something. I mean, there's a reason why the Israeli government, had like Ron Dermer, who was the confidant of Netanyahu in 2021, said, we need to rely on the evangelicals, not on American Jews in America, because American Jews are, essentially too much into human rights and democracy and international law.
They hate them.
And just to kind of rely more on this religious narrative, even in the American side. So I worry about the continuation of this, the religious right in Israel, the religious right on Palestinians, our religious right. I think that's frightening to me.
So, Israel consolidates control over Gaza. I mean, certainly it's consolidated a lot of control over the West Bank. And from there, there's been a series of, expansionary moves. There was, during the Gaza war, the sort of decapitation of Hezbollah, which sort of initially we were told functionally destroyed them as the organization. That seems to have not been true. They do succeed in convincing President Trump to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. We're told the nuclear facilities are obliterated and the threat is over. That appears to have not been true. And now Israel, whether they dragged the U.S. into war, convinced it, or simply a union of interest, I think is a little bit unclear. But I think they have a much clearer vision of what they are trying to achieve in the war with Iran than the U.S. does, and then Donald Trump does. I think they had planned for it and thought about it in a way that we hadn't. So what, Mark, is Israel's theory of security here?
So I think you're absolutely right about the mismatch between Israeli and American goals here. And I think, Trump, I think, really doesn't know what he wants to achieve. But I think, as you said, Israel does. And I think that what they really want is to make Iran no longer the kind of state that can threaten them either in Israel or across the region. And what that means is, if it were possible to simply decapitate the regime and replace it with a friendly leader, they might be willing to accept that. But I don't think that's their preference. Even if it's someone who seems like a pro-American, pro-Israeli figure, there's no guarantee that that person would stay in power. And so that once again, that would be a deal that they would be trusting someone else to provide their security. They don't want to do that anymore. So I think that, from the point of view of at least some of the strategists in Israel, I don't want to speak about Israel, all Israelis, but I think the current strategy is one of saying, look, we want to destroy Iran's ability to project power and to function as a state. And that is preferable to, any of the other possible outcomes. If you look at the way they, particularly in this war, more than the 12-day war, they've been targeting state capacity. They've been targeting state institutions, repressive capacity, but also kind of infrastructure, all the things that basically allow a state to function as a state. And if it turns into a series of kind of localized civil wars, ethnic breakaway secessionist regimes, and kind of a long-term state failure, that, from an Israeli point of view, I think is just fine. They're insulated from the consequences of that. Everyone else in the region is horrified by that outcome. That's their worst-case scenario. If you're in the Gulf, if you're in Syria, if you're in Turkey, the idea of having an Iran that's shattered and you have state failure, refugees, the emergence of different extremist armed groups, all the things we saw in Syria, that we see in Libya, terrorism, that's like the worst case scenario that they want to avoid at all costs, because they will pay the immediate costs of that. And I think you saw that in the hesitation that most of the Gulf states had at the outset of the war, where they had not chosen this war. They did not want this war because they could see where it would very likely go. And then the United States, of course, is always in the position of trying to bridge its allies, where you have Israel pushing in one direction, Gulf states pushing in the other direction. And as leader of this awkward coalition, the U.S. has to pay attention to both of those things. And I think the difference that they split was going for this knockout blow, decapitation of the regime, and calling on Iranians to rise up in the hope that essentially you just win this war quickly. And then when that didn't happen, when the regime when the regime didn't fall, when you didn't see a mass uprising, and you saw Iran immediately targeting the Gulf states, then you shifted into plan B. The Trump administration didn't have a plan B, but Israel did. And I think if you look at their targeting, if you look at what they've been doing, that plan B has very much been, we're going after state capacity. We are trying to break the ability of this regime, but also of the state, not just to threaten.
I'm sorry, hold on. Please get Benner into Discord. He wants to talk. You can always try and stream disagreements. What happened? I feel like they're just using AI for all their filings, dude. So they filed a, oh wait, wrong one. They filed a notice of errata because they fucked up one of the last filings. They said, in footnote number 3 of the opposition, plaintiff stated that SYV, seasonal Inc. number 20 blah blah blah, a case cited by defendant, does not exist. Plaintiff was unable to locate this decision through the legal research databases available to undersigned counsel prior to filing. The decision is unpublished and not available in the Lexis database. Plaintiff has since confirmed its existence. Why, wait, what is the number you copy? It's this. Sorry, hold on. Is it really not in, what did they say? They're using Lexis? Is it not in the Lexis database? They didn't try to Google it at all? They just assumed, they just wrote that this is a fake case? Plaintiff v. Seasonal Investments. Is it hard to find on Pacer? I didn't try to look it up there, but I mean, I imagine, it's a federal case, right? United States District Court, Middle District of Florida, Fort Myers. Yeah. Okay, good one. Good one.
Us, but to control Iran as a state.
Do you think they can achieve that?
I think certainly the Iranian state will be set back by many years. It is now. But if by that we mean then there will be capitulation by Iran, or necessarily that the state will disintegrate. I mean, it could. Obviously, none of us would know. As Mark said, I think disintegration would be the worst thing for the international community, except perhaps for Israel. But it would be certainly the worst thing for the America's Arab allies. It would be the worst thing for the U.S. So what is really obvious is that they've been planning for this war, the Iranians, unlike us. They've been planning it perhaps for decades. And I would be shocked if they didn't think that, at least the Israelis, they may not know where Trump will go, would want to go after their infrastructure, that they had not planned for these contingencies, that they don't have additional surprises in their sleep. I actually expect that they will go far further than they have gone. But that's what makes it unpredictable. And I think right now it's fluid. So I think that probably we don't know where Trump is getting his assessment. We don't know what he's expecting. So I'm terrified, not so much by what might happen to the regime. Who cares? What might happen to the people of Iran? I mean, when you're threatening something on the scale of genocide, I'm not just worried about what happens to Iran. I'm worried about what happens to us. I am terrified that we as citizens in what's supposed to be the greatest democracy are having things done in our name over which we have absolutely no control on a scale that offends us when anybody else in the world does it. And so that's why I think it's a terrifying moment.
Yeah, I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for the 25th Amendment to be used to remove Donald Trump. And when Marjorie Taylor Greene has become your voice of moral clarity in your country, you're in a position. Amidst the Iran war, which is, I think, the part of this that most people in America are paying attention to, there's been this huge expansion of Israel's war in Lebanon. I don't know that people really appreciate the scale of this. 1 million Lebanese are now displaced. It's around a fifth of the population. And around 600,000 of them coming from places that Israel said maybe they will not be allowed back into. But Mark, what is the theory, what is Israel attempting to do in Lebanon? What are they envisioning here?
I mean, I think what they want is to achieve a final decisive victory over Hezbollah, which they were unable to achieve through this decapitation strike, which had seemed to be so successful back in November 2024. I don't think there was any immediate threat to which they were responding. I think this was very much an opportunity for them, that this is happening at a moment when the world's attention is elsewhere, and that they can actually do something they've been wanting to do for a very long time. They want to find some way to remove Hezbollah completely from the equation. So they were putting pressure on the Lebanese army to do so. But I mean, that's a joke. I mean, the Lebanese army doesn't fail to disarm Hezbollah because they don't want to. It's because they can't. They don't have the capacity to do so. Hezbollah's more powerful than they are. But even the attempt to do so risks re-triggering civil war. And I think that from the perspective of many Lebanese, that's, one of the most horrifying possible outcomes, a return to the kind of interethnic and interreligious violence which tore the country apart in the 1980s. It's one of these things where Americans tend to have a very short memory and they don't remember exactly how horrible the Lebanese Civil War was in the 1980s. Lebanese remember. And for many of them, it never really ended. It just kind of, it paused. And then there's this constant expectation that maybe it'll start again. And this push to disarm Hezbollah by the Lebanese army, many people think that that actually could trigger a return to that kind of street violence and, complete breakdown of the state. And so if that's not going to happen, and you haven't been able to remove Hezbollah simply by a decapitation strike and the usual mowing the grass strategy, then I think the Israeli strategists said, look, we want to solve all of our problems permanently all at once, right? Everything, everywhere, all at once. Gaza and Hamas, Hezbollah and Lebanon, Iran. This is our moment. We don't know how long Trump's going to be in office. This is a moment when we're just going to use everything we've got to solve our problems. And they've learned that they will face no serious international pressure or sanctions for doing so. They learned that in Gaza. They've learned that repeatedly. And the idea that they're just displacing 1 million people from the south of Lebanon, I mean, as bad as that is, they're doing much more than that. They're actually bombing all over the country. They've been basically calling for the evacuation of much of the southern suburbs of Beirut. And this is like asking people to evacuate Brooklyn and don't give them any place to go. And I think that they once again have in a sense been surprised by the inability to resolve to win decisively. I think they were surprised at how many missiles Hezbollah actually still had, at the continuity of Hezbollah's command and control. I think they basically thought that Hezbollah was just limping along as this basically decimated legacy organization that would just require one more push. And I think they're finding that's not true. And now they're in this situation where they're probably moving into long-term occupation of that southern zone without having actually resolved the problem that they set out to resolve.
This is one of those places where the center of Israeli society seems to have embraced something that from the outside looks quite radical. I want to read you a quote in early March from Yair Lapid, who is not part of the Netanyahu coalition, a sort of opposition, very much within Israeli politics, understood as a moderate centrist figure. He says, in the end, we will have no choice but to try to create some kind of sterile zone in southern Lebanon. Not huge, but something similar to the Yellow Line in Gaza, which is the more than half of Gaza that Israel now controls. That is to say, an area with no Lebanese villages in it, but rather a completely clean strip of land between the last Lebanese village and the first Israeli settlement. He goes on to say, it might be unaesthetic, perhaps, or unpleasant to scrape away 2 or 3 Lebanese villages, but they brought it upon themselves. It's their problem. No one told them they had to become the host state of a terrorist organization. What do you make of that?
Yes, and I think this is kind of the consequence of lack of accountability, because this is what Lapid said, and it's good that you started because he's supposed to be much more moderate. But if you listen to the defense minister who's actually making the decisions, he says basically we're going to do what we did in Gaza, we're going to do what we did in Rafah. So, in essence, if we think that, if we have to defend ourselves, everything is legitimate. There are no rules of law. There's no human rights. There's no difference between civilian and combatant. And I say that literally because obviously you're uprooting entire villages and you're actually destroying the homes, so to make sure they don't return, and destroying the infrastructure, following the book in Gaza, including health institutions and hospitals, so that the people don't have an infrastructure to service them. And even going more than that, because now they're calling on non-Shia Lebanese, whether they're Christian or Sunni, not to, or Druze, not to host Shia. Because Shia, essentially, it's all the same.
Uh-oh. Chinese tanker attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz blocked by the U.S. Navy. Wait, this was an hour ago? What's happening?
Shia, therefore, is just like Palestinian, therefore Hamas. Gazan, therefore Hamas. Now Shia, therefore Hezbollah. So, yes, it's troubling. And as Mark said, yes, the international community speaks up, but the U.S. shields its own actions and Israeli actions in a way that renders all these international efforts, whether they're the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court or European unions, they can't do anything because we take actions to prevent the consequences. And that has been a big part of the problem that we face.
One reason I think you see a comment like that from Lapid, though, is that to Israelis, the Hezbollah problem has been maddening. There was an international settlement and a UN resolution, which ended up not really being enforced, which created a deep sense of betrayal. I've talked to Israeli Jews who live in the north, and they say, look, I can see Hezbollah members from my home. Like, how am I supposed to allow my family to live there? During the Gaza war, there were...
Supposedly, I think Bonerbox said that when he went north, I don't know the city that he was in, that he could see the was it the glint of a rifle scope when they were looking north across. I don't know if it was across the Litani or on their side of the Litani, but spooky.
Rocket fire. You had the evacuation of the Israeli north, and I think to them, to people I spoke to, they felt completely failed by this, right? And sort of unlike with the Palestinians, the Hezbollah just seems like an aggressor organization, like an Iranian. They understand it as an Iranian proxy. And what are you going to do? You're a state. You have to protect your people. So, what Lapid is saying in his own way here is, look.
You split up when you were in Israel. Why didn't you go? I stayed because I was going to Jerusalem to go to the Knesset to interview Ahmed Tibi, and he went north to go to I don't know what city they went to, but.
This is ugly. It's unpleasant. Unaesthetic is, I guess, the word that gets used there in that comment. But what are we supposed to do? I mean, is he right?
I think that makes a lot of sense if you're kind of living in this like eternal sunshine of the spotless mind thing where history started yesterday. And the Hezbollah.
Okay, chill on the movie references, bro.
Perspective is that Israel invaded Lebanon. They did it repeatedly in the 1970s and then in 1982, and then they kept the security zone until 2000. And Hezbollah emerged as a resistance organization to that Israeli occupation. And then it kept its weapons and kept its guns because of the ongoing threat which Lebanon and Hezbollah believe that they faced from Israel. Remember the 2006 war. Remember, there's been a lot of episodes of this over the years. And this is not to kind of take Hezbollah's side, but rather to say that this is a strategic interaction between Israel and Hezbollah, which has been going on for a long time, and that the fact that Israel now finds itself in a situation where neither diplomacy nor military force seems to work is in many ways a function of that long history of aggression on both sides. I don't think that they're right that Hezbollah is just an Iranian proxy. I think they became more of an Iranian proxy after the killing of Hassan Nasrallah and much of the other senior leadership, because Hezbollah, they needed to rebuild. They needed to rebuild the organization. And from all the reporting I've seen, that has increased IRGC influence and control over Hezbollah, things that were not true.
My understanding is definitely by the time 2006 rolled around, Iran had a decent support network for Hezbollah, but I guess I don't know as much about like Lebanon or the history of Hezbollah there. Maybe, I don't know.
5 years ago are more true today. And I think the Israeli theory of change here is that it's not just creating the buffer zone, it's also by doing this bombing, by creating all this misery and displacement and everything, that what this is going to do is it's going to force the Lebanese to take care of this for them. That it'll make Hezbollah so unpopular that maybe the Lebanese armed forces or somebody will finally deal with it for them. But that's going to fail too. I mean, I think that what this is actually doing is creating exactly the kind of environment in which Hezbollah can thrive. When they're in a normal, relatively stable situation, then their ugly side becomes very clear. When there's actual Israeli aggression, then their claims to resistance become stronger. And so I understand Lapid's frustration. I understand Israel's frustration with regard to Hezbollah. But at the same time, they've kind of locked themselves into this, and I don't really see an exit for them either.
In a general sense, throughout a number of the recent wars, particularly America entering into the Iran war, I began reading you, Mark, in the post 9/11 period. In this period when
we're getting old, Ezra.
Tell me about it. When Americans had to confront this reality that things you did decades ago create the conditions for radicalization and enmity among people who have a longer memory than you do because it mattered more to them than it did to you. And it can come back in horrifying ways quite a long time later. And people trying to take revenge, not just right now, but, over long periods, people who lost their parents, who lost their children, who lost their pride, who lost their business, who, have been displaced. The entire sense that there is a memory has just been so strangely absent to me in the discourse. The focus on short-term victories. Again, the sort of absolute insistence on not having any sense of history in the conflict. Treating October 7th as the beginning of history as opposed to a part of history, a horrifying part.
Yeah, but also the problem is that different people have memories of different things. Everybody will talk about the memories of the conflict, but they'll only speak to the memories on their side is the most annoying thing about this.
Part of history, but a part of history. It has just been a very striking dimension of this because we all know better. That doesn't mean we know what to do, but we all know better than this.
Yes, I think it's good that you said about the history, and particularly October 7th, because horrible that was, and obviously you expect consequences. It is part of a much deeper, longer history. And the same thing, as Mark said about the Lebanon thing, also it's true of Iran. Remember that the Iranians to this day tell the story of the overthrow of Prime Minister Mossadegh, the national prime minister, and the kind of saving the Shah of Iran. And that was part of the forces behind the revolution and part of the forces of targeting America after the revolution. And what's happening now is so much more intense than what happened then. And to expect no blowback, or to expect no blowback out of whether Hamas as an organization exists or not, to expect no blowback out of Palestinians, or to expect no blowback out of Lebanese. Yes, and I think the public by and large, particularly related to international affairs, is really usually only invested when there is a crisis. And so those are the moments when they formulate their opinions and they don't really follow. What I get frustrated with is not so much policymakers, but really the level of analysis and discourse of people who write about it, who should know more and should frame the questions a little better.
I would go a little bit farther. I think the fundamental problem is that we just have an extremely difficult time seeing these people as real human beings. And I think we just do not see them as people with families and lives and complicated motivations. There's a real abstraction and frankly, a lot of racism that goes into basically saying, well, that's just the way Gaza is. That's just the way Syria is. That's just the way the Iranians are. And we just make assumptions about their behavior, which we would never accept if people wanted to apply that analysis to us. And I think if we were just more able to, have a certain kind of empathy, not even like the, kind of a liberal empathy of, kind of the wishy-washy stuff, but a strategic empathy to be able to see what the world looks like from their eyes, then I think we do much better at some of these things, to understand that these are actually human beings. Of course, they're going to be upset that you bombed their school and killed their children. Who wouldn't be upset by that? And yet we seem to abstract away from it in ways that makes it, just seem so easy and so natural. Like you're going to push a button and something will happen. And that's just not the way things work.
Are you willing to talk to these guys, or are you bored of IP in general? What, these guys? I don't think these guys would talk to me. I don't know who these guys are.
Here or there.
I think that
I don't
brings us
think
back to the big picture of this episode, which is the entrenchment, the expansion of Israel's single state reality. It's one state reality. And, you think through what we've talked about here, a tightening of control and vast expansion of settlements in the West Bank, and a much more messianic attitude towards the West Bank, a sense that it is part of Israel's divine right. Now the sort of taking of more than half of Gaza and the cordoning off of the place where Palestinians live in Gaza beyond the now so-called Yellow Line. There's now going to be a large security zone in Lebanon, a sterilized zone in the very sterile language being used. There's been territory taken and airspace dominance in Syria, right? A bombing of Iran.
And annexation of the Golan Heights, don't forget
Yeah,
that.
that's what I meant by territory taken. Yeah. And so where does that leave the reality of the Middle East? In your original piece, you write that Palestine is not a state in waiting and Israel is not a democratic state, incidentally occupying Palestinian territory. All the territory west of the Jordan River has long constituted a single state under Israeli rule, where the land and people are subject to radically different legal regimes, and Palestinians are permanently treated as a lower caste. Policymakers and analysts who ignore this one-state reality will be condemned to failure and irrelevance. What does it mean to not ignore it in a situation where Israel is so much the hegemon of the region?
I mean, that's a tough question, because right now I think we're very far down that road. Bob Dylan he had the song, "It's not dark yet, but it's getting there." And I think right now it's getting really, really dark. I mean, there's a reason that everyone converged on the two-state solution for so many decades, because it really is the only way to provide kind of genuine justice for both Palestinians and Israelis. I think that even now, even people like us who see this as impossible, still understand that actually having two sovereign states is the only way to realize these national ambitions. But where we are right now is exactly as you say, that what's left is to fight for kind of equality, civil rights, human rights, justice, all of that within the context of Israeli domination. And yet I see almost no opportunity to do so, given the realities within Israeli society. Everything is pushing in the other direction. And so then you really are forced to confront, what does it mean to have a state that's a major American ally and supposedly part of the West, which is going to be, not just functionally, but fairly explicitly a long-term apartheid type system. And I think that's very uncomfortable normatively to think about. I mean, I don't think that we have a good answer to what else can be done at this point. But I think that's, if you're going to push, I think that's a more productive way to push, to try and, really call out the inequalities, the structural domination, and say, you can't keep ignoring the fact that these people are living in these horrifying conditions because we are pretending that someday they might get a state. So the time to start advocating for human rights, equality, and everything else is now. But in the world we're living in right now, I don't really see liberal values in Washington. I don't see liberal values in Israel. And I don't know where that push would come from. And so if we really have this idea right now, at least for me, I can't speak for Shibley or anyone else, that in a sense, it's almost too late.
But right now is limited. And one thing that, when I think about this even from Israel's perspective, is Israel settles into an apartheid condition. I don't really see a way to avoid thinking about it that way. You create an Israel that is highly compatible with an evangelical right-wing populism and fundamentally incompatible with modern liberalism. You have a situation where, inside the Democratic Party, not just AOC, but Rahm Emanuel thinks we should no longer give Israel military aid, where Gavin Newsom is dancing back and forth around the language of apartheid. It's going for Israel to become like a symbol of modern apartheid, for it to be a symbol of modern apartheid, in a situation where it has a lot of enemies all around it. And it is trying to maintain control of the West Bank and of Gaza, and who knows what will be the situation in Iran. I mean, that doesn't seem stable either. It's one thing when you have Donald Trump in power, but that's not where the politics of this country are going. I mean, you look behind Donald Trump in the Republican Party, and support for Israel is increasingly an older generation dynamic. It's Ted Cruz, it's not J.D. Vance. They're not trying to maintain deniability. They're not trying to create a space where Democratic politicians can stay near them. They have heightened the contradictions to an unbearable level.
Yeah, and when I think about it, as I said, given the Israeli agenda, which is an expansionist agenda right now, at least for the West Bank, Gaza, southern Lebanon, and maybe beyond, and given its strategic outlook, which is escalation dominance, which really means military dominance over 500 million people, Number one, there is no way this can be maintained without almost unlimited American support. Just cannot. You cannot maintain that posture. Number two, I would want my government to intervene to prevent the inequality and injustice and violation of international law. And in fact, when I write about it, and when we even wrote the book, The One State Reality, when we edited and had the project, our aim was actually to address our public discourse just as much, meaning to kind of, as Americans, we know that we play a role in what's happening there. And so we weren't really trying, I am not, personally, when I'm writing, I'm not trying to tell the Israelis and the Palestinians you should have two states or one state. But what I do insist on, at least from my moral point of view, or as an American, as somebody who cares about international law, is that we as the United States, not basically trying to tell them what to do, but to reject anything that violates our basic norms, a set of basic norms, what we used to call our values, and international law. But from the Israeli point of view, if you're looking at it down the road and you're seeing the trends are going as you have described, not just the Democrats, but also Republicans, really, there's even the interpretation among evangelicals, it's changing. Look at the religious discourse that's changing about the in some circles, particularly among Catholics, the attack on the very theology that is espoused by some evangelicals that embraces Israel. There's a huge explosion of debates right now on this issue. So down the road, you can imagine, number one, a different government than the one we now have, and a different kind of power center, especially given the public opinion that we now see. So that's why I think this moment is ultra dangerous, because if you're sitting in Netanyahu's chair and you are looking at this as an existential war based on his own objectives in the region, whether what's happening in Iran, what's happening in Lebanon, but also the fight in America for America's soul, for what we stand for, then, existential war, everything goes. This is his moment. He sees Trump as the last chance. He sees the evangelical support as the last, block of support. And he's going to go all out. And so that's what makes this moment extremely dangerous, not just now, but really throughout this administration.
Something you've mentioned a few times is Israel's dependence on the United States. And I want to ask if that is still true. I mean, Netanyahu has talked about the need or the likelihood that Israel will have to become a target, relying on its own ability to manufacture weaponry. And Israel's a very wealthy state now. Its tech sector is booming. There were clearly moments between Netanyahu and Biden and the two administrations where Netanyahu said, look, if you can't support us on this, we'll go our own way. We thank you for your help up until this point. And the Biden administration decided to not allow the rupture to happen. But, traditionally, I think the view has been that Israel relies on the U.S. for weaponry protection and support in a way that, it would not be viable without that. Is that true for modern Israel, or does Netanyahu's behavior reflect a view that actually Israel can be self-sufficient?
It's even more true than in the past. Let me tell you why. Not in the sense that Israel can't live as a state on its own if it's at peace with its neighbors. As long as you covet the West Bank and Gaza and prevent a Palestinian state, you're not going to be in peace with your neighbors. And if you're not in peace with your neighbors, you're going to maintain your strategy of dominance, escalation dominance over 500 million people in the Middle East. And you're only a country of 10 million, even if you're rich per capita. That's not going to make a dent in what you need to maintain that. And to get a scale of it, it's not just the money. The money isn't the problem. It's the military dimension of it. You say they do their military technology. Of course they do. They're very good and innovative people. But most of the sophisticated weapons that are being employed are American weapons. I mean, the airplanes that are incredibly effective in bombing Iran, the refueling, all of that is American technology. The THAAD missiles that are intercepting the incoming Iranian missiles, each one costs maybe $12.5 million. You shoot two to just intercept one. Look at, in Gaza, when Israel entered after October 7th, Israel needed immediate replenishment of munitions. We were, kind of like taking them even out of our own stockpiles. We were running out even for the Gaza war, let alone intercepting missiles that were coming from Iran or the Houthis later on with the U.S. Without the U.S. intercepting them, the 12-day war would have looked differently even in the end. Even now, think about what we are deploying in the Middle East. We are depleting our missiles right now, our own stockpiles, to the point that we're now not able to employ them in Ukraine, or we're telling Japan that we can't deliver the Tomahawk missiles because we have to use them now. This is a superpower. Remember, we are the mightiest state on earth. We are the richest state on earth, and we still, to fight this war with Israel, we're running out ourselves. So no, and this of course does not. I mean, the most critical part for Israel is, of course, the military technology and the dominance in that area. Because you take that away, it's impossible to maintain that posture. But then there is the international law part. Because it's the shielding at the UN, it's the shielding at the International Criminal Court, it's the shield. And without that, there would have been many more measures that the U.S. had either vetoed or prevented a UN Security Council to come that would have stopped settlements, for example. And by the way, even aside from the military dimension and the intervention in international organizations, anyone who worked with the U.S. government or advised the U.S. government, as I have, gets a sense of the amount of time we spend twisting arms of other people, using our muscle with this country or that country in order to protect Israeli policy. If you remove that, I just don't see it. And if anything, if I'm in the Israeli position, I want to maintain this posture. I even see that I have to even maintain more of an upper hand in the region. I have an idea of controlling more territory. And I see how dependent I have been the last 2.5 years on the U.S. I would be terrified of losing it. And there is no country in the world that can replace that. And, Netanyahu can use that as we're going to go and we're going to be the ally of China instead of India, or India is more like it actually because they have a close relationship with India. But no one has that kind of power, the one that we bring to bear.
And then always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience? And Mark, why don't we begin with you?
3
Sure.
books.
So I think that to really understand the limitations of Palestinian strategy, I really liked Nora Ericot's book, Justice for Some, where she takes international law seriously and says, what can you actually accomplish with this? And I think it's pretty essential reading for a lot of the stuff we were just talking about.
This is the worst boss in the
A second book,
fucking game.
Afshan Ostavar has a recent book called Wars of Ambition, which is a really sweeping history of American-Iranian competition across the entire Middle East. And it's pretty much as timely as you can get in terms of really trying to understand where this all came from. And then for the last book, I really went back and forth, but I think I'm going to go with Howard French's recent book called The Second Emancipation. It's a biography of Kwame Nkrumah and Ghanaian independence, and it has nothing to do with Israel, Palestine, or the Middle East, but it's just a fascinating story about decolonization and the frustrations of independence that followed. And it's a great read.
Wow. The first book is by Diana Greenwald, Mayors in the Middle, which is really about the indirect Israeli control of Palestinian territories. And she does that in a brilliant way, in a way that kind of brings home why it is a one-state reality. The second book is by Omer Bartov. Omer has a new book. It's called Israel, What Went Wrong. It's coming out this month. I happened to read the galleys before it came out. And it's very powerful kind of interpretation of what happened in Israel, a country that was essentially in part built to protect Jews globally, and in fact gets the opposite, where the Jews are more threatened. And he has a brilliant take on it that I think is worth reading. The third book is by Hossein Agha and Robert Malley. Tomorrow is Yesterday. These are 2 seasoned analysts. Robert Malley, of course, served in the U.S. government for many years on Israel, Palestine, as well as on Iran. And Agha had advised the Palestinian delegation. They had written together in the past. But this
Under
book
Clinton, I think.
is a powerful book, really, about sort of looking forward and backward at American policy toward Israel, Palestine.
Shibli Tahami, Mark Lynch, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Wow. What did we learn? Nothing. These guys wrote jokes for each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's come to that time. 5 minutes. It's officially up. I want you all to put your hands together for none other than the one, the only, from New York City, Squeex!
Clap, 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 clap.
So the other day, I was at the grocery store, and I saw this African-American guy buying peanut butter. And I thought, that's interesting. Like, not a basketball? Tough crowd. Tough crowd. So, I recently buried my grandmother. Bitch would not stop kicking. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. ICE has been in the news a lot lately. Fuck ICE! That's right. Fuck ICE.
What kind of low-tier humor is this? So they had to write jokes for each other. So the PayMoneyWubby wrote jokes for him. That's what he's reading that he has to perform.
The only ICE I like is the one deporting the heat from my beverages. Soda pop. Tough crowd. I'm sorry. God, I apologize. I'm so fucking sorry. Let's switch gears here a little bit. A lot of you don't know this, but I'm actually quite good at impressions. I've been working on them for years, but I've always been a little too scared to show them, so that all changes today, right now. Here we go. I'm walking here. Hey, I'm walking here. I said I'm walking here. Show me where the juvenile store is, am I right? Jeffrey Epstein, anyone? Hey, any fans of Bruce Willis? Yeah, I love Bruce Willis. He has so many iconic movies. Die Hard, Sixth Sense. I even love Fifth Element. Great movies, man. He's become such a drag, though, lately, right? No, listen. Like it used to be, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, and now it's just, ooh, I don't recognize my daughter. He has dementia right now, guys.
Jesus, okay.
Not sure if you guys keep up with the news. Well, recently Brucey became nonverbal. God, I wish my wife learned a thing or two from old Brucey, am I right? No, I'm joking. I love women. Genuinely, I do. Women of all ages. Can I get some applause for that? Age is just a number, and I would never let something like that government interference get in the way of that. Hey, speaking of women, dating is hard, right? In 2025, dating has become so difficult. It's a minefield out there. Let me tell you a story. So, my last date started the way they always do. I met a lovely lady at the Cheesecake Factory for dinner. The rezo had to be early. She had school in the morning. Let me skip to the good part. You guys don't need every single detail. Bottom line, consent is a difficult conversation, right? It's confusing, and frankly, there's a lot of gray area with it. Stay with me now. My dates have a habit of passing out towards the end of the night. This always happens, right, guys? And what am I supposed to do?
Oh, God.
Oh, anyway, it's been a great show so far, right? Man, it's been a whole lot of fun. Here, this one always kills, by the way. Let's try this. Everyone has hidden talents. Does anyone have a hidden talent? No, not a single. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but it's not camera friendly.
What is it? Okay, I have a talent. I've been perfecting this for stage performances, just like here tonight. Hey, it's me. I'm Bruce Willis. I got dementia.
Jesus. Stupid.
Anyway, all right, let's end this set really strong. One last joke for the road. Something to think about on the car ride home. I was raised Christian, went to church every Sunday. Christ was king in my eyes. I am no longer Christian, but I was raised to not be very fond of the gays. Every day I have to work hard to overcome the things I was taught as a child. Hey, that's my time, everybody. Thank you so much.
Wait, what did he write for Wubby? Hold on.
Down as therapy.
Out for San Diego's very own PayMoneyWubby!
Do you like me? Do you like me?
Yeah.
Do you like me? Yeah. Do you like me? Sometimes. Do you like me? Yeah. The other day I went to the dentist and he said, I have a cavity. Yeah, doc, I have a cavity called my anus. Wow, no laughs. So you don't like me? Do you like me?
I love you.
How did Harry Potter fall down the hill? He fell, JK, rolling. I wrote that before she started tweeting all that shit. I'm sorry.
Wait, emergency Sneako clip. Hold on.
The other day I went to get a haircut. Sorry, I got my hairs cut. Not just one. You won't believe this, but my ex broke up with me because I'm balding. Oh well, hair loss. Seriously, are you gonna start calling me Hairless Potter? What's the spell for hair growth? Roganio? Do you like me? Ladies, aren't men the worst? Fuck you! Has anyone realized that Luigi Mangione shares the name as Luigi from Mario? Let's go stomp on CEOs like a Goomba, yahoo! Boating, 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 boating. Enough about Mario. I watched Star Wars and honestly, it's getting a little old to hear about Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm looking for Obi-2 Kenobi, okay? The Force was not with that one. Luke finds out about Darth Vader being his dad and screams, no! Like, that's the worst news. Meanwhile, my dad just texts me, okay, with no punctuation. Honestly, Darth Vader might be more supportive. And then there's Jar Jar, huh? The only character in history that makes me root for the Empire. Misa no like usa, okie day. That was an impression of Jar Jar. That wasn't any other ethnicity, by the way.
What?
It feels like not enough people are laughing. Do you like me? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Laughter actually causes calories to burn. So technically, if you don't laugh, you're just gaining weight in this room tonight. Think about that next time. We're having fun, right? Boing, boing. I have a lot of material on graveyards, but I don't want to make my jokes die on stage. I did go to a graveyard last week, though. It was peaceful, probably because everyone was resting in peace. What a grave error that joke was. I once tried to text a ghost, but no reception in the afterlife. Laughing burns calories.
Okay, the jokes written for Squeex were way better.
Executed, yes.
Back to channel. Wait!
What are we talking about?
No, what happened? Oh my god. Wait, did I miss some real ass? No! Wait, what happened?
What the?
Shh, shh, shh. We can hear it, we can hear it, we can hear it.
And put your life force into a sock? Yeah, you deserve to be publicly executed, yes.
Whoa!
What are we talking about?
Uh-oh. Whoa!
What the?
Hey bro.
What the fuck? You did.
Okay. Believe it or not, as an untrained fighter, I don't have any fighter training. My assumption would be that a punch like this does more damage. Why is it that when people go for these sucker punches, what is this thing? What is that thing? Is it supposed to hurt more? Is that a better thing to do? Why not just like, whoosh? Because I also feel like these always miss too. Like they do this shit and then they'll hit him with like their wrist or some dumb shit, no? You can easily break your hand when hitting the head. Why not punch him in the jaw? He's not paying attention. Look, like, imagine if this dude was just like, whoosh, just like, boom, like right there. Fuck, how do I go frame by frame? Where do you actually get him? Oh, you can't go frame by frame. Fuck. Wait. Ooh, he hits him in the nose. Damn. Well, but oh look, it's like a wrist hit. Maybe I can't tell actually. Fuck. I don't know. I need to watch more UFC. Do they do the wide? Do they do the wide things more in the UFC, or do they do like the front and the face? What percentage are you putting on it being staged? I don't think. I don't know if I don't know. FYI, the Justice Department is asking the court to vacate seditious conspiracy convictions for the Proud Boy leaders. Yeah, I don't care that much. I see it. People were linking it, but like, they already pardoned them, right? So I mean, vacating is just the next. I don't know what the difference is. When you pardon somebody, they don't have to serve in prison anymore, and then vacating is like. Oh, actually, wait. I'm sorry. I just realized. Pardoning is like the president says, "You're okay. We love you. We're gonna just say that like you're free from the consequences of your actions." Vacating means that they're trying to get the DOJ to. Can the Justice Department vacate a conviction? Is that a possible? Who vacates sentences? I would imagine that would be like on a judge or like part of a pardon. I don't know. Consolidated appeal involving 4 defendants. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, what? It's a consolidated appeal involving 4 defendants convicted of crimes related to events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on Jan 6. The briefing schedule on this case is currently suspended. The government respectfully requests that, before the defendants are required to file their opening brief, the court vacate their convictions under 28 U.S.C. Section 2(1)(6) and remand so that the government may move to dismiss the indictment with prejudice under federal rule of criminal. Oh, have they not been? Wait, I'm so confused. Did they appeal the case after their convictions, and now as part of the appeal the government wants to vacate, they want to dismiss the Can you dismiss an indictment after a conviction? Is that possible? I don't know what the rules are for. Let's look it up. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure. What was it? 48A? I wonder if it'll say anything about this. 48. The government may, with leave of court, dismiss an indictment, information, or complaint. Government may not dismiss the prosecution during trial without the defendant's consent. By the court, okay, that's by the court, by the government. May, with leave of court, dismiss an indictment, information, or complaint. When? At any point in time? After a conviction, you can dismiss an indictment? Not dismiss. Well. Poki slop.
We could just get it over with, okay?
Uh-oh.
Stop making me laugh. Stop laughing, because when you guys laugh, I laugh. Okay. It's okay. We can just get it out of the way. All right? Of course, before streaming today, I expected a lot of people in the chat asking me to talk about the Sykkuno situation. Oh my gosh, I was thinking about it. I was like, how can I say something that feels honest to me but doesn't get clipped out of context? I was really stressing about it. And then I realized, like, I'm stressing about it so much, and Sykkuno hasn't even said anything yet. And something about that, like, didn't really sit right with me. But I do want to reiterate, it's just so sad and disappointing how often this kind of thing seems to happen. Especially when it comes from people that you don't expect it to come from. And I think what I really want to say is I am just so sorry for all the hurt that's been caused to the victims, to our communities. I feel like I feel everyone's hurt and shock and confusion, and I'm right there with ya. I really try so hard to make my channel a safe space for everybody, and I really hope the people that do need to speak up will. And hopefully that's enough addressing it. But I do appreciate how kind everyone in the chat has been.
Okay.
So thank you so much for that.
You're actually so much braver than I thought.
Only because you're here.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
Okay. I don't get it. Sneako attack on stream. We saw it, guys. Old news. Come on. We've seen this.
Morning, Tonda McCharles, Toronto. Morning, Tonda McCharles, Toronto Star. Pierre Poilievre called you badly educated in economics, and he did.
Wow.
So I'd like to hear a little bit about.
Can I take back my previous answer? No, just kidding. That's a joke.
What was his previous answer? I don't have context. Great
You
clip.
can respond if you wish. My question
Great.
though, is to
Good
get
clip.
your view
Good one.
how you assess the risk of recession in Canada and the impact.
Absolutely epic. Thank you. If your crystal meth dealer has all their teeth, they the feds. Damn. Jesus.
Guys, we got to take all 31 million Irish Americans and we got to get them back to Ireland. We're trying to get all 31 million Irish Americans on a large barge and in New York City Harbor, and we're going to take them and we're going to float them all the way across the Atlantic back to Ireland. We left because they figured they didn't know how to do potatoes, but they figured out how to make curly fries and how to make waffle cut fries. We're going back because we're getting our fries back, and they need us. And I need you guys to donate. And I'm taking all the funds that I've been doing. I've been doing Waymo blanket tours on Hollywood Boulevard.
Hey guys, come with us and get a blanket pulled tour of Hollywood Boulevard. Booking the tour is super easy. I just booked it on my Waymo app. The app just tells you where you can meet your blanket puller, and we found him right away. He's a guy who's already got his blanket out.
We're going to be doing the Hollywood Star tour of the Boulevard.
It was pretty slow, and the tour was low-key kind of gross. I think the blanket puller was getting tired because he asked one of us to get off and walk.
Just one of you guys walk.
His vibe was actually low-key a bit aggressive, was actually acting like a bit unprofessional, and he got in a fight with the other guy, and he seemed to hurt his head pretty badly. You need to go to the hospital.
Hospital for
what? He was doing a bunch of unchill stuff. Then he saw the rapper Ludacris star on the Walk of Fame, and he started singing to us, and it made us feel super uncomfortable, so we hit the guy being weird button on the app. Waymo messaged us back right away and let us know that their team was on the way. They actually have a super awesome emergency reputation protection and response team, and some guys came and took him away. I don't know where they went, but I want to thank Waymo for being super accountable in this situation.
This is illegal! Get me out!
The rendition to the Waymo reputation in the facility.
Call to order. Sist O'Donovan has been accused of being a weird guy to females.
This is fucking such bullshit.
Order prosecution. State your case. Mr. Sist O'Donovan was found in derelict of his pulling duties during a Waymo pulling tour of Hollywood Boulevard for 2 younger females. Your Honor, I'd like to submit body cam footage as DoorDash character evidence from May 25th, 2025.
Having a good night?
Yeah.
Coming from a party or... Sir, I think you were masturbating while driving your car.
What? I can
hold right there. Hold right there. Yeah, sir, your pants are down.
Because my bottom had become hot. If I'm horny, I don't masturbate. I get a piece of pussy. I go outside, I get a piece of pussy.
Okay. Anything in here that's gonna prick me, poke me?
No.
Stimulation she needed to push her over there. Under arrest.
Can we talk for a second?
No, sir, you've been, sir.
I'm just a humble guy. I'm normal. I'm not a fucking weirdo.
Order, I hereby remove custody of your pit bull and transfer it to your room.
What? Oh my God! This is fucking bullshit!
Sist O'Donovan has been found guilty. It took a Waymo jury less than 3 seconds to convict him. He has now been ordered to wear a public masturbation detection ankle bracelet.
You shouldn't be accused of being jerking off all the day long because your ass gets hot while you're doing fucking Uber Eats.
He will be getting docked access to levels on mobile games like Squirting Queen and Angry Sun.
Why are you guys in my house? That's my dog. This is my dog.
That's not your dog.
An American man gave customers a low-quality blanket ride. He was on trial by Waymo, where it was shown the man masturbated in his car. The world turns against the man, and the judge awarded custody of his pit bull to his roommate.
You gonna jerk up in your car again, man? Is that what you gotta jerk up? No! Hey!
On this Southwest flight, one passenger had a total meltdown.
I was not masturbating. I was tugging on my penis to get all the urine out so I didn't disturb the seating people. You're discriminating against me! I'll see you guys in Fort Lauderdale. Bye! Hi, everybody in first class, you fucking cowards! President Barack Obama, please help me. You went on podcast. Maybe you can come on my life cast and help me move out of my house.
Hearing about this bloke, Sist O'Donovan. Guys, we have to forgive him. He has done nothing wrong.
We don't even know. We didn't even prove he was masturbating.
If they can take your dog, then they can do basically anything to you that they want.
I looked into it after the when you're having a thing at a court. What's it called?
A court event.
Yeah, court event. I looked into the court event and I said, who's owning this court? And it was owned by Waymo.
You got to ask yourself, who owns Waymo?
I looked into that, and who owns Waymo? The royal family. Who is against Irish Zionism? And what else does the royal family own?
Podcast. Ice creams.
Yes, but they also own Pornhub. And what's the most important thing for people to be doing on Pornhub?
Jerking off.
That's right. So when you're jerking off, what can't you do?
Drive.
You can't drive, but you also
shit.
can't hold a gun.
What do we do, though?
This is what we do. Why is it so exciting to be seeing a female nipple? It's because it's covered up all the time, right?
Hey guys, I'm a free the nipple activist now. For too long, we've been covering up the nipple, and it's been driving guys crazy, tit crazy, where they gotta go home and they gotta jack off, they gotta jerk their pricks off because they gotta imagine what that tit's
Mass Free the Nipple protests have erupted at campuses all across the country this week.
The bill is passed. Where did 90% of all violent crimes happen? Okay, that's interesting because it happens in nipple-covered areas. Going to Saudi Arabia to do a conversation, to meet with the king, King Drake, the guy that is the leader of Saudi Arabia. I'm getting into a room with him. We're going to spit some bars about free the nipple.
Flight 87 has been hijacked. Nipple fundamentalists have control of the aircraft.
Nipple fundamentalists have crashed a passenger plane into the Victoria's Secret headquarters in Reynoldsburg, Ohio. On board
was activist and nipple influencer Sist O'Donovan.
Saudi Arabia has struck Free the Nipple fundamentalist settlements in Israel and Iran.
China has attacked Free the Nipple hostels based in Taiwan with multiple drone swarms.
Russia and Poland, in collaboration, have invaded Germany, targeting nipple pulsar sucking facilities all across the industrial Rhine area.
Automated systems across the United States have launched Waymo-powered nuclear weapons.
It's when progressives calling liberals libtards, socialists do.
Targeting Huawei stores in South Tennessee.
Talk to Emma, D-tier on Under Armour. Old Man Greenwood, Beverly, Scout to Shield to Descenture. Ines, Valiant to Awalia, An Ancient Fui, Yamador, Tarjay, Ik Panera Bread, Augustin Hui, and Gweren Reed, Strus, Art.
Okay, based. Okay. Based. Okay. Can I get one of those videos but like 20 minutes long now?
So.
No, not that.
Mr. Polyev,
This was a question asked before.
would you quit today?
I don't. That's an unfair question. I don't. I can't look into the heart of Mr. Polyev. I respect him as a parliamentarian, as I do the other leaders of the other parties, and we'll continue. You know, I'll continue to work with him and all parliamentarians, as will my colleagues, to advance the interests of Canadians.
If you were Mr. Polyev, would you...
Okay, and then gotcha. Epic.
The one that created that Jesus meme that Trump just posted, that's AI God.
Joe, I told you, he explained it. He was a doctor.
That's what they call them. That's what AI God calls Jesus. Jesus is a doctor.
The mental gymnastics involved in some of these people who are so ideologically captured is shocking to me.
It's weird.
Wow.
The one
That's crazy, bro. True. That's crazy, bro.
Part, right?
Uh-oh.
That promoted democracy. I'm just curious your take on what should Americans take away from the fact that Donald Trump and
Whoa, who's that? Hello.
All right,
let's give these plebeians what they want and pretend to fight. Oh wait, did you say you're on stream? Yeah. Uh-oh. I mean,
it's okay. We can break the fourth wall. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
Give me a second. I'm setting up. Why can't I pop this out? Oh, there we go.
Oh, do you want my camera on your side as well?
It would make it better looking if you could.
Yeah, let's do
you don't have to.
Why does that chicken have 24 HP? What the fuck?
Call me good looking, eh? Wow.
Okay, I will. Good looking.
Unsolicited advances. It's crazy. Hang on. Where's the pop out? Okay. I always take a minute to. Oh, because my fucking Discord. Okay, I know. Don't worry.
Yeah. I gotta like turn it off in OBS.
Yep,
I'll be right back.
Will you let the guy in Discord tier 3 room who was there for like 30 minutes? What? Tomorrow, okay?
So it should work now. What the fuck? Shit. What the fuck? All right, let's turn it off and then on again. The ultimate. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, by the way, for meeting me on what? What are you in the UK?
Why are they all fighting this chicken? I'm so confused. Is he supposed to be my ally?
Let me start my stream. I think that's good. That's good. That is in frame. Make this full screen. Oh man, I look awful. So tired. All right, go live.
What's the story?
Do it live. Oh!
What's the story behind the hat?
I just started wearing it at like a rally in Washington D.C. and it's stuck, and I'm just like, whatever. I'm just gonna keep doing this. I guess I don't know. It's just like a gimmick now that I do. There's no good reason to have it, but
it works though. I think people need more gimmicks. You know, like I'm a big wrestling fan. You know, from like the '90s and shit.
Exactly. So, and I'm the heel too. I'm Mr. Beat. Right. Like now, every time we meet up in real life, we'll have like a dumb little like wrestling moment. Oh, hold on, I gotta go live. Okay. All right, you Zionist pig. Let's get this started. No. So basically, hi. Nice to talk to you again. We've done some debates. I got a lot of flack for my Israel comments. I am self-admittedly uneducated on the topic. I've read a couple books. I've done basic, not much research into it, and curious to see as the well-read person, what you can tell me, whether or not you can change my opinions on some things, or if we can just talk about stuff. So basically, I figured I'd just like Joe Rogan you and just be like, what's going on? Like, what is this? What are they doing? And yeah.
Well, you said you'd read some books. Like which ones? More than one?
I've read like 2 or 3, but the one I can remember is the 100 Years War in Palestine. I read that like a year or 2 ago, but it's been a while since I read it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I was going to say, if you've read one book on the topic, you already had 99% of people who were talking about it. So that's cool.
But like my takeaway from that book was like nothing about my priors or my like overall knowledge of it has changed. Like I have more background and I understand like, you know, oh, this is the year this happened, and oh, that was worse than I thought it was. But like basically, like just to sum up my position on it, growing up, I always knew there was a conflict. I always knew it was because they, you know, there's established Israel in the 40s. This is a bunch of, you know, conflicts are happening over the land and who deserves it and who's killing who. And I thought it was just always a big clusterfuck. Like that's always just kind of how I viewed it. It's not a something I had like a strong moral position on, but just like, wow, like that's a fucked up thing in the Middle East that's happening. And since then, you know, obviously it's blown up post October 7th. And now I'm like, okay, it seems to me that Israel's actions in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are like over the line of what I would consider justified and like, oh, self-defense, self-determination, or whatever they're doing. And something should be done, but I don't know the prescription of what needs to be done. But that's like the rough, very layman understanding that I have of the whole situation.
Okay. So there are probably going to be things I'm going to want to ask you throughout, but like I guess you said you wanted to start by asking me some questions. So
I've got like a whole bunch of questions, and I don't know, like I don't know, like if you want to restructure this, feel free. But basically, like one of the big things for me is people like to use this topic or this point that there is a contingency of people in Palestine or just in the Middle East in general that like hate Israel, that hate Jewish people, and if you were to like integrate a large portion of this population, this would cause the destruction through like mass, you know, overthrow of the democracy. AKA a majority of the voters would be anti-Jewish people in general, and therefore there's no way to perpetually have Israel as its own state, as a Jewish state, without ethnically cleansing people or like racial quotas.
Wait, Joe Rogan bait clip. Hold on.
There's a shitload of ignored cases of what they're calling turbo cancer.
No one. Turbo cancer is a myth, meme, rumor, stupid fucking thing. Because the COVID people that all predicted that the vaccine would cause all of these fucking problems, all of them were wrong. So now they've had to invent diseases that they think are being caused by the vaccines. And one of these invented diseases is called turbo cancer. I'm not joking. It's been a thing they've been talking about for a long time, the turbo cancer. Ugh.
That people have gotten after the mRNA vaccine. Like it's barely a conspiracy theory. It's more likely an ignored.
Why does he sound like he's dying? Please.
Inconvenient fact. Don't die. That these pharmaceutical drug companies are trying to ignore.
Wow.
There's a shitload of ignored.
Good one.
And my question for you is like, is this true? If it is true, does that justify the, you know, racial quotas? And is there a solution to that?
Okay, so the first one you made was that like there's the belief that that Palestinians there's too many of them are too predisposed against Jews and Israelis that if they became like a sizable voting bloc, they would just fuck the Jewish population, basically. Is that the first thing you said? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
I'm open to the idea that there's just like a large contingent of people in the Middle East that are like, I hate Israel and I hate Jewish people. Like this is just very clear to me based on like the polls that I've seen. Whether or not that's like a anti-Semitic thing or just like, hey, this country has been, you know, blowing up my family or my ancestors for decades. Like it kind of irrelevant to me. Like clearly there is an animosity there. Yeah. So like if you were to show me things like you know, if the Hamas charter is like, oh, we want to eradicate Israel, it's like, yeah, like that checks out. I believe that to be the case. I think I've since changed it since then. But like even if, I mean, there's two parts of this. It's like even if this were true, I don't know if that necessarily justifies the ethnic cleansing stuff or the racial quota stuff. But yeah, I guess tackle it in two parts. I mean, is it true? And if it is true, then what?
Okay. Well, I guess. So to this day, I think the most popular movement in Palestine is still Hamas. Like between West Bank and Gaza, Hamas would blow out any election if they. I think if Barghouti came out of jail, the guy who's from the opposition group to Fatah to Hamas would probably win a presidential. But as far as parties go, Hamas is still the most popular. So yeah.
While that might be true, I think Hamas is like kind of the only party in. Hamas is like the only party in the Gaza Strip. The PLO is a coalition of tons of different parties, right? So like broadly speaking, I think. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's a fair comparison. I don't know who has more support, broadly speaking, like the entirety of like the PLO versus just Hamas. I don't know the answer to that 100%.
Yeah, like I think it probably is quite.
They have majority support. Just on that note, if I remember correctly, they're not actually that popular like, within the Palestinian.
So in the West Bank, they are by far the most popular party over Fatah. Yeah. In Gaza, they're actually a bit less popular than they are in the West Bank, ironically. Yeah. But
yeah, I'm
as
saying
far
like
as I know,
40 to 50% support or something like
that. Yeah, because like what you'll see is even if you see like 40-50, then you'll see Fatah getting something like between like 15, 20, 30, and then it's like there's a bigger chunk that's just like undecided or
sure.
Yeah.
Or like some people view this as the best option, but a majority don't support any group. I think in the West Bank or Gaza.
I think in the West Bank, in the West Bank, Hamas are definitely the most popular. I don't know if it's plurality or majority. That does fluctuate a lot.
I'm saying like, yeah, 40, similar, like 40, 50-ish, like somewhere between that and the different things I just Googled. Again, this is all like layman, I'm just Googling random stuff.
Yeah, but in any case, I think what's, again, like with polling, I think the better thing to look at for that particular question, because that's about the question of like, should they all integrate into one country? The better response to that one, I think, is Palestinians don't want it. If you look at polling, there's usually 3 options that are given by PSR, like probably the most reliable pollsters in that region. And they'll ask them, do you want like one state with equality, one state without equality, or 2 states? And the one state with equality for both groups is always bottom. For both Israelis and Palestinians, neither of them want it. Like, I think the highest I ever saw for like a democratic one-state solution, when it's side by side with an undemocratic one, I think is maybe like 15-20%. But yeah, like this whole binational one-state solution that people talk about with equal rights for Arabs and Jews, like the only people who talk about that with any sense of like realism or optimism are like Westerners. Like in the region, there's no popular leader who's backing this on either side. There's no party that's backing it. There's no broad movement. Like it doesn't have any sway in that region. It's like they're either all or nothing or 2 states. Yeah, that's kind of how that goes.
Okay. And then what's like the primary opposition then to this 2 states? Because that does kind of throw away the like whole voting scare part, right?
The opposition to 2 states now, I guess, comes from that's a bit more complicated. So with Palestinians, they're and pollsters don't ask this for some reason. I think they should. Is that you said that earlier that Hamas updated their charter, right? They never actually, so they never actually updated their charter. They published a new document with a different name, and one leader said that we're more like anti-Zion.
Can I promote a YouTube vid? 10-minute ad read. You got the YouTube logo, bro. Go for it.
Than anti-Jew now, right? Like that was basically, but like the language in it shifts a lot more away from the religious anti-Semitic thing to the more anti-Zionist narrative. But the charter never actually formally replaced the old one. The old one is still there. Like there's never been any like Hamas vote or anything like that, or any like Hamas leadership official decision to remove the old charter. And that's done for a good reason, because in Arabic, like the more hardline Hamas leaders, when that happened, had to reassure their supporters that the charter had not changed, that it hadn't actually been removed. So that was like, to me, that was more of a PR statement. But even if you take it on face value, even if you believe the new charter doesn't say 2-state solution. It says 67 borders, which is different. It says 2 states, but like 2 states, but we don't recognize Israel, and we don't have to give Israel anything. As in, like, they're just saying Israel should unilaterally give us our state, but we don't give up our aspiration for all of the rest of it. So Hamas's position since 2017, and a little bit before that, was to say, we are going to say that we expect, they don't actually expect it, but we're going to say that we want Israel to just give us our state, for them all to leave the West Bank and Gaza, and we will just use that new state to try and get the rest back later. But I don't think I ever see enough Palestinians getting asked a question of like, do you want 2 states for now, or do you want a 2-state solution? As in, like, do you want 2 states and then the conflict is over? That's the bit I've never really had a good answer to about what they actually want with regards to that question. Israelis obviously don't want 2 states because they believe that they used to in the 90s and 2000s, but now they basically believe that any bit of land they ever concede to places where there are terrorist organizations, anytime they give up that land, then that land comes back to bomb them with rockets and cross-border attacks, right? So they'll say, well, we left Lebanon in 2000, we went all the way past wherever the UN wanted us to, and then Hezbollah just used that territory to stockpile 200,000 rockets and to cross-border operations and things like that. We left Gaza in 2005, and then Hamas got elected like a year later. So that's kind of their narrative, and then obviously they believe that if they give the West Bank up as 2 states, then they think that that's going to be a territory that's 16 times the size of Gaza, where Hamas are the most popular party, and if they just give that up without any assurance on the other side, then that land will also get used as a springboard for like an October 7th style attack like Gaza was. So that's kind of why both groups reject it. But as far as changing that, like I think 2 states is the only way. Like there's no other way you can solve that conflict without Palestinians having their own sovereignty in their area and Israelis having theirs. They cannot live together, not for 100 years at least. If they want to, they can, but they don't want to. And they can't live in what's happening now, where you have settlers constantly harassing and humiliating Palestinians in the West Bank, with Gaza being used as a military base by Hamas, and then Israel coming and responding in the most insane, like disproportionate way possible, and thinking that the only way to deal with Hamas and their tunnels is to bomb the entire thing to oblivion. Like you can't have, it's unsustainable. Like you need to have them, there needs to be a 2-state solution for both groups. I'd even argue that the settlement expansion is actually suicidal on Israel's part as well, because if they keep expanding into the West Bank, then you're kind of just asking for a situation where settlers become so embedded and so unmovable that Palestinians aren't going anywhere. They're still going to be there. And now Israel's in a position where settlers are living there for 1, 2, 3 generations. They're eventually going to get incorporated into Israel. They're going to get annexed. But then if you're annexing territory that also has Palestinians there, you have a choice. You're going to have to either give them voting rights and make them citizens, or you have them as citizens without voting rights, which means you actually become a de jure apartheid state, which will destroy Israel like on the world stage completely. So there needs to be 2 states. And I think the problem when it comes to international pressure is that there are reasons that both groups actually need to be pushed into this position. I think with Palestinians, there's just been way too much of a tendency of rejectionism, too much of a unwillingness to commit to a final decision on 2 states like they did in the 2000s. There's too much of a belief that Israel is a temporary thing, like a temporary blotch on the Middle East that will one day go away. And with Israelis, there's this idea that they believe the Palestinian statehood question is just an inconvenience that can be pushed on the back burner forever. That would be my summary of like how the conflict needs to end. I've never heard any better proposal.
True.
Okay. And so, but it sounds to me like,
but boring.
Even though you clearly say this is what needs to happen in order to give both of these people self-determination, neither party is going to push seriously for this. Like one party, Israel says, if we do this, we'll get bombed more, and the Gazans and the West Bankers are like, well, this is an abdication of what is rightfully ours, and this won't happen. This is like still confining us. This is still unfair. So like, is this even remotely possible, or is it just going to kind of exist in the way it already does now perpetually? If like, because this goes back to like the view I had when I was like 12 and first learned about this. And it's like, when are these people ever going to agree on something? And it seems like never.
Dylan. Okay.
Okay,
Fuck
so
that guy.
yeah, if what you're saying is what's more likely, obviously what's more likely is the status quo just continues until Palestine as a state is physically impossible. Like that's unfortunately the most likely scenario. But yeah, what I'm saying might be quote unquote impossible. It's more possible than anything else. It's the only thing that the two groups have ever come close to. They came close to two states once. Like it was a few decisions away, either at Camp David or at Taba, that could have possibly done it. And the Israelis wanted it. They voted for it. The Palestinians voted for it at that point. I think it has to happen one way or the other. And as far as Western, like, it depends on which government is doing what, though, right? Like, the Western governments, I think, have been too soft on Netanyahu in his positioning. Obviously, Donald Trump is a green light. Biden, I think, on his way out after October 7th, was starting to make moves that were more aggressive towards Netanyahu. He was starting to sanction settlers, which had never been done before. He was withholding arms shipments in the middle of a war, which America hadn't done for a good while. There was more opportunity, I think, to had a Democrat state. I think you might start to see withholding of economic aid and economic projects that might, like, quite similar to what Bush Sr. did in the 90s. But again, like, yeah, it doesn't seem that likely, but it's literally the only way. There's no other way around it. Like, it's either
when you
that
say it's
or,
not that likely, it's like no one in power seems to be taking these proposals seriously. No American government has.
Are you gonna watch Project Hail Mary? Yes, I'm gonna end my stream right now and go watch it. No, maybe at some point. I don't know. I don't have any opinions on it.
In my view, gotten close to pushing for this. So not just like it's unlikely. It seems like this is just never going to happen. Like it almost seems inevitable that one of these groups is just going to like wipe out the other one until there is no other side of an argument and they get their way, right? Like unless like what would need to happen for that push for a two-state to like to go forward? Like is there even anything remotely close?
Yeah, I think so. I think two things need to happen. There have been things close in the past. I would say with Clinton and the Clinton parameters, and even with Olmert, things. Yeah, I think they've been close, and they voted for it as well. The Israelis voted for someone who ran, like Ehud Barak, who ran on two states for Israel and Palestine, on like finishing the conflict. Palestinians voted for Arafat, who had signed the Oslo Accords, which was leading towards two states. So we know that they've wanted this in the past. I think two things need to change broadly. Israel on that side needs to change in the sense that, well, obviously the country needs to change internally. Like they can't keep following this Netanyahu like status quo settlement expansion idea that they can just forget that Palestinians are people with aspirations for statehood and everything like forever. Western powers can change in the sense that I think they should remain allies with Israel, but as allies they should be willing to draw lines and to say, like for example, the Abraham Accords and how peace with the Arab nations came at the cost of completely ignoring the Palestinian issue. I think European powers should be able to keep their positions, their allyship with Israel, but whilst also being very clear that there needs to be some appetite for like progressing towards a solution, if not even like stopping settlements. And there should be repercussions for not doing that. There should be things like if you're going to pass this law which expands the Israeli civil judiciary into the West Bank.
This is pure genocide apologia
it's like,
out of
okay, well, then
Bonerbox.
you're going to lose like $1 billion off of your budget. Then fuck you. Like that needs to happen much more clearly and much more like.
Let me catch up.
You do this, you lose that. You don't do this, you keep that. That needs to be very clear. On the Palestinian side,
this kind of leads into more of the questions I had. I mean, like, so, like, what are your strongest criticisms? Is like of Israel, maybe as a state, of the current government, and it seems to have these like restrictions to be done.
Evil.
Yeah, like what are the worst things that they're doing and why they are preventing some sort of solution from being?
God damn it!
Mainly in the sense that like Israeli right wingers are so good at exploiting fear and like dread. Like so every time that rockets go over, every time there's a terrorist attack, or every time people are just made aware that Hezbollah exists across the border, or that like Hamas is across the border, they will. And every time that a Western power goes against them, they will exploit that. They will tell their people that yes, look, we are Jews, we're still Jews. Everyone hates us. So like that's never going to change. We're never going to find sanctuary anywhere else in the world. The only way to survive in this neighborhood is to be as strong and aggressive as possible. We need to let people know that if they fire one shot at us, we'll fire 8,000 at them. Like that's basically their position. It's based on the principle called the Iron Wall from like the 20s. That's the idea that if they just assert themselves with dominance, then eventually people will get fed up of fighting them and accept their existence and realize that fighting them is not worth it. That worked with countries. It worked with Egypt. It worked with Jordan. It might be working with Lebanon right now. They've had talks for the first time in 30 years, but it's not going to work with Palestine because they don't have a country. Like they have nothing to lose really in that regard.
Yeah, so I was going to say that the distinguishing factor is like they don't exist with like a day-to-day life of freedom and self-determination that like Lebanon or Egypt does, right? So like while they can say, all right, maybe we're upset with this country and their actions here, like there is some tacit peace between them if we just kind of leave them alone, whereas the other one is occupied or they can't leave, or there's some other circumstances that say like, yeah, like what do I have to lose by continuing this fight, right?
Yeah, so they're in a position where with Israelis, well, like, I would say that Israel's actually in a similar position to America to a very different degree, but like they are being taken over by like far right people who don't really care that much for like a lot of these like liberal democratic principles that the country was like on paper was built on. Like even the IDF and all their practices in Gaza, like believe it or not, like the IDF still has like a code of conduct. They still have lawyers and they still have like people who will train their soldiers and their officers and they'll teach each other about like,
the
Israeli
apology, guys.
like where Israelis commit war crimes like in the 40th war, and they'll say like this is why you should always disobey an illegal order. This is what an illegal order is. This is why we don't do that. Like they teach these things, but then they appoint a bunch of like division commanders and people who are in charge of hundreds or thousands of soldiers, and they'll just appoint people who ignore them, right? They'll appoint people who ignore these rules, and the government won't prosecute anyone with these rules. So you get this issue where they are just kind of like abandoning so many of their like principles that they claim make them like the more democratic Western like country in the Middle East, and it's all built on this idea that they think like the Palestinian problem can just be pushed on the back burner forever. So I think the left needs to internally they need to the left needs to win that argument. They need to win the argument that you have two choices: either you're going to annex this territory, Gaza and the West Bank, in which case you have 5 million people added to your population who you apparently don't want, and you become actually just an apartheid state by your own rules, by your own stated rules, or you separate and you have two states. And they need to understand that like this is like the only dichotomy that they're ever going to have to deal with.
You just got out after only.
This is the only like choice that they're ever going to have. It's status quo can only last until like one or the other becomes inevitable. Like either they annex all of it and then have to become an actual apartheid state, top to bottom, or they have to separate.
You say actual apartheid, like people accuse it of being one. Do you think it like doesn't qualify as one? And why not?
I mean, right now it's a military occupation of like the West Bank and I guess now like Gaza. That's what it is. Like a military occupation. You don't expect military occupations to have like equal rules for everyone. You could say the practices are very apartheid-like they look very apartheid and they feel like apartheid. But an apartheid state would be like there's a reason that Israel proper has very different rules for Palestinians than the West Bank does, right? Palestinians within Israel can vote, they can get education, they have affirmative action programs, they have the government sometimes give them extra money for some things. The West Bank is not Israel proper though. It's not annexed by Israel. Actually, most Israelis don't want to annex the whole West Bank. They want to annex bits of it maybe, but like so. When I say actual apartheid, I mean if Israel actually starts to say we're making all of this our country, well then now you're saying it's not an occupation anymore. Now this is Israel. Like Ramallah is Israel, Nablus is Israel. But the people in here.
So it seems like there's a difference, right? I mean, like, obviously, yes, under military occupation, you're gonna have different rules, but like if the people within are living as if it was an apartheid state, regardless of why that rule is being implemented because of military or because it's a country that says this is just the rules basically when there's no war going on, either way they're feeling consequences of that. So like does that distinction really matter, or like there's like a moral weight, and we're gonna get into like the definitions and like behind the moralism behind definitions. Like why does that matter? That it's the occupation and not an actual apartheid state or whatever, right?
I think it matters because Israel always tries to deny being an apartheid state. But if they annex the West Bank, like you said, I mean, yeah, for Palestinians not much would change. They'd still be under the same rules and they still have the same apartheid experience they've got right now. But Israel as a country can no longer say we're not an apartheid state. Like because people who defend Israel like right now or even like this, I don't think Israel's an apartheid state. I think what they're doing in the West Bank is akin to apartheid. But if they actually go ahead and annex it and say even according to our own rules this is ours, then well now you're just becoming the thing that you kept claiming you're not. Like so they're doing it de facto.
Right, like,
so I'm saying,
like the consequences for the like you said for the civilians are pretty much no different, but it gives the Israeli government like a cover. Like, well, technically we're not. This isn't our state. But like, is that just for what negotiating tactics, or to just kind of like leverage that if someone says, hey, you're doing a human rights abuse here? It's like, well, it's not our country. We're not doing this as a prescription of our laws. We're doing it based on occupation and ongoing wars. Like, what is the reason for that distinction? If ultimately it matters not at all to the civilians whether or not it is technically apartheid or not.
Well, because it matters to Israel. Because obviously if Israel annexes the West Bank, they have to bring in their entire. Because right now there's like there's an occupation, there's like a different administration, like there's a different institution that is that takes care of civil administration of the West Bank. Like it's divided into like the PA controls some areas, and then there's joint control in Area B, and then there's Israeli in Area C. If all that goes away, then on one side, like the reason Israel, you're asking me why Israel doesn't just annex all the West Bank?
No, well, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking like why. If you were to push back and say, well, technically it's not an apartheid state because blah, 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 occupation here, it's not part of Israel, sure, I understand the distinction. My question is, like, why uphold this distinction when it seems to, like, the ultimate worth of that term is that people see that other people are being treated differently because of who they are, right? And people want that to stop. Is it the Israeli government upholding that distinction to say, well, because we don't want to, like, if we were to go in and annex it, then we would have to classify it that way. Sure, I understand why they don't want to, but why does that definition even matter in this case?
It doesn't actually matter that much to me. Like, the buzzword, like, I'll call what happens in the West Bank apartheid, like, all
well,
day.
it matters because there's a difference between de jure and de facto of a thing, right? Like there's a difference between this guy's basically, the leader versus this guy's like the elected leader. Or there's a difference between like everybody, like the police force might be racist versus there's a law saying the police force needs to be racially discriminating, right? There is a distinction there. It can feel a little bit minor, but it is important.
Like, I don't give a fuck, but like the like why I would say that Israel's not an apartheid state now is because like I want to be able to call it something different when it does something different, which is annex to the West Bank. Like if they actually go ahead and say themselves, yes, we are going to make all of this Israel, but not everyone who lives in Israel is born in Israel will be an Israeli citizen and have Israeli voting rights. Yeah, I want to call that something a little bit different to what they're doing now. Also,
de jure, not de jure. I said de jure, and some guy posted on the subreddit, emailed me and got mad. I don't know. It's actually not. I always said de jure. Okay, the other guy doesn't like it.
The reason I guess I don't commit to like it's all in
the one guy, the emailer.
Now, I guess is because whenever I hear people using that term, I feel like they're using it to try and push the apartheid solution to Israel, which is like the South Africa solution, which is it should just become one state with equal rights for everyone. But then you get the problem we get earlier, which is that well, no one in there wants that. So I just think it like, but again, to me that's like the semantic part to me like is not really important to me. I just don't really care that much about it. I'd rather just talk about like the things that are going on.
Right. It depends on like why people are calling it that, and this will kind of lead into the next question. But yeah, it's like if it is definitely an apartheid state, then you're saying this because you necessitate a one-state solution, or you think hey, equal rights for everyone, and this might not be the best solution given whatever party wants in that area. So I understand that. But then I guess moving on. I mean like so the whole conversation of like is it a genocide or not? Like some people say, well, technically, based on X definition, it doesn't meet this, therefore. Whereas I look at it and I say, okay, I see people being cleansed from their homes. I see the intention of the government to push out populations, and whether or not you call that.
I hate this term cleansed. God, it is such a loaded term, and everybody is feeling like genocidal when it comes up. It's like, man, I don't know, whatever.
The same thing as the G word doesn't matter as much as this is what is ultimately happening to these people, and I think something needs to be done about it, or like the government needs to be held accountable. How do you view that distinction of like, is it genocide, is it not a genocide? What necessitates that? Like, if it's not, why? There's a million questions. Like, why is that in conflict with these organizations? Like, so maybe get into that a little bit.
Okay, so broadly speaking, genocide is a legal term that has been practiced very little in international law. There's not that much legal precedent. There's a very specific definition. I honestly, like, I personally try to get as far away as possible from like going into this because I think these categories are supposed to be there for people who already know and already agree on the facts. They're just talking about like how should it. They're talking about like umbrella terms. So if I want to talk about Stalin putting all of the Crimean Tatars on trains and sending them off to Uzbekistan or whatever, well, we'll just say well the ethnic cleansing in Crimea, and then most historians will know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need to talk about the details. When people say the genocide in Gaza, I don't know if they're talking about like what they've read in the ICJ. I don't know if they're talking about some meme that they saw on fucking Twitter that says the death toll is actually 600,000. I don't know what factual basis they're drawing that on. And to me, it just like it doesn't actually help the conversation that much at all. I think it's kind of like a fruitless debate to go into like the legal aspect of like the genocide convention. I mean, I'll do it for its own sake, I guess, but like, I mean, let's say I think we should understand this though. Like to me, the way I see the word genocide being used in Gaza is I see it being used as a shortcut to maybe not everyone not agreeing on all the facts. True. I think I see it as people like using it as a thought terminating cliche. I think I see people using it to purity test. Like I just don't think it serves that much value the way it's being used. And I think you shouldn't need to get a concession on like a particular legal term. You shouldn't need to get a concession on a particular legal term to like have a discussion to see where someone stands on an issue, right? And everyone knows this, right? If you were grilling someone who's you suspected of being an anti-Semite or a neo-Nazi, you would maybe
we're caught up.
Ask them about the Holocaust, and you might say, well, how many Jews died in the Holocaust? You wouldn't say, did the Nazis commit a genocide? That's usually not your instinct, as far as I know.
Right, like whether or not you would call the Holocaust a genocide is irrelevant to how I view it morally, what should be done, how the people who committed it should be seen, and
and
like
you might even be giving the Nazi an out, right? Because he might say, yeah, of course the Nazis committed genocide, but in his head he's like,
everybody
only killed
genocided
200,000 people,
or whatever,
like the Red Cross meme or whatever, right?
Or the intent was there, but they didn't do anything.
Or they might be actually referring to the Slavs, but not the Jews. Like the Jews, it was all self-defense or some bullshit. Yeah, like that's what they would. Yeah, so I think it's better to just go into the facts of what's happening.
Okay, so then I mean, I agree with the like semantic argument.
Okay, if I have low
if we're
luck,
going into the facts. Why do like
I have low luck and this guy's got the quest item on. I shouldn't try to loot this corpse, right? Because there's a chance that my cat will just fucking die. I shouldn't do it, right?
So many international communities call it this based on their definition. Why do so many people oppose said definition? And like how do the prescriptions change based on whether or not they are right to call it that?
To me, most of it comes down to just factual disagreements and the way data is collected in the middle of a war where information deficits are quite big. I mean, if you're going to go into like specific UN reports or different logging, but like I think with a lot of what's happened in the war, although again, I'll say a million times that I think like systematic war crimes is at least what Israel's done in Gaza. Like not just seasoned bad apples, but actually like the government's allowed bad apples to happen from the top down.
Jesus. I see you love defending people who support genocide. I posted a link with the videos, and I believe you're capable to use any basic search engine. It's both you and your best friend Destiny doing propaganda for the state of Israel. God damn.
And not cared about it or even welcomed it. But making the genocide argument, like a lot of the factual basis that a lot of these reports are sort of like backing themselves up with, to me, I just think some of it has fallen short. So like I can go into some details. Like I think with the way that the aid situation was described and the famine situation.
This is utterly disturbing. The immediate issue is not cartography. It's whether millions of people are allowed to live with rights, safety, and dignity.
Was reported by...
Check it. 1 year ago, Bonerbox was defending genocide openly.
UN organizations or by the IPC. I think they were just quite flawed and they didn't seem to hold up to the same standards that they have for other conflicts. I think the way that...
Substance, my #1 hater who tweets constantly about me. Nice.
That certain statements were interpreted by Israeli politicians didn't really add up. And I think disputes about death tolls and like who actually makes up the death toll. Like to this day, I don't think we have any consensus on how many of those 70,000 were Hamas fighters. No one said, right? I think the IDF said they believe it's like 20, 25,000 or 30,000, which would mean like just a bit under 30, 40%, which would be like there are lots of urban wars where
yes,
that's
sir.
happened.
No. Yes, sir. No, guys. Yes or no.
They've lost, and the human rights organizations haven't even, as far as I know, they haven't even commented much on that part.
It's hard to also
so,
just get an accurate number because it's not like everyone is wearing a uniform. You've got essentially an entire area of square footage of rubble that is like, all right, like how are you even able to collect data from this? There's no, you can just kind of look at like who used to live here and who's not alive anymore, and then try from there. I guess. It's not exactly a hard science. So I understand.
And especially given the fact that like I don't know if you know this, but like Hamas in the past conflicts in 2014, for example, they literally issued out public statements telling their members not to report dead militants. Like don't say anything if a soldier has died. If anyone asks, like a human rights lawyer or whatever calls you and asks you if someone died in this house, you always put them as an innocent citizen, an innocent civilian, unconditionally. So they have an incentive to hide their dead, obviously, because they reap all the rewards.
I mean, the
in the
IDF has
propaganda
an
war,
incentive to downplay civilian casualties, of course, right? Like
yeah, of course they do. Yeah. So and they also have an incentive. I mean, they also have a very a broader understanding of what's a soldier than I think most NATO countries do. But so that's. That's
it
one
makes,
of
it makes it more ambiguous, more
messy.
But then, like, what are the facts that the international communities that have formed these opinions based on, and are they faulty bases, or they're based on more ambiguity, or do they use a different definition of like a genocide, or
Amnesty did have a bit in their report where they are contesting like understood definitions of genocide. I think there was also some scandal with them more recently where they withheld their October 7th report on Hamas's attacks because of its political implications, which I think is a very strange thing for a human rights org to be doing. But I'll give you one example because like the war claims specifically goes.
Before it was a genocide, it was an apartheid, to be clear. Being one step removed from genocide is still awful. Is that, are we like ranking that's what it is? It's like first apartheid and then apartheid grows into genocide. Jesus.
There's a lot of them. I'll give you one specific example. I don't know if you ever heard this claim that pre-October 7th, there used to be 500 trucks going into Gaza.
I've probably heard like the vague claims. Yeah, but
okay.
Yeah, not the specifics.
So that's never been the case, especially when they're talking about, when they're comparing it to the amount of food trucks that are going in post-October 7th. So the 500 trucks thing basically comes from like a poor stat of, before the war, aid trucks would only go in on weekdays. And it would include not just food and shelter and everything else, but it would also include like building materials and electrical equipment and concrete. And after the war, the only trucks that were going in were aid, tents, food, water, etc., some fuel trucks. But then what people did was that they took the average of aid trucks before then on the weekdays, called that the daily, excluding the weekends, and then got this number that sometimes on some months looked like closer to 500, if even that. I think even then it was more closer to 300. But then after the war, they would use the 500 number to compare it to the number of food trucks going in afterwards. So when they were only going like 50 or 70 or 100 trucks in a day during the war, they would compare that to the 500 number, which included mostly not food, and then they would make it look basically like every Palestinian was getting like a fifth or less than that of the food that they needed, which would imply that that's why I think famine is imminent was a line that I first read in like October 16th or something. And it was a lot of it was based on that assumption that just Israel was not allowing enough, like even a fifth of the amount of food that they need. But now that the war's over and the number of like malnutrition related deaths never got close to what would be needed for like the definition of a famine even by the IPC, then it looks like that was just completely overstated, and they were just, and that was like just poor data that is contradicted by the UN's own numbers.
Well, then I'm curious, like when people are using what you might call overblown or hyperbolic numbers to define things like a famine or a genocide, like what about the Israel-Palestine conflict is unique in such a way that like they would be willing to jump to conclusions that you think might be preemptive compared to any other similar conflict? Like, why is this the one where you think the facts are being obfuscated in such a way that the international communities would say, it's a genocide, but only because I'm basing it off data that is apparently misreported or overblown?
I mean, I can't speak to every single human rights org or like the UN, but I can speak to some parts
so he
of it.
thinks
Maybe
all of them are wrong.
With the UN, it's easier to explain because like, what is the UN? The UN is just all the countries like voting on things, like to put it in the most crude way possible. But a lot of these countries, or even most of these countries, aren't even democracies. And 50 plus of them are very, very anti-Israel. Like they're part of like a bloc almost, like a voting bloc. So depending on the way that the Human Rights Council works and the way that countries are cycled in and out, we had a period, I think, not less than 10 years ago when Iran was heading parts of the Human Rights Council. Like, why? That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, what position do they have to comment on the human rights of any country, really, given what they do?
Interesting that the majority of the issues he has with the facts favor Israel. That is bullshit. He keeps lying and the horse doesn't do jack shit to hold him accountable. He's not bringing any facts.
Like, to their own people, let alone other countries. But so when the UN Special Commission that does a lot of these reports on Israel-Palestine was appointed, it was a particular time when the anti-Israel voting bloc was just like quite big. And
it's been genocide at least since the Nakba. Oh shit, it might have been a genocide even before 1947. Day one.
They gave them like a really, really broad mandate, much more than any other human rights inquiry has into any conflict, to talk about, to do reports on Israel-Palestine, an indefinite mandate, which also doesn't seem to happen for other Human Rights Council appointees. And then they appointed 3 people, one of whom went on a podcast to talk about how he believes that Jews control this, to complain about Jewish control of social media. Another person who was supposed to be like an impartial judge reporting human rights in the region was a BDS activist. So I can see there where just like there are voting blocs that are just very against Israel, like usually in the Middle East, and they can get together and use the UN as a kind of weapon against Israel. And countries that don't need the UN as much, like America and all that, just don't really apply the same.
I'm willing to believe
pressure.
There's like bias in such places with the UN, but like when I'm looking at like the international community, like all of them combined, like is there such a like?
what is it, like 40 or
To
60
me, it does sound almost like
Muslim states?
schizo conspiracy. Like everyone just hates Israel so much that's why they're willing.
I mean, you don't. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. You can just look at how many Muslim and Arab majority states there are, and then you can just look at how they all vote consistently on this issue. I mean, the votes are all public on the UN resolutions.
To accept not as credible facts and evidence as to whether or not this necessitates a genocide, right? Like, is this the case with literally every single organization that's come to that conclusion, or like? Because the UN is like plausible to me, but it can't be. The more organizations that declare it, then I start to say, well, now I don't know. Like it seems.
Well, think about where the UN gets this information from, right? That matters as well. Like it's not just. I don't think you can just explain it because of like anti-Semitism and like the Muslim voting bloc. I think that explains part of it, like a good part of it, but it's also the fact that the amount of information that's allowed to come out of Gaza. It comes from citizens in Gaza who live in a closed society where Hamas still dominates, and the IDF whose their information is like military intelligence, right? So they're not going to share that stuff with just like with random international like lawyers and things like that. Like that's not really, no military would do that like in the middle of a war. They might do it afterwards in a trial, but they're not going to do that right in the middle of the fighting, especially if one of the people writing a report is like a BDS activist or has been. Like, of course they wouldn't do that. But the information is actually quite limited. So although there's loads and loads of different reports, the information pool that they're drawing from is actually fairly small. So when they want to talk about famine, for example, they might do analyses where they sample different communities in Gaza. They talk to families. They get like measurements of like arm circumference or child malnutrition, and they get these numbers. But it wouldn't be the first time that a population has given inaccurate information or is drawn from inaccurate samples to make broader conclusions because of like the closed society that people in there live in. Because if you are living in Gaza in this war and you tell human rights organizations something that Hamas doesn't want you to hear, doesn't want them to hear, then you're in trouble. You're fucked. So there's all incentives on the other side, right? Because Hamas controls a lot of the economy in Gaza, and they control a portion of the aid as well. So, like they're the government. So yeah, you are in a position where the information that each of these orgs is getting is quite limited. So I don't think it's like this.
Quick Sykkuno break. Hold on. Sykkuno being smooth with girls compilation right before the cheating drama dropped. Uh-oh.
Saw you have some DMs from him and like 10 other guys. Not that anything's wrong with that. I support you. You have fun. Just be careful next time when you point your camera at your Discord and you you don't want to leak. You didn't leak the conversations, which is okay. But you really are popular, huh? It's
no need
not...
to murder me like that.
Wait, it was a compliment. And besides, it just means that even though you're really popular, you still wanted to talk to me, right? So it makes me feel a little special in some kind of way. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I was
you doing?
Poki came to visit. Would you guys
tell her I said hi?
I was just near like your neighborhood.
Oh.
So I thought I would come into your house without knocking and then say hi.
I thought she was here.
Your roommate is really nice. Your mom, your sister,
yeah,
they're really nice. Yep.
How's the...
Why do you stream with no pants? That's kind of weird.
What?
Too.
No, I'm wearing pants. What the hell? I'm wearing pants. If you go without me, I'll miss you even more.
I have a question, Michael Reeves. I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. If I
She avoided it.
build
She's abandoning us, guys.
Yes, I did talk to Sykkuno, and obviously, yes, he did tell me everything. And obviously, yes, I should not have tweeted that I was disappointed.
Out of
She's
the
abandoning
dust,
us.
and I used.
What's hot stuff?
I don't know.
It's Yvonne, apparently.
My water is dead. Oh, hot stuff, really?
Okay, we suffered enough.
Really broad body that's just getting that's just all coming independently to different conclusions. I think they're just drawing from a very small sample of information. And the way that Hamas operates is I think they've made it a big part of their strategy to utilize the humanitarian situation to their benefit. And in some cases, I think that's meant report everyone who dies as an innocent civilian. So it doesn't matter if it's the UN or Human Rights Watch or Amnesty, whoever calls that person, they're all going to get the same answer. It's not like they're going to betray like Hamas for a different one organization over another, right?
Yeah, but then my question is like, then what sources do you trust if it seems like you're incredibly skeptical of numbers that are being used by these like organizations? Like, let me try to present this like as a layman. I'll see some news article and it says like, oh, based on the the IPC, 600,000 people are in catastrophic food insecurity. I say, well, that sounds awful. That sounds like we're on the verge of a famine. And then you go at in that and you're saying, I'm skeptical of this, or you're just like, let me make sure this is right. The IDF says this, the Gazan Authority says this. I question.
For that IPC classification, by their logic, they were saying that there were more food insecure people in the Gaza Strip than there were in the entire rest of the world combined at that level, by the way. That's what that takeaway meant. It was an insane finding. It was so obviously fucking stupid, but Jesus.
And based on the history of the Gazan Authority, or like who are you trusting in order to come to these more skeptical or rejecting the claims that are made by some of these organizations? And like, why should you trust them over other organizations?
In some cases, sadly enough, you can just use the UN's own data. Like, there's been a few times where, say with aid trucks, there are two big organizations that would count aid trucks going in daily, right? One was UNRWA, the refugee association that is UN funded and is largely made up of local workers in Gaza. And then there's also COGAT, which is the Israeli body for aid to the Palestinian territories. And they would publish daily numbers for how many trucks are entering the Gaza Strip. UNRWA's numbers were lower for a good long period. They were much lower than COGAT's. So COGAT would say 120 trucks went in today. UNRWA would say 30 or 40. And UN bodies, because UNRWA is the UN, or Amnesty or whatever else, would say that they would use UNRWA's numbers. But I only need to look at UNRWA's own website to this day, which says we are only accounting for ones where our workers are able to log the trucks. We do not talk for every single truck that goes into Gaza. Our numbers are incomplete, and they will update in the future when we get more data. So UNRWA admits that their data is incomplete. COGAT is the Israeli side, so they're literally, and Israel's the one that approves trucks going into the Gaza. So like they're the ones who would have the full numbers, and UNRWA were not. And so I see this, like, I can even show you if you want, but like there's an Amnesty graph in their report on the genocide where they show you the discrepancy between UNRWA and COGAT, and UNRWA have much lower numbers of monthly trucks going in than COGAT. But then if you look at UNRWA's website today, now that it's been retroactively updated, they're back up to numbers that are closer to COGAT's. So there's a thing going on where UNRWA will like, and you can have that situation happening even when no one's being biased, right? UNRWA will just be able to count less trucks because they are only a portion of the aid distributors in Gaza. So they put that number out. They're a UN org, so people believe them and say that's like the best number we should use for truck numbers. We're not going to trust like just one state over another, Israel over Hamas. So they'll put that number out, but then the report goes out, the outrage comes in, the newspaper headlines come in, and then a month later, UNRWA gets more data. They update their data page, and it actually turns out that COGAT's numbers were more or less correct, or maybe a bit higher than UNRWA's at the end, but still closer. But then that's it. The damage is done. Then we just move on to the next cycle and the next one. This happened for like a year and a half or 2 years. That's one. Again, that's like one example. There's plenty of other ones, but.
Wow, he's laughing. He thinks the genocide is funny, by the way, guys.
We keep getting specific that I can't verify. I'm not saying you're lying to me, by the way. I'm just saying like clearly there is what I'm hearing is there are more uncertainties than are otherwise being portrayed by some of these communities, but. Again, as a layman, when I look at this and I say, okay, I hear the statements from the government that shows that Israel has an intention to wipe these people off of this land, regardless of whether or not that's like, literally killing all of them. Like, you'd agree that if every Palestinian moved to like Libya tomorrow, like Israel would follow them and kill them, right? Like even if it was like, somehow internationally viable, like that's not what they want. They don't want to literally kill every single Palestinian. It's, I want these people not to exist on the land that we feel is rightfully ours, and we want to do everything we can to acquire that, right?
Does Israel believe that Gaza is rightfully theirs?
That's my understanding, unless you have a correction.
It's more of the West Bank.
Religiously, that's almost definitely not the case. As far as I know, there's at the very least like some Talmudic or whatever maps will include Gaza.
I think at this point, I think they probably want Gaza on the West Bank.
No, I don't think Israel wants to own Gaza. I don't think they actually care for that so much. So obviously the extremists do, but as a majority, no.
When you say the extremists do, the people making decisions.
Not the government. No, I don't. Parts of the government. I think maybe Ben Gvir and Smotrich want it, but they are voting. They're like a block of two parties that make up like 10% of the vote in Israel. But no, the majority of Israel doesn't want to own Gaza. They just want Gaza to not be a threat to them anymore. That's like the general opinion in Israel. Obviously, some believe that they can achieve that by getting them all to run away. But I think the more realistic ones, and I think Netanyahu is probably more realistic than his counterparts in this sense. I think they know it's just not going to happen. They'll talk about Libya or like whatever African country they spoke about, but at the end of the day, I think they're aware that you're not getting 2 million people to leave Gaza. I think maybe 100,000 have left in the last 2 years, if even that, and that was to go to Egypt, and they paid to go there. Like Egypt charged them extortionate fees, and they had, I think a lot of them had family there, and they were, a lot of them people were saying that they were planning on leaving anyway. Like, so yeah, there's not. Yeah, Israel, like, they left Gaza in 2005. Like, they pulled their settlers out of Gaza. They didn't pull their settlers all the way out of the West Bank, because the West Bank is where a lot of the religious, like, holy sites and all that shit are, whether they call it Judea, Samaria, and all that. But Gaza is less important to them as, like, territory.
Maybe I kind of focus on, like, a too specific claim of they want this land. Obviously, they want the people there to not be there so that the violence stops in their eyes, right? So whether or not that means, Gaza is part of Israel proper, and we've always deserved it, is kind of different from the question of, do we want to kick these people off this land so that, rocket attacks stop, or that Hamas doesn't have, so much territory right next to us? Like, I guess that's kind of not as important as whether or not they really want the land there. It appears to be, like, we want to clear this place off, whether or not we achieve that through war, whether or not we achieve that through financial means, whether or not we achieve that through settlements, like that's the intention though, right?
when you say that that's the intention, are you saying that like the government is like pursuing this seriously? Like they're sitting there thinking, okay, how do we get 2 million people out of Gaza? Or are you thinking
I
it's
mean,
like,
especially ever since Trump got in office, it seems to me that like the major plans and what he's kind of greenlighting is like this complete transformation of what is like the Trump Gaza, right? Like,
yeah, but at the end of the day, again, maybe something changed. Didn't that ultimate Gaza peace plan that Trump put forward, which I hate by the way, but like didn't that plan rule out ethnic cleansing of Gaza?
I'm not sure to the extent of which it ruled it out. It seemed to be that there's a lot of displacement happening and not a lot of opportunity.
Wait, when you say displacement, the displacement's happening within Gaza, right?
My understanding was they're being kicked out of Gaza.
Hey, you can send them up.
Again, it's been like a year and a half since I read it though.
No, I don't. So the people who have left Gaza since October 7th, I think it was about 100,000 of them, very early in the war, went to Egypt, and they were being charged, but they paid to go to Egypt. Like they went through the Rafah crossing, and Egypt charged them like really like scummy extortionate fees to let them out, and then they closed it. No, I don't think. I don't think like Israel's been kicking people out of Gaza.
No, I don't even know if
Unless
they
you
have
count
been.
Sounds like apologia to me, guys.
No, well, the plan, the only plan I saw come up was and how much of a plan it was, because like you get this weird dynamic where Netanyahu will say that we spoke to Libya about them absorbing this many people or whatever, but then Libya will say, oh yeah, we never said anything. What are you talking about? So yeah, but then I don't know. Like, are we seriously thinking that? Like, I would be quite surprised. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's impossible, but like I would be quite surprised if you at any point in the next 5-10 years started to see like Libyan boats pulling like hundreds of thousands of people out of Gaza, and like Israel signing off on this. As far as the displacements that have happened in Gaza, mostly the displacement has been like almost all of it's been internal, as in like they bombed the north, they sent people south, then they bombed the south, sending people north, and now they've gone like they've started occupying the eastern half of Gaza, and they've pushed people west. But as far as like any serious plan to think that 2 million or even anything close to them are going to leave the Gaza Strip for good, I don't think that's being pursued as like serious policy right now.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, my question. Well, no. Again, like I'm the least well read on this. Seems to be what I'm hearing and seeing from various headlines and articles I read. But like, when let's say this blows over and there's some sort of like not reconciliation, but like, all right, the ceasefire exists to an extent, and we go to pre-October 7th conditions. What does Gaza look like then, if that's the case?
Are you asking me what I think is going to happen, or what should happen?
Based on what you've just said of like what Israel's intentions are, what do you think is going to happen?
Again, I think it's probably worth pulling back and just thinking about like for most Israelis, not like for the extremists or whatever, but like for most Israelis who have politically fluctuated a lot in the last 20 years. They went from 2 states to this, right? Like in 20 years. What do they want? Like, I don't think they care what happens to Gaza so long as Gaza doesn't attack them. I think that's where most of them are at. Like if Hamas's strategy had been to not fire a single shot at Israel for 5-10 years, then Israeli leftists who advocate for 2 states or whatever, they would come back onto the political scene like immediately. They would easily gain support, and the Netanyahu blockade, whatever Ben Gvir Smotrich types would go politically extinct. Like they would not have a leg to stand on. I think what people miss is that they try to ascribe like other motives to be the primary one, like they want it for religious reasons or they want it for ideological reasons. No, generally, like it seems to be, given how Israel's made peace with other countries, it seems to be that if they're not attacked, then they're happy to if they feel safe with it, they're happy to let territory go.
Yeah, but I think that's like presupposing something which is like, yeah, okay, maybe they don't just like want Gaza for some like obscure ideological reason, but they necessitate that they are going to keep getting attacked with the Gazans here, right? It's like, oh, well, if they just didn't attack, but they know they will be, therefore we have to move forward with the knowledge that that is how Israel views it. Not as, well, as long as they don't attack, like then we won't do anything. But it's like, okay, but they have kind of accepted the presupposition that they are going to be attacked from Gaza, right? So like then what?
Yeah, well, okay, so this is where we're going to come back to the earlier part of our conversation when we were talking about what needs to change. And I think I gave a pretty long spiel about what needs to change on the Israeli side and the Western side. This is also where this conflict can't end without changes in the Palestinian side as well. And I think this is probably where a lot of the Western people tend to lose me, because it's like, oh, they're the underdogs, like they're responding to rough conditions or like horrible situation. But at the end of the day, Hamas's strategy failed. The dominant Palestinian way, ever since 48, has always been a failure. They've like every time they've tried like these strategies of like armed resistance, it's always been a failure. Every time they've struggled to distinguish between whether or not they want a state in the 67 borders and to recognize Israel, or whether or not they want to fight for all of it, where they want their attacks to be against settlers or against Israeli citizens in Israel proper. Like, this is where the Palestinian side needs to change as well, and where their supporters need to change, because I don't think this conflict can end with just the Israeli side having their minds shifted towards two states. You're going to also need to change the consensus, at least amongst some of the backers of Hamas, whether it's like Turkey or Qatar, or within Hamas, or within Western supporters who Hamas also pays attention to.
Do I need those quest items?
This idea that Hamas's strategy has brought anything other than destruction, shit, and war, whatever, that cycle is going to continue. If Israel elects the most left-wing government on earth that they've ever had tomorrow,
it's the key tab.
But Hamas are still in Gaza, and Hamas still gets control over Gaza and still has a level of freedom of governance in Gaza, they're going to attack again. And every Israeli right-winger is going to come back out and say, hey, we told you so, you left-wing fucking soy lib fucks. We're going back to blockades, we're going back to security, we're going back to bombs, fuck you. And then the left-wingers lose the argument. Do you disagree with anything I've said there? Or?
Well, you said a lot. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily know for sure whether or not I can say, well, factually you're wrong, or I disagree. But yeah, it does seem to be the case.
I saw it,
Hamas is committed to a greater plan of conquering Israeli territory than just we exist and we don't hurt each other. But again, I guess this is getting more into the how you move forward here. When I'm still kind of stuck on the genocide thing and how it's viewed from the Western perspective. The whole reason I wanted to have this conversation was I hear all these points from the international communities, from the pro-Palestinian side, and it seems to be the case that what Israel is doing is unjustified. And when I talk to people, even people that were more amicable toward Israel, post October 7th, immediately, even now they'll say, well, Israel's gone too far, XYZ reasons. The Netanyahu government is so right-wing and crazy, and they need to be displaced or voted out. And so when I say, okay, is it a genocide? And you say, well, I'm not sure I can trust, these sort of numbers, or these things are obfuscated or overblown. Okay, let's say that's the case. What then is what is Israel doing that isn't proper? I mean,
sorry, you cut out there.
What are they doing that isn't proper? And what are they doing war crimes? Is it ethnic cleansing? Or it seems like they don't want to ethnic cleanse. I'm getting a lot of mixed messages here, and there's a lot of information being spouted again.
Sorry, let me click this because it's been linked 7 trillion times in chat. Jesus fuck. Oh my God, was Trump told to tell the press that the image was doctored but misunderstood and told everyone that he was depicted as a doctor? There you go.
This is due to the fact that I have not read on this, but I'm a bit confused about what would you say the most legitimate criticisms of what the government is doing now, and why is that illegitimate based on the way you've described the Hamas intentions?
Okay, sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I'll just the list of things that Israel's done not properly.
I'm asking a lot.
That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. So things they've done that are the legitimate criticisms. One is that they again, it's a right-wing government, very similar, akin to Trump's one. Pete Hegseth, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That mindset of that rules of war are gay and retarded, those kind of, that is very, very popular in the upper echelons of Israeli society, and it's spread across the society as well. They voted for people who believe that kind of shit. So the fact that they have on paper, in a classical sense, you have IDF rules of conduct, which are pretty much on paper in line with international law, but then you have division commanders, people who are in charge of 10,000 soldiers, who are settlers, who are telling their soldiers to just go into an area and shoot whoever because they don't dress in uniform anyway, so just spray and pray that, which is illegal. You're not supposed to do that, right? Or when you hear about strike decisions being made where a NATO calculation might say that this target is worth 5 or 10 civilians, it looks like the Israeli conduct is saying something like 30 or 40 or 50 per strike. There's a level of proportionality here that I don't think would ever be accepted by any NATO country. This is why Biden withheld a large arms shipment, right? So in that sense, and the permissiveness as well, I think in the whole history of Israel, and this was ages ago, the longest that I think an Israeli soldier has ever been given in jail for murdering a Palestinian by their
4 months or something.
I think it was 3 years. maybe
Was
even
it
less.
really? I don't think it was any over a year, no?
That's the longest an Israeli soldiers ever spent in jail for murdering.
It might have been a conviction for 3 years, but I feel like they all got released early. I don't know if it was by Sharon or somebody else, or Netanyahu, but I feel like it's been like fucking 4 months or something stupid. Somebody can link me that 3 years one, though. I'd be curious to hear that.
Palestinian. Of course, you're going to allow, and you got 3,000 soldiers, 300,000 soldiers operating at one time or another. A lot of them being like conscripts. Like you're going to, and you have that kind of incentive structure. Of course, people who want to commit crimes are going to commit crimes. And doing it at the upper levels as well is like really, really scary. And it's something that like any NATO or any Western ally shouldn't stand for. So what should be done about that? Again, like, I mean, I wish we had a Democrat in power because Biden was president at a time when, for the first time, I think ever in American history, Democratic sympathy for Palestinians exceeded sympathy for Israelis. That never happened before. And that only increased throughout Biden's presidency. So he started doing things that American presidents have never done before, sanctioning settlers, even actually sanctioning part of, I think there was like one military unit in the West Bank that was behaving improperly, let's say, committing crimes against Palestinians, and they were disbanded by the, so like if Biden could have had more push there, and a second Democrat administration by someone to the left of Biden, like Kamala Harris, could have gone further with that, that would have been a very welcome thing. That should have happened. As for the peace plan in Gaza,
give me a sec though, because based on some of the things you said, so say there are generals or politicians with command over tens of thousands of people that are prescribing things that to me sound like, you know, essentially like the greatest atrocities that we've seen in history. Not like these are the specific ones, but like are akin to where it's like, hey, just go kill anyone, right? At what point does that stop being like individualistic on, oh, well, this guy who's in charge of this many people did that and that's bad, versus it seems to me that there's a greater project within the government or the military to do these horrible things, and that's why so many organizations are calling it this like a genocide or ethnic cleansing or like systemic war crimes, right?
Well, the interesting thing is that I don't think I've seen human rights organizations use that argument that I made, because they try to argue that it's like...
Oh, sorry, I thought you stopped talking.
Because they try to argue that it's like a top-down decision-making thing, or they try to argue that it's because of the aid distribution, or like it varies. But like what I'm saying points more to maybe not so much like genocide with like your special intent, but more a system of just not really giving a fuck. I think like ambivalence to war crimes is very different from actually going out there and seeking to massacre and like murder people for its own sake. Like I think there's a difference between someone saying like, oh, there's a gunshot coming from this building, we've got like, okay, well, blow up the building. Like I think there's a difference between that and saying, and like genocides where civilians are rounded up, they're bound, and then they're just shot in the head when they're literally posing no threat at all. There's like one by one. I think cutting corners in war and committing crimes is very different from that.
Yeah, I want to stop you there because that is interesting to me. It's like, yes, obviously, if you were to take something like, all right, where they're rounding up every Palestinian and just, you know, killing all of them in a pit or somewhere, like this would be like the most unambiguous, like this is like as bad as the worst genocide we've ever documented in history. So clearly this is that. But when you're talking about this like ambivalence where the government or the military leaders or whoever are making these decisions or ignoring these violations are saying, I care so little about this population that I'm willing to ignore what I guess you use numbers that are like, you know, 1.5 times as many casualties, twice as many casualties as like what would normally be allowed in these situations. Like if the ultimate conclusion is this population of people is irrelevant to me and like that I don't view them as like the same kind of humans as I view my own people, like at what point does that cross the line of like, all right, this might as well be considered the genocide if we're killing these people? Or is it specifically because you think that G word conflates or points to the kind of things you talked about of rounding people up, where it's like, well, we shouldn't use that because now we are ascribing those moral prescriptions to it? Can you make that distinction, or do you get what I'm asking?
Yeah, but again, it's just a question of like, it's a question of legality almost. Like the same way that we assess murder, right? Like murder by killing someone through negligence, or killing someone out of passion, or killing someone out of carelessness is different from killing someone with cold-blooded intent. We do this with crime all the time. Like intent matters, and since dolus specialis has been such a central feature of genocide case law forever, basically. Like, yeah, I think of course, why wouldn't you have that separation if that's kind of been a feature of the law for so long?
Well, it's kind of like the same as like the apartheid thing we're saying, where it's like, to me, it doesn't.
People keep calling Soypill retarded, and that he doesn't know anything about this. He's asking Bonerbox questions. He's trying to learn more shit about it. What the fuck? Chill.
I guess maybe if there's some like international prescription that happens as soon as you say, oh, it's the G word has happened, it's genocide, we have to do this now. Okay, maybe that's when the bill of specialis comes in. But for me, it's like, okay, on one hand, I've got people rounding them up and shooting them into a ditch somewhere, and that's obviously terrible. On the other hand, I have people bombing a building. Maybe there's a Hamas built in it, and they know that 100 civilians are going to die when they do this, so they don't care. They're apathetic to those deaths. Then it's like, well, ultimately, this is like a distinction without a difference, like the utilitarian consequence. A bunch of civilians who don't need to die are dying because the people don't care that it's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
You keep saying distinction without a difference. I don't think you necessarily believe that.
Uh-oh.
If the Israeli government was like, I want to kill Palestinians, we're not talking about Hamas, just Palestinians, and he communicates that to the war cabinet, and they send it down to the IDF, would there be 70,000 dead in 2 years or 700,000 dead in 2 years?
Right. So obviously I recognize the difference of like, yeah, if the explicit intention was kill every Gazan, you're gonna see a big
not even kill every Gazan, but just kill them, right? I can't remember the way that the initial Nazi communiques were when they were sending people into Poland, but it was like you go into a village and you kill all the inhabitants, you kill the inhabitants, right? Or you go into an area, the soldiers might stand, but this population don't take prisoners and things like that. It's very it doesn't have to be kill them all, but it has to be it's giving a broad mandate to just kill civilians, generally, not we're going to aim for terrorists and
it's giving
civilians come along
genocide
with
vibes, you know.
It's not like that, but it's that's why I think it's different. That's why
I
given Israel's firepower,
yeah,
of course. Yeah, but that's why the intent matters as well, because you're saying it's a distinction without a difference. I think an Israel that wants to commit genocide is not killing 70,000 people in 2 years with their firepower. They're not spending the amount of money that they did on precision weapons and guided missiles and the millions of phone calls and text messages and staying on the phone with someone for 2 hours to make sure they've cleared a building before they bomb it. They're not doing any of that. They're just going to use probably a fifth of the weight of tons of bombs and just sweep the place, and that's it. Boom, done.
Right.
And then
I'm saying obviously there's a degree to this that could be severely worse. So sorry, when I say distinction without a difference, I don't mean this is the worst it could possibly be. What I'm saying is that a level of negligence that you've described in their actions are akin to essentially saying, yeah, this population is irrelevant to me, casualties are irrelevant to me. I mean, I've heard the statements of, how many Palestinians is one Israeli life worth, right? And it's okay, if you're going to treat this with a level of negligence that caused this amount of excess death, regardless of if the intent is I want to kill every Palestinian, it seems that there is a degree of excess death and negligence that is causing just ethnic cleansing by virtue of how you're doing it, right?
But we have other words for those things. We have war crimes. We have. I don't doubt that some unit somewhere in a year or two's time will have come out to have committed crimes against humanity. We have other words for these things. I don't know why everyone has to rush to the worst one, or to the one that hasn't really been applied to this kind of behavior in the past. Usually the term genocide has been limited. The Bosnian War, they
I was going to say I was
restricted it to Srebrenica, not to the entire
So yeah, I know vaguely about the whole Kosovo, Albania, Serbia thing, but when you say they restricted it, how do you mean?
As in, I think it was the European Court that said the whole war was a war of genocide, and the ICTY, the International Tribunal, said that the Srebrenica massacre,
Bonerbox being called Slim Destiny. What the fuck?
Itself, that 3-day massacre of 7,000 or 8,000 people, that was genocide, but the general war campaign was not. That's why I think there was never really a conclusion on whether or not Milosevic committed genocide, right? Where
really?
it was Krstić and Mladic.
Maybe all my friends and knowledge from this comes from people that are Albanian and Kosovian. I don't even know. Kosovar, yes, I should know. That's fucking stupid. They told me this. But I thought it was pretty unambiguous that Milosevic was genocidal. I mean,
not legally. He was never found. There was no final judgment. There was because he died, but also because even after he died, there was they had plenty of proof of the intent when it came to Mladic and Krstić, I think it was, the generals who were talking about getting digging equipment to come in to dig the holes, and talking about how they're gonna avenge the Serbs for what the Turks did to us. Kosovars aren't Turks, but they were, Milosevic was not legally found to have committed, to have been genocide.
If he wasn't legally found, I guess that's kind of more to my question originally, where it's okay, clearly some degree to this was genocide, where they're going out and wiping out civilian populations, and we can't prove that the enough intent to show that the guy who orchestrated this did it, and only a few thousand people died, I think, overall in this genocide. It wasn't like a complete wipeout, but like, so then what's the point of saying it is or isn't there, right? Like that, and like, if anyone were to come up to me and say the Bosnian genocide, and I would be like, well, you're just talking about this region, right? I would say like, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly the consequences of what you're talking about. And like, if I were to apply this to Israel-Palestine, I wouldn't have this level of like scrutiny for the people saying it. Hey, it's a genocide. It's like, yep, pretty much. I understand why you're saying it and the degree to which you mean that, unless they're prescribing this as like Israel wants to kill every Gazan, which I don't think most people use that term to mean that, but maybe you're having different conversations.
No, it doesn't have to mean they want to kill every Gazan. To have like a special intent, like a specific intent with an action to like, as in like, I think the standard they use is the only reasonable interpretation of what they're doing is to achieve just killing this national group, right? So that's why. So if another reasonable interpretation is they find Hamas like to be perfidious and they don't want their soldiers to hesitate, so they tell them not to hesitate, that wouldn't be like that's another reasonable interpretation, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a good interpretation, but it can be like, you can interpret it to be that way, and that's where their mind was going. But like, if we're talking about taking what they're doing and like having that negligent attitude to war crimes and saying, well, like that might as well be genocide, then, well, you can do that if you want. And I wouldn't be surprised if the ICJ ends up doing that, honestly, given what I've read about their previous...
Wow. So you were citing legal cases, but now you're saying even if the legal case is against Israel, it won't change your opinion. Zio Shill.
Like statements on it. But so even if they decide that, though, and we decide that that's the genocide going to broaden to include that negligence for civilian death at a systematic level, well then, okay, but then you're also including so many acts that we used to previously not call genocide into that. Then everyone in World War II committed genocide, right? Britain did when they bombed Hamburg and Dresden. Fucking Hamas, every Hamas attack ever has been genocidal. Most of Fatah and what they've done with their attacks would have been genocidal. Like every Assad genocidal, maybe even HTS at points might have been genocidal. ISIS obviously did commit genocide. Hezbollah definitely genocidal. Like, you're broadening it to include absolutely everyone,
part, but like, I think even the first example, I might take issue with the idea that like, oh, what we did in Hamburg, like it wasn't like I don't even know like to what extent war crimes were defined back in World War II, but like these kind of like total war campaigns of bombing entire countries was just like the basis of what every country did in every single war at that point, right? Like, that's what every country was doing to each other, which I think is not as comparable as to say like, I might even agree Hamas's actions in Israel are genocidal, especially based on their charter of we want to literally wipe these people out and kick them off their land, right? Like, but the Hamburg thing I think is a pretty big difference.
Not exactly. Like what they called it strategic bombings. Like those civilian bombings, the firebombing, they were controversial at the time. Even there was hesitancy before doing it. I think it was the Soviets in the case of Dresden that were like literally like they were begging for it to happen because they didn't want to face, like, they wanted to soften the ground before going in. And I think at the end of the war, Churchill, when he was literally thanking like every fucking part of the military for their contribution to the war effort, he left out Bomber Command because it was so controversial. So no, that did stand out at the time as well. And with the stuff that they were saying, like, this is literally an event unloaded on only a few thousand tons of bombs, not that many, but they killed like 25,000 people in like 2 days. Like, it was insane. And they targeted the center, even though all the military...
Did your Facebook monetization get fixed? No, but I did find some Facebook people, thank God. So hopefully it's on the way to getting fixed.
Factories and everything were outside the city. So, and they believed that terrorizing the civilian population would push them against the Nazis, would demoralize them. Like, so they believed they were targeting civilians, right?
Yeah.
So
what I'm saying is, this
again,
isn't unique to like the bombing
that,
of Hamburg or Dresden. And yeah, you can say it was more controversial at the time, but like, yeah, it just as much as like dropping the nukes on Japan, as much as firebombing of Tokyo, like I'm trying to think of like what would make that specific Hamburg or Dresden unique to compared to like every other bombing campaign in that entire
But that's
era.
the thing, is that like, but then even today though, when we talk about the Middle East, then suddenly very little becomes unique. You can look at what Trump was doing in Trump 1, where he was relaxing rules of engagement in Afghanistan, and where you had American generals saying like, oh yeah, these SAN words, all these SAN N words, they only understand force. I'm going to show them force. Did that person commit genocide when they were like allowing the use of landmines, which they knew would kill civilians, or relaxing rules of engagement in airstrikes, which doubled the civilian death toll?
Is a genocide. And also like, I would say that Trump very clearly like expressed genocidal intent when he says like, hey, you know, I'm about to wipe out an entire civilization, but like the follow through on that and the consequences afterwards, I think are part of that, obviously. So like, again, I don't know if this is necessarily making it too broad, because you're saying there's a broader and consequential result that is being caused by a complete systemic governmental ignorance of war crimes, and kind of like forcefully moving this population, versus like, hey, every time you do a war crime and are ignorant about it, that's a genocide. I think like the scale matters, how widespread it is matters, and like, yeah, you can point to certain examples, but I don't necessarily think that diminishes the definition such that it's useless.
I think it might not make it useless, but it does dilute it. It 100% dilutes it. It would include, like I said, it would include Saudi Arabia, it would include the Houthis, it would include Hamas, Hezbollah, it would include the Syrians, it would, like 5 different factions. And
this might be true. Again, I'm not super informed of this. Like, don't people call it like the genocide of Yemeni by the Saudi Arabians?
Well, the IPC didn't actually even call it a famine in Yemen. Interestingly, they think like 80,000 kids died. The UN. By the IPC, the same people who said there was a famine in Gaza
Kind of
didn't
weird.
say there was one in Yemen.
Kind of weird.
Okay. I mean, based on what, again, uninformed, based on what I hear from both of those, they both sound like, and one is severely worse, the Yemenis, the death toll in Yemen.
Little sus, some
why
might
do you
say.
think that
Sussy
distinction
baka.
exists again? Is it because of this, like, is it just Israel bias? Is it because the organizations are using the numbers from the UN that has the Israel bias? Like, go back to that question. Like, why is there that?
I think in that case, the IPC was making maybe a similar mistake that UNICEF made in the 90s. There was a time in the 90s when most people thought that the sanctions on Iraq had killed like 500,000
500,000, the meme,
through starvation,
the meme number,
because of similar methodologies with interviewing families and child mortality and malnutrition. It turned out that the data was just being inflated because of like the directions of Saddam Hussein's government. And retroactively, all that, since people got access to Iraqi documents and they found out the life expectancy hadn't changed all that much at all, but to this day, I don't know if you've ever heard people tell you this. Like, I know there are a few lefties online who still believe this, that like the U.S. sanctions or the international sanctions on Iraq killed like 1 million or 500,000 Iraqis. It wasn't true. It didn't happen. Like,
I don't know about the sanctions. I just know about like the death.
But yeah, I think it's a similar thing where you've got a closed society, a very limited access to information, and a situation where you just have like, yeah, it does seem to be the case that humanitarians, I don't even necessarily fault them for it's like they have to say something, like they have to go with whatever the best that they've got. But it seems that the best that they've got, I don't know if it was influenced by Hamas or the field workers on the ground were being biased, or like maybe they only had access to clinics, and clinics are going to overrepresent people who are malnourished, and they applied that to the broader population. There's a few like hints of to what happened there, but like I have not really gone too deep into why I think that bias exists in every part of the international organizations. I've just read enough of the reports to know that it does exist. That's all I can tell you.
Right, because like when I hear that, it's like, okay, there's at least some bias. I'm even willing to accept that, but like it.
That much?
I guess
No.
is your this is my perception of what you believe, and tell me if this is wrong. That it's like, I mean, or if you take like the worst thing that like a chatter might say, it's like, oh, you know, Zogbox is like, you know, saying like he trusts Israel over every international community. But like,
True.
Is it more that you see flaws in their analysis and therefore you're more skeptical of it, or that you kind of like you're like waiting for that criteria to be met, and then you're like, okay, now I'll call this a genocide because I haven't seen definitive proof of X.
You're lucky.
Yeah, well, I mean, I see that.
Go sleep, you old man. You're tired.
Making the same mistakes over and over again.
Oh, but now you're awake?
Well, I saw you hanging out here, and I was like, it's 7 o'clock. I shouldn't go to bed yet.
True.
An organization that's amazing at propaganda and terrible at fighting war. So they know that they can. I see Hamas basically exploiting the methods of these like rights organizations. That's probably what I put it down to more than anything else.
They're exploiting,
like I'll give you a very
reporting it in
clear
such a way
example
they know that the rights organizations will misinterpret.
Yes. We know that. So there's a cycle that happens ever since the first war with Israel and Hamas in 2008. Hamas will hide their deaths, they'll hide their losses, they'll say they're civilians, they'll tell people to say they're civilians, and then the rights organizations, Goldstone Report was an example of this, will go by the standard, which I think is a good standard if you're a rights organization, is they'll say, if there is doubt, they're a civilian. If we don't know what their status is, we're going to say civilian until we're shown otherwise.
Because assuming the opposite would be like extra liberal with the definition.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So Hamas, all they have to do is raise the doubt. They can just, we'll just fight out of uniform. We'll just integrate our civilian with our military institutions. the IDF are not going to share their intelligence with people from outside of their country. Like they're not going to show their working to like a UN reporter. So then the UN basically has the best information they can get. And then it looks like the IDF targeted a bunch of civilian institutions. I think in the first case it was like police stations, for example. And then it's only a year or two afterwards when Hamas needs to court their own population and remind their own population that they're the ones who are fighting for Palestine and they're the ones who died for Palestine. Then they'll publish their losses, which you can find on their website. And it turns out like the IDF numbers were quite close to Hamas's, usually a bit higher, but not that far off. And that's happened. I've seen this happen by looking at Hamas's own data from for at least like 3 or 4 different conflicts. And it's starting to emerge very slowly now with this one. So, but that's not a human rights organization doing anything wrong. They can't go into Gaza. They can't, they can survey the population, but the population is in a dictatorship, a very brutal dictatorship of Hamas. So they're limited with what they can say to people on the outside. The IDF doesn't want to share intelligence. Human rights orgs have the best information they can get, which is doubt. So they're going to assume civilians. And then a year and a half later, when all the press has died down, Hamas actually admits their losses and no one cares.
Okay,
I think that's happened since 2008.
Oh, shit,
I'm going to try to summarize what you said. Tell me if I'm getting something wrong. People who are upset and calling this a genocide are relying on human rights organizations. Human rights organizations are relying on numbers that are with a high level of uncertainty because they're coming from a confined and war zone that has not a lot of information coming out that might have misrepresentation in it, and therefore they are being very liberal. And a lot of bad things and war crimes and stuff could be happening there, but the level to which it meets the genocide might be obfuscated by the fact that these facts are very muddy. And therefore, people who are calling it a genocide are basically in a more of a moral gray area or like a level of uncertainty that isn't as confirmed as you think it is.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. And I would probably also add... What was I thinking there? I had like 3 things I wanted to say.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
I'm going to pick one.
Also, I don't have a heart out, but I'm going to talk to Dylan Burns in like 10, 20-ish minutes. So after
what
this,
about
I
6,
kinda
7
wanna
minutes?
bring it back to, like,
Shut up, Mootin. That was my joke.
Okay. Right. So,
bitch.
I think a big problem with doing. You said like why they're like people call it a genocide because the human rights report said like I don't know if that's true. I heard people calling it genocide like when there were still Hamas fighters in Israel. Like I think that word came out really quickly. And I noticed it being used by like the activist groups like for a couple of years before that as well to just talk about the entire conflict as a permanent genocide. And that's been going on for ages. They've always, I feel like that conclusion has been decided before anything.
Did I leave weapons off 2 different units?
By a lot of people. But I think the problem, and maybe why, again, I don't really talk about this like particular debate that often, but like I think the reason it is an issue is that you get into a situation where if you don't know your enemy, you can't fight it. If you don't know what the problem is, you're not going to have any power over it. And if there's ever any mystery as to why this Free Palestine movement on the college campuses have managed to be the most popular, one of the most, probably the biggest Western social protest movement since BLM, right? They were massive. I think if you want to understand why they were so fucking useless despite being the size that they are, it's because none of them actually cared to look into the details of what was happening and they didn't know what to ask for. So you have calls for a binational one-state solution, which no one in Palestine has ever in majority wanted, even a plurality. They start calling for like sanctions and abolishing of Israel or like unilateral withdrawals from Gaza or the West Bank or Lebanon, or they're talking about arming the resistance groups or defending them. They're like downplaying anti-Hamas protesters who are literally begging Hamas to stop firing rockets from their neighborhoods and hiding underneath them in tunnels, like literally saying this and no one reporting on it.
There's some overlap though, right? I mean, like you at the beginning said, there's some overlap of like you said there's some significant steps that America or Western countries could do to like have specific triggered consequences to actions that Israel takes. And it like I would guess that 90% of protesters don't have like an informed view of like what that exactly looks like, but that's kind of what they're asking for, right? And you seem to say this is probably how you get them to rein in their worst atrocities, right?
Yeah, so like I don't fault most of these because I met a lot of these protesters. I went and spoke to them because I was genuinely curious about them in my hometown and I went to like 2 different cities in Scotland to talk to these people. I don't fault them as human beings. Most of them are like very decent people who have just seen way too much fucking death and too many like dead women and children and all that. Like any human being would look at that and just feel fucking horrified and want it to stop, right? I don't fault them on that level at all. But the thing I fault is the thought leaders, the people who are giving them pamphlets and talking and teaching them about the conflict through this very biased lens, and teaching them about Israel and turning them into a movement that ceases at some point to be a humanitarian movement and just a deaf, dumb, and blind hatred of Israel movement. And then you get into a situation where any improvements that could have been made by the Democratic Party or any distinction between the Democrats and Biden, between the Democrats and Trump, they get ignored, right? So if it's all genocide, then if it's still going on, if every airstrike that's gone on in Gaza and if people are still dying, we're still going to call it genocide. So what's the difference between Biden and Trump? And then you have this apathy that comes out of it. And then
I think that's like the biggest agreement I'll have with you. By the way, I'm not saying like I majorly disagree on everything you said. Mostly it's just like I either agree or don't know. But yeah, the idea that if you call it a genocide, I think this is the strongest argument against it. Then if you're able to say that Trump and Biden and Kamala are complicit in that, then yeah, like, well, then what's the point of voting for them? Are they going to make it even marginally better? Are they going to push towards a better solution? Oh, well, no, because it's both genocide. Therefore, I shouldn't like try to stop Trump, right? Like that's probably the strongest argument I can think of. Like, that's why you shouldn't use the G word if that's even if it is.
It's not even. I'm not even saying this is why you shouldn't use the G word, because again, like how many people who call it genocide are sitting there looking at UN case law and making that? No, it's a political term. Like it's an activist term, and I've usually had more sympathy with people using activist terms just to communicate a feeling, right? Because what happens is when you see like your 800th fucking video of a dead mother or like a dead baby, whatever,
whatever. Look at how he doesn't even care about all the death.
Of course, you're going to want the most,
cringe.
like the strongest word to describe that, to match to that feeling. Because otherwise, like someone trying to say, well, maybe not genocide, maybe more a war crime. Well, then suddenly you're like, oh, what? So this isn't that bad, and it becomes like more of a moral argument than anything else. But as far as, it's not so much about the G word thing, but it's more just about like understanding like where, just getting a better understanding of the Israel-Palestine conflict in general and over the facts of the situation in general, because I think what happened with like all of this maximalist language and maximalist perspective is that, yeah, like I said, like, and you were saying as well, I was going to talk about...
Darius, break, hold on. Did he get into a car accident? What happened?
It was legit, no hate. But I don't know, like, we lost the house, like, we weren't able to renew the house because Chicken Andy...
Oh!
Batshit insane.
Oh no. Whoa!
What the fuck is he doing?
Sorry.
I just got into a fucking car accident. My fucking phone fell on my fucking thing.
I'm sorry, that's not funny. It's not funny.
Is this guy's car done?
It's done. His car is done.
That doesn't sound good.
It's fine, bro. Stop being a hater. Your car's never made a little noise before? It's never purred? It's never purred for you before?
How long ago was this?
I don't know. It was a clip, so I guess it just happened.
Rip.
But like forgetting that distinction between a party that can actually listen to demands and make differences versus one that can. So Biden, for example, sanctioned settlers for the first time ever from a U.S. president. They hadn't done that before. He withheld weapons, which were resumed on week 1 by Donald Trump, right? It was like 2,000, it was a couple of thousand 2,000-pound bombs and a bunch of 500-pound bombs. They were paused by Biden. They were resumed by Trump. All the sanctions on settlers were removed by Trump. Trump was the one who initially recognized the Golan Heights and the Israeli sovereignty over all of Jerusalem. Famine was never declared by the IPC under Biden. Did you know that? It was only declared under Trump. The GHF, the fucking cataclysmically fucking pathetic, inhumane, murderous fucking aid plan that the United States and the IDF tried to implement in Gaza was a Trump idea. Biden would have never gone with a plan like that, or Harris. Like that was a strictly Trump thing. The Trump peace plan. Trump excludes the PA from any future governorship of Gaza. They only want literally Israeli armed stooges running the strip. Biden wanted the PA involved. Biden tries to be a partner with the PA because the Democrat official position is a two-state solution, and the PA are the legitimate government of Palestine. Trump said no. Trump said the legitimate leaders of Palestine are some fucking gangsters who are taking money from the IDF or from the Israeli states. But these differences matter, and the fact that people just overlooked it, and when people just said, "Oh, it's all genocide," because like it cheapens that difference, and it cheapens the potential that you have to actually address that difference and work with it. Democrats could have continued to be pushed by a left flank that actually had a coherent critique and a coherent plan. They could have been pushed, as we speak, they could be getting pushed right now to do better things in Gaza and to convince and to push Israel to do better and to punish Israel for not doing better. But they're not, they want to boycott Starbucks.
Okay, well,
you know why Starbucks has boycotted Soypill?
I vaguely remember this. Like, what, they donated money to Israel? They had Starbucks in Israel? I don't even know what it was about.
There are 0 Starbucks branches in Israel. The last one was closed in 2003. Starbucks is on the boycott list because an activist group of union workers used their union page with a Starbucks logo to publish a picture of Hamas at the fence on October 7th saying, "We stand with the resistant." And Starbucks sued them for using their branding to support terrorism. That's why Starbucks is on the boycott. It's fucking mental. Like, yeah, you have to know what you're talking about to be an effective political movement. I don't know. Fuck. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not shouting at you.
valid boycott.
I'm not a BDS Starbucks.
Good BC.
Best Starbucks person. But, okay. Well, here are 2 things I want to go before I go. The first is prescriptions from you. The second is just kind of like my summary of everything. So the first one would be, you got all these people, not just my chatters. Let's say they're all saying, not they're all. There's some people in here saying, "Oh my god, fucking genocide denialist, Bonerbox," right? Like, because you've made this very specific definition. So these people have the energy. They see the death. It's very obviously bad to them. Whether or not that's negligence or war crimes, whether or not you want to call it ethnic cleansing. How do these people get this to stop? I mean, like, where should this energy be directed to? It seems like regardless of whether or not we agree on definitions, you absolutely have smoke for the Israeli government for what they're doing. You think they need to be sanctioned in certain ways or held accountable by other governments. So how do we move forward with that as activists in this country, as people who are going to be voting? Like, what should these people be directing their energy towards? Obviously it's not sitting outside Starbucks to tell people not to buy it.
I mean, you can't really do all that much at all now that Trump's the fucking president. I don't know, get a Democrat back in and get them to push things that are actually like, okay, so push for accountability in the IDF. If America's going to share intelligence as a Western liberal military that abides by the Geneva Conventions with Israel, then Israel needs to do the same. Israel needs to abide by the Geneva Conventions. They need to punish people in their military that don't. America can do it. America's jailed people for 20 years for committing war crimes. Get the IDF to start doing that, and if they don't, then you're going to lose some arms shipments. Fuck you. Settlers, sanction them all. Like, they should all get fucked.
Wait, pause, because I see where you're going with this. So, like, let's say we have people and we're voting for the midterms to try to get, MAGA out of power, and you're asking, people are like, "Hey, Gavin Newsom, is this a genocide? Like, do you think Israel's an evil country?" Should they be kind of pushing for this, what you're saying, like, "Hey, will you hold Israel to account for its war crimes?" Like, that's what they should be asking of their representatives, or like, what should the populace be asking of the people they're voting for, like the specific politicians?
To me, like, the most effective protest movements are ones that have simple and sharp and realistic demands, right? Just give them a few. Just be like, yeah, will you put condition on arming Israel? Like, will you say, if you're going to get arms, you have to abide by a level of conduct that is like in line with the Geneva Conventions
their arms now?
or NATO, right? That's a simple demand. That's a very easy one.
Shut up!
Are you going to
Shut the fuck up!
Are you
Shut
going to
the fuck
involve
up.
the
I
PA
hate
in
you.
governorship of Gaza? There's a few. Yeah, I can go on all day about things that they could say, right? They're not going to do it though. They're fucking retarded.
Well, that's
Good
the
luck.
thing is, like, yeah, most of
But
the
also,
demands I see
sorry,
is
at the
just
end
like, will you completely stop every arms shipper to Israel? I mean, very recently, I think AOC just, I don't know if I want to say like caved or capitulated, but like changed her stance on this, right? Where she's just like complete, like, I will fund no weapon shipment, even if it's Iron Dome stuff, right? Am I crazy, or did this just happen?
God damn it.
That seems to be where the conversation is happening now. But the point is, it's like, I think it's like an 80-20 or even like a 90-10, like, anti-Israel sentiment in the country. And it's like, if that energy and that sentiment exists, like, there has to be a realistic thing that can be asked of the people that are going to be elected in the midterms in 2028.
That's what you're like.
It's like, yes, conditional aid is good. Holding Israel to account for war crimes is good. Geneva Convention upholding is good. International law upholding is good. And that, I think, is a way to move past the, like, oh, if you don't call it a genocide, like, you're a genocide apologist and you're justifying everything Israel does, which is like, again, if you just look at this conversation, people might have smoke for the things you say, but it's so clear what your intentions are. I don't see how you could obfuscate that as, oh, this guy wants Israel to keep doing what they're doing. So, yeah.
Listen, I don't want to turn you against your audience too much over little old me.
I am the opposite of audience guy. Every single person here could be screaming at me for platforming you, and I'd be like, whatever. Like, I'm just trying to learn and do the best for what I can. Like, I jumped into the middle of this, all right? It's like that fucking, in the Looney Tunes with a cat and a dog are in a big cloud of smoke and there's fists coming out of it, and then I stepped into the conversation and I'm getting all the fucking smoke, but I don't know what the hell, like, how to navigate this and have the best prescriptions, and that's why I'm trying to ask people. I'm like, I should probably talk to more Palestinian activists too. Or actually, yeah, like what would you say? Like, are there Palestinian activists that you hold in high regard that say like these people are informed and you should speak to these people and learn about it from their point of view?
Well, yeah, I can give you a list that's like 10 or 20 names long just off the top of my head if you want. Even like, actually someone who criticized my views on fucking genocide actually just recently. His name's Beast Process. Me and him disagree on a lot, but he's like a very smart person and he's well-intentioned and he'll teach you something that's different from what I've told you. So yeah, you should, I would say him. I would say, again, like that Ahmed Khatib guy. Again,
I'd say your leader.
Perspective, but he's pretty decent.
I'm the most pro-Pali.
A lot of these Palestinian politicians would talk to streamers as well.
Yeah.
Hanan Ashrawi is someone who has spoken to. She was part of the peace process back in the 90s, and she spoken to a few fairly small creators. She's a really interesting person because she was involved in peace talks through the early 90s as well as the late 90s. She's been involved in a lot, and she still is. She still talks to Israelis about, this or that plan going forward.
Actually,
who else was?
Wait, hold on. You cut out after forward. Sorry, this is like a tech issue on my end. After forward.
Oh no, I was saying.
This is a
who
debate
else?
tactic.
True, it is.
Who was? Fuck, there was a name that even the guy that wrote the 100 Years War, Rashid Khalidi, he would talk to people.
Oh yeah, maybe I should definitely try to set that up. Oh, also, maybe past that second step, step 3, I'd be willing to facilitate a debate with you and someone else if that's something you're interested in.
Depends
I don't
on
know.
who.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure you've done this a lot. Like again, I'm just now stepping into this after just vaguely understanding it from various sources. Well, here's my summary. Like what I wanted to accomplish, and I'm not going to attribute this to you because I don't think it was accomplished, but not because you didn't do something right, but more of it's just a very messy situation. Like I got a lot of heat when I said things like, I'm anti-Zionist because if Zionism is something that necessitates ethnic cleansing, then I don't think it's justified to do it just because of the atrocities committed by Jews. And people said, well, if you talk to people that are more informed on the situation, I think you wouldn't have that opinion. Do you think there is some... This is going to sound like condescending, but like magical set of facts or words in a certain order that would have me change that opinion?
That Zionism necessitates ethnic cleansing?
If Zionism necessitates ethnic cleansing, then I don't think it's justified, or I am anti-Zionist.
Oh. That's a really... This is why I hate fucking buzzwords.
Yeah, it keeps going
I
up
have no
and
idea
down.
what you mean Zionism.
By Zionism, I mean, like, if you go back to the 40s, and it's like, wow, Jews sure have been persecuted and killed and driven out of every possible thing, and there might not truly be a safe spot on Earth, especially in the wake of the Holocaust. Maybe we do need to give them a homeland. Like, that necessarily doesn't not make sense to me. It's like, okay, yeah, like, I get why this happened. But now looking at the project today and saying, okay, can you maintain the sentiment that existed in the 80s that probably might not exist so much in the 21st century, to my understanding.
Fuck you.
Without racial quotas, without pushing people off their borders, like, is that the only way to maintain Israel as a state? And if so, then maybe I think it needs to, like, radically change.
Okay, so when you say ethnic cleansing, you mean like forcing people away from one place and somewhere else, right? That's like pushing them off the
or
land.
Settlements, or war to drive them away, like stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't think Zionism necessitates any of that. If the Arab leaders accept, I don't know when you got to this in the Khalidi book, but like, if the Arabs accepted the partition plan in 47,
yeah,
from
can't
the
go back
UN,
in time.
That plan did not
Bonerbox.
entail ethnic cleansing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they accepted that, the Zionists are, if they want to ethnically cleanse, they're fucked, right? Because there's literally the Arabs have accepted a state next to them, and they could start a war, but they would be immediately.
Oh yeah,
the
I'm not
aggressor.
saying
But,
necessitates ethnic cleansing. I'm saying if it does, then that's like.
Oh, if it does,
I am saying that.
I mean, if it does, then obviously, yeah. Then I don't know. But it depends on what you mean by ethnic cleansing. So, Zionism, I don't think it ever needed to go to a war where they're literally like going to people's doors and telling them, if you don't leave, we're going to shoot you. Like, I don't think it had to be that. I don't think even the war in Gaza had to happen. Right? I think Zionism could have easily existed with a Palestine existing in Gaza and the West Bank alongside them, and no one would get kicked out ever again. That could have happened, and Zionism would still exist. Israel would still be a Jewish state. If you're talking about like back in the 1800s or the early 1900s, where Zionism involved them buying land from absentee landowners and evicting the tenant farmers who lived there to let Jews in, I don't think Zionism would have existed without that. It needed some of that to fulfill its goal of.
It's more about like
Jewish
in the current day,
continuity,
like
but-
perpetual.
Yeah,
actions
okay.
being
Because
taken
we
rather
don't have a 100-year war because
Current
bad
day? Could
workers'
somebody
rights
say
in the
current day?
fucking 20s. Yeah, I know.
Professor.
Zionism doesn't. If Zionism necessitated ethnic cleansing, like what indefinitely, then yeah, of course it's a bad thing. Yeah, that's a broader historical conversation. But I think maybe one thing that is worth asking you, and we can maybe. Talk
Oh yeah,
about this
yeah. If
another
you want to
time.
wrap up by asking questions of me,
yeah.
actually, that's fine.
One thing to ask you is, and maybe even your chat, is when you talk about Zionism, there's all these kind of like frameworks, like these themes that come along with it, like a mind map, right? Like, so you think about Zionism. If you read Rashid Khalidi's book, you probably heard about Zionism entails like ethnic cleansing, imperialism, Jewish supremacy, displacement or transfer, like imperialism, settler colonialism, like all these themes come along with it. Why does refuge never get mentioned before anything else? Like Zionism even during the 48 war, when like was to get Arabs out, before any of those goals, the one thing that drove Zionism more than anything else, and this is actually even written in people like Herzl or people before him with Ginsburg and all that, it was refuge. It was about safety. It was about people who believed that as Jews, we are currently on the road in the 1800s of assimilation. Most Jews believe that if they sort of like give up most of their external Jewishness and they assimilate to become Poles or French or Russians or whatever else, then they will be accepted and they'll be safe. Zionists were the minority who said, no, if assimilating will not help us, we will always be Jews. Modern nationalism is going to fuck us everywhere we go. They were right. The Zionists, they won that argument, okay? And everyone in Europe and everyone in the Arab proved them correct by fucking Jews, regardless of what those Jews did.
Wait, you said we. Are you Jewish too? Are you a brother?
No, I'm saying this is what they're saying.
Okay, I was just
they're
double
saying
checking. Go on.
I'm very not Jew. Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're not invited to the cookout.
I'm not. No. Yeah. So that was like that's where Zionists like that was their main argument. And had it not been for all the crimes of like the Russian Empire or the Nazis, or had it not also been for every other country basically closing their door on Jews, like a lot of Jews went to America before they went to Italy. But then in 1924-25, they passed the Johnson-Reed Act, which was designed to cap the number of Jews entering the country. And then if you look at the graph of the number of Jews going to Palestine, British Palestine at that time, that's the first time when it starts to really boom. As soon as America closes their doors, then they're like, okay, well, where else are we going to go? Well, I guess there's Israel, there's Palestine. So before anything else, Zionism is a refugee movement. They are people who had nowhere else to go in the world. And throughout the beginning and the middle of the 20th century, progressively, every country closes their doors. The Evian Conference in the middle of the fucking Holocaust is basically like, yeah, that's bad, but I don't know. Did they have to come here? And then after they saw the camps, I think America made an exception for like a few 100,000 Jews, but Johnson-Reed stayed in place. They kept their quotas. Rest of the European countries kept their quotas. There was a pogrom in Poland in 1946 after the war ended where 1,000 Jews were killed. And then, so these people had nowhere else to go. And then they go to the Middle East, they go to Palestine, which is the one place where they seem to have any hope of living in some kind of like sense of safety or having, which they believe the only safety they can have is as a nation where they're the majority, because that's like, and this is happening all over Europe as well with like post-empire nationalism is like the new progressive way for persecuted groups to be safe. They go there, and then the Palestinian leadership in the early 20s, the Palestine Congress is headed by a guy, Musa Qasim al-Husseini, who believes in the protocols. He's writing to Churchill about the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which he believes are authentic. And then you've got the head of the Arab Committee.
The protocols of the Elders of Zion is the secret Zionist Jewish community that was trying to fucking take over the world and kill all the children.
The Haj Amin al-Husseini, I think it's his brother or his cousin, he is a Nazi. He's literally recruited by the Nazis to do propaganda and to get Bosniaks in Eastern Europe to take part in the SS. So these are like the leaders of a potential Arab state in Palestine. And the Zionists are kind of thinking, well, I'm not too sure about that. That's quite dangerous to a group that's just been fleeing. Right? So they decided that this is the last place we're going to run away to. We've been praying about Jerusalem for like 2,000 years or whatever. So like they plant their flag in the ground. They accept the partition plan in 47, and the Arab leaders say no. They want all of the land to be Palestine. And obviously the Palestinians at the time yeah, you guys have suffered a lot, but like, why is that
Yeah,
our
it's like,
problem?
why is that
why
our
should we
problem?
give
Yeah.
up our? Yeah, because they're becoming nationalists as well, and then so yeah, they have a pretty just cause in that sense as well. But again, it's like just causes clashing together. But then after the 48 war and Israel being established, all the Jews in the Arab countries, in Libya, Morocco, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, like all of them are blamed for what happens in 48, and they are persecuted. They're already being persecuted in some places. They're being criminalized, like Zionist activity is outlawed by Zionist activity. Like in Iraq, it was like if you had a biblical map that of the Holy Land, if you possessed a map, you could be convicted of Zionist activity and extorted and jailed. So they get the opportunity when countries open their doors to leave, and pretty much all of them do. Each one of these countries completely empties of their Jewish populations that have lived there for like over 1,000, 2,000 years. And they all go to Israel. Some go to France, some go to America, but most of them go to Israel. And like the question I'd have for you, sorry for the fucking rant, but the question I would have for you is, why is that particular theme of Zionism, like that, the bigger motivator than anything else, the theme of refuge, why is that just never brought up by anti-Zionists? Like, why is that never mentioned, let alone the thing that kind of drove it in the first place?
I guess, I mean, like, if you want to give, like, the steelman position of why it's not for the steelman for, like, the Zionist position is, because this makes them look at the very least a little sympathetic, and, like, you can't introduce any amount of sympathy to Zionism. But the reason I wouldn't bring it up is, like, or I do bring it up, but I'm just like, this doesn't matter to me now, is it doesn't justify the worst parts of the consequences of having established it that way, even if it might have, again, been a just cause. Like you said, like, these just cause clashing have led to 80 years plus of conflict, and does that necessarily, like, I don't know why I can't say necessarily today. Does that necessarily mean that, like, anything that happens after that must take into consideration, like, Jews need refuge? And I guess the answer is, like, no. I think it doesn't necessarily come into the conversation for me now, where it's like, yeah, okay, maybe in the 40s this is the worst it had ever been, probably, hopefully will ever get, but that doesn't mean that, like, now I'm going to take that into consideration of Israel's current actions, of what will happen with Palestine and the West Bank. It's a lot less important to me. That was like the whole thing I brought up at the beginning, where it was like, if Zionism necessitates the actions that Israel is taking now, which it seems to not be, and your prescription is that it doesn't, like, it matters a lot less. But yeah.
Okay, but I think that does address. But to the question of anti-Zionism, like, obviously anti-Zionism is like Israel shouldn't exist at all as a Jewish state. Like, is that
he
what
a
you believe?
Zionist now?
I don't know if I think that
he is a mega Zionist. Oh no, XQC, who are the victims, Poki? You realize people can be victims of cheating, right? Oh, true. Gosh, she's a queen.
Needs to exist anymore. But
the debunker has logged on.
But like, does any ethno-nationalist state need to exist? Like, does Japan need to remain fully Japanese? Does Germany need to remain fully German? I don't think so.
Okay, so you're walking right into the discussion that I thought we were going to have. So this is like the most interesting thing to me. Fuck. Okay, again, you
That's
can
okay. Well,
tell me
Dylan hasn't replied yet, so you got some time.
Okay. Right. First question. You said Japan, Germany. I know when you spoke to Destiny, you said something about fear of like black crime in the United States or whatever, or even South Africa. That's probably
I said, like,
a better example.
The
right?
arguments for like keeping racial quotas and
when you say racial quotas, what do you mean?
Like
for immigration,
Israel must have like this many Jews. We can't let this many Arabs in. If we got too many Arabs in, they'll overwhelm the vote, sort of thing.
Okay. So
I'm aware that there are millions of Arabs in Israel, by the way.
Yeah, like a fifth of the population.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that, again, left, right,
actually closer to
Israeli
2/9
Jew
of the
you find,
population.
They're going to want a Jewish majority, unless they're fucking like Hadash or some crazy fucks. Yeah.
Which is like, I mean, most states do this, but like it reminded me, and it was evocative of like white supremacist arguments for, well, if we let
when
too
we
many
say
black people
Jewish
in, or
majority,
black people
do
in
we
this
mean
city, like then this will
Jewish via race or Jewish via like culture, like not culture but religion?
Oh, it's always ethnicity, race. It's always that. It's never religion. Okay. Nothing about this has anything to do with the religion. Anybody that brings up religion
none of them care about it.
Yeah.
Will happen, and like even if that was true, if there was like a black crime gene, I don't think that justifies the ethnic cleansing. You'd have to like
wait, is it ethnic cleansing to control your immigration for demographics? To say you can't immigrate to here big enough into massive numbers?
I guess it's not cleansing because it's preventing the ethnic shift at all. But it's like
it's like saying that like if Arabs want to immigrate to Israel, we're probably going to have like low numbers. to keep a Jewish majority. That's like the gist, right?
Sure, but I would view that as the same justification for, hey, there are too many Arabs in the country, let's export a bunch of them, right? Like it's the same mentality. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. A couple of questions. No, wait. No. I think controlling immigration.
Let me say it one more time.
He said.
Just to make sure we're on the
He
same page.
said. No. He said.
Saying
Fuck
I'm going to
no.
prevent a certain quantity of this ethnicity or nationality from coming in is the exact same, even though it's not the same consequence. It's the same prescription as, oh, they're already here. Let's get that same number, that same ratio in this country. So either we're stopping them from coming in or we're kicking them out. Either way, this seems to be, I mean, obviously there are nuances of, oh, they're already here, but this is the same sentiment. We need to protect this ratio. We need to protect this majority.
No.
Goofy noise.
Okay. I see what you're saying in terms of like their mindset, but okay. I would rather get turned down entry to a country than kicked out of where I live.
Yeah. That's like why I said, like,
Yeah,
well,
okay.
if it's already here and this is your home, obviously you're going to have a distinction there, but like,
okay.
it's the same
you're
sentiment.
you're making me want to ask so many questions. Okay, so one.
Okay, fire away.
You mentioned America or like a fear of like black racism or like Japan or apartheid South Africa is a good example, right? Like the fear of giving them voting rights because black people became the majority with voting rights, right? My question is, do you think anti-Semitism and anti-white racism are equally valid concerns?
There you go. No.
I
No.
think the people who make the arguments view them the same, but
Doesn't
I think
matter.
anti-Semitism is a obviously much more realistic one. I mean, like, you know, there are people who say white genocide. That would be like the utmost, like you are conflating a slight decline in your demographics due to natural population shifts to this country came in and tried to wipe out the Jewish population versus like.
Be careful not to get caught up in defending or disagreeing with certain things because you think it leads to another thing.
So what do you mean in this instance?
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Sometimes there can be things that are justified. The reason why we say those things are bad, though, can rest on the underlying fact of the matter. So, for instance, when we say that January 6th was bad because it was bad to perform or to commit to an insurrection, it's not really what we mean, even though that's what we're saying, because we're taking for granted the underlying fact of the matter. If it was the fact of the matter, first of all, the country was founded on insurrection, right, and rebellion against. So it's kind of weird to have that as a rule, but which isn't the best argument. But then also there's the fact that if it was the case that Democrats and states and the Democratic Party had like conspired to steal the election and rig the ballot box, do all these other things, I mean, like. You could argue that, or not even you could argue, like maybe an insurrection is justified in that case, right? The underlying fact of the matter does matter here.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So this idea of like, it would be bad to have a white ethno-state, right? But like, so then why is it okay to have the Jewish ethno-state? Well, the underlying fact of the matter of are Jews threatened in the world? Yeah. Are white people? Not really. But if white people were, I don't know, maybe you could make that argument. Yeah. If we had a country of 1 million white people and we were surrounded by 100 million purple people or whatever, and they all wanted to immigrate, you could argue that, well, and especially if they wanted to kill you, well, the fact of the matter there is you probably should protect your ethnic population in that case because it is under threat, Yeah.
Same thing. Like anti-white racism is not even close historically to
anti-Semitism. Yeah. So my next question is: Israelis don't want to be a minority in the Middle East. They don't want to be, and logically, any country that does become a majority there would be Arabs because that's their neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Can you name a single Arab or Muslim country in the last 100 years that has protected their Jewish minority adequately?
Oh my God.
So if Israel
Zionist
ceased to be this bad thing, you say, an ethno-nationalist state, preserving a demographic, if they cease to be that, how are you betting on, what are your odds on the Israeli Jews and their futures?
Okay, well, this kind of goes into like the very beginning of what I was saying, which is like, it is entirely plausible to me that if there was a significant Muslim voting bloc in this place that had anti-Jewish or anti-Israel sentiments, that this could lead to, apartheid, it could lead to persecution, it could lead to ethnic cleansing of Jewish and Israeli people, and that would not be good. And that's not to say that like, oh, this is the natural consequence of what is going to happen, and you need to let it happen because what you're doing is bad right now. It's just, is that the ultimate and only outcome, and does that necessarily justify every behavior taken to prevent that?
No, we're not talking about justifying every behavior. I'm talking about the simple principle, absent the other behavior. We're talking about the simple principle of Israel being allowed to exist as a Jewish state.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to control the West Bank. They don't need to control Gaza. We're just talking about them existing as a Jewish state, like in this world. So that's basically them saying that we're going to control immigration. And it sounds like you think they don't have a right to want that.
Sorry, my fucking audio does the thing. It cut you off after world. My audience can hear you. I can't. I don't know why my
okay.
Limeo.
What the fuck was I saying from the world?
For this world, it's like not about justifying actions.
In this world, we're not talking about does this fear justify every action. I'm not asking you that. Obviously, it doesn't. I'm asking you if it justifies them wanting to preserve a Jewish majority in the country.
Oh.
I mean, the sentiment is justified, where it's like a
The
valid fear
sentiment?
to see, hey, I've seen that when similar populations get a majority in all these other countries, it seems to like result in our prosecution, death, whatever. Therefore, my fear is justified. But again, but you have to then attach what are the prescriptions to that. And if the prescriptions are like ethnic like superiority things, like I don't know like to what degree I'm.
No, wait. When you say ethnic superiority things, I'm just talking about one thing, which is they control immigration to the point that it keeps their majority. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it justifies any of the poor treatment of minorities or whatever. Just they stay a Jewish majority, which means that if however many, I don't even know how many Arabs are trying to immigrate to Israel, but if a substantial number are, then they are they justified to do that because of their fears?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, what is the difference fundamentally between that and the people who say Muslims who immigrate to America are going to vote Democrat, elect Muslim Democrats, and fundamentally change the country from what we perceive as a Christian white nation into a DEI Muslim nation?
The fact of the matter does
much more misplaced. But like, why?
Like if it was the case that Muslims were going to come and like create a new Sharia law country or whatever the fuck else, and I wouldn't want them here. Fuck Jesus. But that's not my understanding. I don't think that's happening.
Is that argument different? Like it is going to change the country, whether or not they think it's bad or not, and it is going to.
Because the anti-whiteness or the anti-Americanism of the United States or the anti-Muslims who come to the UK does not concern me in the way that anti-Semitism should concern Israelis. Like I live in a Muslim community. Like I live in an I'm not walking up and down the streets worrying about whether or not one of them supports a terrorist organization that wants to kill me, right? If any Arab population becomes the majority in Israel, it would be Palestinians because because of what they advocate for with the refugee problem, with right of return.
Okay, wait. Basically, tell me if I'm framing this wrong. Palestinians necessarily are going to have such a bad anti-Jewish sentiment that it will cause Jews to be in danger. This is just like
if every other Arab and Muslim country did it in the last 100 years, why would Palestinians not? Palestinians are the group that have the most excuse to be anti-Semitic, right? Literally, they actually have a good reason to hate Jews, let alone the countries that didn't have a good reason to. So yeah, I think if in this day and age, like in this foreseeable future, like in the world we live in now, not change. I don't think it's in their DNA or whatever the fuck. Like that's crazy. But like, if Palestinians became the majority from the river to the sea in one country, yes, they would persecute the shit out of Israeli Jews. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, remember, to this day, Hamas are the most popular party in Palestine. Like.
So, but it's not. First of all, we know that they're
Hamas
not like a
gets is the party.
Right? Like it's not a plurality.
You don't need to be.
Hamas what?
He said Hamas gets is the most popular.
No, Hamas is the most popular single political party in Palestine.
Oh, got it.
You only needed 3,000 of them to cross the border into a 7th. You want to integrate them into a country?
Well, that's what's like. Obviously, I think the disconnect here is like if anyone doubts that I understand like how great anti-Israel sentiment is, I understand this. The problem I see is like this is a more valid version of like the less valid, anti-immigration, white nationalist talking points, but it's ultimately the same to a degree where it's like, yeah, there are some portion of Muslim immigrants that are like super pro-Sharia, anti-American, but want to reap the benefits of the American state. Like, if it wasn't 100% of them, if it was 80%, if it's
hot take. Now, this is a conversation that literally nobody has because people on the left don't believe this and people on the right are too either pussy or retarded to even think of this. But if you could vet for like an extremist religious belief like that, I think it would be okay. Or if you could scream for it, I think it'd be okay to vet those people and not allow them into the country. If somebody wanted to immigrate here under the principle that they could enforce some state adoption of or mandate of like a religion or something like that, or punish people for not being in a religion, I think that would be an okay thing to screen out from people, I would say. Doobie is feeding Soypill questions in chat. Uh-oh, is he?
40%. If it's 10%, like at what point does it justify ethnic immigration policies? Like,
should the anti-Arab bigotry in Israeli society concern Arabs such that they should keep Jews from immigrating to the region? Well, if they want to vote on it, they can. But, like, I'm sorry, 2 million Jews live in Israel. And they can leave anytime they want, right? Wait, what did I just say? 2 million?
You said 2 million, but there's 9 million or whatever.
Did I say? No, I said Jews, sorry. There's 2 million Arabs, my bad. 2 million Arabs live in Israel. They can leave if they want. I don't think they would want to leave. I think they generally do okay there. That's the idea that Jews are trying to kill them all or doing something weird, I guess, it depends on how much leftist propaganda you listen to it.
Like, I guess the dichotomy here is like you have to have one or the other. And I'm not entirely sold on like that those are the only two options. Either you do this sort of ethnic population control or you die. And that's kind of where I guess my issue comes in of like, is this really the only two paths forward that perpetually have to exist?
No, not perpetually. I don't, again, like I said, I don't think this is in Palestinian DNA, right? Like Jews and Arabs can, like they live together in Israel. The Arabs who live in Israel with Israeli citizenship are Palestinian, right?
Yeah.
And they vote for parties like RAM, which they come from the same reformist Islam like school of thought that Hamas came from, but they preach coexistence, right? Of course, it's not impossible, but we're talking about whilst this ideology still exists and whilst you poll every Middle Eastern country on anti-Semitic attitudes and the protocols and the Holocaust and all that shit, you get like 70, 80, 90% strong anti-Semitic attitudes. Yeah, yeah, it's like you said, like when we talk about Muslims coming to the UK or America, like what happens? You know, I think we've had one suicide bombing in 10 years with millions of Muslims living in the UK without, they're not all being monitored, and there's not like a military fucking breathing down their neck and surveilling their phones and all this shit all 24/7. We get one suicide bombing.
Oh, Doobie's the top dono, the top Chad. Isn't this essentially the argument slavers used to extend African-American slavery? We have the wolf by the ear and we can't safely let him go. So what? They're just oppressed forever? Well, slaves, I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure this is true. Slaves were never a majority of the US population, right? Even at the height of slavery? What was like the percentage makeup, the difference between white people and black people in the US at the peak slavery moment? Like, I don't think there was ever a legitimate threat that all black people would rise up and kill all the white people in US society. Like, man, you know what's bullshit? Do you know what the 3/5 compromise is?
Yeah. It made a black person...
I think of all the things that have ever been negotiated, that's like the most cucked, retarded bullshit, fucking cucky bullshit ever. I would kill myself if I was black and I had no rights, but you could get votes for me. That's the most insane fucking shit. That's bullshit, right? Like, hold on, well, we don't get as many votes. That's not fair. We need representation. For who? For your slaves that don't have any fucking rights? Okay, well, how about at least half? Okay, god damn it, we'll give you 3/5. That's crazy. That's wild.
In 10 years, Israel, right, shares a border in a very small region with with West Bank and Gaza, and even with the Oslo Accords, and with like some communities getting freed up with areas A, B, and C, or when you had like the blockade on Gaza, or when you had the occupation of the settlers coming out, you get Hamas and you get rockets being smuggled in, and you get people crossing the border with paragliders that go and stab people and shit, or you get fucking suicide bombings. Like, yeah, this concern is just not the same. But yeah, it's like you were saying, like Jews have been told that you will not survive as a minority in any Arab or Muslim country in the last 100 years, but you should just take your chances with Palestine.
Chances. It's what needs to change before it's not justified to do it the way they're doing it. Like, because you say
if it's not a legitimate threat, that's it.
But right, but like you're basing this legitimate threat on this. You said like it's justified for a lot of them to have.
The legitimate threat is based on literally all of history in the entire region as it exists today. I mean, what do you want? Like, Jesus.
Say because a lot of them are oppressed, war crimes are being committed against them, and so you say it's not perpetual, but this keeps happening. Like, let's say you get your ideal two-state solution type thing. Like, you know, is Lebanon, is Syria, is Libya, is Egypt? Are they allowed to also be controlled coming into the?
They are ethno-states.
Country, like to that extent.
They already kind of are. Like,
they do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like
yeah, they all kind of do. Every single other state in the region does. So that's kind of awkward because it's like, well, you know, should they? Well, I guess literally every single state in the region, I guess, already does. Sure, yeah.
You say it's not perpetual, that it's not ingrained in their DNA, but then like what actually would need to change where you say, okay, now we don't need to do this anymore, right?
Well, they don't need to do it anymore. Is like that would be a situation where, let's say, instead of Hamas polling as the most popular party in the West Bank or in the refugee camps in Lebanon, whatever else, what if it was Ram, right?
I hate this talking point by Bonerbox. I wish I'm going to be one day the strongest pro-Palestinian debater, okay? You can't say that as long as Hamas is the majority party. This is why I said before, the solution is you run a fucking vote in Palestine and then you make the leaders negotiate. If Hamas wins, then Hamas wins. Fuck it, that's who you have to deal with. You know, if in a government where Ben Giver and Smoltrich, who are insane people, I think both these guys even live in fucking outposts, basically settlements. If crazy lunatics like that are allowed to be part of the Israeli government, I don't know if you really have much ground to stand on to say that, like, well, what if Hamas wins the vote? I mean, Netanyahu is a coalition with some of the craziest motherfuckers in all of Israel. The go-to example is always the Ben Giver guy literally had a fucking framed picture behind him of a crazy ultra-rabid far-right Zionist terrorist who went and did a massive shooting in the Cave of the Patriarchs, I think. Brian Goldstein, sounds like his name. But he had a picture of this guy behind him. It's fucking wild. So, I don't know. I don't like this talking point from Bonerbox. What I would say, you can't continue to terrorize, or whatever you want to call it, like a group of people, and then say, well, they still prefer Hamas. So what are we going to do? It's like, well, yeah, no shit. Who the fuck else are they going to prefer right now? But, I mean, I agree with like Bonerbox on 99% of things, but I feel like Bonerbox leans a little bit more. I don't know if it's true or not. I feel like he leans a little bit more pro-Israel than I do, but it might just be that he's giving like the pro-Israeli sides, and this is just my inner Zionist alarm, because the only people that bring these arguments up are usually the crazy Zionist people, because nobody in the West knows any of these arguments. But yeah. I think it's just because he's giving those arguments. I feel the urge to push back.
West Bank or in the refugee camps in Lebanon, whatever else. What if it was Ram, right? What if it was the Ram party, which preaches coexistence? What if tomorrow, rather than River to the Sea and rather than like Hamas and all these chants and all that, there was a new leader of Palestinians who emerged as someone who actually was like Mandela and was saying, yeah, we're going to avoid attacking civilians. We don't want to harm civilians and our like future neighbors. We want peace and equality for two groups who want to share the land.
But where's that movement going to come from if kind of like the circumstances are the way they are, right? Like the reason I say
that movement emerged in apartheid South Africa. That movement emerged under slavery in the United States. Like, if it can emerge in these situations, it can emerge in Palestine. There are Palestinians who talk about this as well. The problem is that it's not just Palestine; it's the rest of the Arab world as well that is involved in this kind of like. Again, most of these countries are dictatorships, and the control over the media is very tight, and like narratives are very limited. So there is still like this is like you asked me like one thing things that need to change on both sides. The thing that needs to change on the Palestinian side is this idea that normalizing relations with Israel or with Israelis is like a sin. It's like the worst thing you can do. Collaborating, befriending, normalizing, it's all bad. Israel is supposed to be a temporary stain on the Arab Muslim world. That's it. But if they need to get over that needs to stop. And there are Palestinian leaders who have tried to push for this. They get ostracized. They get fucked by their own people. Like that happened back in the 40s and 50s. There's just not space.
Would Israel taking steps to try to reduce the kind of limitation of Palestinian democratic say in Israel? Would that not be a step towards like creating something like that to happen, or do you think that would just be fruitless?
Limiting Palestinian? What do you mean by limiting Palestinian?
Like saying, hey, we can let more of you in and have more of a say in democracy here.
They won't.
Again,
do that. They won't do that. Right?
The problem you're running into is that like. Think of it as like sectarianism, right? Like sectarianism
what?
in the Middle East.
We have Hassan Slop. Hassan is at Yale speaking, and people are hissing and stomping the ground when he speaks. Like, to support him or to be like anti-Hassan?
Intervening in, say, Ukraine or Taiwan, should the U.S. have got involved in something like World War II, even though it's not our country?
Wait, is this the same place that I set up my thing? Oh, it is. I remember that thing in the corner over there.
I think exhausting diplomatic solutions.
Look at his setup. Okay, my white balance should have been turned off, but I didn't learn how to change the white balance yet, okay?
Ooh.
Shut up. My uploader should have changed the white balance on it. My cameras,
World of person can make.
my setup, way nicer.
That is really nice.
It is. It was nicer. I hadn't learned to trust.
Did the cameras just automatically switch when it notices someone talking?
No, I had a switcher there.
Oh.
This is why I advocate for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel.
Oh, I bet the stomps are supposed to be cheers and the kisses are supposed to be boos, right? Is that what that is?
This is fucking retarded.
Whoa! It's tradition, motherfucker.
80 years of apartheid. 80 years of settler colonial violence, ethnic cleansing, mass
This chat has a
surveillance,
pinned message.
mass incarceration of Palestinians,
Stop
robbed
or clap
from
agree.
their ancestral
Hiss equals
homelands,
disagree.
with no right to return.
The Jews have to hiss like the snakes they are. Just kidding.
Humanitarian law
Troll,
against
just kidding.
every rule in the rule book. Israel has been able to do this because they were an invaluable.
Okay.
It's like when you look at it as an outsider, it looks fucking crazy, right? Like they're all it's arbitrary lines that are drawn that keep conflicts alive for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
About what?
And I fucking lost it now.
Probably wasn't that good. What?
No, I got it. I got it again.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
The fucking settlers in the West Bank. Why is that a thing? What are they out there settling?
Okay. The key thing to understand for all of human history, all right, is that when you put people on a land, they own it. That's it. That's how it goes. The more people you have, the more ownership you have of the land. Every
the more claim.
society has understood this. That's why in the Soviet Union days, and I think even prior to the formation of the Soviet Union, there was that concept of Russification, where you try to ship out a whole bunch of your own citizens to go live in some place. That's why in India it was such a big deal when they started building homes to the north of India.
Is that why we sent people west in the U.S.?
Well, yeah, that was also to just
the westward
explore it.
expansion.
Yeah. And every place, the more people you put there, because once you have a whole bunch of people living there, you can have all the international law, whatever bullshit you want, but in today's world, the only way to remove them is to kill them all, or to ethnically cleanse them, is what they call it, for big populations.
Okay.
So you just can't do it. So for Israel, what happened is after the so initially when Israel formed in 48, they had a very, very narrow strip of land, and they felt like they were kind of at risk of being conquered. Like a thing that they used to say was like the rib cage of Tel Aviv, to represent like the 11 kilometers from the border of the West Bank, which was the territory that was all conquered by Jordan, how long it would take to get from there to the Mediterranean or whatever, right? That's how it was very narrow. So Israel existed in this tiny state of what today we would call Israel minus the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and the Golan Heights in Syria. And what happened was in 67, there was a big war. And as part of this war, Israel fought with Egypt, that owned the Gaza Strip, and Jordan, that owned the West Bank. And they won that war. And it was a big deal. And they were like, oh my God, like we're fucking shit up and we're so cool. And Israel's mindset like pretty quickly changed from, holy shit, we had our nightmare scenario of getting attacked by every country. Nobody's here to help us. And we managed to conquer all. We fucking are ordained by God. We're going to actually like hold on to this West Bank shit for real, for real, for real. So they took over the West Bank. They took over way more than that. The entire Sinai Peninsula, which is a huge chunk of land between Egypt and Israel. They pushed into the Golan Heights in Syria, which is a good strategic position, and almost up to the Litani River with Lebanon, which is north of Israel. So they conquered all this territory. And then as the years went on, like Israel basically thought they were tough shit. They were never going to get beaten by anybody. In 73, Egypt launches another war against Israel, and this time Israel gets kind of fucked up for a couple days. They end up winning, but it's like the anime moment where like the villain or the protagonist, like they win a fight, but their like cheek is bleeding, and after they win, they're like, oh, I can't believe he actually cut me or whatever. So Israel had that moment, and they were like, oh shit. If you talk to Israeli Jews, a lot of them, surprisingly, they'll actually like circle jerk the fuck out of this war. It's called the Yom Kippur War, and they're like, yeah, we got surprise attacked and we fucking won. But at the time, Israel was like, we could get fucked, because for like the first couple days, they were literally talking about nuking the Middle East, because they were like, we're fucked. The third temple has fallen. Moshe Dayan, their defense minister, I think was saying to Golda Meir, I think was still prime minister and everything. But so after that war, they realized they needed to make peace with their buddies. Sadat was the leader of Egypt. He made peace with Israel, and Israel made peace with him, and they get back to the Sinai Peninsula. Eventually, after the fall of the Soviet Union in 94, they made peace with Jordan. And then, they're kind of looking around. The Middle East is chilling, but they still have all these Palestinians, and they still have this occupied territory of the West Bank. The awkward thing was when they made peace with Egypt, Egypt didn't want the Gaza Strip back. And when they made peace with Jordan, Jordan didn't want the West Bank back.
Okay, so why didn't they want those places?
Because it's complicated, but Egypt didn't want the Gaza Strip back because they just didn't want to deal with taking in the population that was there, and because they didn't want to undermine future Palestinian people's right, or the current Palestinian people's right to have land. All of the Arab states kind of have this collective agreement where they're like, listen up, guys, we got your back. Kind of, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, for instance, like in every Arab country, you're not even allowed to give citizenship to a Palestinian. That's why so many of them live as refugees in some of these bordering Arab states. They're not actually legally allowed to give them citizenship because they always want to keep.
But they were owned by Egypt in the past, correct?
Yes.
So when did Egypt get ownership of the Gaza Strip, I guess, originally?
In 1947, there was a big civil war that was fought as the World War II ended. Everything wound down, and then the mandate that Great Britain had for the whole mandatory area of Palestine, once that started to expire, in 47, a big civil war broke out, and then in 48, Israel fought its war of independence, and as part of that war, all of the surrounding Arab states basically saw it as like a giant land grab, and Jordan was able to conquer all of the West Bank up through basically splitting Jerusalem in half, I guess you could say, and then Egypt was able to conquer up through the Gaza Strip.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And then Israel...
And then they were like, wait, we don't want these motherfuckers.
No.
So when Israel went and conquered it, they were just like, yeah, we don't want them back.
You can keep it. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
And then for Jordan, on the West Bank, it was the same thing when Israel conquered the West Bank. They made peace with Jordan. I don't know if there was ever an offer to give the West Bank back to Jordan. I don't remember those talks, but I don't think Israel would have necessarily given it back. I'm not sure. But after the 90s and then up to 2000, basically, after that 67 war, and then after 73 especially, Israel's like, we are fucking ordained by God. We've got this. Israel basically started off as this like secular Zionist project. But after 67, people were like, the West Bank, the historic lands of Judea and Samaria, the 12 tribes of Israel, like, oh my God, our people here. A whole bunch of like more, I don't want to say fanatical, but kind of like more religious, more like nationalist, religious driven Jews were like, holy shit, we're going to go settle the land like the Cetra and Final Fantasy VII and make love to it and do what God wanted. And they started to slowly,
God wants us here.
Yeah, move into it. And then you had this thing called the Oslo Accords in the 90s where Israel and the Palestinians kind of sort of made a formal agreement to finally start to give them a state. but it didn't really work out because like the Palestinians kept terrorist attacking the Israelis. The Israelis would do a thing where like an Israeli will tell you, we didn't expand the settlements at all during Oslo, which is true. They didn't start new settlements, but they kept expanding the borders of like their current settlements. So I think it was in 2000, everything basically blew up because the Palestinians were like, we're not getting peace. This is fucked. And the Israelis were like, oh, whatever, fuck you. There was this whole thing that exploded called the Second Intifada, where it was basically Palestinians doing a bunch of terrorist attacks all over Israel. Shit was fucked for 4 or 5 years. Arafat never called off any violence because he thought it was based in epic. And then all the Israelis were like, well, this is fucked. We're never going to be able to make peace. And the leader at the time, Sharon, said that the West Bank and the Gaza Strip was going to be the death of Israel because they can't hold on to either territory because it's like de facto kind of an apartheid. They're occupying a territory that they're never going to give the people equal rights in, but they also don't want to like give the territory up. So Sharon wanted to pull every single Jew out of the Gaza Strip and every single Jew out of the West Bank, but everybody in Israel was like super ass-pained at this. He only managed to get them all out of the Gaza Strip. And there's like videos where you can see Israelis are like crying and screaming as they're ripped from their homes by the IDF because Sharon realized like it's untenable. They can't do this, but he didn't have he wasn't able to remove them all out of the West Bank. At that time, they tried to make peace there. I want to say, don't quote me on this, but I think it was like, was it 200,000? I think maybe 200,000 Jews, if that, lived in the West Bank. But now that number is up to, Jesus, how many are in the West Bank? Is it like 2 million? Is it 1 million? It might be 800,000, 700,000, but it's a lot. There are way, way, way more there. And the issue is that like Israel is just, the more that are there, the harder it is for there to be any kind of like negotiated like territory, because now it's like, well, are we really going to move all these Jews out? And they know that, and that's why they keep moving more and more and more and more people there to kind of shore up their territorial strength, basically. Yeah.
Got it. So then why do the Jews keep fucking with the Palestinians? Is it just because of the October 7th attack? They were like, all right, well, game back on. We're going to go fuck with you.
What you're basically doing is like you have like tank units, but they never actually attack, but you can draw aggro for them. So the goal is what you do is you take a goat or you take some shit down to some valley, and then you hope that like some Palestinian tries to attack it or move it off your area, and then when he does, then you come in and you fight with him, and then as soon as the Palestinian like tries to attack you, you call the IDF, or the IDF comes in, they're like, oh, well, we're gonna attack by Palestinians. The IDF will come in, they'll clear the Palestinians. Usually they tell the Israelis to fuck off, but if you're an Israeli and you manage to like build a base, if you get like a box or some fucking shitty trailer set up, as long as you can get, it's a microcosm of really all of Israel, of all of the world, is what outposters try to do is they just try to go and they try to start to build like shitty homes and shitty houses and areas out into these like Palestinian areas, and as long as they can get enough there, eventually it just becomes like a de facto settlement, and then it just grows out from there, and now they have like a new little city. Yeah.
But why would, okay, so I understand why they're going to the West Bank, because they're a little bit more fanatic, etc. So are they just going out there and living off the fucking land and like starting a farm and like having like small families out there and shit? And then,
I mean, some of them will, but I mean, you can travel between, like getting from the West Bank into Israel is pretty easy if you're Jewish, because there are separate checkpoints for you. There's even privately run ones where you could buy your own like ID system to go in and out. So you can always go into Israel proper if you need to buy shit. But I mean, like the communities can be fairly self-sufficient. Like these are all very wealthy people. I'm sure some of these settlements, they have like their own grocery stores and shit inside of the settlements. You don't technically have to leave, I think. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It makes more sense now.
Yeah. But so the frustrating part is, from my perspective, is that the status quo definitely favors Israel, but the whole Western community that's like pro-Palestinian is just encouraging the Palestinians to fight. But like as time goes on, the Israelis are just gaining more citizens inside the West Bank, and yeah, I mean like
they're upping their legitimacy of being there.
Yeah, because you're not going to kick out. Yeah, you're not going to kick out 750,000 Jews. Like even when they were doing their negotiations in the 90s. To try to figure out like what the West Bank would look like, a commonly talked about term was land swaps. The goal was they were probably going to land swap most of it so that like 95% of the Jews that were in the West Bank wouldn't have to move. But the reason why was because most of them were near the armistice lines from the 67 war anyway, the 48 war actually, because they're like where the territory was conquered. So they didn't actually live like really deep into the West Bank. But now it's like grown so much, it's like, well, what the fuck are you going to do?
So why not stop the expansion into the West Bank at this point and kind of just call it like, all right, well, the Jews, they've expanded this far. We can't kick them out in the future.
Who would stop the expansion, though? Because the Jews want to expand there. Now you've got a government that fully supports your expansion there.
Wouldn't the want of stopping terrorism against your people be a motivating factor with stopping expansion?
Fuck no.
Expanding?
You're fighting the good fight. The people that are going out there that are fighting those fights are fucking crazy, but they welcome it. They want to fight. Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, they're fighting for, and you're fighting from a very safe base of attack as well, right? Like, you have the whole IDF behind you if things get like super ultra fucked and nobody around the world.
Bad, you call the IDF and then you got the military to come fucking kill them for you.
Yeah, if you need, yeah, or at the very least like extract you from it. So.
They argue that settlements stop terrorism.
I mean, they do by getting rid of all the Palestinians out of there. So, I mean,
Well, yeah, if you kill them
there's
all,
none
I
left,
mean,
or just you kick them out.
Terrorism. I mean, triple as.
Wow.
Oh fuck. Okay. And then Gaza got kind of leveled because there were the Hamas terrorists there that they had to root out or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Hamas was the government of the region, but
yeah,
I mean, they wanted to get rid of all of Hamas there, which is legitimate. But also, it's like, I mean, Israel is maintaining an untenable. I mean, like, what do you want me to say? What do you think's going to happen? I mean, yeah, I mean, the people in Gaza are fucked. Israel never ever wants that land, but Egypt's never taking it back. But they're not going to form their own country there. I don't even know if that would be possible. There's way too many Palestinians that live there, but they also don't want to connect the territories either. So, like, keeping them separate benefits Israel a lot because you get to have a country of 9 million citizens, 7 million of which are Jewish, and now you've got a fractured 2 million Palestinian state to the west, and then a fractured 2 million Palestinian state to the east. And I mean, each of these are negotiating on their own behalf. They're also adversarial to each other. The Palestinian Authority that runs the West Bank fucking hates Hamas and the Gaza Strip, and Hamas hates the Palestinian Authority. These groups have tried to work together in the past, and they've like backstabbed and cooed each other. It is completely fucked. So Israel gets to enjoy like having their enemies separated into two separate territories, split almost 50-50 population-wise, like disjointed governments. Like the status quo just benefits them a ton. Yeah.
So what is the solution with the Gaza Strip right now?
Depends on what you want to do with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and who decides that? Israel at this point still?
Israel and the United States, which means Israel, yeah.
Okay. Did Israel send in like the IDF, like ground forces to go and like clear out Hamas, or were they just bombing?
I mean, they sent them in. No, they sent in ground forces eventually, but they do a lot of bombing, a lot of ground forces, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like there is people get mad. Probably at this point, yeah. People get mad, but like Israel does a pretty phenomenal job at limiting civilian casualties as much as it can, given like the circumstances of the battlefield they're playing on. But I mean, like it's not really like anybody that criticizes the actions in war rather than all the conditions around it, I think kind of loses the plot. But the people that criticize Israel's actions in war, in their mind, Israel's not allowed to do anything. They think that Israel should just cease to exist. So it's kind of a hard point to go over, yeah.
Okay. Well, that was my history lesson for the day.
Nice.
And it doesn't really help anyone to behave the way that they do in a lot of these ways, like whether it's in Lebanon or Syria. But the other, probably more dangerous thing is to just go to one group and tell them to let their guard down and just hope that the other side stops being sectarian in the same way, or doesn't reciprocate, or doesn't just like, exploit a vulnerability or whatever. If Israel just starts allowing people in the West Bank to immigrate to Israel right now to get citizenship, then like unconditionally, then they're just taking their chances with
someone. I'm not saying like just unconditionally
let
your guard down, but like is that not kind of what you're saying needs to happen from the Palestinian side in order for this to change? Like you guys just need to ignore every historical thing and get over all of your grievances and just say we want peace regardless, no conditions, right? Like
I don't think in 1952 or whatever when Israel normalized with Germany, I don't think they ignored or forgot the Holocaust. I don't think they did that. No, you don't ignore your grievances. Sit there and you ask yourselves, what is this strategy and does it work? The current Palestinian strategy and the current mindset of seeing Israel as a temporary entity, that has clearly not worked. They don't need to ignore their grievances. No, they should demand accountability for their grievances. They should demand reparations to some level, I think. They should demand settlers go. But that's the thing. Like, imagine a Palestinian movement tomorrow in the West Bank that ditched Hamas, that ditched Islamic Jihad, and only targeted settlements, that maybe did like a Mandela-style thing. Let's say they blocked settlers' roads like they do to them, or let's say they knocked out their energy supplies or their electricity lines, or let's say that they saw like a new settlement trying to get set up and they went and tore it down. And they fought with soldiers who tried to defend the settlers. And they said, yeah, we're going to be violent because this is a violent occupation, and we'll stop if you want, but just leave us alone. Get the fuck out of the West Bank. Let us have our country next to yours, and we'll be neighbors. If that was the Palestinian movement, like tomorrow, like Israel would be fucked. Like the Israeli right would be fucked as well, because everything they say about Palestinians will have been proven wrong. Like, and that's the.
Would the IDF not just come in and fuck them up?
What do you mean
for that? It sounded like he was saying like if the Palestinians just kind of got together and they just did like, you know, not like actual fucking terrorism, but like they blocked roads, they stopped power going to the new settlements, etc. I think he said Israel would be fucked, but wouldn't they just call in like the IDF to come fuck them up for that or no?
Well, no, the issue is that like I think the saying, I think it was Abiban, the saying is that like the Arabs never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity or something. Like it would fuck it. No, it would fuck up Israel hardcore. Like Israel always gets just enough leeway from unhinged Arab actions to kind of sort of justify themselves to the world and definitely to their domestic population. So they got it during the second Intifada from 2000 to 2004 or 5, and they kind of got it now from October 7th. If the Palestinian people committed to some peaceful thing, they had like a leader who was legitimately committed to it, especially they had a unified Gaza Strip and West Bank, and they were calling on some unified thing, then Israel would have a really hard time to say no to that. Like when I said before that Israel had made peace with Egypt, Israel... At that point, it was kind of seen as an impossibility that Israel could make peace with any country. The reason why Israel was made to make peace with Egypt is there was a new leader in Egypt. I forget his first name. His last name is Sadat. Anwar Sadat? Something. Sadat. And what he basically said was he told Israel, like, I want to make a formal peace agreement with you. And I think Israel said, fuck off, we're not doing that. The Yom Kippur War happened, which was a big surprise attack from all the surrounding Arab states. Scary for a couple days. And then that's when the U.S. in 73 finally Big Dick joined. It was like, we're going to replace literally every single thing you have on day 2 or 3 because we don't want you guys to start nuking everybody. But after that, Sadat, in a massive overture, the invitation might even be given on fucking CNN. I don't remember, but in a massive overture, Sadat, the Egyptian leader, and prior to Sadat, there was a guy called Nasser. Egypt was like seen as kind of the leader of like this new pan-Arab world where they were trying to make this giant country. That's why they wanted to kick the Jews out. Nasser had been replaced by Sadat. Sadat, the new Egyptian leader, flew to Israel and went to the Israeli Knesset, their Congress, and he gave a speech in the Israeli Knesset to bring like the Israelis to the table. And when you have like pressure like that coming from the Arab side, there's just no way that on the Jewish side you can't. Even your domestic population would be like, well, this is fucked.
100%.
Yeah. But the issue is that like Israel had, or you can argue for Egypt. Egypt had a state and they had something to gain. Israel was able to give them back the entire Sinai Peninsula, which they also wiped their settlements out of as well. They took all the Jewish people out of the Sinai, although I think there was only like 5,000 people. But yeah, Egypt got the Sinai back and then they had peace with each other. It was fine. But it's hard if there's like a strong, like the guy that was always representing all the Palestinian people up to 2002 was a guy called Yasser Arafat, and Arafat was a military leader, and that's all he could have ever been. He just never had the mind to be like a political leader.
He wasn't a politician.
No, yeah. So he was always happy to see the fight as well, and he lived for the fight basically, I think, yeah.
So Egypt is still chill to this day with Israel then?
Correct. Even when... And there's a big thing because a lot of the more Zionist Jews will tell you like, well, you can never make peace with Arabs. They'll always lie. But there was a huge concern. I think it was in 2011 when the Muslim Brotherhood took over in Egypt because they're kind of seen as kind of like sort of terroristic elements, Islamists, I think. They're the new president, I think, of Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood guy, I think literally wrote a letter to the Prime Minister of Israel. I don't know if it was Netanyahu in 2011, basically saying that like we intend to honor our peace agreement with you, which was a little surprising to people. So yeah, they respected it.
Okay.
But I'm not asking Palestinians to...
The big issue for Palestinian leadership though is that like it's very, very scary for Palestinian leadership to put a deal on the table saying these are our terms that we'll agree to, because no Palestinian leader has ever in the history of all of Palestinian agreements or whatever has ever put down a solid thing on the table. Well, the thing is you just don't want to put something down and be seen as like backstabbing your people. So the big thing is that like there's this concept of like the right of return, and the Palestinians, there's like I think 6 or 7 million Palestinians that are refugees that are outside of Israel and the Palestinian territories. And what a lot of Palestinians will say in like leadership roles is if we have an agreement, a peace agreement, it has to involve the right of return of every Palestinian refugee. So if that happens, and they say they should go back to Israel proper, well, now Jews are a minority. So that's like always one of the huge hanging points. And there's never been a Palestinian leader that has ever said, this is the number that we'd be willing to accept. That number is always open-ended.
Got it. Because they want to do the right of return or whatever.
Correct. Or at least they don't want to take it off the table, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ignore their grievances or to ignore the pain. I'm saying that on their end, there needs to be a leadership and like a movement and a way of thinking about the conflict that actually helps them. Because right now, their current leaders are not doing that.
Okay. I think it's frustrating because I don't think you and I disagree on the fear or like the reason why Israel might have to maintain some sort of ethnic majority. I think the problem is that I don't see how it ever moves forward. Like it's funny because I'm like, damn, can anything change your mind? The answer is really no. It's exactly what I thought the first time I ever heard of this. It's like, it's just uber fucked, and so many extreme measures have to be taken that don't exist now, and I don't know how you manufacture those measures. I mean, I at the very least, first of all, I very much appreciate you taking the time, and I like that at the very least we can come to the prescription of like, hey, people in America today need to be holding politicians accountable and saying like demanding certain conditional aids. And actionable things to punish Israel for the worst things they're doing. But yeah, it just becomes this like super frustrating conversation for me because I can look at something bad and people are like, you don't understand why they're doing it. It's like, no, I do. I just don't know if like that's the only option. And if the only option only has to come from like a movement or like some greater project within the oppressed people, like, I don't know, it just seems like this unfair sort of like, well, but that's not going to happen, therefore, and then everything keeps happening the way it is. I don't know. I mean,
at the end of the day, like we, like as Westerners, it's almost like what maybe you and some of the activists do as well. Is like, ironically, don't fall victim to like a progressive imperial mindset that exists as well. I think a lot of Westerners seem to overestimate the amount of power that they have over developments in other countries around the world. Like we can do some things. We can pressure the Israeli government, and we should pressure them a lot more than we do. But at the end of the day, like we can't change the conflict from just ourselves, right? Changes need to happen everywhere. Not just even Israelis and Palestinians. Qatar would need to change what they're talking about because Al Jazeera is a very important player in the narrative of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Like Jordan and Egypt would have to be involved in any kind of peace process that involves Palestinians. Lebanon is important. Syria is important. So there are limits. Like we, as Westerners, like we can mitigate harm, or we can push Israelis into a more humanist, into a more liberal position, and that would probably also involve like maybe befriending left-wing Israelis because they are probably like the most lonely group in the world right now. Not to mention Palestinian Israelis, them too, right? Like, there are things that people can do, but it's like I don't know. Like, I just don't have any faith in like the current like activist movement because I don't think they're really. Whatever they're doing, it's not a movement that sees a problem and wants to fix it. I just don't see that in them. I see maybe like a social movement. I see like for some people it's a fucking fashion trend, like the white guys wearing keffiyehs to this day in like Western capital cities for whatever reason. Like, but yeah, I don't know. A lot needs to change everywhere, I guess. But I guess that's politics.
Do you think it's on the West for them to come in and like help figure out Israel-Palestine, or do you think Israel-Palestine should just kind of be left on their own to like figure it out themselves?
No, it has to be a strong U.S. leader. I think that because historically that's just kind of how it's worked
always
out.
Like worked since World War II.
Am I making this up for Sadat invites Israel speech? Didn't this happen on U.S. media, or am I making this up? I thought that he gave the invitation on like CNN or something, or I don't even know if CNN was. They were back in the 70s. I don't know how old this is.
Did his people like think he was being a fucking cuck in common day terms?
Some people would argue, yeah, he was assassinated.
Oh, Jesus.
In 81, yeah.
But the agreement held strong.
Yeah, it did. However, there was a guy called Rabin, who oh my god, I forgot all that. Was Rabin? It was in 95 when he was assassinated. Also, I think he was the one. Did Rabin do the Oslo Accords? But he was assassinated too. So it's always like
you do something for it, but then you get killed. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yep. Really bad on the Rabin thing, by the way. Before Rabin was assassinated, a lot of the, I think it was the Likud party back then, they were so mad at Rabin for signing the Oslo Accords that the far-right people were doing these demonstrations or protests. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find it. But Netanyahu was part of these. And I remember in one of these, he was carrying like a black casket for Rabin because he was so mad that they signed that. Yeah, and then he gets assassinated, I think the same year. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find this. It's old footage. But,
so they assassinated this guy because he did a peace deal, or I would assume there's other reasons, but
for Rabin,
one of them.
Rabin 100%. Sadat, I've heard different things that maybe necessarily it wasn't because of the Camp David Accords or whatever, but the but probably, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. There was a who was this? I think it was Hafez Assad at one point. I don't remember who was speaking to him. It couldn't have been Arafat. There was somebody asked him about like signing something with Israel, or are you ever going to have like talks with Israel? And I think he made there was a statement or a quote or something. It was like, the second I do this, there'll be like a knife in my back or something, you know? But yeah. Not good.
It's interesting, even though those people got assassinated, the agreements kept on continuing.
The Egypt peace deal did. The Oslo Accords, people see them now as like a failure because it was the Oslo Accords were supposed to be transitional. Like you had Oslo 1, Oslo 2, and it was supposed to transition the West Bank and the Gaza Strip into like a formal Palestinian state, but it never came to fruition. So we're just like trapped in the Oslo Accords, basically.
Do you think we're gonna get a deal or anything in the next few years over this?
No.
Or are we just gonna sit in a fucking? Okay, we're just gonna sit around and.
No, because
So-
for
so
the
what's
for the
happening
on the
with Gaza
first
then?
on
Like,
the
what's-
first big
yeah, what's the
ones
plan?
for Egypt, Carter was seen as being largely responsible for, I believe, facilitating those talks. Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, it was seen as a really big push from the U.S. president for that. And then for the Oslo Accords. Wait, my YouTube screen just died. Wait, did it? Oh, okay. For the Oslo Accords, as close well, they signed the Oslo Accords, and then for as close as the closest the Palestinians and Israel have ever been to peace was at the end of Bill Clinton's term, and it was because Bill Clinton was putting in a monumental effort to make peace work as well. So that's why I said before it probably takes some U.S. leader to come in and facilitate it. But
Got it. What was the Clinton thing where Hillary was pissed off at him, and then she fuck. I read something. Hillary was mad at Clinton over, I think, the blowjob shit, and then she was ignoring him for like months or maybe a year or whatever. And then there was
she
like a
picked
genocide
up the
going
phone
on.
or something. I called him. Fuck, what was that for?
Serbia?
Was it? I don't remember the timelines on the
They're saying
Monica Lewinsky
Serbia,
stuff.
yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
He immediately went in. God, Bill Clinton, he just sounds like the fucking goat. Balanced the budget, handled Israel-Palestine. Didn't get any fucking crazy wars, did he?
No, I'm pretty sure most people see the intervention in Serbia as a really great. I think most people see it, probably not the lefties or whatever, but I think most people see that as a really good example of like powerful, positive like NATO intervention. Because I think they even got a UN Security Council resolution to go in for that as well. I think.
Black casket.
No, wait. They had a UN resolution. They didn't get a UN Security Council one for this. They got the UN Security Council resolution for Bosnia and Herzegovina in '95, but not for this one. Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure most people see the majority of Clinton's presidency as being pretty successful. And then, yeah, you had Bush, which was just a fucking disaster. And then you had...
Bush Jr., right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bush Sr.
Wait, why didn't Bush Sr. win re-election? He got kicked out after one term. I don't even know why.
I don't know.
And Bush Sr. was the, would have been the Gulf War, right? Was it 91?
He was like the China fucking guru.
No, I'm so sorry. Wait. Yes?
Bush Sr. He was the 41st president. After him would have been Clinton, right? Yeah, Clinton.
He promised no new taxes and then did taxes. Okay.
Shrimple
ass. Shrimple ass. Well, what are you going to do? Hold on. JD Vance meme.
And I remember having this conversation with my father-in-law, who's an amazing guy. And, you know, and it was actually during a Senate event that I had done where I had somebody who came up to me, and I'm sure a great person, like a wonderful person. It was a Ukrainian American in Cleveland, Ohio. I was campaigning for the Senate. There are a lot of Ukrainian Americans in Cleveland, Ohio. And this person got really agitated at me because I was saying we should stop funding the Ukraine war, okay? And I still believe that, obviously, and it's one of the things I'm proudest that we've done as administration is we've told Europe that if you want to buy weapons, you can, but the United States is not buying weapons and sending them to Ukraine anymore. And I remember having this conversation.
So the lady sort of makes the claim that there is an alternative to like domination and it's cooperation. One of the sort of big issues with sort of international bodies that seems to me is that there is like not.
Yeah. A passage to funny when I see this kind of
nation that cannot protect itself.
Opinion that the can unlock the potential of all of these countries that we. I don't know what Korea would look like in the absence of our intervention.
Oh my God, he even does his North Korea apology on this? Jesus.
What can you call the destruction of 90% of all standing buildings? What do you call the death and destruction, the utilization of biological and chemical weapons on the Korean population that led I believe, 10% drop-off of the entire population? It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable bloodshed. I don't know what Korea would look like in the absence of our intervention, but I can only speak to what we've done to Korea. And what we've done to Korea is incredibly violent, and for no good reason whatsoever.
What? Okay. They were just sitting there and they got...
Questions? Yes. Perhaps a ultimate question.
They want to ask more. They're hissing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm familiar with about 90% of this I do, however, have a question regarding when the U.S. should use its power abroad. Countries will see this as for Taiwan.
Is the massive, valuable Cold War ally and an invaluable ally to the United States, robbed from their ancestral homelands with no right to return, against all international humanitarian law, against every rule in the rule book. Israel has been able to do this because they were an invaluable Cold War ally and an invaluable ally to the United States' interests in this resource-rich region. But if there was such a scenario, where in the aftermath of that one phone call that Joe Biden could have made, that Donald Trump could make, that he seemingly chooses not to, it'd be really good if he made that phone call, especially lately. What comes next would be social pariah status at the international stage. No more political cover for Israel, no more weapons to Israel, no more aid to Israel. And if that doesn't work, sanctions on Israel. Now, I'm of the mindset that it wouldn't even get to that. That's why I believe that a single phone call would probably put an end to this kind of death and destruction. But as far as our foreign adversaries goes, I think we present a lot of opportunities. We create a lot of instability around the world with our intervention, with our interventions in the affairs of other countries in an effort to constantly prod at these foreign adversaries that we've designed, rather than trying to have an equitable solution that treats these countries not as foreign adversaries, but as diplomatic partners. But in the absence of that, of course, I think military intervention would be appropriate.
On the dangers of ending the American empire, what exactly does the process of ending the American empire with, as you said, preventing catastrophe for future generations look like? And is it not the case that if the American empire ends, that another global imperial power will
Great question. So this is the argument.
Also, if you ever hear somebody say multipolar, that's always code talk for fuck America. I want America to fall, and I want China or Russia to rise together every single time. That's what multipolar means. Don't ever forget it.
That necessitates the existence of American empire, right? This is what we tell ourselves. This is what we are taught to fear. The idea that if we were to retreat from the rest of the world, other great powers would be just as ruthless to us. But the way that I think about it, as someone who's fascinated by movements of liberation throughout time, this argument has been the exact same argument time and time again. The idea that the white slaver, if they were to abolish slavery, would...
This is such a lazy, stupid fuck argument. God, I wish that any of the fucking journos that existed in our society today could actually have a coherent conversation on literally fucking anything. I thought these guys go to college and learn history or something. Every time Hassan is able to get... Nah, I don't blame these guys at Yale. Actually, that girl asked a better question than I've ever seen Hassan pressed on any of the actual cum slurp dick suck interviews that he's given by all of these mainstream media publications. But like... So, like, every single thing is like slavery. Every single thing is like apartheid. Like, we're going to draw a parallel to all of these things. Because if you want to say this, that like, oh, people just lie and they say that an empire is necessitated to maintain peace in the world, but that's not true. I mean, wasn't it? Wasn't the empire that America had post-World War II largely more peaceful than the Great War and all of the centuries of warfare in Europe preceding it? Like, after the collapse of the Soviet Empire, all of these weird losers like Mearsheimer and all these other IR realist stooges all said that the entire world was going to descend into chaos, and it didn't really. Like all of those predictions were wrong. So it seems like the U.S. empire, for the most part, is, like, broadly speaking, been pretty good. A pretty good deal for most of the world.
Live in the same status in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery and be treated by the newly freed African men and women in the same way that the slaver treated them. The idea that if liberation came...
It's also stupid because, like, nobody is... First of all, our relationship with the rest of the world is not slavery, okay? Number one. And then number two, we're not necessarily worried about the United States being hurt by other countries, which, I mean, they will to some extent, but it'll be the other countries being hurt by other countries, right? Russia and China are not going to fuck over the United States at least immediately. It's going to be Taiwan, or it's going to be whatever else China wants to do to the Uyghurs, or it's going to be whatever is happening between India and Pakistan, or it's going to be whatever Russia or China want to do in the Middle East, or it's going to be whatever Russia wants to do in the Central Asian, Southern, whatever the fuck you call those countries, or whatever Turkey wants. Like, it's not going to be the United States that falls first.
Came to countries like Algeria, or if the apartheid in South Africa was abolished, that somehow
so
this new
lazy.
formation.
One of the things arguably that led to the abolition of apartheid in South Africa was all of the international pressure against South Africa as well, which like all of this union of an international coalition of people that were against South Africa arguably was because it was a more peaceful world where the United Nations existed and everybody was like, hey, not cool, South Africa. And obviously the ANC and Nelson Mandela and all of the internal domestic protests and everything were important as well. But
would actually punish the 10% whites in apartheid South Africa in the same way that the 10% white population has punished the black population.
Like, it's so funny that after the Soviet Union falls, there are like other peaceful, like everybody said the world will get more dangerous, but like there are other peaceful things that happened, right? The Oslo Accords, I don't know if those came out of the Madrid peace conferences, but like the Madrid peace conferences in 91 after the fall of the Soviet Union. The Oslo Accords in Israel, between Israel and Palestine was 95. Peace with Jordan was in 94. The Good Friday Agreement, I think, was in 91 or 2. Apartheid ends in the early 90s in South Africa. Like, all these things happen after. Let me check on the Good Friday Agreement, because that was Clinton. I know it was Clinton. It might have been later. It might have been 96 or 97. I always fuck this up. My bad. Good Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Fuck you. Like, crazy how all of these peaceful agreements happen 98. Like, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, you know?
History has also shown us that that's not what happens. It's never happened. So the idea that other countries would treat the United States of America with the same violence that we have subjected them to has never really borne itself out. So I don't believe that that would be the case. It's a fear that many people hold on to, though, and I think that fear is what justifies, in the eyes of many Americans, the continuation of empire. Now, you asked me about trying to manage this retreat and what this catastrophic outcome would look like. I think we're living through that right now.
Unfortunately. True.
The destruction of all previous...
Which is why these guys never really opposed MAGA, and it's why, even today, look at the tweets, look at how Hassan is treated. Hassan is never attacked by any of the far-right people, even as they're retweeting him today. You might naively look at it and go, oh my God, the MAGA is finally attacking Hassan. They're not. They're using him as a vector to attack the Democratic Party. Where are the people calling for Hassan's disgusting rhetoric to be deplatformed? They're not. They don't exist, or at least I haven't seen those tweets. I haven't seen those calls. Instead, it's look who's campaigning with Hassan Piker. Look at the Democratic Party platforming Hassan Piker, right? He's just used as a vector to attack him. And Hassan is happy to play that role. It's why he rarely substantively critiques Trump or any of MAGA, and he focuses most of his time shitting on the center left. God, I can't believe Ezra Klein and those pod save people. I don't understand how nobody fucking sees this.
Rules of engagement, international human rights, the law of the jungle, a retreat from our previous security commitments, no longer relying on
like finish the tweet. I hate Republicans. Far-left streamer Hassan Piker, Hassan Piker doubling down on his attacks against conservatives, labeling the Republican Party as the biggest domestic terrorist in the United States during a recent podcast appearance. Wow. Are they going to call for Hassan Piker to be banned from Twitch? Are they going to call for this podcast to be deplatformed? I wonder what they say next. This comes just days after Piker was on the campaign trail with Michigan Democrat Abdul El-Sayed, who is running for U.S. Senate. Oh, they're just using him to attack the Democrats. Now, in this case, at least it's the Democrat that's chosen to run with him. But, like, it's like, notice how, God, the photo op layups, bro. It's always this. It's always this. And then who's seen as, like, the actual threatening people? Not to jerk myself off, right? But obviously, like, they push for deplatforming of me or demonetization of my stuff. Fucking Jimmy Kimmel gets kicked off the air. These people with, like, cultural levers. He fucking hates Stephen Colbert. You've got the FCC looking at all the nightly talk shows and everything else. Like, these are the people that MAGA will attack because these are the ones that they perceive as actual threats or opposition to their movement. Meanwhile, Hassan, like, they welcome this guy operating because it's such a great attack vector that represents absolutely zero threat whatsoever to the Republican movement.
Soft power initiatives. This is the death of American empire. We've now moved on to a much more vulgar form of imperialism, much more vulgar form of commanding our interests over the rest of the globe. And I think, and I hope that this is not the case, but I think that things are going to get even more violent from this point on. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. Because the reality of the matter is empires rarely die quietly. They go out, over the course of sometimes centuries, but in America's case, probably a lot shorter, with increasing amounts of violence. And we're seeing that with our little sister nation, Israel, right now, going through.
Can you give your response to, but Destiny, you say extreme things that bring negative attention to the Democratic side, like not condemning XYZ. Well, there's two different things. So one, I could hit that from the ideological side. You might not like my rhetoric sometimes, but like my ideology and everything is pretty center left, and I'll defend any of it. I'll also defend like any of the edgier points I bring up. I think everything I say is pretty defensible from like a squarely within like liberal American values standpoint, 100%. It shouldn't be that controversial to say that the president of the United States should disavow violence, or that we're on the losing side when the president refuses to disavow violence over and over again, and every single liberal leader does. So you could attack it from that end, but there's also a second end you can attack it from, which is I am never the one demanding that the Democratic Party make concessions to me. I'm not going around saying like, if Dems want to earn my vote, Dems need to change. No. They need to not do this. Dems, if they want to earn my vote, otherwise we're going to not vote for you. I don't make demands to the Democratic Party. And there was shit about Kamala's platform that I thought was fucking absolutely ridiculous, or to the left of, way to the left of me, or just brain dead policies in general. The whole, I think corporations are, price gouging, or I don't know if any of the fucking flat cash advances for homes, the tax credits, I don't know if any of that was good policy, but like, I'm not sitting here demanding that they, acquiesce to my personal decisions on anything, so.
Its own fascist death spiral, not dissimilar to what the Nazis went through. I want to avoid that.
And for perhaps the briefest final question, I have a question. So Guest sort of makes this claim that the American empire is already ended, right? We don't, like, there's not much to do. It's in this death spiral, right? As someone who sort of wants to see this empire end, like the Guest, I mean, like, should he just like do nothing and wait for it to end? Like if he wants the empire.
Are they hissing for? They're doing the stomps are for support and the hisses are for booze.
And it is ending. Like, what's the point of like sort of doing anything like politically if one can sort of wait around and like wait for it to end?
Great question. My statements are more so a warning for people. And like I mentioned, I want to manage this decline, and I want to move into the next phase of American development before it gets so totally out of hand that we see something as devastating.
Why didn't they do this here? I don't know. It might be a different student org that's hosting him here instead of the one hosting me. I'm not sure.
Devastating, God forbid, is like a nuclear holocaust or something. Because income inequality that we're facing around have a so that.
The revolution will not be televised, they say, but apparently it will be streamed live on Twitch. Mr. Piker, Mr. Speaker, and chat, it's a pleasure to be here. It's being problematic.
Really, bro?
First is that America has no homeland. Mr. Piker will assert that America has been an empire since the Spanish-American War. I say it started much earlier than that. It started with the establishment of, yes, the 13 original colonies. America has been an empire since its inception. In fact, the land we're standing on today is formed by way of violent displacement of the Quinnipiac, Paugussett, and the Wappinger peoples.
Why doesn't anybody talk about the imperialism of the natives? I mean, were the natives like literally spawned in there on day zero? I mean, like, didn't they? Come on. Stupid. This is stupid.
Second, America is no ethno-nationalist empire. Every other empire in history has been ethno-nationalist, with the exception of Rome. The British Empire was for white Brits. The Mughal Empire was for ethnically Indian people. The Chinese empires were for people who were ethnically Chinese. America is not an ethno-nationalist empire. Finally, America is an economic, not a territorial empire. Why is this so significant? I think Mr. Piker and I would both agree that economics are the most important component of America's empire. It is capitalist incentives that draw us to this sort of downfall. And I'm really glad that he brought up the example of Guatemala. I agree that the deposition of Jacobo Arbenez, that was an economic incentive, but note the difference. It was not the case that it was a typical colonial extension where America made Guatemala a colony. It was commercial interests. So that's the first thing I'd like to establish. But then the second thing I'd like to say.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. He was making my point, but in a roundabout way, I see.
And this is where I'm in the negative, is that an American empire is greatly preferable to any other type of empire. Now, my problem with Mr. Piker's speech is that he lacks a theory of power. He lacks a theory of where power goes. Power does not evaporate. And I think it's telling that he would agree with me when he says that it was a tragedy that the USSR fell because suddenly there's a power vacuum and there were real big problems that sprouted from that. I would posit the fall of the American empire would lead to a very similar situation. Why is that important? I posit that one of two things would happen. Either we return to a system of spheres of influence, and we saw how that turned out in the early 20th century with World War I. It's a much bloodier world I'm sure we don't want to live in. And second, America could be supplanted. And I'm grateful to Ms. Perry for bringing this up in a question. Mr. Piker now claims, he says that would never happen.
He says there would be no supplanting because the historical record doesn't reflect that. But his examples, the fact that power went back to the people in South Africa, it went away from the apartheid state and towards the people, shows that power does not evaporate, it changes hands. So it's not a question of empire or no empire, it's a question of where the power is. And I posit it's much better that it's in American hands, which are covered in blood, than it's in Chinese hands or in the hands of another great power. Why is this the case? I'll posit that America gets a lot right. America gets free speech right. America gets capitalism right. America gets a lot right. The fact that we are motivated by competition above all else is the greatest virtue of this country. It means that we get an efficient economy. It has its problems, and I'll be the first to admit those. But it works a whole lot better than the Great Leap Forward, where the state says, we need to collectivize this land, and 55 million people die. Now, Mr. Piper recently made a trip to China, and he commented that this is a nation that's brought 800 million people out of poverty. That was because of reform and opening up. Guy got high five.
Fuck, whoever was live streaming this, I don't know what their audio setup is, but the audience is either mic'd or there are mics that are way too open that just need to be closed. It's way too fucking loud.
Reform and opening up to what? Reform and opening up to the system, the post-World War II system that America created. The opening up to billions of dollars in Western loans from the IMF and the World Bank. American empire has enabled these things, and while it's far from perfect, it's by far preferable. And Mr. Piper, because you like Mao so much, I'll end with a quote of his that I think you would do well to study, which is 枪杆子里面出政权. Did you get that? Did you get that? It's political power grows out the barrel of a gun. We do not want a violent world due to a power struggle when American empire falls. America has blood on its hands, but it's better for power to be in American hands than any other.
Question for gentlemen. For perhaps question. Mixed choice.
I just like to pass on one of the statements you made about the ethnic.
Oh, wait, you're right. I think it literally is just the camera mic. So his mic over here wasn't on. I thought they were routing it. Never mind. You're right. That's probably right.
So other countries did slavery before the U.S. existed. But the U.S. practiced race-based slavery, and it did and it hasn't ended. And so it's still practicing segregation based on race, and arguably Israel does the same thing. So why do the U.S. empire stop racism in the U.S.?
I think that's an excellent question, and I think that it's true with ethnic groups. Civil rights. We are.
What's the format? How do I say?
Further questions for the gentleman. The guest.
What's the format? How do I say for the speaker? Is that how you...
Just ask the question.
Okay, all right, never mind. Just wanted to abide by tradition. It's been around. For the gentleman. You have somewhat of a deeply cynical, I would say, worldview about how power is supposed to continue. You did bring up an example in apartheid South Africa where the people were able to achieve liberal democracy to a certain degree. There were issues, and there's still issues in South Africa. Why do you think that the abolition of U.S. empire would create a power vacuum that creates a Chinese empire, for example? And why do you think that that system would be far more violent as opposed to an evolution just like what we saw with the American empire?
Well, he's first of all, this is the only time I've seen somebody press this on an answer my entire life, but he's already answered all of these questions.
Are being a far better legacy than, let's say, monarchies that existed.
That's an excellent question. And I don't believe that when American empire falls, if it does, China will necessarily take over. But I do believe that, apparently some people do, but I do believe that power doesn't evaporate. Power is something that doesn't simply disappear, it falls into different hands. And so I think as this applies to my speech, Mr. Piper, what I would say to you is that it has to go somewhere. And again, I think one of two things will happen. Either it'll be assumed by another great power. And unfortunately, there is no better great power than America. I really wish there were. And the other alternative is that we return to a system of geopolitics, which is contingent on...
I don't know if Hassan will give the answer here, but Hassan would prefer, well, he would champion at least, a world that's ruled by China instead of a world ruled by America. I don't know if he'll outwardly say that.
Spheres of influence. I don't believe we should return to the time when it's kingdoms fighting each other. I think that's a much bloodier world. In an interview with Ezra Klein last week, Fareed Zakaria made a comment. Former YP president, I will comment. He made a comment that liberalism has become a victim of its own success, which is to say that liberalism has succeeded to such an extent that we have forgotten. Mr. Piper, my generation, your generation, my parents' generation, your parents' generation. Hi, Mom and Dad. I hope you're watching this. Which they are. We don't remember what it was like before this liberal system. We don't remember what it was like before World War II. We don't remember how bad it was. And so while I am right there with you that America has created such evil through its colonial empire, I also believe that it is far better than anything we've ever had. The reason why we have intellectuals like Fukuyama saying it's the end of history. It's because this is almost as nice as we've ever had it.
And with that, the gentleman is thanked.
No, but what? Okay. All right. What do we got? Drew meow. Oh, this is finally an easy one. Fuck! I haven't had a 50-50 in so long. my god, no shot. My headphones glitched. Hold on. Let's try this. Hold on. Let's try this one more time. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Why am I fucking flat?
Are you rushing or are you dragging?
Are you are you dating me?
Shut up.
Okay. Big connections coming up. Round list. Mason, bookmark, cookie, Lance, bell, way, tip, gloves, style, cash, ring, pitch, history, and lean. Hold on, we got a bait category for jars, I think. A ring jar, pitch jar, gloves jar. Mason jar. I don't even know what a mason jar is. I just know it's a. Oh, those are like the ones with the weird tops, right? Okay, hold on. Tip jar. No, that's a bait. It's a bait category. That's definitely a bait category. Things associated with boxing. The bell, the gloves, the round, a ring. The ring, you box them. Boom! Pitch. Cookie. Monster. Are there monsters here? History monster. No. Cache. Oh. Boom. Internet browser. Remembering things. Okay. Let's see. Pitch. Way. Lean. Lance. Style. Shut up. Mason. Lance. Tip.
Meow.
Fuck. List. Way. Fuck. Fuck. Lean. Way. Pitch. Lance. Style. Fuck. What the fuck?
Just give up, man.
Shut the fuck up. Lance Armstrong. Pitch Armstrong. Jesus. I don't like this one. I have no idea. Lance, tip, pitch. I'm one off. No, I'm not one off. Okay, so lean is definitely here. Lean, tip, pitch, and Lance. One doesn't belong. Lean is definitely here. Lean and Lance. Fuck. A pitch, a tip. A lean. Away? Did I guess that one? No, I wasn't even one off when I did that one, right? Or I was. I don't remember. I don't remember. Get me the fuck out of here. I don't even know. Fuck me. What the fuck is this? Tilt? I don't list, I guess. Listfully list. And pitch, the pitch of a thing is a tilt. Okay, tip, I guess. Okay. And then freelance, Freemason, freestyle, and freeway. Reports say the GOP is preparing to confirm a SCOTUS replacement for Alito before midterms. Yeah, I bet they are. God damn it.
Oh, no.
What?
The Dems got to block that if they can. Forever.
We better hope we get to the midterms. Don't worry. I'm sure Fetterman will be there to whatever committee. No, I don't think he is not. But Senate GOP prepared to confirm a SCOTUS replacement for Alito before midterms. Oh, boy. Quick 950. I can drop a quick 950. Hold up.
Canada got rid of tax on gas for a bit.
Good. Fuck Canada. Fuck. Just fuck me. Good night.